In the middle of a dense forest, loud clicking sounds can be heard. They are damaging trees, whose branches are falling off one by one. There is a boy here who is trying to defend himself in every way possible, but he realizes that his opponent's attacks are so strong that he can no longer hold them back. At that moment, another attack sends the boy flying into a tree behind him. The attack was so strong that the boy was thrown into the tree and suffered serious injuries. At that moment, he seems to hear his own name, Woonseong, in his head. He remembered that his master had once taught him the most important qualities of a martial artist. He pondered this question and for some time could not come up with an answer. After thinking about it, he came to the conclusion that it was the advantage in martial arts skills and the depth of their ki. Woonseong's master could not disagree with this assumption, but in his opinion, the most important quality of a martial artist was harmony. According to the master, all martial arts and chi cultivation must be in harmony with each other. But now Woonseong is sitting crippled under a tree, and he thinks about how he has always emphasized harmony throughout his life. But looking at the ground, he realizes that he still behaves this way. Sitting under the tree, Woonseong tries to cough up blood from his wounds. At this time, Woonseong's ally lies unconscious on the ground, face down. He is surrounded by a crowd of opponents who are approaching Woonseong himself. Woonseong remains practically motionless near the tree he crashed into. The crowd is getting closer and closer. The first to arrive are 4 men in blue kimonos. 3 of them are Kinshin swordsmen, and the 4th is the first disciple of the Kinshin sect. Behind them is a man with a small black beard from the Hua Mountain sect. He is a wise man of the Bright Rock. A highly respected group of exorcists from the Northern River clan, the Mountain Clover, is heading towards Woonseong. Also heading towards him is the armed and confident lord of the martial arts alliance, Ya-Du-Gyul. Seeing them all, Woonseong tensed up. He looks closely at the crowd and has no intention of giving up. Gathering his strength, Woonseong takes his weapon and assumes a fighting stance. He has questions for all these people. The men exchange glances and hesitate for a moment, but then invite Woonseong to ask his question. Holding his weapon at the ready, Woonseong remarked that he knew that all the people gathered here were not stupid or clowns. He looked at them all intently. Pain pierced Woonseong's entire body. In order not to show it to those around him, Woonseong narrowed his eyes and bit his lower lip. The crowd of his opponents watched Woonseong closely, waiting for him to finish what he had to say. Then Woonseong said that it was clear that his master had not practiced the vile demonic art of the 10 hidden skills of the demon. The tense and serious lord of the alliance, Ja-Du-Gyul, listens angrily to what Woonseong is saying. The lord, who is no less serious than the lord, suggests that they talk seriously about why they did this. Angered, Woonseong declared that his master had devoted his entire life to the martial arts alliance, but he did not understand why they had done this to him. The crowd did not respond to Woonseong's speech and his questions. The fighters remained silent in their places, but all this made Woonseong's opponents think about his words. Woonseong looked at them with contempt and remembered how, 6 months ago, strange rumors had begun to spread that they had the text of the demon's hidden skills at their disposal. Then someone started saying that Woonseong and the master had progressed so far that they had almost mastered them. But when he and his master tried to refute everything and prove their innocence, people pretended not to hear anything. Later, martial arts masters arrived to verify the rumors for themselves. Swearing to the heavens that the book was not there, Master Woonseong helped with the investigation. They were a sect of spear masters. Although they had many books on martial arts, they were sure that none of them contained the secret skills of demons. While everyone was searching their library, Woonseong watched them from the side with his arms folded across his chest. He was absolutely certain that they did not have this book. Suddenly, his expression changed from contempt to utter surprise. He saw one of the masters take a book with a bright red cover from the shelf. Shocked, Woonseong and the master did not understand how these goddamn texts had ended up here. Remembering all this, Woonseong assumes that among all these people there is someone who is trying to slander and get rid of him and his master. Pointing his spear at the crowd, Woonseong demands that they start talking. Suddenly a voice is heard among the crowd, asking why everyone has stopped. It is the voice of Lord Ja-Du-Gyul of the Alliance. He does not understand why the others are allowing Woonseong, whom he considers a child, to speak such nonsense. He looks angrily at Woonseong, who is standing opposite him. Lord Ja-Du-Gyul of the Martial Arts Alliance holds his blood-stained weapon, ready to attack. After his words, Woonseong focuses all his attention on him. He knows that Ja-Du-Gyul has always envied his master. Woonseong believes that his master surpassed Ja-Du-Gyul in both techniques. Therefore, in his opinion, an animal like Ja-Du-Gyul cannot compare to him. These words hurt Ja-Du-Gyul, but he laughed at Woonseong, noting that his master had not taught him that words, especially to those who are stronger, have consequences. He assures that today he will punish their demonic sect and show the martial arts community that there is still justice in this world. But Woonseong refused to listen, calling his words nonsense and rushing into attack. When Woonseong's spear was a few centimeters away from Ja-Du-Gyul, he was frightened. Although he did not expect Woonseong to attack, Ja-Du-Gyul blocked his attack. He is impressed that Woonseong dared to attack. Ja-Du-Gyul tensed up completely to keep blocking Woonseong's attack, but Woonseong has no intention of backing down and continues to try to break through his block. And at that moment, Woonseong manages to separate Ja-Du-Gyul's finger. This couldn't help but shock Ja-Du-Gyul. He didn't expect this from Woonseong, who seemed small to him. At one point, Woonseong's spear was extremely close to Lord Ja-Du-Gyul's neck. He was disappointed that he couldn't hurt his opponent even more. But Woonseong is determined. He is determined to kill Ja-Du-Gyul today. Without stopping for a moment, Woonseong continues to attack Ja-Du-Gyul, who is still focused on his hand. And Woonseong manages to get his spear close to Ja-Du-Gyul's eyes. Suddenly, someone deflects his spear, preventing him from harming his opponent. Woonseong is shocked that someone has interfered in their fight. He does not understand why they have intervened in their duel. And then Woonseong sees the first disciple of the Kinchenya sect and the leader of the exorcist squad who have come to defend Lord Ja-Du-Gyul. Of course, Woonseong understands that the first disciple and Mountain Clover have turned against him, regardless of his words. But Ja-Du-Gyul asked them to be careful because Woonseong was really as strong as rumored. Pointing his sword at Woonseong, the first disciple was confident that they had nothing to worry about, and immediately he began to attack Woonseong, who was standing opposite him. Realizing that he had no way out, Woonseong began to defend himself as quickly as the first disciple struck. But the first disciple does not stop for a moment and begins to attack Woonseong. Mountain Clover joins the first student. Now they're going to attack Woonseong together. But Woonseon does not lower his weapon and is going to fight them alone. He began to fend off the first disciple's blows. After numerous attacks from his opponents, Woonseon is tired, but he does not give up and continues to fight. The first disciple and Mountain Clover are very surprised by what is happening before their eyes. They are amazed that after such attacks, Woonseon is still standing. Even Woonseong's spear is broken, but he continues to hold on with his last ounce of strength. Because of Woonseong's endurance, Mountain Clover assumes that he has indeed learned the demonic arts. Suddenly, from behind, Woonseong hears a voice saying that he looks very tired. Lord Jadugyul jumped on him from behind. He struck Woonseong, knocking him to the ground. Since Woonseong did not expect this and it happened so suddenly, he did not have time to dodge or block Jadugyul's attack. Smug Lord Jadugyul, standing over Woonseon, offered to leave him 2 fingers as a gift for the afterlife. His first disciple and the mountain man Clover rushed over to see what had happened to Woonseong. Standing up, Lord Jadugyul began to calm them down, noting that they had just destroyed the demon and his child. But then Jadugyul heard unexpected sounds coming from Woonseong. He assumed that Woonseong was still alive because he had learned the demonic arts. Looking directly at Woonseong, he assured him that he would be very generous. He laughed and turned Woonseong's face upward with his foot. Jadugyul was confident that he would have a long journey ahead of him. Unmoved, Woonseon lies on the ground next to his master, wounded and exhausted. The smug Jadugyul offers Woonseon a conversation with his master. Unable to turn his head, Woonseon looks sideways at his master. He thinks that this is how it will all end and asks his master for forgiveness. He looks at his master lying in a pool of blood with his face to the ground and thinks about how he warned him not to be so kind and naive. Woonseon's eyes close and he thinks that if he could live his life again, he would take revenge on Jadugyul. He wants his master not to be kind in his next life. As soon as Woonseon closed his eyes and thought about revenge, the pendant around his neck began to glow brightly. A crowd of children is training under the guidance of masters. They are learning martial arts. Suddenly, one of the students felt ill and was unable to continue training, which the other students noticed. He fell to the ground unconscious, and when one of the students wanted to help him, he heard someone address him as number 702. A shadow appeared behind the student, asking if he really thought it was the right time to help others. Stammering, the student replied that he did not think so. In front of the student stood masters who told them not to forget that this was the cave of hidden demons, and that if they made 3 mistakes, they could die. One of the men asks another to take care of the student who has fallen unconscious. While everyone else continues to train, one of the adult men approaches the lifeless body of the student, lying on the ground, and simply lifts him up by one leg. All the students watched him intently but did not distract themselves from their training. The man without any emotion dragged the boy by his leg through the crowd of students. He threw the student's body into the water. Near the pond, the men discussed that this is already about the 250th student. It turns out that there have been too many such students this year. Only some of the visitors can leave the Hidden Demons Cave. A report for the last 6 months is brought to the office of one of the leaders. The CEO of the Hidden Demons Cave, Sanin-hyo, carefully studies the documents brought to him. He noticed that their number had decreased significantly. As it turned out, there were less than 600 left. This number greatly surprised Sanin-ho. He couldn't believe his ears. He stares at the documents and thinks about the death caused by 3 mistakes. He began to ponder the mistakes in his head. The first one is that if you can't continue, you will die. The second is that if you don't become stronger, you will die. And the third is that if you can't endure, you will die. He was sure that it all made sense because this place was created for the future of their cult, and so he was not going to take their duties lightly. After thinking everything through, Sanin-hyo asked his assistant directly how many of those who remained were capable of surviving. This question made his assistant think, and he remembered what he had thought 6 months ago. In his opinion, numbers 1, 17, and 109 had completely surpassed their peers. After that, Sanin-ho realized that these were the numbers that were still alive. And without hesitation, the assistant standing next to him immediately confirmed Sanin-ho's guess. Since they were numbered according to their talent, it all made sense to Sanin-hyo. Suddenly, he remembered who was number 17 and asked if he was still alive. The assistant's affirmative answer made San-in-ho think and even get nervous. He began to nervously tap the armrest of his chair with his fingers. He knows that student number 17 got that number due to circumstances. In his opinion, her talents rivaled those of the number 1 student. But number 109, despite being among the hundreds, was demonstrating her potential. San-in-hyo considered this number to be tough. After thinking about these 3, Sang-in-hyo decided to inquire if there was anyone else besides them. After thinking for a while and pausing, the assistant began to remember other students. And then, not very confidently, he mentions that there is also number 900. This answer shocks San-in-hyo. He even asks the assistant to repeat the number, thinking that there must be some mistake. San-in-hyo also thought about how a year had passed since the building was constructed. The assistant confirmed Sanin-ho's words and also noted that others with similar numbers had long since died. But Sanin-ho knows that the remaining 600 will also disappear by a certain time. According to his assistant, this number had started to change about 6 months ago. This aroused Sanin-ho's curiosity, and he asked his assistant to continue his story. One day, this student was quietly returning to his room with his head down. Right next to the entrance to the room was a bed which the student was heading for. Approaching the bed, he collapsed exhausted onto the mattress and exhaled loudly after a hard day. With bruises on his face and sweat dripping down it, the tired boy felt as if he were no longer alive. He stretched out his arm and placed it in front of him. Staring at his battered palm, the boy's eyes began to close. But at that moment, he opened his eyes wide and thought that he couldn't fall asleep right now. Although his strength was leaving him, the boy began to get out of bed, leaning his hands on the mattress despite the pain and fatigue. He managed to get up and sit on the edge of his small bed, but he didn't stay there long. He climbed down from the bed and sat on the floor near several small candles. To light them, he picked up some stones and began rubbing them together. He managed to get sparks, which he used to light the candles and bring the light into the room. Then he sat down opposite the candles, assumed a meditation pose, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. The room was illuminated with light, and behind the boy on the wall, you could see sticks scratched into the wall, which he used to keep track of time. The boy's soul seemed to begin to separate from his physical body. At this moment, he thinks about how 6 months have already passed. Energy began to gather in his palms, and the boy thought about how he had died, but remained alive despite this. He began to try to untangle his memories from those of the child whose body he had entered. But even now, meditating, he cannot understand how he ended up here. Opening his eyes, he began to think that there was one question he could find the answer to. Looking at the pendant around his neck, the boy realizes that he is definitely somehow connected to what is happening. In his hands, he holds an artifact of the sect of Spearmasters. He wants to know what power lies within it, because it was this power that brought him here. His soul remembers waking up in the cult of the divine demon, and that his current body belongs to a child with the number 900 who has no talent. Based on this child's memories, less than a year has passed since his death. But there are many mysteries. Images of those involved in his death and his past life appear in his mind. Among them is the image of Ja Dag-yul. Clutching the pendant tightly in his palm, the boy is filled with determination and confidence. He swears to himself that this time his spear will pierce the heart of Chwadugel. In one of the halls, a group of men are practicing. They're convinced that if you make your soul burn, you can rule the heavens, and thanks to your body, you can rule the earth. So if you act in this way, you can obtain the soul of heaven and the body of earth. This is called the heavenly soul of the earthly body. This was the technique of the now defunct Quanzhen sect. It usually takes decades of training to master it. But the spirit of Wangxiong, who entered the body of a child, is sure that this body will not last too long without them. He remembers that he managed to accumulate a 3-year supply of qi. He also thought about how he could use the heavenly soul of the earthly body to improve his body, but he sadly realizes that he has been reborn into the cult of the holy demon, and people of orthodox sects consider demons to be evil. However, not all demons are evil. They simply had a different life experience. Wunxiong's soul remembers what his master told him, emphasizing that the world is quite interesting. He remembered that his master explained that thanks to the experience of humans, there are also heroes among demons. The master's words made Wunxiong think and reflect on everything he had heard. Demonic people are those who worship demonic arts. It is quite ironic that Wunxiong is now in the body of a child among demonic people. Thinking again, he remembered how his master had died. And at that moment, he realized that he had no intention of becoming a hero. Still, he notes to himself that he remains a student of the most noble master of the arts on earth. But he began to wonder what would happen if he really became one of the demonic people. After that, he realized that regardless of this, he would always follow the path of a human being. San and Hyo, thinking about the number 900, believes that he became a different person after drinking the poison. There were other examples of this, but they never lasted more than 6 months. And now San and Hyo suggested that this could mean that number 900 was still undergoing a transformation. Although number 900 has changed according to San and Hyo's assistant, it is still insignificant compared to numbers 117 and 109. However, since it caught the attention of San and Hyo's assistant, it can be considered that it is growing rapidly. After considering everything, San and Hyo ordered his assistant to keep an eye on number 900. Without any arguments, the assistant agreed to carry out the order given to him. But their conversation did not end there, and San and Hyo continued talking. Rising from his chair, he remembered the 600 people who were still alive. He turned away from his assistant and noted that he considered this number to be quite good, because, in his opinion, they would soon be able to begin. The assistant immediately understood what San In-ho meant without further explanation. With a slight smile, San In-hyo asked his assistant to inform all the cave instructors. Now the Hidden Demon Cave was beginning its real program. Bowing to San In-ho, the assistant gathered himself and went to carry out his master's orders. Until that day, training in the cave had been focused on preparing the students' physical bodies. This was done in order to learn new martial arts and adapt to poison. According to San In-hyo, the real hell will begin from this moment. He is looking forward to it. At this time, Woon-seong, in the body of a child, continues to meditate and strengthen his power. Having accumulated a lot of energy in his body during meditation, he opens his eyes. Looking at his hands, clenching and unclenching his fists, he realizes that certain changes have taken place in him again. Just then, the instructors in the cave begin to beat drums. They demand that everyone stand up and line up. No one intends to disobey the order, so the students obediently follow the instructor's instructions. One of the instructors stands in front of the crowd of students, hoping that all the students are gathered in this place. He began his speech by expressing his hope that everyone had rested well. He then noted that starting today, they would be increasing the intensity of the students' training. After that, he snapped his fingers. Behind the students, people with bags on their shoulders began to appear. The students stood almost motionless in their places, not understanding what awaited them. Among them stood number 900, who also had no idea what to expect next. 2 men with bags on their shoulders emerged from the tunnel and approached the students. They threw the bags into a pile, causing a noise and raising dust. The bags contained bracelets weighing 7.5 kilograms each. The instructors instructed each student to approach the bags and take a bracelet. The instructors calculated that there were only 4 such bracelets per person. The students were then told that they would now have to live with these bracelets on their arms and legs. This frightened all the students except for the 900th. And now number 900 is running along a mountain path through the Sivan mountain range. He is trying with all his might and rushing forward, even though his hands and feet are already wearing bracelets, each weighing 7.5 kilograms. At that moment, the instructors brought the bracelets and it was time for the first task using them. The instructor gave the students 4 hours to climb the mountain and retrieve the flag. Those who failed the task would be left without breakfast. As number 900 climbs the mountain, he periodically looks at his bracelets, which he has not yet gotten used to. Running past the trees, they could see that someone was in the forest because they could see shadows. They are also children, students hiding and looking tired as they return from the top of the mountain. Number 90 realizes that they are too cunning and are going to win by unfair means. He thinks that this task is not easy, but now red flags are visible at the top. Climbing the last steps, number 900 is tired but satisfied that he has almost completed the task with an additional load of 30 kilograms. He crawls up the mountain on all fours and thinks that he is about to die. At the top stands a girl with the number 17. She sees number 900 and wonders if he is okay because he looks very tired. While number 900 is still climbing the steps, number 17 has already started to descend with a flag in her hands. He looks after her and realizes that this is the talent of 10 children. After that, he realizes that he needs to try even harder. Climbing to the top, he sees many red flags in front of him. Coming closer to them, he pulls one flag out of the ground and takes it for himself. Exhausted and tired, he sat down on the ground to rest for a while. but he realizes that he needs to rest a little and return before his body gets cold. He sees that there are about 30 flags left and about 100 children in the second group. Turning his head, he saw that the other children had also reached the top of the mountain in time. There were too many children, even without counting those who wanted to steal the flags. Standing up and stretching, number 900 thinks that since there are only a few flags left, those who arrive later will fight for them. Which is exactly what started to happen. Some students have already started arguing over the flags. Looking at them and then at his flag, number 900 realized that he was right and that it was time to go. With the flag in his hands, he quickly jumped over the heads of the other students and started running down the stairs. All the others only had time to look up to see who had flown over them. At this time, number 900 quickly descended from the top to the bottom in order to complete the task. He decided to use the flag as a spear, hoping that this would make it easier to descend. But suddenly, during the descent, number 900 heard someone's voice coming from the thicket. The voice demanded that he leave the flag where it was and get out of there. Hiding behind the trees was a rather burly young man. He had let the higher-ranking numbers pass and was waiting for a lower-ranking one to walk by. This boy had the number 185. He ordered number 900 once again to leave his flag. But looking at him, number 900 understands how he managed to survive all this time, because he is much bigger than the other children. Smiling, number 900 called number 185 rather stupid. This shocked him because he did not think that such a low-ranking boy could stand up to him. Number 90, holding the flag tightly in his hands and smiling slightly, suggested that he find someone of similar size. Angry, number 185 approached number 900 and asked him to repeat what he had said. Starting to grimace, he began to push number 900, who seemed weak. But then, without waiting for number 185 to attack him, number 900 decided to attack first. He hit him on the head with his flag. He understands that his opponent cannot fight someone stronger, but still shows aggression towards someone who looks weak. Number 185 angered number 900 quite a bit, but he continued to attack his opponent. In his opinion, number 185 clearly demonstrates hypocrisy. Number 185 was unable to defend himself from the blows of number 900. After several such blows, number 185 curled up and fell to the ground. Standing over him, number 900 stared at him with wide eyes. He noted that it was easy to act like that just because he was a little stronger than the others. At that moment, the beaten number 185 began to beg for mercy. For a moment, number 900 stands silently and just looks at his opponent. Holding the flag in his hands and clutching it tightly, number 900 says that he agrees to spare number 185. Hitting him on the arm, he says that he forgives him only this once. It turns out that one of the instructors has been watching them the whole time from the woods. It is one of the instructors hiding behind a tree watching number 900. After a while, number 90 finally brings his flag back within the allotted time and receives the promised food. While he sits and eats, the instructor watches him, and next to him is number 185. He sees that number 185's arm has been bandaged, but he looks back at number 900 with anger. This makes number 900 think that his opponent is not going to give up after all. He watches him closely and begins to get angry himself, but he is sure that he will not give his opponent a second chance. One of the instructors stands nearby watching number 900 closely. At a meeting of all the students in the common room, the instructor announced that from now on they would be studying martial arts. This announcement shocked all the students. They don't know what it means, and some even suggest that they are now becoming martial arts masters. Everyone began to talk among themselves, and the hall became noisy. The instructor did not like this noise. Angry and wanting to stop the noise, the instructor gathered his strength and stamped his foot on the ground. The sound of the blow immediately caused cracks to appear on all sides. The instructor shouted for silence. His actions frightened the students, but only number 900 remained standing in his place. The pedestal on which the instructor was standing cracked. Number 90 began to wonder if he was really a senior instructor, because he was at the level of a master. When silence fell, the instructor explained that although they would be studying martial arts, they would not be able to practice high-level martial arts right away. First, they had to learn how to cultivate. He took out a book and explained that it was the black flower and red spirit technique. It was the main method of cultivating their cult. After that, the students were told to split into two groups. Those who could read went to the right, and those who couldn't went to the left. According to number 900, the black flower was the best way to create pure demonic chi in the body. At that moment, the students were urged to divide into groups more quickly. When everyone had divided, the senior instructor asked the junior instructor if the students had divided as he had instructed. When he was sure, he began to hand out assignments. Before lunch, he told those who could read to learn 30 lines from the black flower. He also noted that if they did not do so, they would not receive lunch. All the students tensed up and were slightly frightened after hearing their assignment. Those who could not read had to learn 200 characters from 1,000 basic ones. Otherwise, they would also be without lunch. After that, everyone was told to start their assignments. This is the complete method of cultivating the black flower and the red spirit, the fusion of the black flower and the red spirit, and the end of flowering. The end of flowering symbolizes the holy demon, the leader of the sect himself. Number 900 began to feel greed within himself, but he possessed the martial arts of the Spearmaster sect. Reading the book, he realizes that the cult claims that their martial arts are superior to those of the Spearmaster sect. He realizes that he must not forget his true roots. Then he understands something else. The martial arts of the demonic cult accumulate demonic chi very quickly but less safely. The black flower saturates the demonic chi with purity and stability. He thought about trying to achieve the speed of the demonic art and the stability of the orthodox chi from the Spearmaster sect. Number 9 believed that there would be no harm in trying. This was a chance he would try to take advantage of. While he sat and enjoyed his meal, the instructors asked everyone to gather and warned them that they would be training observation during the day. The instructor explained to the students that observation is the use of black flower lines to fill their bodies with chi. Everyone assumed a meditation pose, and the instructor asked the students to report if they felt heat or cold. Number 90, feeling cold, realizes that it would be illogical for him to feel qui on the first day. Number 17 feels heat but does not report it. He understands that the other children also feel chi but are not showing it. Continuing to meditate, number 900 realizes that he needs to report his feelings in the medium term. After a while, the instructors announce that the training is over and everyone can now have their dinner. After dinner, the instructors tell all the students that they are free to go and do their own thing. When all the children split into groups to chat, number 90 headed for the exit, not wanting to waste time on them. He wanted to get at least the first rank before leaving this cave. If he didn't, he wouldn't be able to take revenge. Number 90 confidently walked down the narrow corridor of the cave where he now lived. He entered one of the rooms in this corridor, but he couldn't close the door to the room. Someone had stuck their foot in the doorway, and when he turned around, he saw number 17 standing in front of him. Number 17 is not as simple as she seems. She is controlled by the spirit of another person. Seeing her number, 900, he was surprised and asked what she wanted. And number 17 assumed that it was number 900 who had figured out number 185. Number 900 was shocked and annoyed that he had allowed a child to follow him, and he blamed his body for it. Number 17 assumes that he has been hiding his power all along. But number 900 is not going to tell her everything, because she does not seem to be any different from him. Embarrassed, number 17 is surprised that he knows everything. She also notes that he is very interesting. Number 900 said that he could see right through everything. He believes that number 17 is the child of one of the high-ranking officials of the sect. Thinking for a moment, she says that she will not reveal his secret for a while. At the same time, number 17 notes that number 185 is angry with number 900. But number 900 understands that it is impossible to change a person's personality so easily. Number 17 thought that number 900 would be calm towards number 185, and she is sure that number 900 will definitely defeat him. But looking contemptuously at number 17, number 900 realized that she shouldn't talk about it because she was the same. In the opinion of number 900, the cave is not a place to relax, and he believes that number 17 understands this. At that moment, the children in the common room heard loud laughter coming from the corridors. Number 17 bowed and introduced herself as Aeon. She asked number 900 what his name was. She heard that his name was number 900, and the door in front of Aeon closed. She stood up and looked closely at the door that had slammed shut in front of her. 3 days later, the instructor saw that number 900 had raised his hand. He assumed that this number had begun to feel something, which he confirmed. When Aeon saw that number 900 was talking to the instructor, she froze in place out of curiosity. She knew that this number would prove interesting and therefore understood that she had to continue watching him. A year passed during which number 90 was able to combine two methods of cultivation, dark flower and hardened orthodox chi. He was also able to create a new cultivation method, which he called green true blossoming. However, he had not yet fully incorporated the black flower into it. During this time, another event took place with number 90, and an important change occurred for him. On one of the regular days when all the students were gathered together, they were surprised to see the number 900. The effect of the heavenly soul of the earthly body began to manifest itself in him. His bones became stronger and he grew much taller. Number 185 from the second group was not much taller than him. Also, numbers 17 and 900 did not fail their food assignments. When number 185 saw these changes in number 900, he was not pleasantly surprised. On his side were some children who, like him, had a dislike for 900, but their reaction did not surprise number 900. He did not want to have anything to do with them. In the opinion of number 900, his body should be in the top 700. A year had passed since he began studying cultivation. Fewer children were dying, and the weight of the metal bracelets had increased to 45 kilograms. With this weight, without using chi, no child could climb a mountain. Unsun opened his meridians, which run through his entire body with his internal energy. And then the time came when all the children were gathered in a common hall, and the senior instructor announced that from that day on, they would be training with weapons. Many weapons appeared in the hall. The instructor noted that all these weapons were fundamental in the world of combat. According to the instructor, the sword, spear, and staff are the three main types of weapons. The students were ordered to choose one type of weapon they wanted to master and stand in front of it. The students had to choose their weapons wisely because thieves would use them until the end of their lives. After choosing a weapon, each student must approach the instructor and receive manuals. Each of the children who chooses a spear receives 7 spear stars. Number 900 chose this weapon for himself. Now the students are given free time to train so that they can try to learn martial arts freely. During this time, the instructors are nearby and can help. The instructors are ready to help the students master the martial arts because they do not know how many of them will survive the next 6 months. If the students do not learn martial arts properly, it will be difficult for them to survive. The instructors understand that even if the children learn everything, they may still barely survive. After receiving the books necessary for learning martial arts, number 90 recalls how excited he was when he first studied them in the body of Un-sun. Picking up his weapon, he plans to start his training right away. He imagines a cage. He makes slashes with his spear and raises it sharply as if trying to break out of the cage. This causes a whirlwind to start. He quickly spins the spear in a spiral like a rapana, the next stage of purification. It is necessary to rush forward and pierce the enemy with the tip of the spear. He stands aside and skillfully practices alone, repeating each movement several times. The instructor watches his movements closely, not particularly surprised by what he sees. With excitement and a smile, number 17, Aeon watches number 900. Number 185 is also watching him, but unlike the others, he is surprised by the skills of number 900. He cannot believe that this is the first time number 900 has held a spear. He is angry because he does not understand how he can take revenge on such a monstrous 900. San In-ho is also watching number 900. He has noticed that he has really changed a lot. According to the instructor standing next to him, San In-hayo is right about number 900. In his opinion, the test of life and death that will take place in 6 months should not be a big problem for number 900. Those who survive the call-up are recognized as demon soldiers of the cult, which is the lowest rank of the cult's elite troops. Very few children are recognized as demon soldiers, and it is not easy for children under the age of 15 to become one. The purpose of the cave is not to train demonic soldiers, but to raise demonic captains. Moreover, this cult is considered special. By order of the cult leader, instructors must increase the number of demon generals. San and Hyo thought about how good it would be if they could see a great demon. At that moment, he realized that he was asking too much. Even he had barely become a great demon of the lowest rank. After thinking it over, San and Hyo decided to ask the instructor about the progress of the preparation of the gate between life and the afterlife. The instructor said that they had sent people to recruit and train those needed for the gate of life and the afterlife. By the time they were called up, they would no longer be beasts. San and Hyo noted that those who survive this trial will be rewarded with 3 demonic medicines, Ayu Kalpa. They would also open the divine vault of the demon sea. San and Hyo noted that this was the order of their leader. Bowing to San and Hyo, the instructor did not argue with him and agreed to carry out these actions. Looking out the window, San and Hyo thinks about how much he is looking forward to the trial of life and the afterlife. 6 months later, number 900 sits in a meditation pose, and a bright pink light begins to appear around him. He looks closely at the ball that has appeared in his palms. He rejoices that he has succeeded. A large flower finally appears before him. Seeing it, number 90 rejoices that he has completed his trial and is now ready to bloom. The instructor came out to the students and told them that although they had improved their skills, half of them would die today. According to the instructor during the trial, they would find themselves on the brink of death. Training alone would not guarantee survival. The instructor asked the students to fight with all their might. After all, if they lost, they would die a long death while their limbs were being gnawed off. He also notes that this cult is aimed at the survival of the strongest, so they must become strong in body and mind, and then the cult will become their home. And there is a shadow standing at the entrance to the cave, which is lit by a few torches. It is number 900. Thinking about the instructor's words about being eaten alive, he assumes that there are some kind of beasts there. But at some point, number 900 thinks that in a place like this, it won't be a problem for him. Passing through a narrow passage, number 900 came out. He tensed when he saw the enemy in front of him. It looks like a beast with 4 legs and eyes the color of dull amber. It is a gray wolf from Tien Shan. Number 90 feels nothing else, but he is glad that he did not run into a whole pack. Now he understood why he had been given a spear with an iron tip before entering. Without it, number 90 would not have been able to even scratch the beast. But at that moment, the beast moved slightly to the side. Number 90 realized that it had reacted to his cry and that it was trained to fight humans. Now he understood why the instructors expected only half of the students to survive this task. Although this task is not easy, number 90 looks quite confident and determined. He uses intimidation chi, and so he rushes to attack the beast, wanting to send it to the other world. At this time, San and Ho assumes that the first group must be on the test. One of the instructors also assumes that they should have already encountered the Grey Wolf. Bowing to San and Hyo, the instructor notes that they have carried out his order regarding the 30 best students. It is for them that they replaced the ordinary gray wolves with alpha wolves. Although alpha wolves are stronger than tigers, these must be even stronger than ordinary martial artists. San and Hyo wonders if the students will be able to survive. According to the instructor, those who know some martial arts or children who have joined their cult will be able to survive, while the others have little chance of survival. San and Hyo knows that those who return after meeting the alpha gray wolves will become masters who are best suited to their cult. He is waiting for number 900 to appear. At this time, number 90 is engaged in a fierce battle with a wolf. He delivers a direct blow but only manages to scratch it. It turned out to be quite strong. Number 900's plan to kill the wolf with one blow by intimidating Chi failed. But this is a rare chance for number 900 to use his martial arts skills without being watched by the instructors. He hoped that the alpha gray wolf would become his own test subject. Number 90 managed to dodge the wolf's attack, and its paw flew right over his head. After this attack, wolf number 900 prepares to attack him in response and takes a leap. However, the wolf manages to wound number 90 on his left cheek. He feels fine, but if he continues to use only basic spear techniques, the fight will take a long time. Moreover, such actions could put his life in danger. But number 900 began to laugh at the thought that this was his life. Still, he has no intention of finding himself on the brink of life and death, especially because of such a simple creature. Number 90 attacks the wolf again, using intimidation techniques. He aimed right at the wolf's head and it began to howl in pain and fear. Near number 900, 2 more wolves appeared, frightened and about to run away. But number 90 doesn't give them a chance and starts attacking, wanting to win. Suddenly, number 900 emerges from the dark cave into the light, which hurts his eyes, so he has to cover them with his hand. He slowly enters the common hall of the cave where the other students are already waiting. Number 90 notices that there are already 20 students in the hall who arrived before him. Some of the students who returned from the task were seriously injured. Some of these students look quite healthy and completely unharmed. Number 17 appears in front of number 90 and smiles, suggesting that the task was difficult for him. Number 90 calmly but sadly confirms her assumption. To cheer him up, number 17 remarked that she had also nearly died, but number 900 was certain that she had done it with a single blow. He sat down to rest and began to think that at his age it was difficult to kill a wolf with one blow, and that she must have had exceptional abilities. Number 90 also found it strange that he, like number 17, had passed this test. But he wondered how the other children who had arrived earlier had managed to cope. He assumed that the task was not the same for everyone. Suddenly, number 185 emerged from the tunnel happier than ever. When number 900 saw number 185 unharmed, he was sure that the test was not the same for everyone. But it no longer matters because the test is over and now number 900 plans to focus on intimidating Chi. His intimidation of Chi is effective, but not very effective, and he also intends to strengthen his hardened true blossoming. But now he seems to be surrounded by fog. After this trial, number 90 realized that it was with his help that the instructors wanted to reduce the number of students. The senior instructor praised the survivors and noted that they would now become demonic soldiers of their sect. He also noted that on the orders of the sect leader, they would give the students a reward. He took out a small red ball and said that it was Ayu Kalpa's demonic medicine. Each student would receive 3 of these balls. Each of these Ayu Kalpa balls contained 5 or even 7 years worth of ki. There were about 1,000 of these balls to be distributed to all the students. Taking his Ayu Kalpa number 900, he ate them and made sure that this was indeed not an ordinary cave of hidden demons. He decides to use the demonic cult and Ayu Kalpa to become stronger. Number 900 assumed a meditation pose, concentrated on the action of Ayukalpa, and began to think about becoming stronger. To this end, he hopes to absorb the incredible power of these medicines. All the other students also assumed meditation poses and concentrated on Ayukalpa's actions, which they had also adopted. After a while, number 90 opened his eyes and realized that he had gained 20 years worth of chi. He initially assumed that he was the first among all the students to complete the absorption of chi. But when he looked around, he realized that he was not the first because he saw number 17 who had finished earlier. She noticed that number 900 had finished and decided to be friendly and ask how it had gone. But number 900 simply turned away from number 17, pretending not to hear her. Yeon considered this behavior harsh. Then the time came when the senior instructor announced that everyone had finished learning the chi. All the students turned their attention to the instructor, waiting for him to tell them what to do next. Seeing that everyone had successfully absorbed the power of the medicine, the instructor congratulated the students on reaching a new level of strength. At that moment, the senior instructor noted that this was not the only reward the leader had given the students. Number 900 was surprised to learn that there was something else besides medicine. He looked at number 17, who was smiling and, in his opinion, looked as if he knew what was going to be said. The instructor proudly announced that from that day on, the students would seriously study the martial arts considered to be the best in the world. Glancing at the students, the senior instructor turned and began to walk away. He asked all the students in the common room to follow him. While everyone is following the senior instructor, number 900 wonders what these best of the best martial arts are. The students must pass through a large tunnel in the cave. No one knows where their senior instructor is leading them. Suddenly, they find themselves in front of a huge door with an inscription saying that this is the divine repository of the demonic sea. After reading the inscription, the students began to wonder what kind of place this was. It turns out that this place is the legendary secret hideout of a demonic cult. The senior instructor suggested that some of the students present may have already heard about this place. He noted that usually no one could get in here, so the students should thank their leader for his generosity. This seemed very strange to the 900. After all, it was risky to let ordinary demon soldiers into this place. All that the children are given now is the right path to prepare them to become martial arts masters. Number 90 assumes that the cult of the holy demon is preparing for war. Before letting the children inside, the instructor noted that they could only go in once and take only one book. They would not be able to return, so the instructor asked the children to be careful with their choice. The door to the hideout began to open, and the instructor hoped that each child would choose a martial art that suited them. At this time, Sun and Hyo asks his assistant if the children have entered the divine hideout of the Demon Sea, and here's an affirmative answer. He asks them to keep an eye on the children who choose the manuals that suit them. He also asks them to start instilling loyalty to the leader in them. The instructor notes that they are forbidden to use poison. San In-ho points out that the soldier's loyalty must be genuine. Throwing away the cup, San In-hyo asks the senior instructor to remember that this cave of hidden demons is special. Number 900 is already in the hiding place, standing in front of a large number of shelves filled with books. He believes that in order to express his gratitude to his master, he must learn the properties of demonic chi without strict manuals. Opening one of the books, number 90 hopes to learn about demonic works before leaving. Suddenly, on one of the shelves, number 90 sees a book with a bright red cover and worn edges. He recognizes it. Satisfied, number 90 left the divine vault of the Demon Sea, thinking that it had been a very productive day. He was pleased that he had been able to look through 30 secret manuals, but he was not upset that he had not been able to memorize them. After all, he understood their meaning. Number 900 made the instructors wonder why he was so satisfied. Climbing the stairs, number 900 reflected on the fact that harmony was the most important thing. Therefore, it was important not to disturb ki, but to find balance between the soul and the body. He thinks about how it was previously believed that demonic martial arts gain their power through explosiveness, destroying harmony, and making it unstable. But that's not what he understood from the secret texts in the vault. The essence of demonic martial arts lies in the harmony between stability and instability. Entering his room, number 900, he concludes that they have the same foundation. Lighting a candle and taking out the book, he still cannot believe what he has found. He looks at the book and rejoices at finding it. The Art of Six Seals and Destruction. It was created by a former disciple of the Master of the Spear sect and part of a demonic cult. Number 90 considers himself lucky to have found this book. If what is known is to be believed, this art cannot exist because of the Master Spear sect. After all, it is known as a sect that passes on martial arts to only one disciple. But this is not mentioned anywhere in the sect's rules. It is very difficult to understand and pass on the art of the Master of the Spear, so usually only one student is taught. But there were those who took 2 or more students. He recalls that the 5th Spearmaster had 2 disciples. However, the disciple who did not receive the title of Spearmaster turned to demonic arts. He decided to create his own martial art. The result was the Art of Six Seals and Destruction. Number 90 believed that only the Spearmaster sect had records of this art, and he did not expect to find them in a demonic cult. In his opinion, there must be some connection between the Spearmaster sect, the cult of the Holy Demon, and the Master of the Six Seals and Destruction. But still, sitting on the bed and holding the book in his hands, number 900 believes that the secret text in his hands is more important now. He hopes that the Art of the Six Seals and Destruction will become his sharp blade that will pierce the heart of Chwa Dogyo. Thinking about this, number 90 began to get excited and angry. It was difficult for him to control his emotions. However, he managed to calm down and decided to wait until his hatred grew deeper. He once again vows to avenge the death of his master no matter how long it takes. Number 90 is even willing to use the cult and the holy demon himself. He thought about it long and hard. These thoughts evoked a variety of emotions in number 900. Nevertheless, he continued to sit on his bed and carefully read the secret text he had taken from the cult's vault. After a while, he finished reading, blew out the candle, and darkness enveloped the room. After visiting the divine vault of the demonic sea, the children had more free time. They used this time to practice their martial arts. Number 17 watched number 900 train. But he did not notice this because he was focused on studying the secret text. He believed that the art of the 6 seals and destruction was well designed. It contained 2 types of arts with the same root. During one of his training sessions, number 90 wondered if he could combine them. He uses a technique used in the Spearmaster sect, namely the sacred spear of the end of the night. It is a martial art of movement and maneuverability that overwhelms the opponent with a large number of spear strikes. Next, the art of the 6 seals and destruction burns the earth like a fire. This is a martial art of brute force. Although power, maneuverability, brute force, and mobility are incompatible, number 90 wants to try to combine them. Wiping his hands bloody, he realizes that this is more difficult than combining the dark flower and the pure power of Shi. But he wants to learn a more powerful martial art. Despite the pain, number 90 continues to train. He hopes to master the divine spear of the end of the night and the art of the 6 seals and destruction. And so the next 3 years of number 900's life passed. During this time, he grew up and matured, and now he is no longer a child but a young man. As the children of the hidden demons grew older, their bodies underwent certain changes. But unlike other children their age, they hid the aura of monsters. It wasn't just physical changes that took place. Groups and factions formed based on interests. Over the course of 3 years, all the children gained strength, which eventually led to the formation of factions. But not all of them joined the groups. Some considered themselves too strong and didn't want any trouble. Others, on the contrary, were considered weak and therefore lived alone. One day, Unsun arrived early at the common room and overheard a conversation between members of one of the groups. The boys in this group were discussing number 900. They were saying bad things about him. One of the boys complained that number 900 had humiliated him somehow, so now he wanted to take revenge. They saw Unsun and threatened him, saying that they were not the same as before and that he would not be able to defeat them after training alone. But Unsun decided not to respond to these words and simply ignored them. At that moment, the guy who had threatened Unsun asked his friends if they would help him. He was sure that the two of them together would definitely defeat him. Just then, they remembered about their joint meeting and headed off to join the others. On his way to the meeting, number 90 remembers that this is the first meeting in the last year. He begins to think about what could have happened to make them decide to gather everyone together. But he realizes that there is no point in worrying about what happened because the instructor will tell them everything. Just then, the crowd of students began to panic and look nervously at the person who had come to them. They started calling each other and pointing to the person behind them. Many students were frightened by number 900, who was approaching the front line from behind. The students were very surprised and couldn't take their eyes off number 900. Among them was number 185, who was surprised and confused at the same time. He did not consider number 900 to be all-powerful. Unsun noticed that number 185 still wants to take revenge on him, which could not fail to surprise him. At the same time, he believes that this can be considered prudence. After all, a bigger problem for Unsun than number 185 is number 17. When she saw the number 900, she immediately approached him and greeted him in a friendly manner. He tried to distance himself from number 17, but he asked what she was planning to bother him with this time. Although number 900 started to walk away from her, number 17 said she just wanted to say hello. All the students gathered in the common room and began to discuss something loudly among themselves. Suddenly, the senior instructor kicked the pedestal and stones fell from the rocks. He asked for silence in the hall. Everyone stood at attention, and Unsun thought that the senior instructor's kick was as strong as ever. The instructor began to praise all the students, saying that, in his opinion, they had all tried hard, and therefore he noted that now everyone could remove their metal bracelets. Everyone was very happy to hear this news and began to remove their metal bracelets. Of all the children, only number 900 found this news not joyful, but rather unexpected and strange. The instructor announced that now a second test of life and death awaited them. It would begin with independent training. This news wiped the joy from the students' faces and everyone tensed up. Number 90 also tensed up. He began to remember his previous trial. He remembered the feeling of doom before the Grey Wolf and wondered how many students would die this time. Hearing what the test would involve this time, number 900 thought that independent training would not be easy for them. The second test of life and death was to begin in 4 years, and its first stage was separate training, and they would begin in 5 days. The instructor noted that everything necessary for these training sessions would be provided. They only needed to ask. After that, the instructor sent everyone to dinner. When the students began to disperse, number 90 approached the instructor, surprising him. The senior instructor asked room 900 what he needed. In response, he heard that he had come for what he needed for training. The senior instructor was very surprised, and assumed that this was something that number 90 had been thinking about for a long time. Number 90 confirmed the senior instructor's assumption because he had indeed been thinking about it for a very long time. The other students saw what number 900 did and started talking nonsense about him. One of the guys in this group asked their leader if he hated number 900 as much as the others did. Their leader turned out to be number 185. He did not answer the question and simply remained silent. Then the boy suggested to number 185 that they teach the student they hated a lesson. Number 185 was surprised by this suggestion, as he did not think they could handle number 900. The guy noted that after removing the bracelets, he felt very good and agreed to teach number 900 a lesson without the leader's participation. But number 185 was not so confident in their abilities and reminded them that number 900 would also remove his bracelets. But the boy drew the attention of the whole group to the fact that number 900 still had not removed his bracelets. He notes that unlike him, they have taken off their bracelets, and even without their leader, there are 5 of them against 1 opponent. The group members were confident that they would hurt number 900 before he took off his bracelets. After listening to them, number 185 decided to let them do as they pleased and stay out of it. Number 185 thinks they are foolish. The 5 guys went after number 900, wanting to deal with him and give their leader a break. He, in turn, decided to use them as bait. At this time, number 900 is in his room, quietly enjoying his dinner. Suddenly, he hears someone calling him and looks toward the doorway. He sees several silhouettes of guys who seem to be frozen in the doorway and are not moving to pass. Number 90 realizes that these guys are quite hostile towards him. He is surprised that these students have decided to take advantage of the opportunity to take revenge immediately after removing their bracelets. Standing up, number 900 reminds the guys that this is their second chance. He looked closely at his guests and asked if they remembered what he had said about a second chance. For a moment, the guys tensed up, but they still didn't give up on the idea of destroying number 900. The 5 of them began to attack one opponent. The guys were quite confident in their actions. But at that moment, 4 of them found themselves behind number 900, who at that moment killed the 5th member of their group. Seeing this, the boys were frightened because number 900 had managed to kill his opponent in just one breath. Standing with his back to them, number 900 reminded them that he had spared their lives last time because they were still children. But he was surprised that they dared to come back to him. Besides, last time he warned them that there would be no second chance for them. Number 185 was sitting below, unable to understand why he could hear his friends screaming from number 900's room. He couldn't believe that he could defeat 5 of them. And then he sees number 900 coming down the stairs unharmed. He sees number 185 looking at him and doesn't understand why. And number 185 reaches for his weapon, reassuring himself that he can defeat his opponent because he has good skill. But number 900 approached number 185, who was now completely sweaty and frightened. He remembered that he had warned him first that there would be no second chances for them. After these words, number 185 tensed up even more. He was overcome with horror, but he dared to start justifying himself by saying that he had done nothing. But number 900 became angry that he was being taken for a fool. At that moment, number 185 grabbed his weapon, and regardless of everything, decided to attack number 900. Without hesitation, he rushed into battle with number 185. Number 900, confident in himself, kept his spear pointed at his opponent and quickly approached him. But number 185 did not retreat, even though number 900's actions frightened him. At that moment, something like a fiery tail appeared near his neck. At that moment, emotions of pain and incomprehension of what had happened appeared on the face of 185. Number 185 falls to the ground unconscious, and number 900 stands silently beside him. Number 900 looked contemptuously at number 185. He turned away from him and walked away as if nothing had happened. He had kept his promise. When number 900 started walking toward that spot, number 17 ran up. There she saw number 185 lying unconscious. At first, she just looked at it closely and tried to figure out what had happened. But then she decided to ask number 900 what had happened to number 185. 5 days later, on the second day of initiation through the gates of life and death, the students received the items they needed for their tasks. Number 900 received his items, which were handed to him by the senior instructor himself. The instructor has a good feeling about number 900. After checking all the tools, the students set off on their journey. So number 900 carries a spear and 4 metal bracelets weighing almost 19 kilograms. He hopes to become stronger after he gets used to them. He plans to complete the formation of his consciousness and body and achieve harmony. By the end of the closed training, his elevated soul and earthly body will be almost complete. And then, by the day of the completion of his elevated soul and earthly body, he hopes to be reborn in a new form. The elevated soul and earthly body do not simply rebuild the body. They artificially adapt the body to the study of martial arts. Perhaps the spell for rebuilding the body was used in the same way as the forgotten Shaolin spell that changes muscles and eliminates laziness. Reaching one of the caves, number 90 realizes that it was guarded by instructors because it was a passage to closed training session. Once inside cave number 900, he realizes that it is actually much deeper than he thought. He sees some hints of excavations and realizes that this is how they expanded the natural cave and made it artificial. Finally, the instructor leads the students to their destination, but when they arrive, it is completely unlit. The instructor noted that from that day on, the students would begin closed training in this very place. At that moment, a large number of torches were lit on the wall. This spectacle pleasantly surprised all the students who were there. The area was illuminated by light, and they saw in front of them a large number of entrances to the closed training grounds. The students were informed that there would be enough food and training rooms for each of them inside. The instructor also noted that after entering, the students would not be able to leave until the end of the training. He wished everyone good luck. At this time, number 900 had already approached the entrance to one of the rooms, but before entering, he stopped. He finally went inside, saying goodbye to the outside world, and began to look around. Number 90 could see nothing but darkness around him. This was the first task of the Gate of Life and Death. It consists of either preserving your consciousness and surviving or going mad and dying. First of all, room 900 is going to get used to the darkness that surrounds him everywhere. It begins to listen and hears the sound of water and wind between the rocks. And from the echo, it concludes that the cave is quite large. After some time spent in complete darkness, his eyes begin to adjust to it. He sees that there is a mechanism for pumping water in the cave. He also notices a strange wooden door, but since he has no plans to leave, he does not bother about it. After entering cave number 900, he has to spend 4 years alone. He does not waste any time, but trains constantly, hoping to achieve his goal. Between training sessions, number 900 does not forget about meditation, which he diligently practices. A blue ball of energy began to appear in his hands. Day after day, number 90 trains using his spear. Although his strength leaves him after such training, he still wants to achieve his goal. He encourages himself by telling himself that he can do it and that he must do it. And so 4 years passed in this room for solitary training. Number 90's body became much stronger and more masculine. He does not give up training and continues to meditate and work on his soul. It is as if a whirlwind appears around him, raising dust while he himself is illuminated by light. The entire time he is in the isolated training room, he does not remove the metal bracelets on his hands and feet. He takes out his food and assumes that this is the last meal that will come through the wooden door to this place. Washing down his food with water, he wonders whether the trial of life and death will end after these 4 years that have already passed. But just as he finishes his 900th meal, his attention is drawn to a passageway opening on the opposite side of the room from where he entered. So number 900 assumes that the training is not over yet. And although it has been beneficial for him and he has not yet completed his martial arts training, but first he decides to leave this place through the passage that is opened. So number 900 finds himself in a large tunnel that leads to an unknown destination. He had to walk through this tunnel for some time to reach his goal. Suddenly something flew past number 900's face and stuck into the wall. It was a large number of arrows that began to fly at number 900, who could only dodge the attacks. Now number 900 was certain that the closed training session was not over yet. He felt a strange aura and a peculiar smell, and he also saw small drops on the arrows and assumed that they were coated with poison. He gathered his courage and jumped over the pit in the cave in the middle of the tunnel he was heading towards. Landing on the other side, number 90 began to use his strength to neutralize them. After that, he confidently and quickly moved forward through the tunnel. He stopped in front of a river 30 meters wide with a strong current. If he took off his bracelets, he could jump across it. But number 90 had no intention of doing so. After all, if he failed, he would lose his chance to take revenge on his enemies. Thinking about this, Unsun became angry but still managed to restrain his emotions. Calming down, he decided that he had to do it in the hidden demon cave. If he didn't do it, he believed it would be better to just die right then and there. And at that moment, he ran to the edge of the river. Pushing off with his foot at the very edge of number 900, he jumped with all his might. He used storm travel while already somewhere above the center of the reservoir. He looked down carefully and watched the water move in the river. But at some point, he tensed up. Beads of sweat began to run down his face, and fear appeared in his eyes. And at that moment, he landed on the other side of the river. He was happy that he had done it, but tense because he had been close to death. After a successful landing without hesitation, number 900 ran deeper into the cave. Suddenly, he realized that the feeling of his soul being lifted, and his earthly body began to react to something. He stopped in front of a red door, sensing someone behind it and feeling a desire for blood. Now, number 90 understood that this was actually the second gate of life and death. He began to move forward. He was surrounded by complete darkness, unable to see anything around him. At this moment, someone was watching him. The person watching number 90 is behind him. His eyes have already adjusted to the darkness, so he can see number 90 clearly. This person is not friendly, and taking advantage of the opportunity began to draw his sword. At this moment, number 900 stands in front of the door and thinks that only the strongest will remain. But he does not seem very smart to the observer because everything is happening just like with the Grey Wolf. The observer also understands that only one of them will survive, so he decides to attack first. But number 90, without turning back, senses that someone is attacking him. The attacker is surprised by the reaction of number 900, which seems unusual to him. At that moment, number 90 turns around and deflects the attacker's attack with only the hand still wearing metal bracelets. Without hesitation, he began to attack the attacker in response, not allowing him to block the blows. Due to this attack, the guy drops his sword, but he bends down and reaches for his shoes. He pulls out a dagger, but number 90 uses the art of the 6 seals and destruction. He breaks his opponent's dagger by directing a rain of destructive stars at him. After that, number 90 throws his opponent back, and he falls to the ground unconscious. Number 90 sees a strange blinding white light in front of him after defeating his opponent. He is surprised because he hears someone congratulating him on surviving the second gate of life and death. In front of number 900 stands Son In-ho, who notes that this is the first time they have met like this. Looking at this man, number 900 does not understand who he is. He also does not know who the people surrounding him are. He does not recognize any of them. Next to him, he sees a young man whose face he also cannot recognize. Nevertheless, number 90 bows before Son In-ho and introduces himself. The number of children has decreased to a third, so there is no need to divide them into groups. After number 90's report, Son In-ho praised him and suggested he rest until the others arrived. Bowing before him once more, number 90 thanked him for his kindness. He realized that Son In-ho was even stronger than the senior instructor, and assumed that the strongest was in charge of the cave. But Son In-ho could see right through number 900. He understood that he was trying to assess his level. Standing up, number 90 began to move away from the center of the room. Unlike the guy who was also in the hall, number 900 passed the test without a scratch. While he stands by the wall and rests, he is considered a blessing for this cult. After a while, a girl came out into the hall and also realized that the test was over. She saw the boy by the wall and assumed that he was number 900. And when she didn't hear him answer her question, she was sure that he was number 900. He continued to stand silently and watch all those who came after passing the test. Son In-ho noticed 4 people who he thought were very strong. Among them were number 900 and number 17. Number 98 came out into the hall. He was exhausted, covered in wounds, and his clothes were torn. The instructor looked at him and told Son In-ho his number. He also concluded that some of the students had died along with their opponents. He praised those who survived and noted that they had all become demon captains. Son In-ho added that at the age of 20, they had become 2 of the 2,000 demon captains of their cult. He noted that, in his opinion, some of them would soon be able to become demon generals. He singled out 4 of the best numbers for himself, including ones 1709 and 900. Finally, he noted that the leader was giving them a reward, so today they could drink and eat as much as they wanted. At that moment, tables and various foods and drinks began to be brought into the hall. Now they can enjoy everything they want because tomorrow they will stand before the last gate of the Hidden Demon's Cave. This would be considered the 3rd gate of life and death. Now the students were left alone to rest. A large table was set for the students with various delicacies that they could eat without hesitation. For a moment, everyone stands near the table and just looks at it, not rushing to come closer. Then one of the students began to push the others aside to make way for him to reach the table. After that, some began to approach the table, getting closer, but still hesitant. Number 17 also approached the table and began to inhale the aroma of the delicious food with satisfaction. Some of the students remained standing aside, watching the others, not believing their eyes. But at some point, they looked at each other and smiled as if approving of each other's desires. The students were so happy about the food, especially the meat, that their cries of joy could be heard by San In-ho and the instructors who had already left the hall. At this time, San In-ho is discussing with the instructors that room number 900 has indeed changed. He couldn't even imagine who could have ranked him 900th in terms of talent. But the instructor said that he himself was surprised and would never have imagined that he would rise to the level of a demon general. But how surprised he was when San In-hyo pointed out that number 900 was actually more than just an ordinary demon general. After these words, all the instructors around him were surprised. One of them dared to ask if number 900 was really stronger than number 17. But San In-hyo cannot give a definite answer to this question right now, because they will only find out tomorrow. Number 90 thinks that thanks to the heavenly body of his soul, he got rid of his fatigue after the second gate. He hopes to pass the third test without using his fear skills and without removing his metal bracelets. Suddenly his attention is drawn to two numbers, namely 1 and 109. He believes that they could have been the leaders of the first and fourth groups. He believes that the number 900 is higher than many of the participants here. However, he considers one of them to be lower than himself. He assumes that he will be able to defeat him and Ayoung without even removing his bracelets. Number 900 thinks that he has a long way to go, so he decides to lie down and rest right on the floor of the hall. He remembered the words that one should not blame what is not his effort or training. After all, this could easily destroy him in a combat society. The next day, all the surviving students gathered at the place where the third gate of life and death would take place. They were warned that only the strongest would survive and the weak would perish. San In-hyo noted that this was true in any part of military society, and especially true in their cult. All the students standing in front of him listened attentively to San In-hyo's words, waiting for the next test. In addition, San In-hyo noted that the strong are treated in the best way. He also suggested that everyone present was probably wondering who was the strongest among them. The students in the stands froze, waiting for the answer, hoping to hear their name. They began to look at each other, searching for the one they thought was the strongest. But San In-hyo noted that they would see this in the third gate of life and death. They also call it the struggle of life and death. There are only two options here: live or die. You have to force your opponent to give up in this fight. But if your opponent does not surrender, you can grant them death, that is, send them to the other world. But before entering the arena, all students must remember one very important thing about this test. In the arena, there may be a living and a lifeless body of an opponent, a winner and a loser. These words made the students more confident. Their spirit of competition grew stronger, and their desire to win became even stronger. But San In-hyo did not finish his speech there. He noted that he had forgotten to tell them something. It turns out that whoever survives to the very end will be given a weapon made of black iron with an image of a flame on it. So those who really wanted to obtain this weapon had to try their hardest to demonstrate their strength and not lose to their opponents. Now the students began to explain the rules of the third gate of life and death. Be that as it may, the rules of the life and death struggle are actually quite simple. The instructors select two participants from among all the students to compete in a duel. After that, the winners compete again for victory, but this time against each other. This continues until there is only one student left standing. Number 900 entered the arena. His opponent began to giggle when he saw number 900 in front of him. He smiles, thinking he can easily defeat him, and even compares the situation to eating a pie. Number 900's opponent began to insist confidently that he should give up, because only then would he spare his life. But number 900 smiles and says he doesn't remember his face, and therefore assumes he's not from the second group. His opponent tensed up because he believed he had given number 90 a chance at life, which he should have taken advantage of. But when he sees that number 90 is going to fight, he confidently asked if he really intends to go down this long road. But smiling, number 900 remarks that his opponent is actually overestimating himself and his strength. This annoyed the guy because he didn't think number 900 would consider him weak. But suddenly he became frightened by what was happening around him and directly to him. With a serious look on his face, number 90 said that now he had a question for his opponent. He asked if he really wanted to go down the hard road. Everyone present watched their battle. San In-hyo was pleased that they were finally at the same level in the demon battles. With 2 more victories, number 90 will become the winner. Now he will compete against number 1. But his opponent, number 1, is very serious and does not understand why number 900 is smiling at him. Without hesitation, number 1 points his weapon at number 900 standing opposite him. But number 900 continues to smile, and despite this, he decides to ask number 1 why he is smiling. They stand facing each other. For some time, neither initiates an attack, but this does not last long. Number 1 noticed that no one in the group was looking down on him, Kwan Thay. He begins to attack number 900, saying that this will remain unchanged. But number 900 points out that number 1 has no idea how diverse the fighting community is. These words only raise questions for number 1. He doesn't understand why number 900 is saying this. After that, they both rush into the attack. Each of them is confident in their abilities and wants to win. At one point, number 1 finds himself face to face with the iron tip of number 900's spear, but he skillfully deflects number 900's attack with his weapon. Without hesitation, after parrying the blow, number 1 begins to attack his opponent in response. A fierce battle with cold weapons began between number 1 and number 900. But at some point, the spearhead of number 9 reappeared in front of number 1. At the same time, a huge whirlwind begins to form in front of number 1. Number 900 notes that someone like number 1 is nothing special in the fighting society. He believes that if you don't want to be looked down upon, you need to train as hard as possible. Number 900 uses the art of 6 seals and destruction, the month of death and the dark night. Number 1 was frightened by what had happened, and immediately this force struck number 1 and threw him back some distance. After that, number 1 was completely beaten. His body was covered in wounds and his clothes were torn. He flew into the wall behind him. It was easy to choose the winner, and the instructor announced number 900 as the winner. Seeing the battle of number 900, San In-ho pondered the art of the 6 seals and destruction. This art was not demonic at first, but it became so. No one could have imagined that his successor would end up in the cave of hidden demons. Next, the instructor called numbers 17 and 109 to enter the arena. With a smile, number 900 thinks that now he will be able to see how skilled number 17 is. During the battle between numbers 17 and 109, pillars of dust began to appear in the arena. They continue to fight and strike each other blow after blow. The instructors are watching their fight closely and have counted about 20 total blows, but it is still unknown who will win. Number 900 is already bored, but he assumes that Ayun will win this fight. At this moment, number 109 tries to block another blow from Aeon, but at that moment he injures his hand, which makes him go crazy and angry at Aeon. In a fit of rage, number 109 deflects Aeon's attack. Neither of them wants to give up, and they are ready to continue fighting. Determined, Aeon ignores number 109's remarks and continues to fight him. She strikes him with her sword again and again. It seems that she has not even tired during this time. But then Aeon delivers another blow to her opponent, the force of which is like a gust of wind. After a few blows, number 109 has no strength left to fight, but he still does not give up. In fact, Aeon is also tired, as can be seen from her face and the beads of sweat running down her face. Number 900 began to think that the battle between Aeon and number 109 would take no more than 10 seconds. At that moment, Aeon began to use the technique she had been diligently studying and practicing all this time. A red flame began to appear around her, turning black at the bottom. And then number 90 realized that Aeon was using the dark red heart flower, also known as the first link between the cult and the heavenly demon. He remembered how number 17 introduced herself for the first time and understood why she didn't give her last name. Now, even without any clues, number 90 knows that number 17's name is Cheon Aeon. The entire battle between Aeon and number 109 is watched intently by Sung In Hyo. Looking at the instructors who cannot hold back their smiles, number 90 realizes that they knew everything. After using the dark red heart flower, Aeon manages to knock her opponent to the ground. Looking at her, number 900 still cannot come to his senses. He finds it all amazing. Just then, he is called to the arena. Students and instructors gather to watch the battle between number 900 and number 17. Number 90 gives his all during the battle, using various fighting techniques. He constantly accelerates without slowing down for a moment to avoid Aeon's attacks. Aeon herself is very fast and serious. Although she is tired after the previous fights, she continues to fight. Number 90 looks at Aeon and remembers the legacy of the heavenly demon. He skillfully uses his spear to attack his opponent. Seeing number 90 jumping with a spear in his hands, Aeon is surprised. But she confidently remained in her place, pointing her weapon at number 900. Meanwhile, number 90 is already approaching Aeon. Number 90 is determined to win. He attacked number 17 with his weapon. This kicked up a cloud of dust. At that moment, number 900 remembered that the dark red heart flower was the cult's first connection to the heavenly demon. He assumes that Cheonayeon's body lacks chi to use it now. The instructor and San In Hyo are still watching their fight with excitement. And once again, number 90 launches an attack. He is already very tired from the battle. Aeon is also tired, but like number 900, she persistently continues to fight. Aeon manages to dodge number 900's attack by pushing off the ground and flipping backwards in the air. They continue to attack each other in turn, but each of them successfully dodges the opponent's attacks. After a while, number 90 wonders if he should still refuse to use the dark red flower. Aeon doesn't waste any time and keeps attacking. Number 90 thinks she wants him to show off his best attacks. At that moment, Aeon's expression changed. She was surprised by what number 90 was doing. He gripped his spear more tightly and a dark substance began to appear around him. He began to attack number 17, saying that he would wipe out the stars and the sun. Such an attack impressed San In Hyo and greatly surprised the instructor standing next to San In Hyo and watching the battle. After that, throwing her weapon to the ground and raising her hands, Aeon said that she was giving up because she couldn't defeat number 900. Aeon's actions surprised number 90, who did not understand why she had decided to lay down her weapon. But with a slight smile, she noted that she was bleeding internally. A spot of blood was visible on the corner of her lips. Now number 90 understood why Aeon didn't want to use the dark flower of the red heart. In his opinion, internal bleeding was a negative effect of using the heavenly demon's divine art without preserving chi. This was quite a disappointment for number 90, as he had hoped for a more interesting battle. Exhaling, he began to leave the arena, which was left with many craters after their battle. Since Aeon was the first to leave the arena, number 90 found himself right behind her. Turning to number 900, Aeon noticed that he now owed her a favor. Looking at her sideways and through clenched teeth, number 90 agreed with her. Aeon was surprised that he agreed, but number 90 immediately told her to erase the debt. With a slight smile and her arms crossed over her chest, Aeon looked at number 900 and said that he was indeed quite interesting. But number 9 just grunted and, without saying a word, walked away from her without even looking back. At that moment, the winner of the fight for life and death was announced to everyone in the hall. The champion of the hidden cave of demons was number 900. San In Ho himself approached number 90 and extended his hand to congratulate him on his victory. Bowing, number 900 remarked that he was actually just lucky. But San In Ho, looking at number 900, does not think that it was really luck. He asked him to be proud of himself because at the beginning of the cave, he was one of the weakest students. As it turned out, no champion in the Hidden Demons Cave started at level 900. The highest was around 200. San In Hyo also noted that despite this, he set a new record, and that could only mean two things. Either there is something about the number 900 that the others do not know, or his wisdom is greater than his fighting ability. When he asked what he thought number 900 was, he couldn't give a specific answer. But San In Hyo just laughed at number 900's answer. He decided to change the subject. So he handed number 90 the promised black iron with a flame engraved on it. After their conversation, number 90 returned to the other students. San Hyo stood in front of the students and gave a speech. He looked at the number of students sitting in front of him and praised them for completing the task well. He noted that only some of them had survived, but that meant that only the true leaders remained. But suddenly the students' mood changed. They were very surprised and alarmed by San In Hyo's next words. With a serious expression and a hint of satisfaction on his face, he announced that in 6 months the students would face their final test. The final test of the Hidden Demons Cave was a test in the real world. The Hidden Demons Cave is a year-long program, and the students had been in it for a little over 9 years. So, in order to complete it within 6 months, the students will stand before the last gate of the Hidden Demons Cave. In the middle of the desert, where a sandstorm is raging, a lone figure walks. To keep the sand out of his eyes, he has to wear a hood and bow his head down. But the storm is so strong that even the hood and lowered head are not enough, so he has to pull his scarf over his mouth and nose to keep the sand out. At some point, the sandstorm began to subside, and now a blue, cloudless sky was visible. From the name of the training, it becomes clear that the last gate of the Hidden Demon's Cave will be outside the cave. During this training, participants will gain real-world experience. Sometimes they will encounter dangers along the way and contribute to the cult of the Heavenly Demon. The contribution they make will be used 6 months later to evaluate the student's position in the cave. During this training, some of the participants received a letter ordering them to go to the Great Desert. Number 900 was among those who ended up in the desert. To quench his thirst, he had a small bottle of water with him. After drinking some water, he began to look around. The tasks in the Great Desert consisted of group and individual tasks. The task of the other students was to subjugate nearby groups. This may indicate that the cult is clearing the region. Eliminating threats in the rear before the start of a war is a basic military strategy. This is exactly how the cult plans to start the war. Number 90 was disappointed by this, but not surprised. That is why he was given the task of calming the sandstorm of death. In this desert, there is a group of thieves who have recently gained great power. This group of thieves uses horses to move around the desert. Because of this, the part of the cult located in the Great Desert is experiencing certain inconveniences. After considering everything, number 900 plans to first get rid of the sandstorm of death. When darkness fell on the desert and the moon shone in the sky, number 900 lit a fire. He thinks that the only reason the sandstorm of death could exist is that they were not worthy of their attention. And this continued until they grew from a small group into a medium-sized one. But he needed to know why this group had grown so quickly. He remembered the places San and Ho had mentioned if they needed any help from the cult. And then he remembered Lop Nur, one of the largest lakes in the Xinjiang region, which consists of deserts and is surrounded by many cities. In Kixuan, there is a bookstore called Khan's, a traditional place that CK Xuan has run for 5 generations. It is an ordinary bookstore now run by a man named Han Ho, who is now in his 60s. He also knows that this shop is actually a branch of the Heavenly Demon cult. Number 900 set off for this bookstore with the first rays of the sun. And now it has reached the gate leading to the city of Chika Xuan. But he thinks he has arrived here quite early. He entered the city filled with people, and despite the early hour, he must go straight to Khan's bookstore. Despite the early hour, there were already quite a few people in the square. People are walking around with their families. This city seems quite ordinary and simple. No one can even imagine that a branch of a demonic cult is located here. The number 900 was already approaching the building that housed Khan's bookstore. Upon entering, he saw many shelves filled with books, and there were also quite a few customers. An old man, who is the owner of the store, is sitting at a table. He is reading a book. When he heard that someone had come for a book they had ordered in advance, he immediately paid attention to them. He asked for the name of the book so he could understand what it was about. But when the salesman Khan heard the title of the book, Dirty and Insidious Stories, he was very surprised. But the man does not remember seeing any books with a similar title recently, so he decided to find out how long ago it was ordered. Number 90 thought for a moment and said that it was probably a long time ago, maybe about a year ago. Then the salesman headed for one of the doors, noting that the book might be in the back storage room. He asked number 900 to go with him and help find the book. Without hesitation, number 900 followed the salesman. But before taking number 90 further, the salesman asked to see his badge. Immediately after being asked to show his badge, number 90 took it out of his pocket and handed it to the salesman. Taking it in his hands, the seller narrowed his eyes and looked at it closely. Suddenly, his expression changed. He realized that number 900 was a demon general. He was surprised that number 90 had received such a title at such a young age. Without hesitation, he confirmed the identity of number 90. Now the salesman decided to find out what kind of information number 900 was interested in. Without any emotion on his face, calm and collected, number 90 said that he was interested in the sandstorm of death. Number 900 spends another night under the open sky in front of a bonfire. He stares intently at the fire and thinks about what has happened to him recently. He also remembers the evening when he was still Un-sun and when he and his master were attacked. That evening, his master died, and Un-sun also died. They paid with their lives for something they did not do. Number 900 thinks about leaving Shinzhou and going to Zhongyuan to meet those who took away his past life. He looks at the bonfire and thinks that he is wasting his time in this place. But after a moment, he decides not to think about it, let alone do anything about it. Even if he becomes as strong as he was in his past life, he still won't be able to defeat them alone. So number 900 decides that he will not rush things after all. He thought about starting by strengthening his power in the cult. Then he took out a scroll and unfolded it. He was surprised to see that the current leader of the Sandstorm of Death, who had joined them 5 years ago, was the Sword of the People, Hong Song. Hong Song was one of the 3 swords of Qingqian, the Blue Cloud Sword and the Red Sunset Sword. Compared to the 3 Shaolin swords, the Blue Cloud and Red Sunset swords are known to be among the most difficult to master. The current heir to the Qingqian martial art sect is the Great Elder Qingqian, the first disciple of Sun Chi-hak. Long ago, he chose the 3 swords of Qingqian as his heavenly swords and mastered them all. When he became a Grand Elder, he created a new branch of the 3 swords of Qingqian. They are now the Sword of Heaven, the Sword of Earth, and the Sword of Man. Of these 3 swords, the Sword of the People is Mi Hong Sun. Un-sun believes that his master's enemies are also his enemies, but he does not understand why one of them is here. The Sword of the People joined the Sandstorm of Destruction 5 years ago when it began to gather strength. After thinking it over, number 90 does not believe that this can be a mere coincidence, but he will only be able to find out why this group is here when he captures one of them and interrogates him. In the middle of the night, Un-sun reached the cliff, on top of which a small house was visible. Reaching the top of the cliff, Un-sun approached the house, which appeared to be in a state of disrepair. He began to peer inside the house through cracks and various openings to assess the situation. Number 90 senses people inside the house, but none of them seem to be the Sword of the People. After that, number 90 thought that he did not sense them, because the Sword of Men was not in this place. The men in the house were walking around, drinking, and wanting women to visit them. Some of the men can no longer stand and are sitting on the floor. Number 900 climbed onto the roof of the house, which had many holes through which he could see all the rooms in the house. This confirmed his guess that the Sword of Men was not among these men. For a moment, number 90 stood still and thought. And at that moment, he was struck by what he thought was a brilliant idea about what to do next. And then, inside the house, boards began to fall from the roof. They fell almost in the center of the house. Number 90 quickly descended from the roof along with the boards. He looked seriously at the people around him. In Un-sun's eyes, besides seriousness, There was incredible confidence in his actions. He thought about leaving only one person alive to get information from him and killing the rest. Seeing Un-sun, the people were frightened. Un-sun began to fight these people, fulfilling his promise to kill all but one. One by one, people began to suffer severe injuries that caused them intense pain. Then one of the men began to urge everyone else to kill number 900. The number 900 became the focus of attention of all the people in the house. All the men decided to attack it in order to destroy it. The men rushed toward number 900, not empty-handed, but holding their weapons. But number 900 was not afraid because he had a lot of combat experience. He skillfully blocks and repels his opponent's attacks. At the same time, he also attacks them in response. After defeating one opponent, the next one immediately attacks number 900. Spinning around his axis, number 90 became very fast and was able to attack 3 opponents at once. These men seem quite experienced for a group of ordinary thieves. On top of that, they also use the inner power of chi. The men do not stop and continue to attack number 900. Many of them believe that they can defeat him. But number 900 didn't even give them a chance to get close to him. He immediately struck back. He put the tip of his spear against the man who had attacked him last and asked who had taught him martial arts. The man pressed himself against the wall behind him in fear. For a moment, he just stared at number 900 without answering. Behind number 900 sits another frightened man. He is literally trembling with fear. Seeing him, number 900 turned around and approached the man. The man became even more frightened and practically lay down on the ground. He reached out his hand toward number 900 and began to speak, wanting to stop him. But when number 90 heard that these thieves had been trained in martial arts by Master Chuck, he was surprised and asked for the master's name. Number 90 described Master Chuck as a man with a thin chin, a thick beard, and thick eyebrows. Surprised by the accurate description of the master, the man confirmed that it was him, but he did not understand where he knew him from and assumed that he was part of the government forces. Smiling slightly, number 90 decided to ask the man one more question, but at that moment he heard some sounds that distracted him from the conversation with his opponent. He turned around and saw the silhouette of a man in the doorway. The man began to ask what was going on. Turning to him, number 90 smiled slightly. They hadn't seen Master Chuck in a long time. Number 90 took off his cloak and threw it on the floor to reveal his identity to Chuck. He raised his head proudly and, looking at Master Chuck, asked if he should be called the Sword of the People, Mi Hong-sun. Seeing number 900 and hearing what he says, Master Chuck becomes angry. Sometime before that, Hong-sun remembered his old master who had taught him so much. He remembered how the master ordered him to go to the Great Desert, where he had to find a group of thieves called the Sandstorm of Death. Once he found them, Hong-sun had to train them to become good warriors. Only then would the master agree to teach Hong-sun the final techniques of the Blue Cloud and Red Sunset sword styles. At that time, inspired by his future training, Hong-sun agreed to his master's conditions and promised not to let him down. But now he was beginning to regret and resent agreeing to such conditions. He took his jug of drink and spat it out before taking a sip. Then he raised the vessel to his mouth and took a few sips of the drink that calmed and excited him at the same time. Then he wondered whether he should still stay with these petty thieves. Being drunk, he slowly made his way along the path that led him to the little house on the hill. That was where room 90 was located. But since he didn't know what had happened there, he continued to drink and barely walk. As he approached the house, Hong-sun sensed something unusual for this place. A sharp smell of blood hit his nose, which could not be confused with anything else. He drops the cup on the ground and it breaks. Sun Hong runs into the house. He didn't understand what was going on because he saw a stranger in the house who had sent many people from the group of thieves to the other world. When room 900 began to speak to Sun Hong, he saw a dark aura around him. It seemed to him that he was filled with anger, and that was why he was doing all these things to the people in the group of thieves. Looking at him closely, Hong-sun did not recognize his enemy, so he asked him directly who he was. Clutching his spear tightly in his hands, number 90 turned to Hong-sun and promised that he would find out everything. His eyes were filled with rage, his veins bulged, and he began to use intimidation to intimidate Chi. He decided without hesitation to use this technique against Hong-sun, as he did not consider him a weak opponent. The aura of number 900 frightened Hong-sun, and he seemed to freeze in place. Looking at the sword he was holding in his hand, Hong-sun began to wonder if he was really afraid of such an aura. At that moment, he began to glow with a white light that began to move toward 900. Since he understood that room 900 was using intimidating chi, he decided to act as well. Number 90 assumed that Hong-sun was using Taoist ki, believing that such discipline was not suitable for Hong-sun. And to add fuel to the fire, he notes that he does not believe that Hong-sun has become stronger after using it. These words began to annoy Hong-sun, who looked weaker after using Taoist ki. But this only made number 90 happier, and he confidently and with a smile began to attack his enemy. Demonstrating his power, Sun Hong rushed into the attack at the same time as number 900. Number 90 began to use various tricks with his spear to intimidate him. He threw his spear over his shoulder and rushed at his opponent, wanting to stab him. Suddenly, number 90's spear and Sun Hong's sword collided in battle. At this moment, Sun Hong does not look like a frightened or exhausted man. He fights bravely. But number 900 was watching Sun Hong's actions closely, analyzing them so he could defend himself and attack. He thought that when the intimidation of Qi worked, Sun Hong's eyelids twitched for a moment. Number 90 also realizes that Taoist Qi is protecting Sun Hong from the effects of his Qi. This catches number 900's attention, and he wants to figure it out after the battle. But as he strikes number 900, Hong-sun does not think he will have the opportunity to do so. Number 90 continues to attack his opponent, wanting to defeat him and find out everything he needs to know. Despite number 90's confidence and dedication, Hong-sun has no intention of giving up and continues to fight. And then number 90 decides to use the Art of Six Seals and Destruction. In turn, Hong-sun uses the Sword of Blue Clouds and Red Sunset. At the moment when their arts collided, part of the roof of the house collapsed. Of course, Hong-sun, who is standing not far from the collapse, hears and sees this. When he turned to look at the roof that had just collapsed, he saw that the boards had crushed one of the people living in the house. This greatly angered Hong-sun, and he rushed to attack room 90 with renewed vigor. Number 90 believed that using demonic arts and the Art of Six Seals and Destruction, it would be difficult to break through his opponent's Taoist Qi. To avoid being injured by Hong-sun's next attack, number 90 jumped back and leaped upward. Without losing his composure, Hong Sun tried to attack his opponent from below, asking him if he knew where he was jumping. But number 90 used his martial arts skills to direct his power toward Hong Sun. But before delivering his strongest blow, he began to think about the correctness of his decision. Nevertheless, directing his spear at Hong Sun, he began to descend, performing the divine spear of the end of the night. The sword of blue clouds and red sunset is the opposite of the art used by number 900. But even realizing this, Un Sun again attacks Hong Sun, who is watching what number 90 is doing. To repel number 900's attack, Hong Sun begins to move quickly, hoping that this way he will not hurt him. Not a single word from Hong Seon makes number 90 doubt his actions. He continues to do what he intended and begins to descend directly onto Hong Sun. And then the divine spear of the end of the night and Hong Sun's Taoist chi collided. At one point, amid the bright light from the collision of Taoist Kui with the divine spear of the end of the night, drops of blood became visible. Hong Sun noticed these splashes. Fear appeared in his eyes, and he tried to understand where the blood came from and whose it was. At the sight of the blood, Hong Sun began to tremble with fear and was unable to do anything. The moment the number 900 fell to the ground, Hong Sun collapsed. As he fell, Hong Sun clenched his teeth and his eyes filled with not only fear but also pain. Suddenly, he couldn't hold back the pain in his emotions. Han Seong began to scream loudly. His scream shook everything outside the house, and the number 900 remained where it was. Hong Seon lay on the floor unable to get up because something had happened to his leg. Now all he could do was look up at his opponent from below. Approaching Hong Sun, number 90 placed his spear on his shoulder and began to look at him intently. After a short pause, number 900 smiled slightly and remarked that Hong Sun had become much lighter. But Hong Sun became angry and began to shout insults, asking how number 90 dared to do such a thing. Looking seriously into Hong Sun's eyes, he asked him what exactly he meant. But at that moment, behind number 900, Hong Sun saw a huge tiger with eyes that glowed purple. Hong Sun doesn't understand who is standing in front of him. He tries to crawl away from number 900, but the beam that is pinning him down is heavy, and he cannot get out. Number 90 lifts his cloak and throws it over himself. He watches to see if Hong Sun can escape. However, he decides to completely defeat Hong Sun, so he strikes him with his spear. Number 90 is confident that losing limbs in martial arts battles is not uncommon. He did not kill Hong Sun, but he put a lot of effort into showing him his strength. Number 90 points out that they fought for their lives and therefore cannot just laugh and go their separate ways. Holding Hong Sun, number 90 says that he is the winner. But these words seem strange to Hong Sun. At that moment, number 90 realized that Hong Sun was just a loser. So now number 90 is going to defend his rights as the winner. At that moment, he pushes Hong Sun so hard that he falls over and rolls away. And yet number 90 insists that their fight cannot end in a trivial truce. But Hong Sun still doesn't understand what he's talking about and asks him to explain everything. It seems to him that number 90 is talking as if they have already met. Hong Sun thinks that he has seen similar spear skills in the past. He has hope that his opponent will spare his life. He remembers how the spear passed smoothly through his sword blows and is sure he has seen this before. He looks at number 90 who is pointing his spear at him and begins to speak to him, stuttering. And Hong Sun fearfully assumed that he was facing a disciple of the Spearmaster. With a slight smile on his face, Un Sun confirmed this assumption. But Hong Seon doesn't get how there could be another student in the Spearmaster sect. He thinks it's impossible. He is certain that there can only be one disciple in the Spearmaster sect, but Un Sun did not want to argue with him. Instead, he said that he would still defend his rights as the winner. Holding the spear to Hong Seon's neck, number 90 becomes curious about why they attacked the master of the spear sect last time. But Hong Sun says that the sect practiced demonic arts that weren't used by the lowest and dirtiest demons. At that moment, pain pierced Hong Sun's body again as number 90 tried to sever one of his arms. He points out that he is lying because it is a false accusation. Number 90 demands that Hong Seon tell him everything he knows. In case of another deception, he threatens to sever Hong Sun's limbs one by one. The pain continues to spread through Hong Seon's body, and number 90 asks him to tell the truth, saying that he will then allow him to die without pain. Now Hong Seon explains that he knows almost nothing because they were only following the master's orders. He continues to say that their only order that day was to surround the mountain. This had to be done so that the master and the disciple of the master's sect, who had learned 10 demonic skills, could not escape. After listening to Hong Sun, Un Sun thought about his words. He did not think that Hong Sun was lying. Exhausted, Hong Sun looks at the number 900 above him. His eyes are filled with pain and anger. After that, Un Sun decided to ask Hong Sun one more question. He asked why Hong Sun was here, but Hong Sun did not immediately understand what he meant by the number 900. And at that moment, he saw the hand of 900 reaching out to him. He grabs Hong Seon by the neck and asks him why he is wandering around with these thieves who are also in the house. Number 90 also wanted to know why he was teaching them martial arts, but Hong Seon couldn't answer. This greatly annoyed number 90. Anger appeared in his eyes. With his hand around Hong Seon's neck, he barely manages to say that he is just following his master's orders. At that moment, number 90 loosened his grip and let Hong Seon go so he could continue talking. He said that he had been ordered to train them so that they could later be used as rebels. Number 90 moved a little further away from Hong Sun and thought about his words. After thinking it over, number 90 looked up at the starry night sky and decided to get to the bottom of this. But Hong Sun broke the silence and asked number 90 to kill him painlessly as promised, if he had no more questions. But number 90 was in no hurry to comply with Hong Sun's request, because he did not understand why he should do so. But Hong Seon reminded him that he had promised to kill him painlessly if he heard the answers to his questions. Looking at Hong Sun with indifference, number 90 noted that he had indeed promised to do so. Clutching the spear in his hands, number 90 pointed it straight at Hong Sun. He said that someone like him didn't deserve for him to keep his promise. Number 90 approached Hong Sun closer. He began to remove his outer clothing. Strange particles began to penetrate his body, and Hong Sun felt a sharp pain in one of his shoulders. He began to scream loudly because he could not contain the emotions caused by the pain. Number 90 just stared at him at first, but after a moment, Hong Sun's screams began to annoy number 900, and he demanded that he shut up. He sits next to him and notes that Hong Sun must surely be aware of his broken bones and torn muscles. Even from the name alone, it is clear that this separates and destroys muscles and bones. He stands up and says that it's from the Spearmaster sect. Hong Sun will feel pain for 2 hours and then finally die. After saying these words, number 90 turns around and walks away, leaving Hong Xian in this state. When the sun rose, Unsun was already in one of the houses, thinking that he had completed his personal mission and dealt with the deadly storm. He sat at the table, writing something down and crossing out one of the names on his paper. Number 900 did this very intently, pressing so hard on the paper that the pen began to squeak. Then he exhaled, closed his eyes, and silently began to think about something. And after a while, he walks through the desert and thinks that it would be nice to have a little more free time. He would use this time to visit the vault. Walking under the scorching sun, number 900 thinks about how everything takes more time than he thought. Because in the desert, the temperature is extreme around the clock. There are bound to be restrictions on travel if a person is not immune to cold and heat. As soon as it got dark, number 90 lit a fire again and began to think that he would still have time to visit the shelter. But before doing anything else, he must go to the appointed place where a mission awaits him. Thieves who committed a crime in the Patala Palace and escaped were the treacherous llamas of the Five Devils. So the mission of number 900 is to attack these thieves. Two guards stand at the gate leading to the Kashgur cultists' camp. Suddenly, they tense up because they see a stranger approaching the gate. They pointed their weapons at the stranger and tried to find out who he was. The stranger turned out to be number 900, who smiled slightly when he heard the guard's question. At that moment, number 90 silently threw something into the guard's hands. They did not expect number 90 to do this, but one of them quickly grabbed the board that had been thrown at him. While he was examining the board and wondering about it, another guard tried to say that number 90 couldn't just throw something at them like that. And then he saw his partner's reaction to the board. He became curious about what had happened. Taking his board, number 90 noticed that he had heard that the first demonic squad was gathering right there. The guards immediately began to call number 900 sir and show him the way. Then they began to whisper among themselves because they didn't understand who he was. They began to compare him to Mok Dayun, the head of the Kashgar department they served. Room 90 looked around and thought that, compared to Lopnor, this city did not hide its involvement in the cult. They approached the gate and, seeing the number 900, realized that this was definitely the territory of the cult. The guards opened the gate and motioned for number 900 to go inside. At first glance, it seemed that the light behind the gate was brighter. When the gate opened completely, number 900 saw a young man standing by a tree with his arms folded across his chest. Then the young man saw number 900, recognized him, and was very surprised to see him there. Number 90 also recognized the young man as Kwante Ryung, whom he had not seen for a long time. Although Kwante Ryung was surprised to see number 90, he was very happy to see him because he was the leader of the squad. Number 90 looked at Kwante Ryung and smiled slightly at his words. He looked at him and realized that he had been through a lot, and had become more humble compared to the situation on the brink of life and death. Looking around, number 90 was a little confused and even disappointed. He noticed many people and realized that he was the last to arrive at this place. As soon as people saw the number 900 in this place, they immediately got up from the benches. Guante Ryang stood with them and was pleasantly surprised by the behavior of the people standing around him. Led by Guante Ryang, everyone bowed to number 900. He also noted that the first hidden demonic squad was ready. Number 90 was pleasantly impressed by such devotion and respect. The smile on his face did not fade. Looking once more at all these people, number 90 said he was glad to see them all here, but he wondered why they had all gathered in this square instead of resting at home. Without hesitation, Guante Ryang said that it was his idea because they would soon be leaving on an important mission, and therefore should not relax. After taking a deep breath, number 90 thought that this was a pretty good idea. Hearing praise for his idea, Guante Ryung broke into a smile. When everyone got up, Room 90 noted that rest and recovery were also important because they often lost to weak opponents due to poor condition. He noted that everyone must keep themselves in good condition in order to cope with everything. Regardless of whether they had spent most of their lives disciplining themselves, rest could cause discomfort, but now it was time to learn to take care of their bodies. These words made those around him think. While they were examining their injured hands, number 90 pointed out that if they did not learn this, problems would await them someday. He suggested that everyone take a break today as each of them was tired after their individual missions. Just then, he heard a voice asking if he could provide rooms for everyone to rest. Number 90 did not expect to hear such a question. When he turned around, he saw a shadow on the second floor balcony. Guante Ryang and another guy rushed to the balcony, but number 90 stopped them. A man appeared on the balcony, smiling and waving to everyone. He looked at those below and confirmed that the rumors about the fighters were true. Number 90 introduced himself as Hyuk Woonsun, the head of the first hidden demon squad. He was glad to see Mok Dae-yoon, the fire demon of scars. The man introduced himself as Mok Dae-yoon, head of the Kashgar division. He noted that according to rumors, Woonsun was the strongest of the cave disciples. Smiling, Woonsun said he was pleased with such exaggeration. Jumping down, Dae-yoon remarked that Woonsun was one of those who would take over the leadership of the cult in the next generation. He then extended his hand and smiled, adding that he was happy to work with him. Of course, Woonsung extended his hand in response, and they shook hands. Woonsung was also pleased with their collaboration. Laughing, Dae-yoon remarked that a department head couldn't do much from where he was. Hurrying to respond, Woonsung asked him not to be modest and mentioned the thousand-eared spider. Dae-yoon was pleasantly surprised as he did not expect Woonsun to know about it. Woonsung mentioned that Elder Sang had told him that he had worked in the Department of Thousand-Mile Communication. Bowing to Dae-yoon, Woonsung said that this is why he needs his help on this mission. In Dae-yoon's opinion, the fact that Woonsung mentioned the thousand-eyed spider meant that he needed the information he had. He gladly agreed to discuss it over a cup of tea and talk to his people about their unit's accommodations. Turning to his people, Woonsung asked if they had heard Dae-yoon and told them to rest well before the next mission. But that doesn't mean they should be lazy. On the contrary, they should stay in shape and be ready for battle at any time. After talking to his men, Woonsung turned and followed Dae-yoon, while the others promised to heed Woonsung's advice. Dae-yoon overheard his words about rest. He turned halfway around and watched Woonsung. Entering the room, Woonsung sat down on a chair near the table while Dae-yoon brewed tea. While brewing tea, Dae-yoon glanced at Woonsung and remembered what he had been told about him having the level of a demon general. He also noticed that Woonsung still wears metal weights on his arms and legs. In his opinion, Woonsung surpasses Kwon Tae-ryan, who is on the same level as him. Despite this, he continues to maintain discipline. While Dae-yoon is thinking about how Woonmong is not an ordinary guy, he sits silently on a chair, not understanding what is going on. Then Dae-yoon breaks the silence and puts a cup of tea in front of Woonsong and offers him a sip. Woonsong gladly accepts. He took the cup of hot Baihao Yinjin tea. He began to inhale its aroma and take his first sip. He thought about how his master had also loved this tea. Sitting comfortably in his chair, Daebong asked Woonsong what information he needed. Wonsun looked directly at Dae-yoon and said that it was information about the 5 devils. That is, about 5 renegade monks who are highly skilled in martial arts. Hearing this, Dae-yoon grabbed his head, noting that this was a difficult situation. Dae-yoon pondered the fact that the cult wanted to get rid of a certain number of disciples. He understood that the cult wanted to create high-quality fighters. But even without Dae-yoon's comments, Woonsung understands that this mission will indeed be difficult. He looked intently at Dae-yoon and realized that this was precisely why he needed help and information. Looking into Woonsung's eyes, Dae-yoon is very surprised. He begins to remember the last time he saw such fire in someone's eyes. This is something that only a true martial arts genius can control. About 10 years ago, there was a group of people who were following their own path. They were ready to sacrifice themselves for their goal. They overcame all the obstacles that arose in their path. The only ones who survived were one above all others. The most powerful in the cult of the Holy Demon are known as the 10 Demon Masters. Looking at Woonsun, Dae-yoon realized who Woonsun really was. So he decided to give him the information he needed. At this time, in another place, the people from Woonsun's squad were offered a snack, but they sat tensely for some time. When the food was placed on the tables, the waiters kindly noted that they could be called if needed. Gwantae Ryun felt very uncomfortable with the friendliness of these people, as he had never been treated like this in his life. Then he heard a familiar voice saying that they all had funny expressions on their faces. Gwantae Ryun saw Woonsun, the head of their unit, standing in front of him. He leaned toward Woonsun to quietly mention that he thought it was all too much attention. All the waiters stood aside and smiled sincerely, waiting for someone to need help. Unlike them, the members of Woonsun's squad sat shy and embarrassed. Seeing this, Woonsun waved his hand to all the servants to leave the room. But the servants were in no hurry to leave. So Woonsun said he would explain to the department manager that they had only asked for food. The servants obeyed Woonsun and began to leave the room, leaving only the members of the squad and Woonsun behind. Sitting down at the table, Woonsung said that he had obtained information about the 5 devils. When the members of the squad heard about the 5 devils, they were surprised and began to discuss it. But Woonsun asked everyone to relax and eat before discussing anything. After everyone had eaten, the servants returned to the room and cleared the dirty dishes from the tables. When all the servants left the room, Woonsun stood up, hoping that everyone had eaten their fill. So now, taking out a scroll, he suggested talking about their mission. He began by saying that their next mission was to destroy 5 devils. He unfolded the scroll on the table and explained that the 5 devils were a group of 5 Tibetan blood lamas. They were formerly bloody lamas who practiced asceticism in the Patala Palace in Tibet, but fled after committing a crime. They are all known as highly skilled martial artists: the black devil, the white devil, the blue devil, the red devil, and the yellow devil. The youngest, the yellow devil, is at the same level as their senior instructor, but the blue, red, and white devils are not much stronger. Woonsung suggests surrounding these 4 in a ring formation to buy some time. Gwantae Ryun, on the other hand, will have to take care of the blue devil alone. Smiling, Gwantae Ryun notes that he has heard that blue is the strongest, so he thinks it will be a good fight. But Woonsung points out that the problem is the Black Devil because he is their leader, a high-level fighter who can use the aura of his sword. So Woonsung confidently decides to take on the Black Devil himself. One morning, Gwantae Ryun barely woke up at dawn from the first rays of the sun. He slowly opened his eyes and got out of bed. He took his clothes from the hanger and began to get dressed to leave his room. Opening the door, Gwantae Ryun still stretches and tries to cheer himself up. Then he saw Woonsun outside and was surprised that he was already awake so early. Woonsun had already gotten up early to train in the courtyard. He visualizes his rival, whom he hates with all his heart and wants to defeat him. Gwantae Ryun watches him closely and remembers that he used to think of him as a monster. But now he is sure that Woonsun is not just a monster, but a workaholic monster. Now Gwantae Ryun begins to think that compared to Woonsung, he is not trying hard enough because he was once 900th and became first. He considers Woonsung an incredible person and now strives to work harder. And then Gwantae Ryun heard and saw a bird in the sky that was blocking the sun. He immediately turned to Woonsung, but even without Gwantae Ryun, Woonsung heard the bird. At that moment, he put his hand out for the bird and it landed on it. The bird brought Woonsung a letter, which he took and immediately began to read. While Woonsung was busy with the letter, the bird pushed off from his hand and flew away. At that moment, Woonsung's face changed dramatically. What he saw in the letter shocked him. All the other members of their group ran up to them with a bunch of questions. They also heard the cries of the Black Falcon and became curious about what had happened. After reading the letter, Woonsung handed it to Gwantae Ryun and said that there was good news and bad news. Looking at the people in his squad, Woonsung assumed that they wanted to hear the bad news first. Folding his arms across his chest, Woonsung looked intently at his subordinates. He noted that the bloody llamas already knew about their detachment, so an ambush was no longer an option. Among the crowd of surprised soldiers, Woonsung saw someone raise their hand and asked them to speak, assuming they had a question. The girl who raised her hand asked how the 5 devils could have found out about them, and then they assumed that one of the double agents who was following them had been caught. After all, there were traces of interrogation on the agent's lifeless body, so it was likely that he had revealed some information. Such assumptions stunned the girl who asked the question. After this conversation, Gwantae Ryun turned to Woonsung and remarked that he did not see any positive news in this letter. But the good news was that the 5 llamas were now at a hotel in Sichi and were not hiding, which indicated that they were carefree. Previously, due to the chaos in the cult's territory, Woonsung considered them brave, but now his opinion has changed. According to Woonsung, they appeared openly on the cult's territory because the city of Sich is only 3 days away. Therefore, he believes that they cannot even compare to a single high-ranking demon fighter, and there was plenty of training in the cave to defeat them. Woonsung's speech encouraged his subordinates, and the fear on their faces was replaced by determination. At that moment, Woonsung turned abruptly and began to move, urging the others to follow him. He declared that they would return with the 5 heads of the 5 devils. Woonsung's subordinates listened to him and followed him. At this time, the Blue Devil, who looked like an old man, was thinking that the so-called cult dogs might appear before them today. The Black Devil, who was sitting and eating meat with his bare hands, believed that they would come here when the time came, because everything was in Buddha's will. A group of 5 devils sat at the dinner tables and pondered what would happen when the cult's disciples came to visit them. Lustful thoughts began to creep into the mind of the Yellow Devil, who was a burly man. He hoped that there were women in the cult with whom he could have fun. Hearing about the Yellow Devil's desire for women, the White Devil says that Buddha will help him. Laughing, the Yellow Devil hopes that this will indeed come true, after which he asks for more drinks. The tavern keeper stammered and brought more drinks with trembling hands. But the Yellow Devil thought that this was not enough. The innkeeper explained that he had run out of supplies. The Yellow Devil began to manipulate them, saying that they were incapable of greater virtues. At that moment, he noticed that Buddha was doing a lot for them. Then the Yellow Devil suggested that the innkeeper was a servant of the demon. Folding his hands as if in prayer, the Yellow Devil decided to disregard the commandment against taking life and send the innkeeper to Buddha. But before he could do anything, the Black Devil stopped him, noticing that guests had arrived. After these words, the Blue Devil tensed up and immediately grabbed his weapon. At that moment, the door leading to the room where the 5 devils were sitting shook and broke. As if in a fog, silhouettes became visible behind the broken door, and the devils assumed that the cult dogs had come to visit them. One son emerged from the cloud of dust. He said that they would send the 5 devils to meet Buddha. Cult members began to rush into the room where the devils were standing in the center. Some of the cult members entered from other points, not on the same level as the others. They surrounded the 5 devils in a circle, as Von had suggested. But while the 5 devils stood watching those entering through the gate, the others began to attack from the air. But suddenly, unexpected fear and surprise appeared in the eyes of those attacking from the roof. There was nowhere for them to go, as they were already flying down toward the 5 devils. It turned out that the Blue Devil had seen the cultists trying to attack them from above. He began to use his power, considering his enemies' plan to be cheap tricks. While he was performing his tricks using his power, Guante Ryang was watching him. He is determined to fight and intends to follow the plan. When Guante Ryang started moving toward the Blue Devil, the latter immediately noticed him. But he did not expect Guante Ryang to dare to attack him so quickly. Still, he managed to block his blow. At this time, the other cult fighters reached the other devils and surrounded them. They were all set against each other and were not friendly at all. Then, looking around, the Yellow Devil realized what the cult fighters had been trying to do from the very beginning. He saw Woon-sun standing alone with the Black Devil. Their weapons clashed loudly in a fierce and hateful battle. Looking straight into Woon-sun's eyes, the Black Devil assumed that it was he who had threatened to send him to Buddha. But Woon-sun asked the Black Devil if he really wanted to meet Asura in hell instead of Buddha. Without thinking twice, the Black Devil replied that Woon-sun would be better off visiting him there, and that he could help him with that. And at that moment, without giving Woon-su time to recover, the Black Devil used his power against him. Thanks to this power, Woon-sun was unexpectedly thrown back several meters. Thus, Woon-sun became convinced that the Black Devil was indeed powerful, and that the rumors about him were true. But at that moment, Woon-sun aimed his power at his opponent, which confused him. The Black Devil was surprised by this, as could be seen from the change in his expression. The amount of inner strength possessed by the young Woon-sun confirmed the Black Devil's assumption that he was from a demonic cult. He thought that if he didn't get rid of Woon-sun now, he might regret it later, and began to direct his energy into his sword. Seeing what the Black Devil was doing, Woon-sun realized that he was planning to use the aura of his sword. But Woon-sun did not lose his composure and began to rely on his spear. Laughing, the Black Devil assumed that all Woon-sun could do was use his spear and decided that this was not enough to match him. He also noted that he did not enjoy torturing men and promised to finish off Woon-sun quickly. Without wasting time on talk, Woon-sun rushed at the Black Devil, surprising him. This made the Black Devil decide that Woon-sun simply lacked the patience to deal with him. He closely watches Woon-sun's every move and defends himself with his sword. But Woon-sun is not easily intimidated. He holds his spear firmly in his hands and tries to attack the Black Devil. But in an instant, the confidence on Woon-su's face turns to confusion and slight fear. This happens because the Black Devil demonstrates his ability to move quickly, appearing on a beam on one of the walls. From this position, the Black Devil attacks Woon-sun, asking him if he is ready to embark on his final journey. At that moment, Guante-ryang senses something is wrong and turns around to see what is happening between the Black Devil and Woon-sun. He sees a strange sight. Woon-sun stands on one knee with his weapon held aside, while the Black Devil stands over him, ready to attack. At that moment, the Black Devil attacks his enemy with another blow. But Woon-sun, despite his fatigue, manages to block the Black Devil's blow. Although he blocked the blow, the shockwave threw Woon-sun back some distance. The situation began to seem difficult to him. But he sees that the aura of the Black Devil's sword is beginning to weaken, and besides, he has almost used up all his chi. So Woon-sun thinks about his next move. But before his chi disappeared, Woon-sun realized that he would be seriously injured by then. He began to think about all the possible scenarios of what could happen next, and yet Woon-sun decides to do what he has just been thinking about. At that moment, Woon-sun decisively and sharply spread his arms and shook something off them. The metal bracelets that he had not taken off for a long time flew from Woon-sun's hands. The Black Devil saw what Woon-sun had done, but he did not immediately understand what he had thrown off. He even thought that these heavy objects were some kind of weapon to destroy his opponent. But then he saw that they were metal bracelets. He became angry because he realized that Woon-sun had been hiding his true strength. Woon-sun understands that the Black Devil is worried because he has been using the sword's aura for a very long time. In his opinion, it is normal to hide one's advantages. He is surprised that the Black Devil has wasted his chi so thoughtlessly. He considers these monks to be unintelligent. But Woon-sun decided to act instead of continuing with empty talk, so he attacked the Black Devil. And now, from the force of Woon-sun's blow, it is the Black Devil who tries to repel the attack who flies back. But even after that, the Black Devil does not give up and continues to hold his sword confidently. Standing opposite the Black Devil, Woon-sun decided to use the intimidation of chi. The intimidation of chi gradually began to affect the Black Devil, whose emotions at that moment changed from rage to fear. It began to envelop the Black Devil more and more, who, although he was a renegade monk, had still had to study chi. And then, the intimidation of chi having enveloped all the limbs of the Black Devil, approached and squeezed his neck. This was followed by a split in the mind which, according to Wonsun, the Black Devil could not resist precisely because of his study of Buddhist Ki. At that moment, the Black Devil seemed to go mad. He began to shout loudly at Wonsun and try to attack him. The Black Devil instantly approached Wonsun and, holding his sword confidently in his hands, swung it to harm Wonsun. But the Black Devil's reaction did not surprise Wonsun. He was only impressed by the speed of this reaction, as it was faster than he had expected. While Wonsun calmly thinks about his actions, the Black Devil, holding his sword firmly in both hands, throws it behind his head and attacks his opponent. He threatens Wonsun with death and promises to get rid of not only him but also his spear Ki. But Wonsun does not relax and begins to move towards the Black Devil, swinging his spear. At that moment, Wonsun began to use the aura of his spear, as there was no point in holding back any longer. When their weapons crossed, the Black Devil realized that Wonsun had used the aura of his spear and was very surprised. As fear began to appear on his face, Wonsun's spear broke the Black Devil's sword and struck him. Losing consciousness, the Black Devil wanted to say something else, but Wonsun did not listen to him and, turning away, wished him to go to hell. After the battle with the Black Devil, Wonsun rushed to help his team fight the other monks. Turning around, he saw the fighters battling the yellow monk and realized that he would be the next to go to hell. The girl from the cult was fighting alongside everyone else, but at some point, her strength began to slowly leave her. Exhausted, she fell to the ground. Blood began to flow down her arm, staining the ground beneath her. She needed a few seconds to rest, so she asked her partner to switch places with her for a while. While she catches her breath, she remembers the rumors that the Yellow Devil is the weakest, but despite this, he seems very strong to her. Although there were many other cult members around the Yellow Devil, he headed straight for the girl. The boy she asked for help tries to stop the Yellow Devil, but he still wants to finish what he started with the girl. He swings his weapon and aims directly at the girl, who is still unable to get up. She notices the Yellow Devil's attack in time and, grabbing her sword, manages to block it. The girl noticed that he was aiming exclusively at her chest and thighs, which she found very strange and frightening. At that moment, the guy the girl had asked for help attacks the Yellow Devil from behind. He strikes his opponent. This greatly angered the Yellow Devil because he believed that the boy had prevented him from achieving harmony between yin and yang and coming closer to becoming a Buddha. With one swing of his arm, he threw the boy back so that he fell unconscious to the ground. Then, with a slight smile on his face, he turned to the girl standing behind him. He began to approach her quickly, asking her not to run away, but to come closer to him. But the girl was not afraid. She took a fighting stance, preparing to resist the Yellow Devil's attack. Her action surprised the Yellow Devil because he believed that she should be afraid of him, not resist him. With one swing of his sword, he knocked the weapon out of the girl's hands, cutting her palm and causing it to bleed. Fear appeared in the girl's eyes, and she did not understand what to do now, or how to protect herself. At that moment, the Yellow Devil no longer seemed like an ordinary monk to her, but something much more terrifying. Out of fear and despair, she closed her eyes and thought that it would be better to die. But just as the Yellow Devil tried to grab the girl, the silhouette of another person appeared above them. The girl sensed that something had happened, but it did not affect her, so she cautiously opened her eyes to see what had happened. The Yellow Devil froze in front of her with his arm outstretched. The girl did not immediately understand what had happened. Then she saw that Wonsun had come to her aid and destroyed the Yellow Devil. A slight blush appeared on her face because thanks to Wonsun, she was still alive. After that, completely exhausted, she simply sat down on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief, staring at the ground. Looking at the girl and the other cult members, Wonsun realized that they needed help because they looked like they were in trouble. He thought that if he wasted even a moment, the members of the squad would suffer too many injuries. Getting ready to go help the others, Wonsun asked the girl to help their wounded soldiers. Hearing the girl's consent, Wonsun rushed forward, wanting to end everything as quickly as possible. He ran past a couple fighting each other. It was Guante Ryang and the Blue Devil. Focused on his battle with the Blue Devil, Guante Ryang was not distracted by what was happening around him. After watching their battle for a while, Wonsun thought that Guante Ryun would be able to defeat the Blue Devil. Therefore, he did not help him, as this would be valuable experience for him, and Wonsu went to help those who really needed it. Jumping over obstacles in his path with the help of his spear, Wonsun wonders who his next opponent will be. The White Devil was standing nearby. He sensed something and began to look around. It turns out that he senses a thirst for blood nearby, a desire to send someone to the other world. This alarms him. At this moment, someone uses their power against him, and Wonsun chooses to finish off the White Devil. The blow dealt to the White Devil was very unexpected for him. He flew back some distance and fell onto a table, which broke under his weight and the force of the attack. Immediately, the White Devil, leaning his palms on the ground, tried to get up from the pile of wooden debris. Anger began to appear on his face, causing him to clench his teeth, and his eyes filled with blood. He began to ask who the brave person was. At that moment, he saw a sharp metal spearhead flying straight at him. Since he saw it in time, he was able to dodge the weapon flying straight at him with a few somersaults. He rolled away a little to the side of a pile of wooden planks. Groaning, he tried to get up again. His face was completely contorted. His emotions of rage began to overwhelm all other emotions. Spreading his arms and raising his head to the sky, he began to shout that he would send whoever did this straight to Buddha. This speech and show of emotion angered Wonsun even more as he considered him to be a fraud. Without hesitation, he severed the White Devil's head with a single blow. At that moment, the Blue Devil's bloodied, lifeless body also fell to the ground. Guante Ryang stood over him, satisfied with his work and his victory in the one-on-one fight. Seeing that Guante Ryang had succeeded, Wonsun tried not to show his joy, but a slight smile appeared on his face. On Mount Shivan, at the top of Genkish Sokusu, there are always severe frosts, and the demonic cult believes that God lives there in a heavenly palace. This is where the leader of the Holy Demon cult, the Holy Demon who cuts the moon, Chun Hui, resides. Sangguan Chuk is the chief strategist, one of the 10 demon masters, and the brain of the absolute Holy Demon. Climbing the stairs to the palace, Guan Chuk stopped in front of a tall, large door. For a moment, he stood awkwardly in one place. He adjusted his clothes and didn't know what to do. But then, raising his eyes to the door, Guan-chuk could not think of a better idea than to simply clear his throat to attract attention. At that moment, the door opened, and Guan-chuk saw the silhouette of a person inviting him to enter. This person had a piece of white cloth covering their entire face. This person noticed that Guan-chuk was being told to enter. Walking down the long, dark, narrow corridor, Guan-chuk thought about how many years had passed. With his hands folded, he calmly walked down the corridor, thinking about his life. When he reaches his destination, he sees the silhouette of a man who calls him the chief strategist and asks him what brought him here. Bowing just as calmly and deliberately, Guan-chuk says he has urgent news. The silhouette of a man visible behind a thin curtain is surprised by Guan-chuk's words. Behind the curtain sits a man with a small beard and a cap on his head. Over the past few years, he has allowed Guan-chuk to take care of important matters. That is why he was surprised that despite all this, Guan-chuk had come to him with news that required his attention. Without raising his head for a moment, Guan-chuk stood silently, but then decided to say that the news was related to the young lady. He began to explain that the young lady, a disciple of the Hidden Demons Cave, was now undergoing training in the real world as the leader of the second squad. The position of deputy leader is not given based on origin, but on skills and abilities. At this point, the man in the chair tensed up and began to assume that Guan-chuk was about to give him bad news. But finally, he raised his head and looked at the man. He reported that the young lady was in danger. The man was surprised by this news and also noted that for a while he had even forgotten that she was his daughter. And despite this, she was very talented. He remembered that the girl was second in the Hidden Demons Cave, so he did not believe that this task could be dangerous for her. Guan-chuk reminded him that the tasks for the Hidden Demons Cave student teams were not easy, but even in the worst cases, the participants had to return. The task of the young lady in the second squad of the Hidden Demons Cave is to destroy the 9 vices of destruction. The young lady's father, Chun-hui, recalled that he had heard of these vices, but in reality they were not worthy of being remembered. They are disciples trained by the elder of the sinful demons of heaven. Their master was formidable, but he died 8 years ago. But now Chun-hui is even more confused and does not understand what will happen if their elder does not fight against the second squad of hidden demons. Then Guan-chuk asked Chun-hui if he knew about the cannibal's sword from Green Mountain. At first, Chun-hui assumed that he had heard of it before, but then he confidently said that he had definitely heard of it before. It turns out that the Cannibal Blade is a skilled martial artist. According to Guan-chuk, even in the cult, there are few members who can fight him on equal terms. But Chun-hui remembered that he was a mountain bandit from Jinsha, hundreds of miles away from where the second detachment was carrying out its mission. Chun-hui suggested that he had lost control of his men, and that was why he had come to Jinyang and turned his 9 henchmen into the 9 vices. Guan-chuk confirmed everything. Then Chun-hui decided to find out where the young lady was now. According to Guan-chuk, she might be near Corley. If the wrong people are sent to face the cannibal from Green Mountain, they could die because he is a skilled martial artist. But Chun-hui thinks that you cannot just send a demonic master or a king to do all the work. Guan-chuk also points out that there are many suspicious activities going on. Sending them there could give others a chance to attack Chun-hui. Guan-chuk's words made Chun-hui think. He fell silent and waited for advice. Taking out a scroll, Guan-chuk noted that the first detachment of the Hidden Demon Cave was returning earlier than expected after completing their mission. They were now crossing the Aksu River. According to Guan-chuk's calculations, if they left now, they would reach Corley in 4 days. This proposal surprised Chun-hui. He was not sure if the young lady would still be alive by the time the first detachment arrived. Since half of the demons had been sent to the other world and they were keeping their distance from the cannibal's blade, Guan-chuk believed that this would be enough time. These words reassured Chun-hui, and he confirmed the dispatch of the first detachment of hidden demons, led by Woon-sun to Corley. After the conversation and confirmation of the dispatch of the first detachment to Corley, Guan-chuk bowed to Chun-hui. At this time, when it was already dark outside, a man with a hood over his head was trying to make sure that the cannibal was a good fighter. Opposite him sits an elderly man who points out that the cannibal is only doing this because he asked him to. After these words, the hooded man tried to argue and jumped up from his chair, but his interlocutor calmed him down. At that moment, the hooded man seemed to freeze in place, unable to even move. He looked at his hands and clenched them into fists. He does not understand what powerful force has bound his body. The elderly man, as if scolding him, pointed with one finger and said that he had not forgotten the agreement they had made earlier. He also noted that killing the girl was a big deal because she was a real king, not just some ordinary pedestrian or knight. These words made the hooded man think, and he began to remember the personality of this old man. It turned out that this man who seemed friendly at first glance was actually one of the 10 demonic masters of the cult, and he was undoubtedly one of the 3 best masters among all 10. The elderly master calmly asked to see what had been brought for the deal. The man in the hood silently and calmly sat down at his place at the table opposite the master. He carefully took out a flask containing a blue liquid and showed it to his interlocutor. Seeing this bottle, the old man decided to find out if it was really the thing that the hooded man was so confident about. He decided to check whether this liquid was really as effective as his interlocutor believed. Smiling, the hooded man noted that this poison had sent a great master of the spear to the other world 10 years ago. Thinking for a moment, the old man said that the spearmaster was indeed strong, but he did not think he could be compared to the cult leader. After that, still smiling, the hooded man noted that this was not the same poison that had been used 10 years ago. While the old man was examining the bottle, the hooded man said that he had spent all 10 years improving it. After that, the hooded man's companion squeezed the bottle in his hand and smiled, as this seemed like good news to him. Now the hooded man says that he has fulfilled his part of the agreement and is waiting for his interlocutor to fulfill his part. The latter again asks him not to worry. He will make him the leader of the cult and keep the promise made to their cult, and he will keep his promise. After that, the old man laughed with joy because soon his dreams would come true. At this time, a tired Aeon sits in the street in the middle of the night in the rain with despair and anger in her eyes. She was not alone, but together with her squad, who were just as tired, hiding among the trees. All night long, the sky was covered with dark storm clouds from which rain poured down. During the day, someone moves incredibly fast through the forest. They are difficult to see because their silhouettes are blurred due to their high speed. Among them is Guante Ryung, who is curious where they're going and why they are in such a hurry after receiving the message. Woon Sung decided to explain that they were heading to Corley as a group. At this time, members of the second detachment are rushing through the thick forest in the rain. Ayan, hiding from the blade of the Green Mountain Cannibal, had no idea she would meet him here. She remembers that they had almost dealt with the 9 vices of destruction, but did not know that they were followers of the cannibal. She believes that in order to defeat him, she must reach the level of a great demon. At that moment, Wanji falls to the ground. Seeing this, Ayan immediately stopped and turned around to make sure Wanji was okay. She ran up to him, trying to help. All the other members of the squad surrounded them and watched Ayan's actions. Ayan regretted not practicing the Dark Flower and Red Spirit constantly, but she knew that help was on its way. Nevertheless, Ayan helped Wanji to his feet and began to help him move forward. The other members of her squad followed them. Suddenly, they heard a voice saying that it had been thinking for a long time about where they were going. This voice frightened Ayan. She slowly raised her head to see who was talking to them. She dared to ask how he had managed to get there so quickly. A burly man was sitting on one of the rocks laughing loudly and taking his time to answer Ayan's question. He looked down at Ayan and the second group of hidden demons in the cave. Several other people stood next to him. They could see that the second group was in poor condition. Without moving from his place, Ayan simply stands and looks at his enemies, not letting go of the exhausted Wanji. With a slight smile, the man-eating sword notes that it was a wise decision to take the short route on horseback. Ayan thought they had managed to escape the cannibals 3 days ago, but now she is no longer sure if help will come. But she immediately thought that if the reinforcements had received the message in time, they should already be somewhere nearby. Ayan decides to buy some time because she is sure that reinforcements will arrive in 2 hours. But before doing anything, Ayan decides to first check on her team and see how they are doing. Looking at them, Ayan realized that the entire team was on the verge of collapse. Because of this, she was not sure that the squad would be able to hold out for 2 hours. Even if they all continue to fight, they will not survive. Therefore, Ayan is certain that they need to gain 2 hours. She decides to fight the enemies alone so as not to endanger the team. Controlling her emotions, Ayan confidently begins to move toward her enemies, leaving her team behind. Ayan's actions surprise her team, and the man-eating sword is especially surprised by her. The cannibal's henchmen watch Ayan closely as she heads toward the cliff. But when she gets closer to the cliff, the man-eating sword doesn't get what she's up to. Hayeon raises her sword and points it at her opponent, asking to settle the matter one-on-one. Hayeon's proposal surprised the cannibal's clan. He even asked her to repeat what she meant. This angered Ayan, and she repeated her proposal to the cannibal. She even suggested that he was afraid. After that, the cannibal laughed loudly. He took Ayan's words as her last wish. At that moment, he agreed to Ayan's proposal and was about to go down to her. Suddenly, someone tried to stop him. He turned back in surprise. The man behind him asked him to deal with Ayan himself, because she and her team had killed 5 of his brothers. The man's face clearly shows his anger. He wants to deal with Ayan himself. The cannibal agreed, but asked that Ayan be left alive because it had been a long time since he had enjoyed himself with a woman. But even this situation suits Ayan. Now she just has to buy some time. And at that moment, one of the 9 deadly sins descended from the top of the cliff toward Ayan. He stood in front of Ayan and looked at her, clenching his jaw so tightly that the veins on his face became visible. But Ayan did not look directly at him and turned her gaze away. This angered the vice of death. He immediately began to swing his weapon, heading toward Ayan. But Ayan did not lose her composure. She began to dodge the attacks of one of the surviving demons of destruction. Her skill and speed impressed her opponent, but he remained very focused and stern. While Ayan dodges the attacks, she thinks that defeating the first death demon is not a problem for her. However, despite this, she thinks that she should not attack her opponent. Her calmness and passivity greatly annoy the demon of death, who begins to speak disrespectfully about Ayan. But Ayan understands that if she destroys the vice, her next opponent will be the cannibal blade. If that happens, Ayan won't be able to hold out for even a minute, let alone an hour. Anger continues to consume the demon of death, and he begins to insult Ayan more and more, calling her very cool. Suddenly, a sword sticks into the ground between the demon of death and Ayan, without touching anyone. Seeing the sword in the ground, Ayan was frightened. She froze in place and began to wonder whose sword it was. The evil spirit of death sees that a cannibal has come down to them and asks him to step aside because he cannot defeat Ayan. But the evil spirit was confused. He did not understand what the cannibal's sword was saying. Then the cannibal began to shout that he couldn't see and didn't understand that Ayan was trying to buy time. After these words, Ayan's face changed. She did not think that the cannibal's blade would figure out her plan so quickly. The cannibal continued to point out that, unlike the vice of destruction, Ayan's breathing was calm and she was not tired at all. He clenched his sword and began to approach Ayan, calling her a little trickster. Ayan stood confused, unable to take her eyes off the Green Mountain Cannibal's blade. She realized that, unfortunately, despite all her efforts, she had not managed to gain even a little time. She began to think about revealing her identity because even a man-eater would not touch the daughter of the moon-slitting holy demon. But the deputy leader of the cult is subject to strict evaluation and is chosen solely on the basis of ability. Therefore, Ayan wants to be recognized and decides not to rely on her father's influence and to get out of here on her own. Heading towards Ayan, the cannibal laughs and says that he can hear her mentally going through all the possible options for escape. But despite everything, Ayan has no intention of giving up, and therefore grips her sword even tighter. She feels the weight in her hands and even thinks that they are about to explode. She regrets not having studied the inner workings of the cult of the Holy Demon. While Ayan was thinking about all this, the Green Mountain Cannibal blade came as close to her as possible. He begins to attack Ayan, but she tries to dodge the attack to save herself. At the same time, Ayan tries to strike back at the Green Mountain Cannibal with her sword. But her plan failed because the man-eating blade managed to catch her, causing Ayan to fall backwards. From this blow, she seemed to freeze and flew back emotionlessly. The cannibal blade strikes with incredible force, causing the ground to shake and dust to rise around them. Ayan was wounded by the blow. Blood appeared on her face, and she looked at her opponent in confusion. Standing over Ayan's body, he even praised her abilities. He had not thought that someone as small as Ayan could fight like that. But Ayan did not listen to the words of the man-eating sword. She thought that now was not the time to worry about her body. Even lying on the ground, she holds her sword, trying to keep the cannibal at a distance. But the cannibal smiles and says that her attempts to survive are now over. He wants to kill Aeon. Now Aeon has come to the conclusion that she must damage her internal organs because her inner strength is incomplete. She intends to use the dark flower and the red one, even if it means her death. But suddenly, at that moment, cold weapons began to fly toward them from another cliff. The cannibal felt something approaching him, but he did not immediately understand what was happening. When the weapon began to approach the cannibal, he began to dodge it so as not to be injured. From the cliff where these projectiles had been launched, something like wings, like a bird, began to fly toward them. When Aeon saw this, she thought it might be a bird, but then she realized that it was actually a person approaching them. That person turned out to be Woonsung. He bravely jumped off the cliff, aiming his spear at the cannibal's blade. Something began to fall to the ground around them, creating craters and raising dust. A thick column of dust appeared in front of Aeon, who was still lying on the ground, resembling an impenetrable wall. At the center of this dust was the Green Mountain Cannibal, who looked around, still not understanding what was happening around him. Then he saw Woonsun, who had appeared unexpectedly, but he did not know who was standing in front of him. Woonsun decided to ask if the Green Mountain Cannibal blade was standing in front of him. During this time, Woonsun noticed the shape of a turtle's head on the hilt of his opponent's sword, assuming that it was the head of the nine-ringed turtle Dao. Without answering Woonsun's question, the cannibal blade asked who he was. For a moment, they stood in the dust facing each other and said nothing. Woonsun turns around and looks behind him, as if hoping to see someone there. And at the top of his voice, he begins to call out to the first squad of hidden demons. At that moment, the other members of the first squad of hidden demons became visible on the cliff and began to slowly descend. He orders all members of the squad to descend into the canyon and protect the members of the second squad of hidden demons. All of Woonsun's subordinates heard his order and began to descend. Woonsun himself focused on the man-eating sword. When Woonsun heard Aeon's familiar voice behind him, a slight indifference appeared on his face. He blocked her path with his spear. Woonsun asked Aeon to stay behind, noting that they had come to help. But Aeon became angry and shouted that the cannibal blade of the Green Mountain was a martial artist of the level of a great demon. She got up and started to go to Woonsung's aid, certain that he couldn't handle him alone. Suddenly, a line appeared in front of Aeon, which Woonsun had made with his spear when he swung it. Without turning around, Woonsun asked her not to make him repeat himself, because fighting alongside the wounded would hinder him. Aeon barely noticed the movements of Woonsun's spear. She began to wonder if his movements had always been so fast. Looking at Woonsung, Aeon began to think about everything she knew about him. Suddenly, she realized something. Woonsun in turn thought that he had done the right thing in taking off his bracelets, because the Green Mountain Cannibal was no ordinary opponent. But he was not going to take off his bracelets unless absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, the Green Mountain Cannibal still looked confused at Woonsun and assumed that he was also a dog of the Holy Demon cult. Hearing this, Woonsun remarks that by calling him that, he is making himself even more insignificant. The Cannibal Blade did not expect to hear such a response. Woonsun seemed too confident to him. At that moment, Woonsun suddenly disappeared. This confused the Cannibal Blade even more. But Woonsun quickly reappeared next to the Cannibal Blade and began to attack him. But the Cannibal Blade was not so simple, and he began to block the unexpected attacks of the very confident Woonsun. A battle began between them in which they gave their all. In the midst of their battle, the Green Mountain Cannibal noticed something strange about Woonsun. While blocking Woonsun's attacks, he wondered if he had been wearing this strange clothing from the beginning. Sure enough, Woonsun was wearing a strange red cape that looked partially torn. The tips of the cape looked like sharp little teeth pointing at the Cannibal Blade. Seeing them near his neck, the Cannibal Blade was surprised and at the same time frightened by his lack of understanding of what was happening. Suddenly, something sharp touched his neck, almost piercing it through. Seeing the cannibal's reaction, Woonsun smiled with satisfaction, as he had hoped to frighten him. Coming to his senses, the cannibal realized that it had only felt like his neck had been cut. When he realized that he was actually fine, he resumed his attack on Woonsun. But even that didn't stop Woonsun from rejoicing that the intimidation chi he had learned in battle against the Black Devil had worked. The skill of suppressing intimidation chi in the form of thin clothing, instead of emitting it completely. Once again, Woonsun took up a fighting stance, rejoicing that he had managed to use the intimidation of his clothing. But when the man-eating blade noticed that Woonsun was looking away from him, he became very angry. This prompted him to attack Woonsung again, but this time with greater force. During his attack, the Cannibal Blade was quite confident, so he approached Woonsung without hesitation. Although this attack was full of great power, Woonsung was able to repel it without harm to his physical body. And then Woonsun realized that this was actually his devastating attack. With satisfaction on his face, the Cannibal Blade remarked that he was impressed by Woonsung's skills and how he had repelled his attack. But Woonsung interrupted the Cannibal Blade and remarked that he actually considered himself worse than an ordinary dog. Woonsung's words hurt the Cannibal Blade and angered him greatly. Already tired, Woonsun thinks that there are still a few things he learned during this attack. The first is that the man-eating sword is dirty, which is why he uses a sword with the head of a 9-ringed turtle in rings. The second is that he is a more accomplished martial artist than the Black Devil. However, Woonsun has an advantage in short bursts of explosive power. Despite this, the Cannibal Blade is very strong. His sword aura is incomparable to Woonsun's chi spear. When the Cannibal Blade began to use the aura of his sword, the Cannibal Blade began to use the chi of the spear. During their battle, the Cannibal Blade delivers many attacks to Woonsun, and each one seems very powerful. Blocking one of his attacks, Woonsun thinks that the man-eater's chi greatly exceeds his own. The Cannibal Blade in turn thinks that Woonsun is too skilled for his age. After that, the Cannibal Blade begins to attack Woonsun with his sword once again. Tired, Woonsun does not give up and continues to fight the Cannibal Blade, blocking his attacks. Suddenly, after another blow from the Cannibal Blade, everything around them seems to be covered in smoke. Drops of blood appear on the corner of Woonsung's lips, and his clothes are completely torn. His legs, bound by bracelets, feel very heavy. But Woonsun is in no hurry to remove the bracelets from his legs and hopes to hold on a little longer. After thinking it over, he lunges again at the cannibal Kalinka. Woonsun's appearance and his desperate desire to continue fighting amuse the cannibal. He even asks Woonsung to look at himself. He also wonders how long he can continue fighting in this condition. Since Woonsun does not stop, all that remains for the cannibal of the Green Mountain is to block and repel his attacks. During this attack, Woonsun watches the cannibal closely. He believes that he has fallen for his act. Then, Woonsun's spear seems to spin in his hands and begin to emit a yellow light. The yellow rays began to appear because Woonsun is using the divine spear of the end of the night. Seeing this, the cannibal thought that his rain of blades was turning back on itself. Then he noticed that one of the blades continued to move through the barrier, which seemed quite unusual to the cannibal blade. Meanwhile, Woonsun pierced the protective barrier and held the spear firmly aimed at the cannibal blade. He confidently and with all his might tried to break through to the cannibal swordsman of the Green Mountain. This once again demonstrated to the cannibal how strong Woonsung was. Nevertheless, the cannibal intends to block the power of the divine spear at the end of the night. He uses the power of his sword to create a wall of blades. The wall of blades seems to surround the cannibal blade, preventing him from doing any harm. But Woonsung tries to break through them with his spear, wanting to reach the cannibal to harm him. He understands the complexity of the situation he is in and continues to fight with determination. And then, still not giving up, Woonsung begins to use the rain of destruction from the stars. Not far from Woonsung and the cannibal sword stands Aeon, watching the battle unfold. When she sees that Woonsung is using the star destruction rain, she becomes very worried for him and almost intervenes in their fight. The destructive rain of stars manages to pierce several holes in the protective dome of the Green Mountain Cannibal's blade. Impressed by Woonsung's skills, he believes that he has not yet mastered the true art. He begins to worry about the damage to the dome. At this time, Woonsun does not get distracted by unnecessary thoughts and persistently continues his work. Their battle has escalated from a normal fight to a more intense battle involving martial arts. At this moment, Woonsung notices that the aura of the blade has mixed with the destructive rain. After seeing this, Woonsung realizes that the cannibal blade is attacking using his chi. Gathering his strength, Woonsung decides to attack the cannibal blade again. But this time, during the attack, he uses black iron with a flame pattern that must pass through the barrier. He wonders whether he should hold back using the divine spear of the end of night, because it pierces the rain of blades but is blocked by the cannibal's wall of blades. The art of the six beginnings and destruction breaks through the wall of blades but does not pass through the rain of blades. While the Green Mountain Cannibal Blade defends himself in every way possible, Woonsun cannot decide what to do. Despite all of Woonsun's attempts to break through to the cannibal's blade, he laughs and hopes to finish off Woonsun soon. Woonsung decides that it is time to make a quick choice between using the end of the night or the six seals. But when he looked at the cannibal's blade, he thought about how he could remove the metal bracelets from his legs. But then the cannibal blade waits no longer and attacks Woonsun using the aura of his sword. Woonsun still cannot choose which art to use against the man-eating sword. Suddenly, texts from books began to appear in his head. After that, he decided that he could use two arts at the same time. The divine spear of the end of the night is a stream that holds power within it, and the art of the six seals is a power capable of shattering hard armor. After thinking about it, Woonsung realized that there was nothing stopping him from using them both at the same time. Woonsung's thoughts took him to a library filled with shelves of various books. He remembered the dark flower method and the completed method of the hardened orthodox chi. He planned to add the dark flower method to the completed method and compensate for his lack of knowledge with the manuals from the divine repository of the demonic sea. This was how Woonsun created the tempered true blossoming. His goal was to combine the divine spear of the end of the night with the art of the six seals and destruction. He kept putting it off because he hadn't fully mastered them yet. Now Woonsung is thinking about whether he should stop now. In Woonsung's opinion, combining two unfinished arts is like a reverse explosion. This should be a logical conclusion. While he was thinking about all this, changes began to take place in his body. Woonsun does not understand why his body began to move if their union was not possible. At that moment, the Green Mountain Cannibal Blade approached Woonsun. He became curious about what he was thinking, because he was frozen in one place. The cannibal immediately noticed that something had changed in Woonsun, but he didn't understand what it was. Suddenly, the sky above the forest where the two groups of hidden demons were located lit up orange, and someone appeared in the center. Ayan witnessed this glow. She had never seen anything like it before and did not understand what was happening. A dragon's head appeared before them, its eyes burning with malice. Ayan does not understand how removing the two metal bracelets made Woonsun so strong. She begins to think that there is another reason. Assessing her abilities, Ayan realizes that unlike Woonsun, she doesn't stand a chance against the man-eating Kalinka. And although Woonsun had some problems, he was fighting the man-eating sword on equal terms. She is surprised at how much Woonsun has grown since they left the cult. Ayan also recalls the time when they were tested between life and death, when they were on equal footing. But now she is sure that if they have to fight each other, she will definitely lose to Woonsun. As if spellbound, Ayan looks up at the sky with astonished eyes. She thinks Woonsun is incredible. At this moment, he stands and looks at his bloodied hands, unable to comprehend how he managed to do all this. After what happened, Woonsung is very tired because he used almost all of his strength to combine the two arts. He looks at the ground and sees the lifeless body of the man-eating sword. Woonsun doesn't remember how he did it. Bright red drops of blood seep from the wounds on Woonsung's face. He thinks that he has now found his true path. As he prepares to take a step forward, Woonsung falls to his knees, feeling intense pain. It has been a long time since he last suffered such serious injuries. Although before Woonsun's rebirth into this body, such injuries were commonplace for him. After a while, Woonsun is already treating his wounds with a green mixture similar to an ointment. As he treats his wounds, he thinks that if this had happened in his past life, the cannibal blade would not have been able to leave even a scratch on him. Suddenly, he felt someone's presence behind him and turned around to see who was standing behind him. It was Aeon, who had come to help Woonsun treat the wounds he couldn't reach himself. While helping Woonsu, Aeon was surprised that he did not let go of his spear even after receiving such deep wounds. She is impressed by Woonsu's willpower and believes that it was with her help that he was able to defeat the man-eating sword. She cannot stop thinking about what might happen when Woonsun takes off all his bracelets. She treats the wounds on Woonsun's back and thinks about what might happen. But at some point, Ayeon decides not to think about it anymore because it makes her feel even more pathetic. After treating all the wounds on Woonsun's body and bandaging them, Ayeon hopes that now they are even. Woonsun glances at Ayeon. He remains silent and does not even turn to her. When Gwante Riang brought him his outer clothes, Woonsun sarcastically agreed with Ayeon, but she didn't like it. After that, Woonsun decided to ask her what she meant by even. Now he considers her guilty. Such words shocked and even angered Ayeon. She couldn't say anything to Woonsung, but he did not stop there and decided to explain something else to Ayeon. He noted that in the struggle between life and death, she did not give him a chance to win. It turns out that Woonsun is angry because Ayeon simply gave up, unsure of herself and her victory. He became very angry and suggested that Ayeon settle things with him right there and then. This shocked Ayeon because she wasn't expecting such a conversation, let alone a fight with Woonsung. He also pointed out that Ayeon should not behave like a child, especially if she plans to become a martial artist. Woonsung also said that no one would go easy on her, and that if that was what she was counting on, she should give up the idea of becoming a martial artist. But Ayeon did not understand what Woonsun meant. She stood there confused. Finally, before leaving, Woonsung remarked that Ayeon was like a spoiled child. Leaving with Gwantai Ryong, Woonseon learns that his squad was able to deal with the 9 vices. Calming down a little, Woonsung thinks that his last piece of advice was unnecessary, especially considering Ayeon's talent. While he is thinking that Ayeon could become his enemy in the cult, she turns back like an offended child and sticks her tongue out at Woonsun. But Woonsun regretted his words and couldn't hold back when he saw Ayeon's childish behavior, which demonstrated her maturity despite her talent. Having gathered evidence of his victory, Woonseon orders everyone to return to Holy Mountain, warning the second squad that they will take all the glory for themselves. Before setting off, Guan Tae-ryang suggested that Woonsun take a rest, even though he loved training very much. But Woonsung remarks that one should always train oneself, even in extreme situations, unless one's life is in danger. Then, even in the worst circumstances, it would be difficult to justify oneself by saying that one's body was not in good condition. After listening to Woonsu's explanation, Kwan Tae-ryang unquestioningly accepted Woonsu's opinion. A girl who was a member of the first squad interrupted their conversation. She noted that all the preparations were complete and they could leave. After listening to her, Woonsun turned to the members of the first and second squads of the Holy Demon Cave and said that they were going to the cult. None of the people around him even tried to argue with Woonsun. Looking up at the sky, Woonsung saw that the sun had already begun to set, so he decided that they would arrive at their destination tomorrow. He believes that the results of his training will help him achieve a high rank in the cult of the Holy Demon. He hopes that this will help him achieve his main goal. Woonsun also counts on the cult's help, as he cannot cope on his own. He also thought that it would not be enough to use the cult's powers if he planned to use only part of them. If Woonsung were much smarter, he could aim for the position of chief strategist of the cult. But at the same time, he realizes that he is simply not suited for this position. Becoming a demon king is also out of the question for him, because even the king does not have full access to the cult's data, and 10 demon masters are not very different. His only option is to become the leader of the cult. He looked at Ayoung, who met his gaze, and realized that to achieve his goal, he should start as deputy leader. At this moment, Ayoung looks at Woonsun with surprise and incomprehension. She does not even suspect what Woonsun is planning. He decides to get rid of anyone who stands in his way of achieving his goal. On the way to the sacred mountain, the troops encountered members of the cult. One of them noted that they had done a good job, even though there were wounded among them. The members of the first and second detachments are very surprised when they see the senior instructor in front of them. Before them all stands a satisfied senior instructor who looks attentively at his students. Seeing the instructor, Ayan froze in place because she understood that her detachment could not complete the task on its own. But the instructor noted that in any case, they had completed all the tasks. Then he silently looked away to where Woonsun was standing. The other instructors were impressed by how the teams had managed to complete the tasks. It turns out that the senior instructor cannot sense Chi Woonsung and believes that this is enough to understand how much he has grown. While the instructor was thinking about how much stronger Woonsun had become, he approached the instructor, introduced himself, and said that he and his team had returned. The senior instructor is also surprised at how Woonsung managed to defeat the man-eating sword, despite being a practitioner on par with the Holy Demon. After his reflections, the senior instructor once again congratulated Woonsun on his return. He was impressed by the monster they had managed to raise in the Hidden Demon's Cave, as Woonsun had exceeded their expectations. The senior instructor also announced that when all the students arrived at their destination, they would not have to return to the Hidden Demon's Cave. These words surprised the members of both groups, but they did not yet understand whether this was good news for them or not. It turned out that now they were no longer students of the cave, but proud members of a demonic cult who would lead future generations. The senior instructor assured the members of the two groups that they could now be proud of themselves. Now they can rest, but they plan to gather them again after the third group returns. 5 days later, Woonsun sits in his room cleaning his spear. He plans to reforge the spearhead, which was damaged by the cannibal's blade. The black iron with a flame pattern was damaged due to his lack of skill. In his mind, Woonsung imagined the battle with the cannibal blade many times, but he was never able to defeat him easily. Out of 10 such battles, Woonsun lost 7, and the 3 victories ended in disastrous consequences. Such victories cost Woonsun the loss of some of his limbs. He believes that in a real battle with the cannibal blade, he was really lucky. But reliving all of this in his mind bore fruit for Woonsun. He began to recall the techniques he used that day during his battle with the cannibal blade. But that wasn't enough, so Woonsun planned to become much stronger. He sat down on his bed and began to meditate and replay various battles in his head. 5 days later, the senior instructor and the others climbed to the top of the Holy Demon's Majesty, where the Heavenly Palace is located. He also notes that the students should be proud of themselves because not many people their age have had the opportunity to visit the Heavenly Palace. On the way to the palace, the senior instructor intends to teach the new members of the cult the rules of this palace. The crowd continues to gradually climb the steep slope of the snow-covered mountain, heading for its summit. Among all these people, there's one not very cheerful guy lost in thought. He cannot believe that number 900 returned from the task before him. He is also troubled by the fact that number 900 not only completed his task on time, but also successfully helped the second squad. He walks alongside Woonsung and Aeon, thinking that this should have been impossible for number 900. He is confident that Dalmuji possesses the innate talent of the Meow warriors and considers himself the best in the cave, but he lost to Aeon because he let his guard down. It was Dalmuji who wanted to prove himself in the real world, but Woonsung did not let him do so. Because Dalmuji did not come first, he considers number 900 to be arrogant. Climbing to the top of the mountain, Woonsung has no idea what Dalmuji is thinking, but he senses hostility towards him and thinks about it. He didn't think that anyone other than Cheon Ayan would be hostile towards him. He ignored the 109th. But it was he who lost the battle to Guantai Ryun. Woonsung plans to seize the moment and take care of him. As they climbed the high steps leading to the palace, the senior instructor asked everyone to behave appropriately. He turned to his companions and, pointing to the building behind him, remarked that it was the Heavenly Palace. All the new members of the cult entered the palace. The senior instructor led the way, and then the crowd found itself in front of a huge, long, and narrow corridor. As they walked through it, everyone looked around and examined this new place. The instructor led the new cult members into a hall with stands filled with people. All these people are different and do not resemble each other in any way. They are watching the newcomers who have joined their cult closely. Looking around, Woonsung assumed that all these people were practitioners on the same level as Sun and Hyo, and thought that they might be great demons. But if Woonsung's assumptions were correct, he couldn't understand why such powerful demons were in this place. When he reached the place of arrival, the senior instructor stopped and began to bow. In an instant, he bowed as low as possible. He knelt in the middle of the path and almost lay down on the floor. His behavior caused a lot of discussion among those around him. Even Woonsung did not understand what was happening, and he was disgusted by the senior instructor's actions. Then the senior instructor began to recite words of support and encouragement for the cult, as if in prayer. After this strange speech, the senior instructor stood up and stood in front of the door. All the spectators standing in front of the senior instructor and the new recruits began to watch him closely. The hall could hold a large number of people. In the center was a path where the instructor and the recruits stood. None of the new cult members understood what was happening, so they began to whisper among themselves. Among the crowd of recruits stood Aeon and Woonsung, who were also waiting to see what would happen next. Suddenly, Woonsung is very surprised when he hears a voice speaking to them all. Hearing the greeting from this voice, Woonsung turns toward it to see who is speaking. It turns out that it is the holy demon speaking to them, sitting on his throne above everyone else. Woonsung was very surprised that he did not immediately notice the presence of the holy demon in the hall, but now it was clear why he was considered so great. The difference in their levels was such that if the holy demon did not allow it, he would not even be noticed. When the holy demon stood up, Woonsung felt what the twin star demon and the holy demon were really like. His previous master, No Yuan, had achieved the title of the world's best spearman, a level that could only be attained with divine talent. And now Woonsung sees the holy demon Chenghui cutting through the moon before him. He began to talk about what he had heard about the completion of all the missions and the difficulties they had encountered. All members of the first squad, led by Woonsung, stand and listen attentively to Chenghui. The members of the third squad, led by Dalmuja, are just as attentive. The members of the second squad, led by Aeon, are no less focused and attentive, even though they are disappointed with their performance. As Chunhui begins to discuss the rewards for the three squads for their achievements, Aeon does not take her eyes off him, because they are worthy of those who are proud of their work. Chunhui saw Aeon's gaze and felt sorry for her, but before announcing his decision, he clenched his fists and decided not to change it. The first thing Chunhui decided to do was to punish the new recruits. He addressed the second squad. After that, Aeon looked at him intently. Together with all the other members of the second squad, they bowed to Chunhui, waiting for his orders. His words about how they had failed their mission and received help from another squad deeply shocked and upset Aeon. When he said that this was evidence of their shortcomings, Aeon bit her lip, unable to agree with him right away, and remained silent for a moment. Bowing before Sun Hui, she could not answer his question about whether they agreed that they had shortcomings, until the crowd of great demons began to ask in unison whether the detachment agreed with Sun Hui's opinion. Aeon, whose lip was bleeding from biting it, agreed with Chunhui's opinion. Hearing her consent, Chunhui said that he could now assign punishment to their squad. He ordered Aeon and her squad to undergo 6 months of closed training in the Valley of 1,000 Souls, to which Aeon immediately agreed. After announcing the punishment for the second squad, Chunhui decided to move on to the rewards. He looked around and focused his attention on the first and third squads of hidden demons. Led by their leaders, Woonsung and Dalmuji, they all bowed to Chunhui, waiting for his orders. He noted that these groups had done an excellent job and proved that they were exceptional strike forces of the Holy Demon cult. It is for this reason that Sun Hui announces the promotion of the first squad, along with Woonsung, to the Burning Dragon squad. The third squad of the Hidden Demon, led by Dalmuzi, was promoted to the White Monkey squad. These are 2 of the 12 support squads that guard the cult of the Hidden Demon. Chunhui's decision surprised the Great Demons. Hearing the whispers among the Great Demons, Chunhui asked those who disagreed with his decision to stand up and speak. One of the Great Demons pointed out that they actually recognized the abilities of these 2 squads of Hidden Demons. However, he believed that promotion to the support units was unnecessary. Each member of the 12 support units was at least a demon captain, and the leaders of the 12 support units had the rank of Great Demon, which the leaders of the first and third units did not have. Their words that an important position in the cult could be undermined by the recklessness of the younger generation did not surprise Woonsung. Now Chunhui understood the reason for the cult members' concern. The rank of Great Demon is a limited position, and there are only 300 of them in the cult, and this status is only permanent if there are vacancies in the ranks. In this regard, Chunhui gave permission to the leaders of the first and third divisions to fight for the title of Great Demon right now. This proposal by the Holy Demon Chunhui surprised and excited everyone in the hall. According to Chunhui, the battle must take place here and now, so the leaders of the first and third squads must choose the Great Demon they will fight. This idea seemed very good to Dalmuzi, because now he could prove his strength and skill. But Chunhui remained standing in his place, waiting for Dalmuzi and Woonsung to choose their opponents. He finds it very convenient that all the great demons of the Hidden Demon cult have gathered in this hall. The original goal of the Hidden Demon's Cave is to change the generation of the Hidden Demon cult. Woonsung did not expect such a move from the Holy Demon, but on the other hand, this is a perfect opportunity for him. So Woonsung began to examine all the great demons in the hall. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on one person in the crowd. This person turned out to be their senior instructor from the Hidden Demon's Cave, and then Woonsung announced that he had chosen his opponent. He was ready to reveal his name. Woonsung pointed to one of those in the stands and said that he would be his opponent. It was the Flying Blade Ghost, Mr. Aninsu, who was surprised by Woonsung's choice. He thought that Woonsung had chosen him because he considered him the weakest of all 300 great demons gathered there. Lowering his spear, Woonsung thought that it would be better to fight someone stronger than Aninso, but not in this situation. After all, there was no need to reveal his true abilities in front of all these martial arts masters. In this situation, Woonsung decides to focus on achieving the rank of Great Demon. While Woonsung was considering the correctness of his choice, Mr. A. Ninso had already descended upon him. He is angry at Woonsung's choice and, without waiting a moment, begins to draw his swords from behind his back. He hopes to defeat Woonsung, promising to show him how big the world is. Anansu's behavior amused Woonsung because he did not know what Woonsung was really capable of. Woonsung's smile irritates Anansu even more. Now he is very angry. Just as Anansi was about to attack Woonsung, he stopped because Chunhui asked him to wait. At that moment, Woonsung's spear began to move, which surprised Woonsung. It turned out that Chunhui used telekinesis to move Woonsung's weapon to himself, and now Chunhui is holding Woonsung's spear in his hands, which he obtained thanks to telekinesis. Chunhui remembered that Woonsung had another merit related to helping the second squad. That is why Chunhui is going to reward Woonsung with a weapon. He began to cast a spell on the tip of Woonsung's spear, which was already made of black iron and engraved with a flame pattern. After casting a spell, Chunhui snapped his fingers and said that this upgrade would be enough for now. Woonsung watched Chunhui's actions closely and was amazed at what he was doing with his weapon. When he finished upgrading the spear, he threw it back to Woonsung and allowed him to continue the fight. He threw the spear using only telekinesis without touching it once, and it went halfway into the floor. Woonsung had to use some strength to pull the spear out of the floor. He realized that the Holy Demon was full of surprises. After that, Woonsung's focus shifted, and he began to think about how he could deal with Anansu. He believed that Anansu was one level weaker than the man-eating sword from the Green Mountain. So Woonsung decided to remove one bracelet, hoping that would be enough. Then their battle began. Filled with determination and self-confidence, Woonsung decided to attack Anansu. Anansu did not stand aside either. Taking out his swords, he prepares to fight for his rank. And so their weapons crossed in battle one against the other. Anansu and Woonsung proved to be too stubborn. Anansho was impressed by Woonsung's crazy speed, which was difficult to follow. Despite this, the confident Anansho is going to attack Woonsung. He began to use his sword fighting technique, swinging his arms quickly. Seeing what Anansu was doing, Woonsung focused on studying his movements. Then he started moving towards Anansu to deliver a blow that could help him win. It turns out that Anansu uses quick and erratic attacks with flying blades while keeping his distance. Now wounded, Woonsung realized that Ananso was not as easy as he had thought. But at the same time, as he prepares to attack Anansu again, Woonsung thinks that there is no need to intimidate him. Anansu continues to swing his weapon and try to keep Woonsung at a distance. He has no intention of giving up and continues to fight for his place in the cult of the Holy Demon. But Woonsung also does not want to give up and is going to demonstrate his skills. Everyone in the hall watches their battle for a place in the cult. The great demons are surprised at how dangerous Woonsung is at such a young age. They see how determined Woonsung is to defeat Anansu. Anansu himself realizes that Woonsung clearly understands the weaknesses of his flying blades. Anansu also sees that Woonsung uses only simple movements while demonstrating high precision. In order to slow Anansu down a little, Woonsung was able to step on his foot. And while he paused for a moment, Woonsung delivered a quick punch straight to Anansu's stomach. From this blow, Anansu's eyes filled with blood and he began to cough up blood. Ayun was also watching their battle and realized that the gap between her and the 900th was growing even wider. This time only 10 days had passed, but during that time they had become so different. She remembered the 6 months she had to spend in the Valley of 1,000 Souls. She became angry and no longer wanted to lose to him. While Aeon was thinking about all this, the battle between Woonsung and Anansu continued. But Anansu continues to be angry with Woonsung, considering him too small to jump higher than his strength allowed. He keeps Woonsung at a distance, throwing his daggers at him. After that, there's an explosion and a thick column of dust rises into the air, obscuring everything. Then Anansu's dagger can be seen flying out of the dust cloud. Woonsung also became visible, unharmed and with a slight smile on his face and fatigue in his eyes. He holds his spear pointed at Anansu, who stands before him on his knees, unarmed. He waits for Anansu to say something. Through gritted teeth, the tired and wounded Anansho admits defeat. After the admission of defeat, Woonsung immediately raised his spear and placed it upright. After that, Woonsung was finally able to breathe out and relax a little as the battle was over. He is pleased to have received the rank of Great Demon in front of the Holy Demon, even though this rank is considered average. However, to become a deputy leader, one needs not only skills, but also contribution to the cult. Woonsung demonstrated his skills, and there should be no problems with his contribution. After their duel, Sun Hui personally congratulated Woonsung on achieving the rank of Great Demon at such a young age. Returning to Chunhui, Woonsung bowed to him and thanked him. Then Chunhui remembered Dalmuzi, the head of the third squad, and turned to him. He reminded Dalmuzi that he also had a chance to fight for the rank of Great Demon. He asked who his opponent would be. Dalmuzi asked if he could choose any great demon present in the hall. This question surprised Chunhui, but he confirmed that any great demon could be chosen for the battle. None of the great demons present were exempt, and any of them could be chosen. This answer satisfied Dalmuji. He turned around and, without thinking twice, chose his opponent. He pointed to Woonsung and said that he would be his opponent in the battle for the rank of Great Demon. At first, Dalmuji's choice surprised Woonsung, as he had not expected it. But after a moment, a smile appeared on his face along with furrowed brows. Then he picked up the metal bracelet he had taken off for the battle with Anansu and put it back on his arm. Taking off his outer clothing, Dalmuja was surprised to see that Woonsung had put on his bracelet. He took out his sword and asked Woonsung if he thought he could defeat him with all those weights. After all, his body was tired from the fight with the Great Demon. He began to get angry, and when the hair on one side of his face shifted back, a scar on Dalmuja's eye became visible. Before the battle began, Dalmuj asked Woonsung if he knew that this battle could end in someone's death. Taking his spear firmly in his hands, Woonsung remarked that the battle could indeed end that way. Taking up his stance, Woonsung believed that this would be enough. Woonsung's words angered Dalmuj, who began to insult him. Wonsun grew tired of the talk and said that it was time to draw his sword if Dalmujian had practiced martial arts with more than just his mouth. He immediately rushed at Dalmuja to attack him. But Dalmuja did not expect such a quick attack and was even a little confused. Woonsu's blow was powerful and he hit his target directly. Dalmuja was unable to parry Woonsun's attack, as its force sent him flying backwards. When he landed, the only question that concerned him was how Woonsu had managed to do it. Attacking Dalmuji again, Woonsung realized that he should have known his place. Instead, Dalmuji openly showed his hostility towards him. Woonsang's attacks and speed impressed Dalmuk. He even doubted that he was wearing 4 weights. He was also impressed by the battle with Wonsun because he didn't even have time to rest after his battle with the Great Demon. Dalmuja was angered by the words about hostility and his place. He is not going to just sit and watch himself lose. At this moment, Woonsung notices that Dalmuja is using a direct attack with a spin. But Woonsung notices that Dalmuji's belt is twisted too much, which is not right. He realizes that this is actually a trick with an attack after a slight movement. Therefore, Woonsung manages to dodge Dalmuji's attack quite easily. This shocks Dalmuji, as he was sure that this attack would be successful. Pushing off the ground with all his strength, Woonsung jumps up. This is where he strikes Dalmuja in response. This blow again causes Dalmuja to cough up blood. Woonsung's attack was so powerful that Dalmuji was thrown back. The force of the blow sent him flying straight into the wall, which he damaged. Falling to the ground, Dalmuja dropped his sword. He found it difficult to get up. Bleeding profusely, Dalmuja lost his memory for a while. He couldn't remember why he was on the floor or that he had been fighting someone. Picking up his sword, he slowly began to get up with its help. Lifting his head, he saw Woonsun and remembered that he had been fighting him. He felt that Woonsun's breathing had been uneven after fighting the Great Demon, but now it was even again. This surprised Dalmuja because he did not understand how Woonsun had found enough time to catch his breath after the battle. Now he understands that he cannot defeat Woonsun and must therefore surrender. Moreover, he considers Woonsun to be an extremely dangerous monster, so Dalmuja decided to surrender and tried to say those words. At that moment, he saw Woonsung's palm approaching his neck and grabbing it. Woonsun clenched his hand tightly around Dalmuji's neck, preventing him from finishing his sentence. Dalmuji's vision darkened, and when Woonsun let go of him, he fell unconscious against the wall he had just crashed into. After the fight, Woonsung calmly dusted off his clothes as if nothing had happened. He glanced at Dalmuji and thought that this would be a good lesson for others. Then he heard the familiar voice of Chunhui, who said that this was the end. The first squad of hidden demons was promoted to the Burning Dragon Squad. Chunhui also began to mention the leader of the squad, but he was interrupted. It was Woonsun who, bowing to Chunhui as his master, introduced himself as Hyok Woonsun. After that, Chunhui noted that the leader of the first squad, Woonsun, had been promoted to the rank of Great Demon. No one objected. Since everyone present agreed with Chunhui, he once again confirmed Woonsun's rank, and the first squad's joining the Burning Dragon unit. As soon as Woonsun thanked Chunhui, he mentioned that the first squad had helped the second squad complete their mission. Therefore, as the winner of the Man-Eater's Blade, Woonsun was granted the right to enter the cult's demonic arsenal. This pleased Woonsun greatly. That evening, in one of the houses, the lights burned late into the night as the first squad of hidden demons celebrated their appointment. All members of the squad drank alcoholic beverages and thanked their leader. Their celebration did not leave the other members of the squad, who were not as joyful as they were, unmoved. The second squad witnessed their celebration. They were annoyed by their merriment. The leader of the second group, Ayog, noticed that it was time for her and her people to set off for the Valley of 1,000 Souls. Meanwhile, the 900th Woonsun is having fun and enjoying his new rank. The Valley of 1,000 Souls is forbidden land where people go mad from negative chi unless they become stronger. But Ayun is confident that the difference in strength between her and Woonsun will be erased after her return from the Valley of 1,000 Souls. While the Burning Dragon Division continues to have fun, the second squad, led by Ayon, heads for the gate. Arriving at the room, Woonsung thinks about the cult's demonic arsenal, a building where weapons from all over the world are collected. He never thought he would end up here. As a martial artist, he does not rely heavily on weapons, but he can always desire more. Great weapons are made from souls and the finest materials, and weapons with souls sometimes take on the will of their owners. Looking at the mountains, Woonsun regrets that he had no experience with such things in the past, because now it would be easier for him. He believes that it would be better to remelt his spear and make a new one. He feels that tomorrow he will get the spear he wants. In the morning, there was a knock on Woonsun's door, and when he opened it, he saw San and Hyo standing there. He was asked to take Woonsun with him as they were already acquainted. Woonsun was surprised to see the senior instructor. Woonsun thought that Chunghui himself had asked the senior instructor to help him, but it turned out that it was a request from the chief strategist. San and Hyo suggested that Woonsun leave immediately if he had no other business. Woonsun agreed to go. They left the settlement and began to climb higher. Behind them, houses and trees began to appear. The senior instructor thought that Woonsung had grown a lot, but Woonsung believed that this was normal in the demonic arts. This made the instructor smile. After all, growth in martial arts happens up to a certain point. Therefore, people like San and Hyo are cautious about the cave of hidden demons and have difficulties after reaching that point. However, he noted that although this is natural in martial arts, not everyone can achieve what Woonsung has achieved. The instructor also said that he had become a great demon before the trials in the cave, and although his martial arts had improved, he did not dream of reaching a higher level. However, according to the instructor, with his abilities, Woonsung will develop and achieve higher ranks without any problem. After that, walking a little ahead of Woonsun, San and Hyo suggested speeding up. Having said that, he disappeared from Woonsun's sight because he sped up as he had suggested. Without hesitation, Woonsun also sped up, trying to catch up with the senior instructor. The The location of the cult's demonic arsenal is unknown to the people of Zhongyuan, but it is known to the cult members. Everyone with the rank of Great Demon and above knows about it, as well as several demon generals, but not everyone can enter. The path to the arsenal is guarded by martial artists of unknown level who will not let anyone without permission inside. Their identities are secret. Rumor has it that this is a group of practitioners at the level of a great demon. Some say that this place is guarded by the Demon King. Despite this, they are members of a secret demonic group, which means that there are no records of them. The only thing known about them is that they have sworn through generations to serve the holy demon leader of the cult. Stopping, San and Hyo realized that he could not go any further, because only Woon-sung had permission, and therefore only he could enter. Seeing the building of the demonic arsenal in front of him, Woon-sung was surprised. Woon-sung approached the gate and reached out to open it, but he thought he heard strange sounds that he did not understand. He stopped and thought about how he thought everything in this place was made of stone, but this part turned out to be wooden. Thinking about how old this building might be, he began to push the door open. Woon-sung had imagined this place to be much larger than it actually was, but there were indeed many weapons here. There was almost no space outside the corridor. Woon-sung looked at the weapons and saw Jian's collection. There were fewer Dao swords, and finally Woon-sung found some spears for himself. He looked at the spears and thought that there were really a lot of good weapons in this place. And this isn't even the entire first level, but there are still a lot of weapons here. Without rushing, Woon-sung examines the weapons on the first floor. There are 4 floors like this, and Woon-sung has to check them all out. But then he receives a message saying that he is allowed to stay in this place for 1 hour. He had a feeling that someone was watching him and using telepathy, a secret demonic group. Moving on, Woon-sung sees something like fog in a cluster of energy. This energy surrounded Woon-sung in a circle, preventing him from leaving. It began to move closer and closer to Woon-sung, as if trying to swallow him. For a moment, Woon-sung's eyes glowed orange. While this was happening, Woon-sung couldn't even move and just stood motionless. Until he felt pain in his body, after which he came to his senses and tried to control himself. Exhausted, Woon-sung almost fell to the ground, but he managed to stay on his feet. At that moment, San and Hyo was standing where Woon-sung had left him. He realized that the time had come and Woon-sung faced the demonic arsenal. If he couldn't withstand it, then according to the senior instructor, Woon-sung was not worthy of entering the arsenal. But Woon-sung already felt better because he had used the elevated soul of the earthly body. If not for it, the unknown aura could have destroyed Woon-sung. Looking around, Woon-sung found nothing interesting or impressive. He continued on his way, continuing to look around. He picked up one of the swords and thought that they were all average weapons with sharp blades. All of this could be found in real life, of course, provided you had enough money for them. Putting the weapon back in its place, he assumed that all these weapons were meant to distract him. But if he had been struck by ki, he would not have been able to read the aura of the weapons and would have chosen one of them. Therefore, Woon-sung decided to be more careful. The second level of the building was not very different from the first, although there were some nice spears, but nothing that impressed Woon-sung. He was already becoming disappointed and thinking that he had high expectations that were not being met. As he climbed to the third level, Woon-sung thought that he would not find anything worthwhile here either, and then he would just take the spear he had noticed earlier. He reached the third floor where he felt the strange sensation of the Spearmaster's artifact. With caution and scrutiny, he turned back to see what was there. There, Woon-sung saw a long, rusty spear among a pile of weapons. He became curious about how long this spear had been there. He grabbed the spear and held it tightly in his hand. Woon-sung felt that the artifact had stopped reacting, but at that moment, the rusty surface began to crumble, revealing the pure metal of the spearhead, the fang of the white night dragon. It had been there for many years as it had rusted so badly, although the fabric on it was well preserved. Realizing that this fabric was Chasucha, he did not understand why it was on this spear. The inscription on the fabric said that it was from a secret lost star. After a while, San and Hyo heard sounds coming from the building of the demonic artifact. Turning toward the gate, he noticed that it had begun to open. The gate is opened by Woon-sung, who has already chosen a new weapon for himself and is returning. San and Hyo saw that Woon-sung had chosen a spear and was surprised by his choice. But Woon-sung was satisfied with his choice and had no intention of changing it. Since Woon-sung had finished choosing his weapon, they now returned. On the way, Sang and Hyo wished Woon-sung luck in his future tasks. The Spear of the White Night Dragon and the Art of the Six Seals and Destruction became one, and now Woon-sung and San and Hyo are heading through the forest, descending a steep slope. The instructor hopes that Woon-sung fully understands the responsibility that has fallen on his shoulders as one of the 12 support squads. He believes that it will not be easy for Woon-sung, but in his opinion, he will definitely succeed and soon receive his first assignment. However, being part of a support unit means you can't relax, so Sang and Hyo wishes Woon-sung good luck once again. Woon-sung himself believes that he is ready for the tasks ahead. Despite this, he has a question for the senior instructor. San and Hyo is surprised because this is the first time Woon-sung has asked him anything. Woon soon asks which king made his spear out of black iron with a flame design. After a while, Woon-sung is among the members of his squad and is about to go somewhere. He crossed his spears behind his back and hid them in a red cloth. One of the members of the squad asked Woon-sung to be careful on his way. Before that, San and Hyo said that the blacksmith who forged the spear was in the 15th village of the cult, and his name was Ganja. That is where Woon-sung plans to arrive in about 4 hours. Therefore, he quickly set off on his journey. In the smithy of the 15th village, a blacksmith was working on making a sword. He heard an unfamiliar voice that distracted him from his work and asked to see Ganja. Turning around, he saw Woon-sung waiting for an answer at the door of the smithy. It turned out that this blacksmith was Ganja. Upon learning this, Woon-sung said that he had been sent by the demon sword. Scratching the back of his head, the blacksmith remarked that he knew several demonic swords, so he was curious to know which one in particular was being referred to. Calmly and deliberately, Woon-sung said that it was a demonic sword of layered blood. Upon hearing about this demonic sword, the blacksmith's expression changed. He became both surprised and frightened. Stammering, the blacksmith asked who he was. Woon-sung introduced himself and said that he was a great demon. After Woon-sung mentioned his rank, the blacksmith became even more frightened and began to apologize for his behavior. When the blacksmith bowed, Woon-sung asked him to stand up because he had come to ask for a favor. He then asked if he had indeed made a spear out of black iron with a flame pattern. It turned out that the blacksmith had indeed made this spear. When Woon-sun asked if the blacksmith could remelt the spear and make something different out of it, the blacksmith thought about it. He carefully examined the spear, which no longer looked the same as when he had first made it. While the blacksmith was examining the spear, the tired Woon-sun sat and waited for him to give him a definite answer. Finally, the blacksmith asked Woon-sun to give him some time to examine the spear more closely. He noticed that Woon-sun had received a different spear, which was why he was asking for something else to be made from it. When the blacksmith asked what exactly Woon-sun wanted him to make from the spear, he replied that he wanted throwing knives and shoulder pads. In the evening, when the sun had almost set behind the rocks, Woon-sun went out to a sandy area to train. There were several trees around the chosen area, but they would not hinder Woon-sun. For his training, Woon-sun took the spear, the Fang of the White Night Dragon. He began to recall the seals he had learned. These were Rain of Fallen Stars and Night Darkness of the 4th month. He also remembered the 3rd seal he had mastered, Divine Wind of the Past. In addition to these 3 seals, Woon-sun decided to practice what he had used in his battle with the man-eating sword from Green Mountain. To train these skills, Woon-sun used all his strength, directing it into his new weapon. Concentrating his power in his weapon, Woon-sun tried to combine these arts. His first strike was so powerful that it left a large crater in the ground and broke the trunk of one of the trees. He expended a lot of energy because it is difficult to use all the movements of this multi-level art without interruption. His breathing and movement of chi at the moment of using this technique are 2 problems. He thinks he has to use a lot of chi. If Woon-sun manages to perfect this technique, it will become his trump card. Hiding his spear behind his back, Woon-sun reached for the knives hidden in his pocket. Once he had them, he immediately threw 3 of them at one of the trees where they stuck. Then he took 4 more knives and threw them all at once after the previous 3. These were the lightning-fast throwing knives that Woon-sun still remembered how to use. While he was training, the sun completely set behind the horizon, and it became completely dark. Therefore, Woon-sun had to end his training. When he returned to his village, he was met by one of the girls who was a member of the Burning Dragon Squad. She immediately offered Woon-sun a snack because he had been away for so long. But when Woon-sun refused, the girl became sad. She blushed and tears almost appeared in her eyes. At that moment, her eyes lit up again with happiness because a banquet was planned for the day, and she hoped that Woon-su would join them. Woon-sun thought about the invitation and decided that he should go after all. Late at night, when the moon and stars were shining in the sky, all the members of Woon-sun's group gathered at the pier. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to the same place. Something made them freeze. Woon-sun's attention, like that of the others, was fixed on that spot. Suddenly, Woon-sun asked the person who had appeared before them to identify himself. Before them stood a man who bowed and greeted Woon-sun, captain of the Burning Dragon Squad. The man introduced himself as Ha-mo and said he had a message for the captain of the Burning Dragon Squad from the absolute holy demon's brain. Woon-sun realized that he was talking about the chief strategist, Sang-gwan-chuk. He asked him to visit him in the Tower of Holy Wisdom, but Woon-sun does not understand why he is being summoned to the tower where all of Sang-gwan-chuk's forces are gathered, especially at such a late hour. Then Ha-mo noted that Gwan-chuk had a task for Woon-sun, but he did not know any other details, only that it was urgent. It makes no sense for one of the demon masters to set a trap to get rid of a great demon. After Mo-ha's words about Gwan-chuk's task, Woon-sun thought for a moment. He put down his half-empty glass and said that he was going to a meeting and asked Mo-ha to take him there. Mo-ha set off first, followed by Woon-sun. They moved quickly so as not to waste any time. All the way there, Mo-ha thinks about how Sang-gwan-chuk ordered him to bring Woon-sun. All the way there, Woon-sun looked suspiciously at Mo-ha. Mo-ha wasn't sure that Woon-sun was really a great demon. After all, he is one of the top demon generals, and unlike Woon-sun, he has not yet reached such a rank. He decides to assess Woon-sun himself. He tells him to hurry up. He has already disappeared from Woon-sun's sight when Woon-sun starts to follow him, gradually catching up. Such games amuse Woon-sun. After a while, Woon-sun began to approach the Tower of Holy Mind. It turned out to be an observation tower. The Tower of 10 Demon Masters and the Tower of Holy Mind are located in the center and surrounded by cult villages. This is because the cult members need to be protected. Mo-ha told Woon-sun everything he knew about the 10 towers. He was tired and asked for a rest. After this suggestion, Woon-sun stopped and folded his arms across his chest in dissatisfaction. He was surprised that Mo-ha himself wanted to hurry up to test him, and now he was out of breath and asking for a rest. Mo-ha fell to the ground, exhausted, and was surprised when he realized that Woon-sun had figured everything out. Woon-sun began to get angry that Mo-ha, being a demon general, dared to test the great demon, hoping that Gwan-chul would ignore it. Enraged, Woon-sun orders Mo-ha to continue running toward the Tower of Holy Wisdom at the same speed as before. If he stopped or slowed down, he would pay for insulting the great demon with his life. He listened to Woon-sun attentively, fear in his eyes. He probably already regretted his actions. Just as Mo-ha was about to say something, Woon-sun ordered him to be quiet and not interrupt him. Putting down his spear, Woon-sun said that Mo-ha must not arrive at the village later than him. Otherwise, he would be worse off than if he had gone to rest. Mo-ha had to take responsibility for his actions. These words frightened Mo-ha very much. He could not even hide his fear, which was clearly visible on his face. After a while, Woon-sun was already standing at the door and knocking on it. After that, he was allowed to enter, and the door was even opened using telekinesis. Inside, Woon-sun saw many books and documents. He had the impression that he had entered the storage room of a master swordsman. At the end of the room, Woon-sun saw Gwan-chuk with his back turned to him. He is sitting at a table covered with stacks of documents. Gwan-chuk was waiting for Woon-sun. He turned to Woon-sun and remarked that he had arrived very quickly. Then he invited him to sit down. At that moment, Woon-sun saw Gwan-chuk's dark and bloody pen, the pen of life and the afterlife. When the brain of an absolute holy demon writes with a dark pen, a person can no longer use certain parts of their body. And when he writes with a bloody pen, the person is left without all their limbs. And when he writes with both pens at once, the person is sent to the other world. Sitting down at the table, Gwan-chuk offered him some tea first. The tea that Gwan-chuk makes seems strange to Woon-sun because he puts tea leaves in cold water. But when he touched the cup with one finger, it began to glow brightly. A flash of samadhi occurred. After that, Gwan-chuk handed Woon-sun the steaming cup and offered him some tea. When Woon-sun saw that Gwan-chuk was capable of a flash of samadhi, he realized that he was at the same level as his master and 9 others. Then Gwan-chuk remembered that he had sent Mo-ha to escort Woon-sun to the tower. After that, Guanchuk assumed that Moha had behaved inappropriately towards Woonsun, and Woonsun realized that he knew everything. But Woonsun explained that Moha had behaved arrogantly towards him, which was why he had been punished. Guanchuk knows that Moha is a good subordinate, but sometimes overestimates himself. In his opinion, he now has to learn this lesson. Woonsung no longer wants to talk about Moha, so he gets down to business and asks why he was called here. Guanchuk said he needed the captain of the Burning Dragon Squad. After thinking about it, Woonsung realizes that in that case, Guanchuk has a job for the Burning Dragon Squad. Guanchuk confirmed Woonsung's guess. He needed Woonsung and his squad to move to Sichuan. When Woonsun was surprised by this, Guanchuk explained that cult units could be found in many places, and Sichuan was no exception. Guanchuk also said that the head of the Sichuan division had been kidnapped by orthodox sects. But Woonsung did not understand why this situation required the intervention of the Burning Dragon Squad. Guanchuk pointed out that he was not an ordinary squad leader, but the head of all divisions in Sichuan. When Woonsung learned that Anan knew the location of the secret demon hideout, he became interested in the case. Guanchuk continues to say that he may be held in the Sichuan department of the military alliance. Now, Woonsung understands why this is such an urgent task entrusted to the Burning Dragon Squad. He listened carefully to all of Guanchuk's story, finished his tea in one gulp, and said that he would leave immediately. Returning to his squad, Woonsung said that they would leave for the mission immediately. At this time, in another area, a man is practicing martial arts with his sword. He manages to create an unusual whirlwind in front of him, accompanied by gusts of wind. For a moment, the man stood in front of the whirlwind, seemingly enjoying it, remaining calm. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. A slight anger mixed with fear appeared on his face. At that moment, the man swings his sword, leaving a bright orange trail behind him. He struck the ground with his sword, and fire spread out from it like a trail. After a moment, the man asked if she had watched him demonstrate his two arts. One of them was the art of heavenly clouds, when the sword's brilliance could be compared to clouds, and the other was red sunset, when the sword cut through the ground in an instant. The girl standing behind the master watched intently as he wielded the two swords, which had become stronger than 3 years ago. The master noted that if the girl put in a lot of effort, she would also be able to achieve such results. He looked closely at the girl standing in front of him. She was once a child he took as his apprentice. Even then, she was an unusual child, very talented, and now she was a real woman. The master also noted that they had lost contact with her younger brother. All this time, the master had been thinking about how to capture Kinchin Shan. The girl assumes that by younger brother, the master means Mi Hong Soon. It turns out that the master sent him on a mission to Lopner, and he assumes that something happened there, so he asked the girl to find out everything. The girl agreed to his request, although he usually does this himself, but this time the military alliance asked him for something. He explains that the Sichuan branch of the alliance has captured one of the members of the Holy Demon cult, and now he has to interrogate him. Hearing this, the girl eagerly points out that she is busy searching for Mi Hong Soon and other problems so as not to disturb the master. Suddenly, the master took the girl by both arms and squeezed them tightly in his hands. The girl did not expect her master to do this. She found this contact unpleasant. The master's eyes seemed to glow red. He had wanted to do this for a long time. Although the girl tried to pull her hands away, the master did not let go, but only remarked that he was leaving everything up to her. The Burning Dragon Squad was already on horseback and had been traveling for 7 days. During this time, they reached the border of the Xinjiang region. Wang Sun looked back and noticed that they were already near the Kunlun Mountains. Suddenly, he ordered the horse to stop. In these mountains lies the Kunlun sect, one of the 10 great sects, and here is the beginning and end of Zhongyuan. Therefore, one song suggests leaving the horses here and continuing on foot so as not to attract unnecessary attention. He asked someone to send a signal so that the local branch would take the horses and take care of them. One of the Burning Dragon's men took a bow and shot an arrow into the air, which was a signal to the members of the Kunlun sect. Now they are ready to move beyond the borders of Qinghai province towards Sichuan. But Wang Sun noted that while they were in Qinghai, they should keep quiet because it was Kunlun territory. The members of the squad agreed. Kunlun did not exist before. Perhaps this was because they led a more Taoist lifestyle focused on inner development. But Wang Sun is glad that they have nothing to do with his revenge. Still, he finds it strange because the Kunlun sect is not the only one that did not exist before. Those who destroy people who practice demonic arts have not appeared. Despite all this, the head of the military alliance, Jia Dogyul, did not involve either Shaolin or Kunlun. One Song assumes that Jia Dogyul believes he has enough power not to use them. But this does not make sense to One Song. 15 days later, Wang Sun and his squad crossed the Kunlun Mountains without any problems. During a short rest, Wang Sun called over Baek Wungji, a girl who rushed to him headlong. He asked her how many members of their squad had mastered the art of concealment, but Wungji did not understand what Wun Sun wanted to know. He explained that it was necessary to hide in a shadow as wide as an elbow. This was so that there would be no unnecessary noise while running. Wunji noted that, to a certain extent, all members of the squad were capable of this. But if it was necessary to select someone who met these requirements, she could suggest 3 people or 5, if the requirements were lowered. However, Wun Sun thought that 3 would be enough. They would form the first team, led by Wunji. Hearing this, Wunji happily agreed to Wun Sun's proposal. After that, Wun Sun ordered the first team of the Burning Dragon to start gathering information as soon as they entered Sichuan territory. He asked them not to overlook anything, even if the information seemed very simple. Wun Sun and the other members of the squad remained on the mountain, while the first team began to descend to Sichuan. The man in the hood believes that even though they are newbies, they are still the Burning Dragon squad. Nervous, the gray-haired man punched a hole in the table with just a touch. He noted that although they had signed an agreement, underestimating the cult's power could cost him dearly. When his interlocutor, who was wearing a robe and a hood, saw the hole he had made, He was frightened. Standing before the hooded man was the deputy leader of the cult, the soul-devouring Fire King Ju Moonbyok. Apologizing to Ju Moonbyok, the man thought that after the death of the holy demon, all power would pass into his hands. He decided not to make enemies within the cult. After apologizing, Moonbyok decided to drop the subject. He asked the man in the hood if he could handle the Burning Dragon Squad because, according to rumors, their leader was very talented. His interlocutor noted that they had been preparing well for 10 years, and moreover, they had several good masters. Among these masters was the Blade of Heaven from Genshin Shan. He was referring to the heir to the Swords of Heavenly Clouds and Red Sunset. However, this person seems too young to Moonbeck, and the captain of the Scorching Dragon Troop is much more talented for his age. He believes that if this plan does not work, it will be difficult to accuse the cult leader of incompetence. But the man in the hood remarked that he had sent someone else there. Moonbeku became curious about who it was. With a satisfied look on his face, the hooded man said that he had sent his first disciple there as well. The first disciple was an old man from the Heavenly Clouds and Red Sunset. In their opinion, he would have no problems with Woon Sun. After that, the man in the hood asked about the divine art of the holy demon, without which their plan could be considered a failure. At that moment, Moonbeak's face changed. He began to show his interlocutor the flames. This sight impressed the man in the hood. He assumed that this was the divine flame. Looking down on his interlocutor, Moonbeak asked if he had seen everything clearly. He had indeed demonstrated the divine art of the holy demon from the secret holy demon. Near the hotel, close to the Sichuan branch of the military alliance, the first group, led by Woon Ji, was already gathering information. The rooms in the hotel were full, and in one of them sat a man cleaning his weapon, preparing for something. At this time, Guante Riang, tired from his journey, sits in a small shelter, thinking everything over. Nearby in the middle of the forest, Woon Song is training on trees and other vegetation. There's a lot going on in his head, and he cannot understand much of it. Looking around and seeing a broken tree, he realizes that his basic skills have become more powerful. He clutches the white night spear he recently received tightly in his hand. The first thing he associates with the change in his basic skills is the appearance of the white night spear. Now, Woon Sung decided to test the spear with the art of the 6 seals and destruction. After that, he was once again convinced that something had definitely changed. Woon Sun felt that he was beginning to understand that the spear was trying to show him the way. This is thanks to the vibration he feels every time he uses the art of the 6 seals and destruction. He saw the inscriptions on the cloth again and began to suspect that the missing star was the leader and founder of the cult, known as the Lost Star of the Holy Demon. He believes that the spear was a gift to someone from the missing star of the Holy Demon, and it may be connected to a secret demonic group. But it makes no sense to give the spear to a group, as it was created for battle, not as a wall decoration. What is most puzzling to Woonsu is how familiar the spear feels in his hand, as if it obeys him. However, all these guesses make no sense to Woonsun. Woonsun sits in the middle of the forest, thinking about everything possible, when suddenly he hears familiar sounds. He turns toward the sounds to see who is making them. He assumes that the lieutenant has arrived. On the other side of the ditch that Woonsun created during training, the lieutenant is indeed standing and reporting the arrival of the first group with information. The lieutenant turns out to be Guan Tae Ryang, who also notes that all other members of the squad are ready to depart on Woonsun's orders. With a slight smile on his face, Woonsung apologized to Guan Tae Ryan for dumping the work on him. He also asked everyone to gather. After returning from the mission, Woon-ji began to show Woon-sun the locations of the soldiers on the map and tell him about all the pros and cons. The 3 enemies know all the details. According to Woon-sun, one of them is a first-class commander. Woon-ji confirmed Woon-sun's guesses. She noted that the leader is known as Tan Pei-jeon, the bloodthirsty one. Although Pei-jeon is skilled with poisons and adept at the art of killing people, Woon-sun believes that Buk Woon-ji can handle him because she is one of the best in the unit. While Woon-sun is thinking about it, Baek Woon-ji offers to take on Tan Pei-jeon herself. After that, Woon-sung asked who the other 2 were who knew the details of this task. When he heard that they were the Blade of Heaven and the first disciple, he almost jumped up and clenched his fist tightly. This prompted Woon-sung to recall how he had dealt with the Sword of Men, and now he was eager to meet the Blade of Heaven and the first disciple. Woon-sun immediately said that he would deal with the first disciple, while the Blade of Heaven would take care of Guante Riani. But first, they had to try to extract the branch chief unnoticed, as they were on the territory of 3 factions from the 10 great families and the 5 noble clans. He emphasizes that they must avoid fighting, and if that fails, they must be extremely discreet. Sam Woon-sung wants to deal with the first disciple, but he reassures himself that he is not the only one on his list of people to avenge. He is confident that there will definitely be another opportunity to destroy the first disciple. He does not want to rush because often you have to go a long way to achieve what you want. After discussing this, Woon-sung asked Baek Woon-ji to continue sharing the information they had obtained. She opened her map again and began to study it. She continued her story about the head of the An-ona branch. Since they don't know where he is being held, they have to get to the dungeon and check every cell there. Baek Woon-ji's plan makes Woon-sun think that it will take some time, and they only have 30 minutes. After that, Woon-sun and Baek Woon-ji assume that there must be a large number of guards in that place. There may also be a lot of guards because they are waiting for the Burning Dragon Squad to show up. The guards change every 4 hours, and there are so many of them that it will be impossible to get many people through and remain unnoticed. This is another problem that Woon-sun has to think about. After thinking it over again, he decided that he would only go in with the first team and Guan Tae Ryan. All members of the group accepted Woon-su's decision and agreed without question. The others were to spread out across the city and signal with red fireworks if there was a problem. Those who would go inside had to prepare smoke bombs to take with them, just in case. He ordered everyone to get ready because they would be leaving at 5 in the morning. The next morning, when the sun had not yet risen and owls were still sitting in the trees, they gathered at the edge of the forest. They were watching everything very closely. One owl noticed strangers passing by. She noticed at least 5 strangers dressed in robes walking past her. The guards guarding the hotel were very tired and wanted to sleep. They think that today, unlike previous times, it was very cold and damp to be on guard duty. Although they had not slept all night, they still had to finish their work. At this time, warriors began to appear in the forest, hiding among the trees and watching what was happening. Several more people joined one of the warriors and also hide among the trees and other vegetation. One of them seems to suspect something and gestures to the others to wait. When he took off his mask, it became clear that it was Woon-sun, who reminded them that their goal was not battle, but the liberation of the branch chief. A commotion began among the guards. Some of them were happy to be replaced, while others were angry that they had to go to work. The first shift had to report on what was happening at their post, but apart from the fact that it was cold, they had nothing to report. After saying goodbye to each other, 2 other guards, who were a little more alert than those who had left, took up their posts. Woon-sung, who was still successfully hiding and had not been noticed, watched their shift change closely. While the guards stand and talk about everyday matters on the other side of the wall, Woon-sung and the first team try to infiltrate the facility. He uses gestures to signal to his team that it is time to move forward. Catching Woon-ji's gaze, Woon-sun points his thumb toward the roof. Woon-ji immediately understood the gesture and began to carry out Woon-sun's order. At that moment, she quickly, carefully, and silently jumped onto the roof. Sitting cautiously on the roof without making any unnecessary movements, Woon-ji watched what was happening on the other side of the wall. Seeing that the guards were busy talking, she signaled to her team to move forward. Receiving instructions from Woon-ji, Woon-sun silently ordered the other members of the team to cross the obstacle and move forward. One by one, the members of the obfuscating dragon team began to jump over the wall and head for the guarded area. While they were jumping over the wall, the guards did not even hear or notice them. Woon-sun rushed to the hiding place already on the territory of the military alliance. Baek Woon-ji was running next to him, and Woon-sun asked her where the entrance to the cells was. She pointed to the right and led everyone else along the path. Once they had directions, they quickly ran past another guard post. The guard at this post hears some strange noises that catch his attention. Turning around and seeing no one, he assumed that a mouse had run past him. The entrance to one of the inconspicuous buildings was surprisingly guarded by 3 guards. They hardly communicate with each other and are actually guarding the entrance to this room. Not far behind them, Woon-sun watches from behind the wall of another building. He assumes that the cameras are located down there, accessible only through a single entrance guarded by 6 guards. He thinks about a plan of action and believes that it is possible to deal with the guards, rescue the head, and do it before the shift change. While Woon-sun is thinking about his actions and those of his team members are waiting for instructions. But it all seems easy to Woon-sun, and the guards don't look worried, even though they're supposed to be waiting for the Burning Dragon Squad. In Woon-sun's opinion, the surveillance is strangely organized and has many blind spots. This gives him a bad feeling. Sitting next to him is Gwante Ryang, who sees Woon-sun's concern, even though he assures him that everything is fine. Woon-sun decides to think everything through carefully, remembering the main goal of the mission. Since the cameras are right in front of them, Woon-sun doesn't even think about turning back. He decides to move quickly toward his goal because there is no turning back. He believes that the first disciple, the head of the military alliance, must also be somewhere nearby. Thinking about who is in charge of this place, Woon-sun had an idea. Taking off his cloak and standing up, Woon-sun asks his team to get ready. At this time, the first disciple and his other subordinates are discussing the fact that the group led by Woon-sun should have already infiltrated the prison. The head of the department believed that luck was on their side and that they would be able to capture the Burning Dragon Squad. However, the first student believed that this could only happen thanks to the efforts of the department head. After that, the first student began to recall the plan they had devised to capture the Burning Dragon Squad. He remembered how he first came to the head of the local department, Tan Pei-jong. At that time, he informed the head of the department that he felt that 3 people were hiding nearby. The first disciple's statement surprised the head of the local department, Tan Pei-jong. The first disciple then suggested that he could sense members of a cult who had decided to make their first move. Immediately after the first disciple's statement, Tan Pei-jong decided that they should find these people. According to the first disciple, if this were a normal situation, they would have captured them immediately. But now he wanted to solve this problem differently. The first disciple asked Tan Pei-jong not to worry because he felt that these people were coming back, and assumed that it was reconnaissance. He suggests taking advantage of this opportunity and capturing all the members of the Burning Dragon Squad together. And now he feels that their plan has worked and the cultists have returned. The first disciple became curious about who these people were and who their commander was, about whom there were so many rumors. He came to the so-called entrance to the prison to find out what the situation was there. Everything happened exactly as the first disciple had expected. They quickly managed to disable the guards by exploiting their pain point. Sure enough, all the guards were lying unconscious around the prison entrance, but they were still alive. The first student decided to examine everything around the prison entrance in detail. He knelt down to examine the ground around the building. The first student noticed traces indicating that the group had entered the premises, but there were no traces of them leaving. There is only one entrance to this prison, and the only way out is through it. Therefore, the first student assumes that the group is still inside. He also assumes that the Burning Dragon Squad has already approached the cells. He is satisfied with this and believes that the time has come to smoke them out from inside. The first apprentice began to descend, ordering 2 others to go with him. He left the others to guard the entrance and told them to be careful. He has no intention of allowing the Burning Dragon Squad to leave this room unharmed. Going downstairs, he expects to see the cultists there and finally see how well they have been trained. Walking a little way down the corridor behind the bars, he sees only exhausted prisoners. The first disciple is extremely attentive and cautious in all his actions. Noticing the sleeping prisoners, Tan Pei-jong does not understand how they can rest with such noise. But the first student believes that this is not a coincidence and that something is wrong here, so he decides to hurry. Together with the head of this department, Tan Pei-jong, and 3 other assistants, he walks straight down the prison corridors. Suddenly, he stops in front of one of the bars behind which there is nothing. He is surprised by what he sees because he does not understand how this could have happened. Moreover, he considered it impossible. Enraged, the first disciple took out his weapon and began to smash all the bars. Seeing this, Tan Pei-jong was unpleasantly surprised and tried to stop the first disciple. He did not understand why the first disciple had started destroying everything and pulling the prisoners out from behind the bars. He was sure that even a great elder was not allowed to behave like this. Besides, he could not allow all these prisoners to escape. At this time, the first disciple tries to remain calm, looking at the prisoner lying on the ground. He realizes that his artery has been squeezed and concludes that the cult members have used pressure points. Because of this, he concludes that all the others who appear to be asleep are in the same condition. Hearing this, the head of the local department, Tanpei-John, demands the keys to the cells. After checking most of the people behind bars, it becomes clear that all of their arteries have been squeezed. The first student realizes that they are too late, but Tanpei-Chong still does not understand how they managed to do this to prisoners in closed cells. But the first student knows that there are several ways to do this without using pressure. He assumes that among the cult members there is someone who possesses precise aura pressure or air finger pressure. The first disciple is worried that he might make unnecessary movements or say unnecessary words. He orders a pursuit to be organized. Tanpei-Chung notes that he has prepared for this in advance and marked the prisoner with a certain substance that will help them find him quickly. He took out a small bottle of the substance and showed it to the first disciple, which improved his mood. After that, the first disciple says that now they will immediately start searching for the kidnappers. He quickly began to climb the stairs to get out of the prison. But as soon as he was outside the prison door, he was overcome with panic. The first disciple and everyone else who was with him in the prison were also shocked. They saw the lifeless bodies of the guards who had been left outside to guard the entrance to the prison. At this time, a satisfied Won-sun and the other members of his squad were returning. He ran happily, but regretted that he would not see the face of the first disciple. Meanwhile, the first disciple is almost exploding with rage. Now he understands that the cult has indeed sent someone very skilled. Looking back, Tanpei-John notes that there are no warriors who were supposed to guard the entrance to the prison. This angers the first disciple even more because he does not understand what is going on. Tanpei-Chong explains that he is talking about those they found earlier. Now the first disciple understands that the Burning Dragon Squad has set a trap for him. He realized that the cult members had pretended to be sleeping guards. The first disciple realized how wrong he had been to think that they were inside. In addition, the cultists had reduced the number of warriors who could pursue them. But according to the others, this was not a simple act of audacity, as it would not have allowed them to take such a step. Those who did it were sure that the first disciple would not check the guards who had fallen unconscious. But they did not understand who this person could be who knew the master's actions in advance. The first disciple decided to follow the fugitives and asked Tanpei-John to lead the way. But when Tanpei-John noticed that they didn't have enough people for this, the first disciple became angry because he was not going to let the cult members escape. The first disciple was very angry that the cult members had managed to trick him like that. Seeing the first disciple's reaction, Tanpei-John agreed to follow his orders. While the first group of the Burning Dragon Squad was escaping from Anon, they were worried about whether he was okay. But Woon-sung promises to try to restore Anon's pain points as soon as they get out of there. At this time, Anon, who is being carried on their backs, begins to slowly regain consciousness and tries to say something. Seeing this, Woon-sung decides to ask about his general condition. Anon replies that he has caused them trouble. He becomes curious about which unit his rescuers belong to. Moving on, Woon-sung said that they were from the Burning Dragon unit, which surprised Anon. Anon is surprised that even 12 support units consisting of demon generals have intervened in this matter. He assumed that the guy carrying him was on the same level as him. Anon also knows that their captain must be a great demon and decides to introduce himself, so he decided to ask who their captain was. Then Guante Ryang, who is carrying Anon, glanced at Woon-sun and pointed out that their captain is in front of them. This surprised Anon even more. After all, he did not expect to see such a captain of the Burning Dragon Squad. Woon-sun, as always, was calm and collected despite his young age. Without drawing attention to himself, Woon-sun asked An-ho not to move, as his pain points were still damaged. Nevertheless, An-on decided to introduce himself and greet the captain of the Burning Dragon Squad. He cannot believe that this is really the captain because he looks no more than 20 years old. And he remembered that they had recently completed their training in the Hidden Demon's Cave. Then Woon-sung asks Guante Ryan, who has been carrying An-ho for a long time, for a favor. He asked him to hand An over to someone else, but Guante Ryan does not understand what the problem is. Woon-sun explains that the detachment will continue to move in this direction. Turning to Baek Woon-ji, Woon-sun said that he was leaving the command to her. He also added that if he is not at the meeting place in 2 hours, they should immediately return to the cult's territory. At first, Woon-sung's request surprised and shocked Baek Woon-ji, but she did not argue or ask for clarification and agreed to it. Guante Ryanu was ordered to follow Won-sun because they were being followed. Woon-sun notes that he sensed them 15 minutes ago. They're following them closely as if they know their way. This makes Guante Ryana think that they are using some kind of trick. After considering everything, Woon-sung assumes that they are being pursued by a small group because many of their warriors have been killed. Now, Woon-sung also feels that the enemies are still following them closely. Since Woon-sung and his team have not crossed paths with the enemies, he assumes that they have done something to An. Woon-sung also realizes that Tanpei-jong may have used a tracking substance that cannot be washed off, and therefore a confrontation is inevitable. And then they see the enemies approaching, led by the first disciple. He is very angry at what the cultists have done on the territory of the military alliance. The first disciple senses the demonic chi and realizes that the people standing before him are cultists. And then the first disciple appears before Woon-sung. He believes that the right decision is to stop them there. After all, the detachment could suffer significant losses if it fought off the enemies, and defended on Ona at the same time. Woon-sung initially hoped to stop the first disciple in this place, but then decided to kill him here. Approaching Woon-sung and Guante Ryan, who are blocking the enemy's path, the first disciple asks Tanpei-jun to continue pursuing the others. The first disciple considers Woon-sung to be a cult dog with very large fangs, but Woon-sung began to mock him because he would die from a dog bite, yet he considered himself a tiger. He does not understand why an old man like the first disciple holds such a high position. The first disciple considers Woon-sung to be insolent and lacking in manners like all demonic pursuers. Now Woon-sung is sure that the first disciple has not learned to respond to such provocations in all these years. But he has no idea that it is Woon-sung who has been suppressing his anger, not him. Before attacking the first disciple, Woon-sung decided to find out what he was doing in Xinjiang. But then he heard the clang of swords and realized that the battle had already begun. He believes that Guante Ryang's skills are on par with his opponent's, and even if he doesn't defeat him, he will definitely be able to hold him off. Wang Sun's question surprised the first disciple. He began to talk about the sandstorm of death and how his disciple was supposed to train them. These words surprised the first disciple even more. He did not understand how Wun Sun could know about the sandstorm of death. Finally, the first disciple dared to ask if Wun Sun had met one of the younger ones. But Wun Sun did not answer, asking again why the first disciple needed to know. Now the first disciple understood that Wun Sun had indeed met him, and that was why they had stopped receiving news from him. He became very angry and began to attack Wun Sun, demanding that he tell him what he had done to him. But Wun Sun was ready for the first disciple's attack and was going to block or repel it. When Wun Sun saw that the first disciple began to use the unity of the heavenly sword, he realized that the first disciple was not just wasting time. Realizing that the first disciple was not going to respond, Wun Sun began to threaten to cut off his limbs. He sees the purifying ki, which is a sign of an extraordinary level. There are very few people in the world with such ki. He sees that the first disciple has gone beyond the limits, but he is still unable to unlock the potential of purified chi. During the battle with the first disciple, Wun Sun becomes convinced that he is indeed very strong. He has more internal chi than Wun Sun, and it is actually very pure. But by this point, Wun Sun has also managed to reach the transcendent level, and his understanding of this level is much better. So in conclusion, Wun Sun believes that he has much more experience in this matter. The first disciple sees that he is focused on his thoughts, and this begins to annoy him. He wants to know what he is thinking. And at that moment, the first disciple begins to use the sword of heavenly clouds and red sunset. Wun Sun, in turn, begins to use the art of the six beginnings and destruction. Although Wun Sun assumes that the divine spear of the end of the night would be a better weapon against the sword of heavenly clouds and red sunset. But Wun Sun decides not to take any chances so as not to give the first disciple a chance to understand who he really is. Besides, Wun Sun has already experienced the first disciple's skills, although he has not revealed his own. Furthermore, the first disciple does not know that Wun Sun has more than one weapon. At that moment, Wun Sun jumps up and begins to use his intimidating chi. But the first disciple is not satisfied that Wun Sun dared to use his spells on him. But Wun Sun realizes that this level of skill is not enough. If he plans to fight orthodox practitioners, he must continue to develop his mind-clouding abilities. He noticed that his shoulder pads couldn't handle the first disciple's attacks. Until now, he was confident that this material was no match for black iron and flame patterns. When the first disciple began to insult and curse Wun Sun, he realized that he was actually a great demon. He noted that he was a demonic practitioner who was one of the few to achieve the rank of great demon. But the first disciple didn't like this talk. He didn't really care about Wun Sun's rank. Attacking once again, the first disciple considers Wun Sun a vile demonic practitioner. Wun Sun tried to fend off the first disciple's attack without hurting himself. Throughout the battle, he continues to use his spear to fight. But thanks to his attack, the first disciple created a portal that transported him directly to Wun Sun. Wun Sun is unable to dodge such an unexpected appearance and blow from close range. The first disciple's blow was so powerful that Wun Sun flew backward and began coughing up blood. However, he managed to land on his knees a little further away. He was able to land thanks to his spear, which he stuck into the ground. While Wun Sun was recovering from the blow, the first disciple was already preparing a new attack. But Wun Sun realized that the first disciple was going to attack him again, so he quickly got up. As soon as Wun Sun got up, the first disciple began to approach him, telling him to go to the other world. But Wun Sun managed to escape this attack. However, during his escape, he injured his leg. This played into the hands of the first disciple. Now, Wun Sun would not be able to run away so easily. But when the first student called him a rat, Wun Sun realized that he could not win by running away all the time. And now he plans to take risks to achieve his goal. He offers the first disciple to hit him as much as he wants. But in return, Wun Sun plans to take the first disciple's life. And now, gathering momentum, Wun Sun swings his spear. At this moment, he looks quite confident in his actions. But in an instant, Wun Sun realizes that this is not the right way to do it. Nevertheless, the tip of his spear begins to glow bright yellow. In this bright glow, the silhouette of a dragon's face aimed at the first disciple becomes visible. The first disciple is very surprised when he sees that Wun Sun is using the dragon's arrival. Fear and uncertainty about what to do next appeared in his eyes. After Wun Sun used this technique, the first disciple fell to the ground. This was seen by Guante Ryun's opponent, who wanted to try to help him. But Guante Ryung had no intention of letting his opponent go so easily. He continued to attack Lu Gum-han, not allowing him to help the first student. In fact, Lu Gum-han is a strong opponent, but now he is distracted, so this is a chance for Guante Ryung. But Lu Gum-han continues to fight off Guante Ryun's attacks. He doesn't understand how he can fight fearlessly with minimal protection. He fights off Guante Ryun's brave attacks with his last ounce of strength. He is sure that his first battle with Captain Wun Sun was much worse. Guante Ryung laughs at Legum-han's pale face after such attacks. Guante Ryung realizes who he must send to the other world. He is confident that Legum-han will not be able to send him to the other world. In the heat of battle, a spirit appears before Wun Sun. Surprised that the heir to the Spearmaster has joined the cult, he asked him to accept what he had left behind, because he had previously dedicated his life to the path of the Spearmaster. He asks Wun Sun to become one with the spear and take his place as the strongest in the world. Opposite him stands Wu Sun, trying to see this spirit. But since he cannot see it, Wun Sun dares to ask who he is. He introduces himself as the Unnamed One. He says that this is a gift from him to the forgotten heir to his shared path. Wu Sun's eyes fill with surprise at what he has seen and heard. Returning to reality, Wun Sun cannot understand what is happening to him. He was overwhelmed by strange feelings and unknown writings appeared in his mind. But what had just happened did not seem like a dream to Wun Sun. Suddenly, Wun Sun hears moaning sounds and looks back at them, remembering that the first disciple is still there. He believes that the first disciple's severed arm is not enough. Therefore, without hesitating for a second, Wun Sun decides to kill him. The first disciple is no longer so bold and confident. He looks cautiously at Wun Sun. And when he saw that Wun Sun was about to attack him again, he simply ran away. But he does not have time to hide, and with one blow from Wun Sun, he flies into a tree and falls to the ground exhausted. Legum-han witnessed this. He wanted to rush to the first student's aid again, but Guante Ryung stopped him. Looking at the first disciple and Legum-han's cries, he thought that it was pointless because the cries would not change anything. If that were not the case, he and his master would not have died back then. From such a distance from all the other fighters, no one could hear the conversation between Woon Sun and the first disciple. Now, Woon Sun tries once again to find out why his disciple was associating with bandits. But the first disciple does not want to answer. But Woon Sun does not think that the first disciple will give his body up to torture without saying anything. These words puzzled the first disciple because he did not know what Woon Sun meant. But Woon Sun pointed out that the Sword of Men said the same thing, but he didn't last long. When Woon Sung began to cut off the first disciple's body, Lagumhan again wanted to help him. Guante Ryanu found it strange that he was not worried about himself. But even after that, the first disciple remained silent. Before the next blow, Woon Sung again asked the first disciple to answer his question. But instead of answering, the first disciple just spat in Woon Sung's face. After that, he received another blow, but this time to his face. Woon Sung decided to ask another question. He approached the first disciple as closely as possible and whispered something. Frightened and angry, the first disciple was surprised that Woon Sun knew about it. Realizing that this was a false accusation, Woon Sun asked why they had accused the Spearmaster sect of practicing demonic arts. He knew for sure that his master would never have anything to do with forbidden arts. Now the first disciple is even more surprised. He wonders where Woon Sun came from and how he is connected to the Spearmaster sect. Looking at Woon Sun, he assumes that he is standing before a disciple of the Spearmaster. But at the same moment, he thinks that this is impossible because the disciple died with his master on the same day. He looks at Woon Sun in confusion and asks him to tell him what is really going on. But Woon Sun realizes that the first disciple does not have long to live. He asks him who dared to slander two people from the Spearmaster's sect. He threatens him with terrible suffering and intense pain if he remains silent. But even after that, the first disciple continues to insist on his story. He decides to remain silent until the very last moment. Even if he survives today, nothing will save him from what will destroy him afterwards. But Tae Woon Sung continues to insist that if he wants to die now, it will happen in incredible agony. And yet, even after that, the first disciple continued to remain silent. This began to annoy Woon Sun. He understood that the first disciple was afraid of death, not at his hands, but at the hands of someone else. He is curious to know what his master did to cause such terrible people to make these accusations. Woon Sun knows the first disciple well, and he is not someone who would simply fear a military alliance or even Gyu. Now, Woon Sun suspects that the Imperial Palace is involved in all this. Annoyed, Woon Sun asks the first disciple one last question, and asks him to answer at least one of them. But the first disciple does not even raise his head to look at Woon Sun. After that, Woon Sung decided not to bother with him anymore, and cut off his head without learning anything. He took out his list and crossed out the name with his bloodied finger. Then he realized that there was one more name to cross out. Having dealt with the first disciple, Woon Sun saw that Guante Ryang had finished his battle with Lagumhan. After this battle, Guante Ryang was very tired. He even stopped to catch his breath. Just then, he heard Woon Sun's voice saying that Lagumhan had tired him out. He was surprised that with such strength, Lagumhan was a disciple of the orthodox sects, for in strength he was equal to the elders of the 10 great sects. Upon learning this, Guante Ryang was delighted that his efforts had not been in vain, for he was now on par with the elders of a great sect. Woon Sun decided not to spoil his good mood because Lagumhan was a younger elder. Before leaving, Guante Ryang asked Woon Sun how they dealt with the bodies of their opponents. According to Woon Sung, the bodies and traces of battle are very important evidence for the pursuers. Being away from his territory, Woon Sung believed that it was not worth leaving the bodies behind. Guante Ryang suggested using bone-burning acid. After thinking about it, Woon Sun said that in other situations they would have done so, but not on Sichuan territory. The Tang clan rules here, and if they send followers of the Way of Poisons after them, the acid will be the key to solving the mystery. But now Guante Ryang does not understand what they should do. After that, Woon Sung did not explain anything and just leaned forward. In this position, he began to spin very quickly, creating a whirlwind. Suddenly, he jumped up and aimed his spear, which began to radiate energy in all directions. He knocked down all the trees around him. Now it was unclear how many people were fighting in this place. Woon Sung decides to take only the heavenly sword. While Guante Ryang throws the heavenly sword over his shoulders, Woon Sun notes that they must hurry to the others. The sun was already rising, so they had to leave Sichuan as quickly as possible. Noticing the sunrise, Woon Sung immediately disappears. But Guante Ryang hesitates a little. Tired, with a lifeless body on his back, Guante Ryang remarks that Woon Sung could have warned him that he was going to speed up. Moving between the trees, Woon Sung thinks about what happened to him during the battle with the first disciple. He still feels the vibrations of the White Knight spear. He remembers that the unnamed one was in the Spearmaster's sect. The one who created the art of the 6 seals and destruction is not mentioned in any records. That is what he is called in the Holy Demon's Ball. But now Woon Sung knows that the unnamed left a memory of himself in the spear of the White Knight. He intends to inherit what the unmentioned left behind, his wonderful skill and the family that grew within him. Woon Sung also remembered the power that guided him at the last moment. This power told Woon Sung when to relax and how to direct the spear. With its help, he was able to complete the skill of combining the 6 seals and end the night. He sealed his will in an ordinary object, something only those who had reached the level of mythical beings were capable of. But Woon Sun found it strange that such a person had not been awarded the title of Spearmaster. Since mythical beings are a status achieved by only a few, Woon Sun was glad that such a person was in the Spearmaster sect. He also learned that his mythical martial art was called the Advent of the Divine Dragon. After wandering through the forest for some time, they finally saw the members of their squad. Woon Sun and Guante Ryang, carrying a lifeless body, ran to the cliff. From the very beginning, Woon Sun was confident that the members of his squad would accomplish their mission. They were worthy of being called the Burning Dragon Squad. He saw that Bak Wunji had made it to the meeting place unharmed. This situation allowed Woon Sun to once again confirm the abilities of his squad members. He also strengthened his position as a cult of the Holy Demon. Woon Sung gained a lot and learned a lot from this mission. Jumping off the cliff, Woon Sung realizes that they must now escape Sichuan and reach Xinjiang. Although this is the end of their mission, Woon Sung sees only the beginning of his revenge and must therefore remain calm. In the near and distant future, Woon Sun has many more names to cross off his list. The cult fighters began to wonder what to do with the lifeless bodies of their enemies. They suggested using acid. But Guante Ryang immediately objected, pointing out that this was the territory of the Sichuan Tang clan. He added that the reckless use of poison would bring their pursuers closer. Smiling, Woon Sung said that Guante Ryang was right. Woon-sung ordered the fastest men to carry the bodies of their enemies. When asked what they would do with the bodies, Woon-sung said that they would leave them some distance away. This statement surprised Guante Ryang and Baek Woon-ji, who were listening attentively. After all, the bodies were evidence that would lead the pursuers to the right path. Bae Woon-ji immediately thought about scattering the bodies around the area. She also thought it would be a good idea to add traces of a struggle around them. The fastest members of the squad were to join the others a little later, as Baek Won-ji would inform them of the next meeting place. In the Palace of the Holy Demon, Chun-Hui discusses the hiding place of the Emperor of Ice and Light. He is interested in strategist San Guan's opinion about the invincible practitioner and his sword skills. However, as it turns out, the strategist San Guan standing in front of Chun-Hui considers this to be nonsense. In his opinion, if the hiding place of the Emperor of Ice and Light had been discovered, the rumor would have spread as secretly as possible. These words make Sun-Hui think that someone is deliberately spreading these rumors. According to San Guan, someone wants to pit opposing forces against each other. If you want to possess the hiding place, then fight for it. He thinks it's not worth rushing there. This conclusion seemed quite logical to Chun-Hui. After that, Chun-Hui took the next letter to discuss it. Suddenly, when he read the next letter, he began to smile and say that he hadn't received such good news in a long time. He received a letter saying that the Burning Dragon Squad had completed its mission and had also finished off the first disciple. San Guan Chuk was impressed by the escape plan. He thought that a person who had spent half his life in the Hidden Demon's Cave could not have come up with such a plan. This plan was more like something an experienced martial artist would come up with. San Guan Chuk is also impressed that the Burning Dragon Squad suffered no losses. In his opinion, this is an exceptional achievement, even considering that the orthodox sects are busy hiding. Chun-Hui is also curious to know which other children have been able to prove themselves in the same way recently. He believes that no one can compare to them. There have been no such children in the last few decades, not only in the cult but in the whole world. Strategist Sang Guan Chuk suggests that Hyokson Woon has attracted the attention of leader Chun-Hui. But Chun-Hui notes that he will eagerly await the surprises that Woon-sun will bring. Now, San Guan is sure that Won-sun has really caught Chun-Hui's eye. Chun-Hui believes that the time for change has come, so he orders everything to be prepared for the Heavenly Mountain and Holy Flame Banquet. Woon-sung often thought about his battle with the first disciple, who had always been strong. He managed to sever his arm only thanks to the arrival of the Divine Dragon, because he did not expect such a move at that time. Sitting by the fire, Woon-sung thinks that if the first disciple had known about the arrival of the Divine Dragon, he would not have been able to defeat him with simple movements. Behind him, the other members of the squad are resting. Woon-sung tries to learn everything he can from this battle. He hopes to find time to train and study the texts given to him by the Unnamed. He even wants to seclude himself for closed training, and wants to use that place for training. Woon-sung hopes to ask for permission to use that place as a reward for completing his task. He feels that his wounds have healed and is amazed at the wonderful effect of the elevated soul of the earthly body. Turning around near a huge rock, he saw Guante Ryang, who was also resting. He noticed that his wounds had also almost healed, despite the difficult battle with Lee Gum-ha. He sees Un resting. Although they took care of him, he had to endure a lot during his imprisonment. And since his face is known to many in Sichuan, he will not be able to take the position of head of the department. So Woon-sung assumes that as soon as Un-wung returns, he will be assigned to a new position. They have 5 days left to reach the territory of the Yinjiang cult, and although they see no signs of pursuit, they believe they must be careful. But Woon-sung finds it strange that they still have no pursuers. By this time, he has taken certain measures to delay those who want to find them, but prevent them from reaching them. The most incredible of his assumptions is that they are gathering forces for a large-scale attack. But those he sent to neighboring villages have noticed nothing of the sort, only that disputes have begun in the warrior society. But Woon-sung does not know what could have caused such a commotion, especially when even nature is on his side. If the rumors continue to spread, Woon-sung and his team will be able to leave Zhongguan safely. After gathering his belongings, Woon-sung began to wake up the other members of the detachment, as it was time to move on. 5 days later, they saw the headquarters of the Scorching Dragon Squad. In front of the headquarters, they saw a man they did not know. He said that the captain of the Scorching Dragon Squad had been ordered to report to the Heavenly Palace upon his return. Physically, Wang-sun considered himself in good shape, although he had no way of disobeying Chun-Hui. But in any case, he needed to be in good shape. So Woon-sung began to climb up to the palace. And now, having climbed the stairs, Woon-sung is standing at the gates of the Heavenly Palace. The gates to the Heavenly Palace opened before Woon-sung, and he was able to enter. Upon entering the palace, Woon-sung sensed the presence of many high-level practitioners and great demons. When he went inside and saw all these people, he was convinced of his assumptions. Also present was the brain of the absolute holy demon, Sun Guan-chuk. He immediately sensed Woon-sung's presence in the room and turned to him. And of course, the leader of the cult of the holy demon, the moon-slicing holy demon Chun-Hui, was also present. He also immediately noticed when Woon-sun entered the room. Seeing him, Woon-sun was embarrassed, feeling his incredible power. He immediately knelt down and bowed, reporting that their squad had successfully completed their mission. But suddenly, Chun-Hui asked the captain of the Burning Dragon Squad, Woon-sun, to raise his head. When Chun-Hui pointed out that he had successfully completed the task, Woon-sun replied that they had simply been lucky. But Chun-Hui was convinced that the destruction of the military alliance was entirely due to Woon-sun. Chun-Hui also mentioned that he had heard that he had defeated the first disciple, but Woon-sun called that luck too. But Woon-sun believed that it was indeed luck, because he was able to defeat the first disciple with weights only with the help of the unnamed one. After listening to Woon-sun, Chun-Hui scratched his beard and pondered his words. But Chun-Hui hopes that many more talented people like Woon-sun will appear in their group. These words make Woon-sun think that Chun-Hui is trying to use him to test other great demons. Those who left the cave with him began to reveal themselves, and some of them might take their place among the great demons. After finishing the conversation about the task and moving on to rewards and punishments, Chun-Hui asked Woon-sun what reward he wanted. Without hesitation, Woon-sun asked to spend 6 months in the Valley of 1,000 Souls. The great demons began to discuss Woon-sun's request, surprised by it. The second squad was currently being punished there, and the demons did not understand why Woon-sun wanted to go there himself. Even Chun-Hui himself became curious as to why Woon-sun wanted to go there. Woonson explained that although the place now serves as a place of punishment, it used to be one of the training grounds. Chunhui confirmed that despite the presence of dark evil spirits there, it is indeed a training ground. According to Woonsung, martial artists become stronger when they overcome difficulties. He noted that if he had chosen a place to train, he would have chosen the one with the harshest conditions in order to reach his maximum potential. Chunhui understands this, which is why he sent Ayan there with the second squad. He is surprised that Woonsun also understands this. And even if that's not the case, Chunhui is surprised that Woonsung wants to take on such a challenge. But Chunhui cannot allow Woonsung to do so. This response greatly upset Woonsung. He allows them to go there for 4 months. At the same time, he intends to give each member of his detachment a demon pill called Bloody Kalpa. Woonsun doesn't like that Chunhui continues to escalate the situation with the great demons. A month after Woonsu returns from training, a banquet of the Holy Mountain and Holy Flame will be held. This banquet signifies a battle where the blue ones take their rightful place, and the weak are left behind. Later, the six-clawed bloody monster Du Peigyok insists that Chunhui cannot do this to them. The other great deities also agreed with him. They gathered in a separate room and began to discuss the matter. But one of them noted that none of the opinions expressed here would change Chunhui's decision. Such calmness struck Do Pegyo. He assumed that his interlocutor already had a plan for this. The 10th rank great demon Kwasu Mil reminded him that there were those among the cult members who were inclined to rebel. He noted that if they expressed their disagreement, they could be recognized as rebels and suggested that Chunhui already thought so. In his opinion, this is how Chunhui wants to get rid of the filth in the cult while keeping the great demons by his side. This idea seems surprisingly frightening to Kwasu Milk because he wants to do everything at once. Therefore, in his opinion, the best solution now is simply to surrender. At this moment, the others began to argue with him. The six-winged bloody monster is worried that the Burning Dragon squad with the pill of Bloody Kalpa will pump up their ki. But according to Kwasu Milk, they surpass the members of the Burning Dragon squad in experience. Moreover, he is sure that each of the great demons also has these pills. If he gets 5 of them, he will get rid of Woonsun. But the six-winged bloody monster thought they should deal with the entire squad. However, Kwasu Mil had heard that Woonsun was the strongest of them, and the others were mere trash compared to him. A dispute arose among the great demons about how Woonsun's squad would react to his destruction. Then Kwasu Mil reminded them that according to the rules of the banquet, the winner chooses his opponents one by one and eliminates them. Now the great demons understood that Kwasu Mil was going to defeat not only Woonsun, but all the members of the squad. Kwasu Mil confirmed this, although he considered fighting the weak to be a disgraceful act for a demon practitioner. He began to openly ask the great demons who would agree to give him part of their supplies. If any of them did so, he promised to repay them several times over. When Kwasu Mil was left alone, he began to think about the fact that the condition of 5 pills had been put before all the great demons. When he swallowed the pills, he planned to deal only with Woonsun, but not waste his strength on the other members of the squad. He knows that the great demons are mistaken if they think he will only deal with the Burning Dragon's squad. He had been a great demon for 10 years. All this time, he had maintained his position. This indicates that he is not developing, and it seems that this is the limit of his potential. This is what other demons think of him. Now Kwasu Mil believes that he can prove them wrong. He hopes to achieve more with the help of the pills. He hopes that with enough chi, he will easily defeat Woonsun, whom he does not consider his equal. Moreover, he believes in an easy victory after consuming 5 pills. In fact, he wants to become a demon king. Then no one will remember that he did not keep his promise. Kwasu Mil knows that it will not be easy, and that is precisely why it is so exciting. He is confident that he will become the demon king, even if it means that Woonsun will have to become a scapegoat. At this time, in another part of the territory, 2 men with gray beards wearing robes and hoods meet. The man with the gray beard is disappointed with the results they got after the task. The man in the hood is embarrassed and silent because last time he promised a positive result. He began to justify himself by saying that he did not know that Woonsun, whom he considered a scoundrel, possessed such power. But the words about the scoundrel surprised the gray-haired man. After all, Woonsun had almost surpassed the level of his interlocutor. The man in the hood listens in surprise to the gray-bearded man sitting opposite him. After that, the plan to focus attention on the incompetence of the leader went down the drain. But they still had plans. But since the Tower of Holy Wisdom found out about everything, they had to recall all their people. The gray-bearded man pondered what to do next. Because his interlocutor ruined everything, the gray-haired man will have to deal with everything on his own. He decides to stall and not take any active measures in the near future. This was because at the last meeting, Chunhui had provoked the great demons in order to expose the rebels. So at a time like this, it was better to hide in the shadows and not reveal himself. In fact, at the last meeting, Chunhui behaved strangely and was not the generous tyrant that people were used to seeing him as. A generous tyrant is a skilled leader who is able to maintain a balance between generosity and tyranny. For him, saying such provocative things means that he is confident that he will not favor anyone. The gray-haired man will act after he sees what the Tower of Holy Wisdom will do next. The man in the hood understands this, and the gray-haired man is going to punish Woonsun with his power. He notices that he is cleaning up after his interlocutor, and now he will be indebted to him. When Guante Ryung receives the bloody pill from Kalpa, he rejoices because it contains a 10-year supply of chi. Baewunji realizes that there is more chi in this pill than in Ayu Kalpa. Moreover, they have 2 such pills. Seeing 2 such pills, Guante Ryung rejoices even more. He is beside himself with happiness. Holding the pills in her hands, Baek Wanji decided to ask where Wan Song had gone. Guante Ryung had heard something about his training. This seemed strange to Baek Wunji, because not even a day had passed since their return from their previous mission. She believed that Woonsung was overdoing it with his enthusiasm. But Guante Ryun thought he was cool, and that his constant training only proved how strong he was. He asked Baek Wunji if anyone could see Woonsun now and tell him that he used to be the 900th. Baek Wunji realizes that they have to stick with Woonsun if they don't want to get in his way. Guante Ryan agrees. Still, Baek Wunji wants to know where exactly Woonsun is headed, but Guante Ryan cannot remember the name of the place. Folding his arms across his chest, he tries to remember that Woonsun mentioned a valley. Hearing the word valley, fear appears in Baek Wunji's eyes. She is afraid to hear its name. Suddenly, Guante Riang remembers that the place is called the Valley of a Thousand Souls. At this time, Woon Sung is already in the Valley of a Thousand Souls, where he feels a characteristic oppressive atmosphere. This is the land of the dead, where 1,000 restless souls wander. After so many years, only a few steps remain to descend. Woon Sung felt a nasty energy in this place that began to burn his skin. An ordinary person would not survive here, but for martial arts training, it is a good place to practice. He began to sense the presence of many people and realized that they were members of the second squad. He sensed that they had become stronger than before and that one of them was superior to the others. Woon Sun felt that it was Cheon Ayeon whose origins were making themselves known. As he descends, Woon Sun still thinks that Ayeon is quite talented. Having obtained everything he needed for training, Woon Sun hoped to use it to become stronger so that everyone would respect him. But to achieve this, Woon Sung realizes that he must not waste a second. So Woon Sung decides not to waste his time going down the stairs and simply jumps into the abyss. Below, Ayeon trains in the art of the Dark Flower and Red Heart. She feels the divine art passing through her body. Each rotation of the Dark Flower and Red Heart awakens her senses. Her bones and muscles develop, and her blood renews her body. Finding strength in the valley, Ayeon is illuminated by the sacred flame of the holy demon's divine art. Ayeon is satisfied with her training and her stay in this valley. Suddenly, she heard a noise above her and raised her head to see what was happening. Just in case, she grabbed her weapon and clutched it tightly in her hand. After that, Ayeon started climbing the stairs to find out what was going on. Not only did she hear the noise, but so did the other members of her squad. Holding their breath, they all looked up and froze. It seemed to them that they could see a bird in the ravine. This was unusual for this area. They began to argue among themselves whether it was a bird or something or someone else. Then one of them saw that it was actually a person coming down. They saw that this person was holding a weapon in his hands, which turned out to be a spear. Surprised, Ayeon managed to recognize the art of weightlessness. He was using the flexibility of the spear in accordance with the speed of his fall. When the man landed, a pillar of dust rose around him, and everything became foggy, and nothing could be seen. Then a voice was heard, which Ayeon recognized and assumed to be that of the 900th. It was indeed Woon Sung who had descended, and he immediately greeted Ayeon. Seeing Woon Sung, Ayeon assumed that he had become even stronger. Ayeon saw that Woon Sung was becoming an even bigger monster than she had thought. They stood facing each other and were silent for a moment. At that moment, Ayeon saw that Woon Sung was still wearing the bracelets and was surprised that he had done everything with them on. She believes that she herself is incapable of such a thing. Without hesitation, Ayeon asked Woon Sun what he was doing there. The members of the second squad began to think that Woon Soo had been sent here as punishment, and they began to gloat. But when she heard the accusations against Woon Soo, Ayeon tried to stop the members of her squad. In fact, Woon Soo didn't care what they thought of him, but he explained that he had returned here of his own free will. But one of Ayeon's men did not believe Woon Soo's words. He believed that no one would agree to come here of their own free will. But before he could finish, he was grabbed by the neck. Lifting him up with one hand, Woon Sun told him not to compare himself to him. He became angry and reminded the man that, unlike him, he was a great demon. And he was certainly not someone who could be spoken to in such a manner by a pathetic demon captain. At that moment, Woon Sung threw him away and told him not to cross his path again. After that, Woon Sung began to make his way through the crowd of participants from the second squad, who were both surprised and frightened. Behind him was Ayeon, who asked him again if he really wanted to come here for training. After this question, Woon Sung assumed that Ayeon also believed that he had come here as punishment. In fact, she didn't think so, because if that were the case, his entire squad would have been there. But Ayeon assumed that it wasn't an easy decision. But he noted that a true martial artist would not look for an easy way out, because that would lead to his downfall. In Ayeon's opinion, this sounds convincing coming from someone who was once the 900th and has now risen to the very top. Woon Sung also added that there is no such thing as simple training, especially in a place filled with such powerful souls. Holding his breath, Woon Sung began to assess the situation around him. He put down his bag so he could look around more quickly. He stopped near a wall where he thought the density of souls was the highest. After 4 months in the Valley of 1,000 Souls, Ayeon feels exhausted. She knows that today is her last day in the Valley of 1,000 Souls. During this period, she has realized that time passes very quickly. Ayeon believes that she has begun to develop more quickly, especially after Woon Sun appeared in this place. She assumes that it is Woon Sun's presence that has influenced her. For a moment, Ayeon wonders if this could really be true. Looking into the abyss, Ayeon knows that the depths of the valley lie below. Even from this place, she can feel Woon Sun becoming stronger. But Ayeon still has no intention of giving in to Woon Soo. Her inner strength has grown, and the members of the second squad have also become stronger. When she first met Woon Sun, he made a lasting impression on her and inspired everyone to develop. They are to become the foundation for Ayeon's future advancement. So this time, Ayeon even agrees to thank Woon Soo. She bowed before the abyss and noted that he had helped them move forward. At that moment, she heard a voice behind her. Hearing the voice saying that everyone was ready to go, Ayeon was very embarrassed. She immediately blushed and hoped that no one had seen her bow. One of her squad members reminded her again that it was time to go. Alone below, Woon Sung senses that the valley is emptying of people and assumes that it is time to leave. Gradually getting to his feet, Woon Sung remembered the unnamed one. He feels that Ayeon has become stronger over the past few months, but he came here for this very reason. He had already been through this, but this time he was in better shape because he had used the pills and martial arts technique. Before leaving this place, Woon Sung decided to test Chi's intimidation. After that, he decided to test his mastery of the art of slowing down. He swung his spear and tried to slow down its movement at that moment. After slowing it down, Woon Sung began to use the opposite acceleration. Next, Woon Sung decided to test his art of raining falling stars. After that, he decided to use the Dark Night of the 4th month. After using all these techniques, Woon Sung became very tired. But even then, he did not stop his difficult training. Finally, Woon Sung decided to use the art of the Divine Dragon's arrival. After evaluating the marks on the rock from using all these techniques, Woon Sung was convinced that they had become more powerful. He believed that he had achieved his goal even before reaching the valley, and now it was time to move on. Woon Sung took 2 demonic pills of bloody kalpa from his pocket. Woon Sung hopes that the pills will meet with the intimidating chi and spread throughout his body. He intends to control this by concentrating his chi in one point. When the pills reach a certain place, Woon-sung hopes that they will open there. Opening the double vessels of control allows one to become a true martial arts master. Suddenly, Woon-sung feels ill, but he knows he must concentrate, or he will lose consciousness. After that, Woon-sung tries to concentrate again. The walls become thinner and are about to break. He tries to hold on with all his might and remembers how he did it before. In his opinion, nothing can prevent him from doing it again. Then Woon-sung opens his eyes, which are filled with fear and surprise. All this time, Woon-sung is sitting by the wall with a spear next to him. Suddenly, Woon-sung begins to lean to one side. At that moment, Woon-sung fell unconscious to the ground next to the wall that had been supporting him. Woon-sung's body lay motionless on the ground in the cave, face down. After a while, it began to seep a substance. Woon-sung's body began to dry up and become lifeless. But after a while, the top layer of skin began to peel off, revealing restored skin on Woon-sung's face. Drops began to form on the walls of the cave and fall onto Woon-sung's face. The drops began to fall one after another, and their number gradually increased. Woon-sung still lay unconscious on the ground, but his body already looked like a normal human body. After a moment, Woon-sung began to regain consciousness, making quiet sounds and moving slightly. The first thing he saw and said when he regained consciousness was the blade of the white night dragon. He slowly got up and tried to remember what had happened. Kneeling down, Woon-sung tried to control himself and remember everything. Taking the spear, he remembered that he had tried to open the double control vessels. The spear helped Woon-sung improve his overall condition and well-being. As a result, he managed to open only one, which was half the battle. Woon-sung was disappointed that he had not been able to open both of them at once. It is a real disappointment, but compared to his past life, he has achieved much more. Woon-sung is also pleased that his position in the cult is beginning to strengthen. At that moment, Woon-sung remembered Jadogyul and promised to get to him at any cost. Thinking about all this and gathering his strength, Woon-sung just started laughing. He wondered how long he had been unconscious, thinking that it could have been a whole month. He noticed that the air in the cave had become cool, indicating that more than a few days had passed. Remembering the feast of the Holy Rock and the Holy Flame, Woon-sung was afraid that he had missed it. After that, he quickly got up from the floor where he had been sitting. Pushing off the ground, Woon-sung jumped up, trying to get out of the abyss. As he flew upward, he was surprised to notice his hands were heavy. On his first try, Woon-sung managed to jump onto the edge of the abyss and climb out of it. Standing on the edge of the abyss, Woon-sung began to feel something quite strange. His entire body was enveloped by qi. Woon-sung did not understand what was happening to him. He felt qi flowing through his body to the tips of his fingers. All the meridians in his body were open. Staring at his palm, Woon-sung realized that his body had been rearranged. He was upset because only half of his vessels had opened. And on top of that, his body had also rearranged itself by half. This was not part of his original plan. He believes that this happened in exchange for the second half of his blood vessels. Almost bumping his head on the top of the passage, Woon-sung realized that he had grown a little. The weights were barely noticeable. This could be because his muscles had also grown stronger, so he wanted to change them in the near future. Jumping across the rocks, Woon-sung began to climb to the very top of the valley. He is confident in his every move and therefore quickly heads for the mountain. And as he climbs, he takes advantage of the uplifting spirit of the earthly body. At this stage, all his senses are heightened. He feels the wind, the movement of insects on the rocks, and even the movement of plants. He feels it as if he were seeing these things with his own eyes. As he climbs upward, Woon-sung hears voices waiting for him and preparing to attack him. While they discuss how confident they are in their abilities, Woon-sung has already jumped out of the abyss. Outside, the wind began to blow his long hair. Woon-sung looked around. He didn't see anyone near the cliff, but he noticed people a little further away. Noticing people hiding in various places, Woon-sung decided to try to find out who sent them there. They angered Woon-sung and he began to radiate his power. Climbing up the mountain, he began to attack those hiding in various places. But Woon-sung noticed that he had let two of the enemies escape. One of the enemies began to flee from this place for a long time, hoping that Woon-sung would not catch up with him. But when he turned around and noticed a silhouette near him, he was sent to the other world a moment later. Woon-sung also noticed that the second fugitive had already run far away. He calculates with his spear and thinks about whether he can hit the fugitive. And then Woon-sung threw his lightning-fast flying blade, which hit the fugitive right in the leg, severing it. After that, the fugitive immediately fell to the ground face down in the same place. Woon-sung is now determined to find out who is behind this attack. Since the spear was stuck in the stone, Woon-sung moved towards it to retrieve it. Coming closer to the stone, he noticed the lifeless body of his enemy who had taken the poison. Woon-sung was impressed by his enemy's willpower and how he took the poison without hesitation. This made Woon-sung sad because now he would not be able to find out anything. At that moment, the holy flame was brought out for display. It possessed a mystical power that had a positive effect on demonic practitioners. For the first time in her life, Ayeon sees the holy flame, which radiates warmth and madness. She can feel the flame from a distance, but she wants to feel it up close. She is curious about what the Holy Virgin feels when she is right next to the holy flame. Usually the holy flame is displayed at certain celebrations. At other times, it is kept in the palace of the Holy Virgin. Only two people can be near the flame at any given time. One of them is the leader who has no connection to the flame. The second is the Holy Maiden who can even communicate with the Holy Flame. The Holy Virgin is chosen by her predecessor and the Holy Flame, and serves the Holy Demon and the Holy Flame for her entire life. She cannot refuse this. Spending her entire life in service means never being recognized and always being alone. Yeon is worried that Woon-sung, to whom she wants to demonstrate her skills, has not yet appeared. She began to remember what happened to them in the Cave of Hidden Demons. At first, it was just curiosity on her part. After all, the number 900 had become powerful, but it eventually turned into rivalry and a desire to fight someone stronger. When he revealed his amazing abilities, Ayeon's curiosity turned into envy. Clenching her fists, she admits that Woon-sung is strong enough for her father Chun-hui to notice him. At this time, people began to gather in high spirits, waiting for the show. With each passing minute, the number of people in the stands continued to grow. Behind the stands, Baek Woon-ji watches from a distance. She began to suspect that something had happened to Captain Woon-sung. She understands that it is difficult to find someone in such a crowd, but she still tries to find Woon-sung there. Suddenly, Baek Woon-ji hears a familiar voice behind her saying that she has become stronger. She turns around incredibly quickly, hoping to see Captain Woon-sung behind her. And indeed, Woonsun is standing in front of Baek Woonji. She sees his condition and immediately offers to bring him a new set of clothes. But with a slight smile, Woonsun remarks that he was hoping to join the banquet. In response, Baek Woonji also smiles at Woonsun without saying a word. In that case, Woonsun believes that Baek Woonji should focus on the results and not his clothes. Indeed, his clothes were not important at the moment. What really mattered was how much he had grown. Chunhui also took his place as an observer, standing above the others. He stands on top where everything is clear and watches his subordinates. Woonsung noticed him and thought that he had managed to get closer to Chunhui's level. For some time, Woonsung stands silently and carefully examines everything around him. Next to him is Baek Woonji, who is also silent as she looks at Woonsun. A smile appears on her face when she remembers that Woonsung said she had become stronger. She believes that this is Woonsung's way of acknowledging her. Thinking about this, Baek Woonji is very happy. Looking back at Baek Woonji, he doesn't understand what's going on with her. He feels like something is wrong. But Baek Woonji looked up at Woonsun and said that everything was fine. Looking at Woonsun, Baek Woonji notices that he has grown taller and even his skin has improved. Just as she was about to tell Woonsu, leader Chunhui began to speak. He said that they were ready to begin the banquet of the Holy Mountain and the Holy Flame. Hearing this announcement, all the demons of the cult rejoiced and supported the start of the banquet. On this day, the ranking system changes dramatically. Demonic practitioners can fight for their lives to take a higher place. Or they can simply maintain their place in the cult by preserving their lives. On this day, many demonic practitioners will lose their lives and their ranks will pass to others. And Woonsung intends to take advantage of the banquet to obtain the rank of Demon King. He began to think about which Demon King he could challenge to a battle. In reality, Woonsung is no match for the strongest of the Demon Kings, but he can defeat the weakest of them. But Woonsung will have to remove 3 weights. His thoughts are interrupted by the chatter of the demon practitioner. He saw that the first participant had already entered the battle arena. Woonsung focused all his attention on the battlefield in order to get a better look at this participant. This participant turned out to be Kwasu Mil. He confidently stepped onto the platform, ready for battle. The first thing he did was introduce himself to the audience in the stands. He immediately announced that he was challenging the captain of the Burning Dragon Squad, Woonsun, to a battle. At that moment, on another platform, a Yonyaka was already fighting and defeating her opponent. She was surprised when she heard who had been challenged to a battle. Moreover, he was the first to be challenged. Unbraiding her hair, she wondered whether to accept the challenge or not, as the decision was entirely up to Woonsun. Usually, if a higher-ranking demon challenges you, everyone refuses. But with a slight smile on her face, Ayonka realizes that Woonsun is not like the others. At that moment, a pillar of dust appeared in front of Kwasumil because someone had descended toward him. It was Woonsun who descended, indicating that he accepted Kwasumil's challenge. Woonsung doesn't understand why Kwasumil, a 10th rank demon, would summon such a low-ranking opponent. Kwasumil immediately said that Woonsung should take off his weights because he's stronger than the guy he fought in the palace. But Woonsun confidently replied that he would only remove them when he felt it was necessary. However, Kwasumil thinks that Woonsun couldn't have become much stronger since last time. He boldly states that it is too late to regret anything when you are in the afterlife. Kwasumil attacks first. He uses his bloody spheres. He concentrates on directing the bloody spheres at his enemy. Watching his actions, Woonsung realizes that Kwasumil is using the wind. Woonsung tries not to take his eyes off his opponent, studying his every move. And when the sphere is almost close to Woonsung, he skillfully dodges and avoids it, hitting his body. Now, Woonsung understands that Kwasumil is turning his spheres into whips and cutting his opponent with them. The demonic practitioners watching this began to argue about how successful Kwasumil's technique was. But they also noticed how easily Woonsun dodged Kwasumil's attack. At this time, Kwasumil is annoyed that Woonsun managed to dodge the attack so easily, but he is still confident that after taking the pills, he has become stronger and can attain the rank of Demon King. So he decides to continue the battle to see how long Woonsung can hold out. After that, Kwasumil began to use his next technique, Blood Tide. But Woonsung is already waiting for Kwasumil to demonstrate his next technique. He again watches Kwasumil's every move closely. But Woonsung successfully dodges every whip used by Kwasumil, allowing only the tips of his clothes to be caught. The bloody whips come too close to Woonsung, but even that does not prevent him from dodging them. This begins to annoy Kwasumil because it seems to him that he is fighting gusts of wind. And then he decides to use something stronger, hoping that Woonsung won't be able to handle it. He created an incredibly large bloody sphere and threw it at Woonsun. He wondered if Woonsung would be able to dodge it without showing any emotion on his face, as he had done until now. But instead of the fear that Kwasumil expected to see, a slight smile appeared on Woonsun's face. And then, after tensing up, Woonsung began to use the power of his spear. He approached the huge bloody sphere incredibly close. It seemed to grow in size and settle on the ground. Kwasumil watched from a short distance away. He was sure that he would wipe Woonsun into dust inside this bloody sphere. Suddenly, his confident expression changed to one of confusion and surprise at what was happening. Something strange began to happen to the sphere containing Woonsun. Bright yellow swirls began to appear inside the bloody sphere. It turned out that it was Woonsun using a lightning-fast, piercing flying blade. He launched it directly into the shell of the large sphere in which he found himself. And so, Woonsun managed to break the bloody sphere that Kwasumil had launched so boldly. As soon as the sphere burst, it became clear what Woonsung had been doing inside it. Kwasumil stood nearby, stunned. These events were unexpected for him. He did not think that Woonsun would be able to break his bloody sphere, as it was created from a large amount of chi. Kwasumil also does not understand how this could have happened, because he had become much stronger. Focusing on new attacks, Kwasumil waits for Woonsun's attacks, which he calls pathetic. He intends to grab Woonsun's spear even if he has to sacrifice his own hands. But before he can recover, Woonsun's spear pierces his body. All the demonic practitioners watching their battle are very impressed with Woonsun's skills. Woonsun's spear pierces Kwasumil's body and sticks into the floor with its tip. Kwasumil only managed to grab the place where the spear had pierced him with his hands. This attack by Woonsun caused Kwasumil to fall to the floor and pass away. The audience is amazed at how quickly Woonsun defeated Kwasumil. They believe that Woonsun is at a level they cannot even imagine, and they certainly cannot reach it. They believe that Woonsun is a demon king. Observers believe that the outcome of the battle was clear when Woonsung dodged the bloody spheres. but they do not believe that it is possible to reach the level of a demon king at the age of 20. Chunhui watched their battle closely from above the whole time. A smile appeared on his face from this battle, and he was satisfied with the course of the battle. Ayeon Yaka also watched them all this time, impressed by Woonsun, but she doesn't want to show it when he looks at her. Now she understands that she is not in a position to consider him her rival. Once again, Ayeon thought about the huge gap between them. In the Hidden Demon's Cave, she believed their powers were actually equal, but now Ayeon feels that she is many steps behind Woonsun. She admits that Woonsun is actually stronger, even much stronger than her. Ayeon also considers him stronger than all the demon practitioners of his age and even his predecessors. She believes that at this rate, he could take the place of the deputy leader, and then the leader himself. But Aeon believes that the Cheon branch must continue to exist. Blushing with embarrassment, she realizes why she cannot take her eyes off Woonseong. At that moment, the holy flame began to increase its fiery tongues. At first, when the holy maiden saw this, she was very surprised. But after looking closer and listening more carefully, she understood what the holy flame was telling her. Woonsun is still standing on the battlefield, saying nothing and not leaving. He was focused on thinking about what to do next and how best to proceed. His behavior surprised the crowd of practicing demons. They began to speculate that Woonsung wanted to choose another opponent, despite having just finished a difficult battle. Suddenly, he turns to the holy demon Chunhui, who does not understand what Woonsung wants from him. After bowing, Woonsung asked if he could follow the rules of the banquet and fight another warrior. This request made Chunhui think, but after some consideration, he allowed Woonsun to continue the battle. Chunhui's answer satisfied Woonsun because now the initiative was in his hands. All the practicing demons present at the banquet began to avert their gaze. Some of them began to fear that Woonsun might choose them. Approaching the edge of the battle platform, Woonsun looked up at the stands. He began to look closely at everyone in the stands, choosing his new opponent from among them. He was curious to see which of these practicing demons would actually accept his challenge. The demon king of the cult was someone who had given his life to a cult, whose main law was that the strongest survived. And now all these people were wondering whether it was worth fighting Vongsun. But in Guante Riang's opinion, they did not look like people who would be afraid. The thieves should fear him if only because he is half their age and is already challenging them. While none of the demonic practitioners have expressed a desire to fight, Woonsun stands at the edge of the platform and waits. But for some time, none of the martial artists dared to accept his challenge. Then, one man began to push his way through the crowd of demonic practitioners, stepping forward. Leaving everyone else behind, he announces that he accepts Woonsun's challenge. This man is dressed in dark clothes and carries many mental knives and a katana. He was the 26th in the ranks of the Demon Kings. This was the Demon King of Shadow Pursuit, Yo Moon Ran. Without hesitation, he began to descend toward the platform where Woonsun was standing. He moves forward, although Woonsung notices that his feet seem to be standing still. He demonstrates his ghostly steps. Woonsung thinks he has a good opponent. But Woonsung does not understand why a master like Yo Moon Ran would challenge him to this fight. Watching him, Woonsung begins to suspect that Yo Moon Ran has his own reasons. At this time, Yo Moon Ran thinks about the failure of the bloody massacre of the Five Shadows. They were his disciples, and each of them could fight a low-level great demon. One of them was supposed to take his place. And none of them returned from their mission to send Woonsung, who now stands before him, to the afterlife. Not long ago, a stranger came to him looking for Yo Moon Ran, saying he had a job for him. It was just another request, but since the target was very powerful, he sent the Five Shadows group. None of the members of this group returned alive, but their target, Woonsun, returned safe and sound, and is now attending the banquet. He is worried about the failure of this mission. After all, any mission of the fatal class must be completed. Meanwhile, Woonsung is thinking about what he could do if he didn't have to take off his weights. Without hesitation, Yo Moon Ran climbed onto the platform and began to quickly approach Woonsung. He is full of determination and confidence in himself and his actions. When Woonsung noticed that Yo Moon Ran was approaching him very quickly, he began to use his spear. He immediately began to repel Yo Moon Ran's attack using only his spear. But when he struck Yo Moon Ran, he disappeared from his field of vision. Woonsung was surprised and realized that Yo Moon Ran was at a level where he could hide his presence without darkness. At that moment, Woonsung began to use the soul of the earthly body. And then he felt the presence of his opponent, Yo Moon Ran, behind him. Without showing that he was aware of his presence behind him, Woonsung threw his weapon at him. Then he finally turned to face him and saw his weapon flying toward Yo Moon Ran. But Yo Moon Ran was quick-witted and of course noticed Woonsung's trick. He fires his weapon, aiming directly at him, while keeping a small secret about his attack. But Woonsun manages to skillfully dodge Yo Moon Ran's attack. Woonsun realizes that this was an unusual katana attack, which was to be expected from the Demon King. Their attacks against each other are very fast. Woonsun began to use the cover of his spear to protect himself from attacks with small weapons. Now, Yo Moon Ran understands why the Five Shadows lost to Woonsun. He even noticed his small blade behind the katana strike. The demonic practitioners watching them cannot follow their movements because they are extremely fast. After that, Woonsung decides to remove several metal bracelets. Woonsun notes that he was lucky that the weapons were not poisoned, perhaps because they are in the arena. Woonsung's words made Yo Myung-run think that he knew everything. Suddenly, Woonsung reappeared from the dust and demonstrated his speed. Yo Myung-woo blocked his attack with his bare hands, although they were left with marks afterwards. He considered Woonsung's attack unwise. His surprise knew no bounds when Woonsun attacked him again. After that, Yo Moon Ran felt cracks in his bones. He considers himself lucky that they didn't break. Then he turned his attention to Woonsung, who had finally emerged from the dust. Yo Moon Ran noticed that Woonsun had finally removed his metal bracelets. He was impressed that Woonsung had thought about fighting him in those bracelets and hadn't even taken them off before the fight began. Woonsung, as if mocking him, pointed out that he actually felt much better without the bracelets. But he became curious as to why Yo Moon Ran was interested in whether he wore his bracelets. After this conversation, Chi immediately began to envelop Yo Moon Ran's body. And Chi Woonsung began to radiate from his body like a blue-white glow. When they reunited in the arena, there was a huge explosion that raised dust into the air, hiding Woonsun and Yo Moon Ran. As always, Woonsun has no intention of giving up and continues to fight for victory. But Yo Moon Ran also does not want to give up because he wants to complete his mission. Woonsung attacks Yo Moon Ran and throws his spear again, hoping to hit his target. At that moment, Yo Moon Ran approaches Woon Sun with a knife in his hands, hoping to strike him. But Woon Sung notices Yo Moon Ran's attempt to attack him in time. With one swing of his spear, he successfully deflects Yo Moon Ran's attack. After that, Yo Moon Ran noticed that Woon Sun was using the 8 steps of the Kunlun Cloud Dragon. Looking closely, he began to doubt his assumptions because they really looked like those steps, although in reality they were slightly different. He watched Woon Sun's movements closely, hoping not to miss anything important. Then Yo Moon Ran decided to demonstrate something to Woon Sun and see if he could withstand it. Holding the katana in front of him, he began to concentrate his strength in it. He makes a few swings with the katana and then prepares to attack Woon Sun. Seeing this, Woon Sun realizes that Yo Moon Ran is using the complete fusion of the sword and chi, that is, the aura of the sword. But Woon Sung is not as simple as he seems, and he begins to use intimidating clothing. In addition to this, Woon Sung decides to use the aura of the spear. They almost simultaneously begin to attack each other using their fighting techniques. Woon Sung becomes even more confident, which is evident from his emotions, which he hardly shows. He jumped towards Yo Moon Ran with a spear in his hands, wanting to hit him. At that moment, Yo Moon Ran began to feel a slight chill running through his body. He began to suspect that this was due to the dark aura that surrounded him. After another explosion, Yo Moon Ran admitted that Woon Sun was indeed very talented. Due to this explosion, debris from the arena began to fly around. The fact that Woon Sung's aura was almost complete surprised Yo Moon Ran because it was quite rare at such a young age. Woon Sung seemed frighteningly talented to Yu Moon Sung. He was sure that if he didn't defeat him now, he would regret it later. When Yo Moon Ran threw knives at Woon Sun, he managed to deflect and dodge them. Now Woon Sung realizes that Yu Moon Ran is dangerous, and that his movements are much more dangerous than those of Kwa Su Myun. He understands that if he misses even one of Yo Moon Ran's blows and he hits a pain point, it could lead to his death. In Woon Sun's opinion, there is something strange about Yo Moon Ran's desire to kill someone, even though he himself is fighting him for the same purpose. Their weapons cross again in close combat. Each of them is trying to win. Woon Su feels as if Yo Moon Ran's eyes are looking at prey rather than just an opponent. His movements remind Woon Su of the 5 warriors who came after him to the Valley of 1,000 Souls. And although drops of blood appear on Woon Su's face and he thinks about what connection there might be between Yo Moon Ran and the warriors, he decides not to dwell on these thoughts and simply defeat Yo Moon Ran. After all, he is not the kind of opponent you can fight while distracted by your thoughts. So Woon Sun decides to think about it all later. Their battle continues, and their movements are still as fast as before. To fight Woon Sung, Yu Moon Ran continues to use his katana. He is very focused when trying to attack Woon Sung, and therefore does not get distracted by unnecessary thoughts. Tired from the battle, Woon Sung continues to fight and pulls out his spear again. He begins to swing it in front of him, forming a kind of blocking wall. Watching Woon Sung's actions, Yu Moon Ran assumes that he is thinking about something. He believes that such sweeping attacks should not be met head-on, but rather parried or avoided altogether. All things considered, these decisions do not seem reasonable to Yo Moon Ran. If he tried to dodge, he could be smeared. This technique is not only an endless stream of power, but also a certain chaos that is quite impressive. After thinking it over, Yo Moon Ran reached for the small knives hidden in his belt. He is confident that against such power, he must focus on his attacks and break through it. The demonic art of shadow death is a special move, and Yo Moon Ran uses directed death against Woon Sun. Woon Sun, in turn, dared to use the arrival of the divine dragon. These arts began to approach each other and finally collided. After that, an explosion of incredible force occurred in the arena, causing fragments of the rock on which the arena stands to fly down. The explosion engulfed the entire arena in a cloud of smoke, obscuring everything from view. The demonic practitioners watching did not understand what had happened, or who had won. Looking at the cloud of smoke, they realized that they will not be able to understand anything. One of the demonic practitioners decided to use his power to dispel the smoke. He confidently raised his hand and made a single sweep with it as if to dispel the dust. At that moment, the smoke and dust that enveloped the arena began to fly away in the other direction, as if carried by the wind. Then the demon practitioners saw that Woon Sung and Yo Moon Ran were still in the arena. They saw that Woon Sung was still standing despite the deep wound on his body. And then they turned their attention to the demon king of shadow pursuit. He was lying on the ground near a rock covered in blood. He considered this a disgrace. He says that they could both be in the same condition if his blow had been stronger. But according to Woon Sun, that could have happened if the divine dragon's arrival had been weaker. Now, Yo Moon Ran understands that the death of the 5 shadows and the return of Woon Sun alive was not an accident. The words about the bloody death of the 5 shadows intrigued Woon Sun, but his attention is distracted by the blood that won't stop flowing. Finally, Yo Moon Ran asked Woon Sun not to count on everything ending this way. These words are a mystery to Woon Su, as he does not understand what Yo Moon Ran means. At that moment, the wound on Woon Su's chest began to hurt badly. He began to feel intense pain, and the blood in his body began to accumulate in his mouth. Falling to his knees, Woon Sun began to cough up the blood that had accumulated. Suddenly, he felt Baek Woon Ji next to him, who had come to his aid. She believed that Woon Sun needed medical attention. She helped him stand up and began to help him leave the arena. Instead of worrying about himself, Woon Sung began to think about who Yo Moon Ji might have been talking about. Baek Woon Ji is very worried about Woon Sun, who has realized that someone from the cult is hunting him. Pain continues to pierce Woon Sun's entire body. It is difficult for him to walk even with Baek Woon Ji's help. He began to lose consciousness, and Baek Woon Ji was unable to hold him up. Woon Su's body is drained of strength, and he starts to lean forward and fall to the ground. He falls unconscious to the ground, face down. He can no longer hear Baek Woon Ji's cries and commotion. But Woon Sun just wants to know if he is on the right path, and he wants to hear the answer to this question from his master. After Woon Sun was taken away to receive medical attention, the banquet continued. But none of the fights were as spectacular as before. There were several demon generals who tried to become great demons during the banquet. After the banquet, the ranking system underwent some changes. Chun Hui was satisfied with the results of the banquet. Most members of the Burning Dragon Squad were given the rank of Great Demon. Finally, 5 days after the banquet ended, Woon Song began to regain consciousness. All wounded and bandaged, he did not understand what had happened to him. He was still coughing up blood and his whole body was aching and trembling. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he began to remember that he had fought with Yeomoon Ran at the banquet. Then he sensed someone else in the room and looked over in surprise. Sitting on a chair next to his bed is Baek Woon-ji, who is happy that Woon-sun has finally regained consciousness. They sat facing each other, their eyes meeting. Woon-su's gaze made Baek Woon-ji feel shy and she began to blush. Blushing, she looked away from Woon-sun and bowed her head. She decides to break the silence and offers the exhausted Woon-sun some water. Woon-su, who did not take his eyes off her, thanked her. Their conversation was interrupted by a shadow that appeared in the doorway leading to the room. The owner of this shadow turned out to be Gwon Tae-ryung, who had come to check on Woon-sun and was glad that he had regained consciousness. Woon-sun himself understood that it would take some time, but Gwon Tae-ryung told him that 5 days had passed. The first thing Woon-sun thought about was that the banquet was over and he was curious about the results. But Gwon Tae-ryung pretended not to know what Woon-sun was talking about. He asked directly about the results of his squad. He noted that he doubted that the Demon King could have survived losing half his body. Gwon Tae-ryung agreed with Woon-sun's assumption about the Demon King. Bae Woon-ji interrupted the conversation, wanting to answer the question instead of Gwon Tae-ryung. She pointed out that most of the members of the Burning Dragon Squad had been awarded the title of Demon Generals. This news pleased Woon-su and his mood improved. There were only 3 such generals in the Hidden Demon's Cave, but within a year almost all of them had achieved this rank. Woon-sun also became curious to know if anyone from the squad had become a great demon. Gwon Tae-ryung then said a bit shyly that he could be congratulated, even though he was one of the lower ranking ones. Of course, Woon-sun praised Gwon Tae-ryung. He was sure that this rank had not come easily to him. But immediately he asked him not to get cocky and to remember what he had told him after their first battle. He recalled how Woon-sung had called him a frog in a ditch because he was conceited about his strength and said he would keep that in mind. Before leaving, they noted that the doctor had prescribed 3 months of rest. But he had no intention of staying in bed for so long and began to practice elevating the soul of the earthly body. He realized that this art not only hardens the body but also heals it. Woon-sung believes that this is not his final form. Woon-sun believes that he will definitely recover, even if it happens slowly. Suddenly, he felt the essence of his inner chi and assumed that the elevated soul of the earthly body controls the essence of the inner chi. This had never happened before. Woon-sun believes that it merged with his life force because he had been practicing for a long time. He began to remember how the Spearmaster had asked him if he knew what the essence of inner ki was. He explained that with its help, one could overcome human limitations and enter the divine realm. Now as then, Woon-sun is skeptical about this story. He assumes that this art can only develop the essence of inner chi. Walking down the corridor with fresh linen in her hands, Baek Woon-ji noticed a strange smell. The smell seemed very sweet to her, but she did not understand what it could be. She felt that the smell was coming from Captain Woon-sun's room, so she approached the door. Out of curiosity, she peeked into Woon-sun's room through a small crack in the door. She was very surprised when she saw what was happening inside the room. Baek Woon-ji saw that Woon-sun, who was sitting on the bed, was beginning to take on the shape of a dragon. After finishing his training, Woon-sun decided to stretch a little. He managed to unite his spiritual and physical parts, and he created a body worthy of a martial artist. Everything went wrong because the formation of the exalted soul of the earthly body was supposed to take place before the physical transformation. But everything turned out the opposite, and in the end, everything turned out well. Bae Won-ji is still watching Won-sung through a crack in the door to his room. She assumes that Woon-sun has discovered something different and new. Suddenly, Woon-sun saw her and asked what was going on. Baek Woon-ji was a little scared of him. She bows and hands him some clean underwear, saying she thinks he needs it. While Woon-sung was working out, he had sweated quite a lot. Woon-sun's reaction was incomprehensible to Baek Woon-ji, and she decided to make sure that everything was okay. Woon-sung remarked that he felt uncomfortable when he couldn't move freely, but she reminded him that he had to rest for 3 months. But Woon-sun is confident that his body will be fully restored in 2 weeks. In the Heavenly Palace, Chun-hui believes that the enemies are quite clever because they have not yet revealed themselves. Ta-san-gwan-chuk hoped that this time they would succeed and find the traitors, but Chun-hui believes that their actions were not in vain, even though they failed to provoke the great demons into questionable actions. But on the plus side, they gained about 10 demon generals. Moreover, they have gained new great demons and even a demonic one. They believe that there are many talented individuals in this group. They will serve as a warning to all, demonstrating the cult's ranks of fresh blood. Now, the great demons and demon kings who are clinging to their positions will be on guard. Strategist San-gwan-chuk thought that Woon-sun would claim the position of a high-ranking great demon, but he exceeded expectations. After some thought, Chun-hui believes that Woon-sung is the only right choice. With a smile on his face, Chief Strategist San-gwan-chuk notes that the choice has been made. He gave orders to summon Woon-sung when he recovers as captain of the Burning Dragon Squad to the inner garden of the Heavenly Court. A man appears, his face hidden by a hood. This person enters the room in the middle of which stands a large table. He has been here before. On the other side of the table sat a gray-haired man. He was waiting for his guest to appear. The hooded man sat down at the table and remarked that he thought he would be punished. The gray-haired man had no response to the hooded man's statement. At that moment, the gray-haired man's eyes began to glow blue. He looks intently at his interlocutor. Then the man began to clutch his throat because something was happening to his breathing. He began to admit that he had indeed made a mistake while he was upset. The man in the hood realized that the gray-haired man was capable of taking his life by strangling him in a fit of rage. In his opinion, the gray-haired man is not yet confident enough to defeat the cult leader. This is Ju Moonbaek, the fiery king who destroys souls. After fixing his beard and thinking everything through, Ju Moonbaek admits that he underestimated him. The man in the hood assumes that he is talking about the brat Woon-sun, but Ju Moonbaek does not consider him a brat because in just 1 year he became a demon king, truly turning into a tiger. Putting the glass on the table, he admitted his mistake, but did not believe that their grand plan had been ruined. Holding his breath, the man in the hood looked at Ju Moonbaek with wide eyes and asked if he had really succeeded. At first seriously, then with a slight smile, Ju Moonbaek looked at the man in the hood. He noted with satisfaction that yesterday the cult leader had indeed been poisoned. This reassured his interlocutor, but Ju Moonbaek noted that it was worth waiting for the symptoms to appear. But he was so confident that he could guarantee with his life that the leader had drunk the poison. The man in the hood hoped that Zhu Moonbak, the deputy leader, was not deceiving him. Zhu Moonbak believes that the process will be accelerated if they feed him more poison, but that is almost impossible. It could take 6 months, and he would be able to move his body for another year. The man in the hood thinks that if it weren't for the Spearmaster 10 years ago, the plan would have been ruined long ago. Seeing the pensive man in the hood, Zhu Moonbak assumed that he had some problems, but he mentioned that he remembered something unpleasant. He remembered that the Spearmaster and his apprentice had been killed, and therefore their plan would be carried out. After that, Zhu Moonbak raised his glass and suggested forgetting the unpleasant memories and moving on. The man in the hood raised his glass in response and agreed to Zhu Moonbak's proposal. At this time, the holy maiden sat by the holy flame, wondering how much longer she would have to protect him. After all, she was chosen when she was 12, and 40 years have passed since then. She remembers the difficult times when she and her younger brothers could not eat properly or wear clothes. She believes that if she had not become a virgin, they would have died on one of those cold nights. But thanks to the flame, they were saved. All 5 of her brothers grew up and became warriors of a demonic cult. She, in turn, devoted her entire life to the divine flame. She began to thank the divine flame, which is considered the will of the first holy demon. Now she is worried because she knows that she can no longer serve it. She bowed to the divine flame, saying that she didn't have much time left and that she wanted it to choose a new maiden. The divine flame began to burn brightly at the words of the holy maiden, as if understanding her request. Meanwhile, Sangwon-chuk seems to be choosing between the storm spear and the black dragon spear, remembering the black storm spear. But Woon-sung, who was following him, did not understand anything, and Sangwon-chuk decided to find out if this was the first time he had left the chamber. Woon-sung noted that it took him some time to recover. Sangwon-chuk begins to think that the name given to Woon-sung makes sense. They call Woon-sung Blackstorm because his movements during battle resemble a black dragon or gusts of wind. But Won-sung interpreted the nickname as Black because of the threatening color of his clothes and Storm because of his rapid movements. Observing Woon-sung's reaction to the surname, Sangwon-chul assumes that he likes it. Woon-sung follows Sangwon-chuk down a dark corridor illuminated by balls on the ceiling. He considers these balls more valuable than gold. Only now did Woon-sung decide to ask Sangwon-chuk where they were going. They entered a metal door and walked through a dark tunnel. Woon-sung thinks he hears water nearby. Descending the stairs, Sangwon-chuk asks Woon-sung if he knew there was a lake above this tunnel. He understood why he heard the sound of water. Sangwon-chuk noted that the lake would not fall on them. Standing at the door, Sangwon-chuk asked Woon-sung if he knew where this path led. Woon-sung suggested that they were inside a palace. But Sangwon-chuk hinted that he was mistaken because the Divine Palace was divided into an inner garden and outer lands. Knocking on the door, Sangwon-chuk notes that the great demons do not know this and think that this is where Chun-hui lives. He adds that Woon-sung is heading to the inner garden of the palace. Only the Demon Kings know about this tunnel, and Sangwon-chuk believes that there is no harm in knowing about it. After that, Woon-sung assumes that this is an important place in the palace where not everyone is allowed to enter. He is right, but not about the right to enter this place. Sangwon-chuk asks if Woon-sung knows what he means, but Woon-sung admits that he does not really understand what Sangwon-chuk is talking about. At that moment, the door to the room began to open. Bright light shone through the crack. Woon-sung smelled plants behind the gate and thought that this was the world outside the cave. Pointing to the entrance, Sangwon-chuk invites Woon-sung to enter and find the answers. On the other side of the world, the first disciple student had recently arrived in Lopner. This city was very large and there were many people in it. But because of this, it would be difficult for her to find what she was looking for. She does not know how to find her brother in this place, and the first disciple is not helping her. She is satisfied with how she drew the portrait of the person she is looking for. But she is not sure that she will be able to find him with just a portrait. She is going to start her search after she has something to eat. In this place, surprisingly friendly waiters serve food to hungry guests. And then the first apprentice's student, stepping over the threshold of the establishment, began to take off her Panama hat. A friendly waiter immediately noticed her and bowed to greet her. When the girl chose a table, she asked for fried rice with vegetables, and the waiter took her order. She also asked the waiter to look at the portrait of the person she was looking for. Looking at the portrait the girl gave him, the waiter seemed to be frightened by something. The girl realized that something was wrong, but the waiter assumed that she was from the authorities. She then introduced herself as a student from Kinshasa and said that the man in the picture was her brother. The waiter looked closely at the portrait, sweat dripping down his face from excitement. He believed that the man in the portrait could not be a warrior from Kinshasa because he was the leader of the Sandstorm. The girl became curious about what was going on, and the waiter told her that the Sandstorm was a well-known group that had been active a year ago, but had now gone quiet. He believes that this is all a mistake, because one of the 3 swords of Kinshasa cannot become the leader of a gang of bandits. Anger appeared on his face because he remembered how this man had attacked his village. The girl was surprised when she heard this. She asked him if he was sure he wasn't confusing something and if he was really sure. The waiter, in a fit of emotion, began to shout that everyone in the room knew that this man was the leader of the Sandstorm Death Gang. After that, the girl showed the portrait to the other visitors. She hoped that someone would recognize him and help her. She began to get upset and stopped to calm down. The waiter came to her aid. She hopes to find out the whereabouts of the gang leader from him, but the waiter does not know. She became interested in the place the gang might use as their base. The waiter was unsure whether he should tell her, as he was worried that they would harm her. Suddenly, the girl grabbed him by the shoulders and begged him to tell her everything, but the waiter tried to dissuade her, as he was sure that the gang would do terrible things to her. The girl assured him that she was stronger than he thought and that he shouldn't worry. To prove it, she cut the dining table in half with a single stroke of her sword. She reminded him that she was a student of the Kenshin group, and that a bunch of ordinary gangsters were no match for her. She took something out of her pocket and said it was payment for the food and the table she had broken. She offered to let the boy keep the rest. The waiter was very surprised when he saw what the girl had in her hands. After all, one such item was equal to his monthly salary, and thanks to it, he would be able to feed his family. He took it and shyly told the girl to go to the old temple, where she would find shelter from the gang. At that moment, Woon-sung found himself under the night sky and entered a divine garden inside the palace. Before going out into the street, he thought he was walking under a divine palace. Now he doesn't know where to go next. Suddenly, a light breeze began to blow, causing the leaves to swirl. The gusts of wind grew stronger, and Woon-sung had to cover himself with his hands. His hair and clothes began to fly around. Something strange began to happen around him. Woonsun felt that this force was quietly calling him to follow it. After that, Woonsun quickly ran toward where the whirlwind had started. Ahead, he saw a pond with a small house in the middle and a bridge leading to it. It was the gazebo where Chunhui was sitting. He noticed that Woonsung was heading towards him. He turned in the direction from which Woonsung was approaching him. Woonsung stopped at the entrance to the gazebo and introduced himself to Chunhui. Looking up at Chunhui, Woonsung thought he looked a few pounds lighter than when he saw him on the throne. While Woonsung bows and greets him, Chunhui looks at him intently. With a slight smile on his face, Chunhui broke the silence and said that he was glad to see Woonsun there. Looking into his eyes, Woonsun remembered that the eyes are considered to be the mirror of the mind, but he did not understand what the storm in Chunhui's eyes meant. He assumed that it might mean his confidence that he could unleash a fierce storm at any moment. Standing on the steps, Chunhui asked Woonsun to come up to the gazebo, but Woonsun did not think he had the right to do so. But Chunhui pointed out that Woonsun didn't need to be so polite because his eyes showed his true nature. Woonsung realized that Chunhui was also looking into his eyes. He became curious about what Chunhui saw in them. After that, Woonsun, still wary, began to slowly climb the stairs to the gazebo. But when he reached the threshold, he stopped again and looked carefully ahead of him. He saw 2 cups on the table that had been almost untouched before he arrived. From this, Woonsung concluded that Chunhui had been waiting for him. As silently as before, Chunhui walked into the gazebo and sat down on one of the empty seats. He raised his eyes and seemed to look at Woonsun from under his eyebrows, and ordered him to sit down as well. This order seemed strange to him, and Woonsun tensed up even more, not knowing what to expect next. And then, after a while, a student from Kinchenya came to the hideout of the Sandstorm Gang, where she saw only ruins. Tears began to well up in her eyes as she was saddened by what she saw before her. She saw many lifeless bodies in the ruined building, only skeletons remaining. But the girl did not recognize her brother's body among these lifeless bodies. She decided to look around and went deeper into the building. When she saw another lifeless body inside, she felt pity. Tears streamed from her eyes because she saw a familiar inscription on the sword. Without hesitation, the student from Kinchena rushed to the body. Tears filled her eyes and the girl screamed in pain at her loss. She began to embrace the lifeless body, for it was the body of her brother. Meanwhile, in the Divine Garden, Woonsung sat down at the same table with Chunhui. Leader Chunhui began to pour liquid into glasses, offering it to Woonsung to drink. Woonsung handed Chunhui his cup. Chunhui poured the liquid into it and said that it was better served cold. Looking into the glass, Woonsung noticed a thin layer of ice and realized that Chunhui had done it with his aura. After Chunhui poured the liquid into Woonsung's glass, he began to pour it into his own. When both glasses were full, they raised them to drink. Bringing his glass to his mouth, Chunhui drank its contents in one gulp. Then he put the empty glass on the table and began to enjoy the taste of the liquid. Now Chunhui began to talk about how Woonsun had become a demon king, although Woonsun points out that he was lucky again. But Chunhui pointed out that this title could not be obtained by luck alone. Woonsung was unable to respond immediately. Chunhui noted that the fighting community was being replenished with competent people, but he doubts that anyone could have achieved such a level as Woonsung at his young age. Woonsung sees the glow of Chunhui, which seems as big as a mountain to him, and this is without demonstrating any aura. Looking at him with admiration, Woonsung realizes that even his master has not reached such a level. He began to wonder how much strength it would take for a person's presence to be so overwhelming. He thinks that it is not because of strength, but because Chunhui is a person of such caliber. Now, Woonsung feels that he is different from the holy demon he knew. He wasn't so human before. Looking closely at Woonsu, Chunhui asked his permission to suggest something. Pouring himself another drink, Chunhui offers Woonsu to become the vice leader of the cult. Such an offer surprised Woonsu, and he decided to ask Chunhui what exactly he meant. But Chunhui did not rush to explain to Woonsung, calmly raising his glass of drink. Without rushing, he brings it to his mouth and drinks the entire drink again. Then, just as slowly, he placed the empty glass on the table in front of him. He begins to explain that he has always said that the vice leader will be chosen from among those who have potential. Clutching his glass in his hands, Woonsun listens silently to what Chunhui is saying. He also says that among those who are considered the next generation, he believes that Woonsung is the best in the cult. After this suggestion, Woonsung remembered that this had been his goal, but he did not think it could happen so easily. Leaving his glass on the table, Chunhui began to descend from the gazebo, noting that it was strange for him to say such things. Still at the table, Woonsung silently turned to Chunhui, who had left the gazebo. They climbed onto a small bridge over a semicircular pond. The pond reflected the image of the full moon shining in the sky. This prompted Chunhui to ask Woonsung if he knew why he was called the moon-cutting holy demon. Woonsung noticed that Chunhui had changed again, his tone now tyrannical, which sounded strange coming from someone who had just been so kind. Then, looking more closely at Chunhui, Woonsung realized something. He began to think that Chunhui was a man with 2 personalities. Woonsung noted that he was called that because he had cut the moon reflected in his glass. But Chunhui did not think that an ordinary person could cut the moon. But martial arts have no limits, and what was impossible becomes real. He demonstrates how he can cut the moon and its reflection in the water. Now Chunhui stands on the bridge and looks at the cut reflection of the moon in the lake. Looking up, Chunhui realized that he wanted to cut not just the reflection of the moon. Just like Chunhui, Woonsung raises his head to the sky and looks at the moon. Surprised, Woonsung realized what Chunhui was talking about and what he wanted to cut. At that moment, Chunhui reached out to Woonsung and said that when he became vice leader, he would become his disciple, to whom he would give everything. Woonsung felt as if his self-awareness was being pulled out. Woonsung also understood that Chunhui was not using his aura or chi, but rather a manifestation of human consciousness. This was an absolute power that could cut through even an image in the mind, the sword of the mind. In the settlement, information was circulating among the locals. All the residents have heard rumors spreading at the speed of light about the vice leader. They discuss his abilities and achievements. Witnessing this are Quan Tae-ryang and Baek Woo-ji, who are passing by. A smile appears on Quan Tae-ryang's face, which he can barely contain. But Baek Woo-ji's cheeks begin to redden, and she also struggles to hold back her smile. Suddenly, Guantai Ryun starts laughing loudly, which makes Baek Woo-ji feel embarrassed. The people around them and the gossips immediately turn to laugh at Guantai Ryun. She looks at Guantai Ryun in confusion. Baek Woong-ji feels uncomfortable because of his antics. She doesn't understand why he did it, and Baek Woong-ji thinks it wasn't worth adding to the laughter. Scratching his head, Guantai Ryang said that he was curious how many people recognized him. With a slight smile, Baek Woong-ji says that Guantai Ryang sometimes behaves like a child. And Baek Woong-ji began to calm him down because the cult members were already calling him the Great Demon. This impressed Guantai Ryang. With his nose in the air, Guantai Ryang considers himself a little closer to their captain, Woon-sun. Laughing, Baek Woong-ji points out that this is not true because Woon-sun is constantly breaking cult records. Not only did he emerge victorious from the Hidden Demon Cave, but he also became a Demon King at such a young age. In the Hidden Demon Cave, Baek Woon-ji was 7th, so now Woon-sun is an example for people like her. And then she heard what would happen to Chun-Hui's lineage if Woon-sun became the vice leader. Throughout the history of the cult, the position of leader has always been held by the Cheon family, but there is a way around this. One of the men says that the Chung family tree can be preserved by marrying Woon-sun to the daughter of the leader Chung-Hui. When Baek Woon-ji overheard this, she felt as if the ground had been pulled out from under her feet. Little is known about the young lady, who is believed to be around 20 years old. Everyone believes that she is an excellent practitioner. This is because she has not been shown to anyone since she was 10 years old, and her whereabouts are a secret. A red-haired girl hurries to the White Monkey Squad's quarters. The people inside are very surprised to see her. They address her as Dan Bue and offer her a drink, but she is busy at the moment. The men sitting and relaxing do not understand what is happening. She quickly climbs the stairs, thinking she has to hurry. It turns out that she is in a hurry to convey some news to her captain. She opens the door and shouts from the doorway, asking if the captain knows the news. Aeon is sitting on the edge of the bed. She has been waiting for Bue to arrive. Calm, Aeon notes that there is nothing special or surprising about this decision. After all, the stronger one has become the vice leader, which should be good news for the cult. But Bue doesn't understand how this happened. When Aeon acknowledged that Woon-sun was stronger, she felt relieved. But she is not weak either, as she is the captain of the White Monkey Squad. She knows that Woon-su's life is his life, and her life is her life, and everyone must do their best. She knows that her father recognized her, but he hasn't changed a bit. According to Dan Bu-ah, even though the captain said that, she didn't quite understand. She started calling the captain of the squad by his name. Now she decided to ask Aoyong if she had heard anything about a possible wedding. She began to explain that everyone was saying that Aeon needed to marry the vice leader in order to continue her family line. This information from Dan Bu-ah came as a shock to Aeon, as she had not thought about marriage at all. She remained alone in her room. Moonlight fell on the bed where she sat. She sat on her bed almost motionless, hugging her knees and pressing her head against them. In this way, Aeon hopes to calm down a little and think about the wedding. She agrees that Woon-sung is better than her, but Aeon had not thought about marriage until now. Somewhere deep down, she knew that this could happen. To continue the family line, she must either become the leader or marry the next leader. She assumes that she didn't have time to examine her feelings because she was busy competing with Woon-sung. She sat like that all night until morning. Aeon realized that she knew nothing about married life. The first rays of morning sun began to touch Aeon's face as she sat in her bed, lost in thought. In the large hall, Ju Moonbak sits on his throne holding a letter in his hands. After reading it, he realized that everything had turned out strangely because he had only wanted to put a little pressure on him. He used to consider him an annoying flea, but now he has grown up and become part of the cult leaders group. This cannot but annoy Ju Moonbak because he is standing in his way. He has become a young leader, and now even if Chun-Hui dies, there is someone who can inherit his position. Still, Ju Moonbak is certain that the leader Chun-Hui has been poisoned and will die someday. It doesn't matter how strong he is because he won't be able to overcome the poison. What matters is that when leader Chun-Hui dies, the cult will split into two factions, the vice leader and the young leader. He believes that leader Chun-Hui has at most a year before the poison kills him, but Ju Moonbak believes that objectively, this is not enough time for the young leader Woon-sung to build a large faction. But it doesn't matter how small or large it is because it could still become an obstacle to Ju Moonbak's plan. He decides to vent his irritation and anger through his martial arts skills. He is not going to let this happen. Shooting fire from his hands, he is confident that he will burn them all. At that moment, a fire that he himself had started began to spread around him. Ju Moonbak also began to think that he should kill the young leader Woon-sung if he cannot win him over to his side. So Ju Moonbak decides that he needs to hire someone strong, or else he will have to do it himself. The next day, all the members of the cult gathered in the Divine Palace, believing that their future would be decided today. One of the martial artists said he regretted not being able to see the young leader Woon-sun, whom everyone was talking about at the banquet. This is Gu Cheon-buk, the fist master of the demonic wind, who was absent from the banquet. When he asked what kind of person Woon-sun was, someone noted that he was an incredible martial artist for his age. This was said by San Guan-chuk, who hopes that the leader did not pay attention to Woon-sun in vain, and that he will continue to develop. The man is happy to meet San Guan-chuk and asks him to tell him a little about Woon-sun. After hearing about Woon-sun, the man was convinced that leader Chun-Hui had made the right choice in selecting the young leader Woon-sun. Strategist San Guan-chuk is pleased that this man has such an opinion of Chun-Hui's decision. Suddenly, dissatisfaction appears on his face as he turns away. There he saw the fiery king Ju Moonbak with his followers. He decided to ask him as the deputy leader whether he also considered Chun-Hui's choice to be a good one. But Ju Moonbak pretended not to understand what he was talking about and then seemed to think about it. After that, he remarked that he was too old to think about it. But he noted that he considered this choice to be correct. However, San Chun-Hui considered the elderly Ju Moonbak to be overly cunning. He did not consider his response to be honest. In his opinion, Ju Moonbak does not say anything unnecessary, but it is difficult to understand what he is thinking, and he leaves no traces when he plans something. After his answer, Ju Moonbak stands there, glancing at Guan-chuk, who also does not take his eyes off him. Guan-chuk believes that it is necessary to be wary of such people because they can stab you in the back with a smile. Moreover, he is convinced that Ju Moonbak is connected to the strange atmosphere within the cult, but he cannot act without evidence as such actions could backfire. And then everyone present began to turn their attention to the same place. A call was heard that the leader, Chun-Hui, had come out and that everyone should stand before him. Their leader, Chun-Hui, stepped onto the pedestal in front of the martial artist who had gathered there. He sat on his throne, which was higher than everyone else, and noted that everyone was in place. Seeing him, Ju Moonbak noticed that leader Chun-Hui was still able to resist the poison. But suddenly thoughts began to creep into his mind that the poison had not actually affected Chun-Hui. Looking from such a distance, he did not notice any change in Chun-Hui's face, and therefore wanted to jump over to him to examine his face. He controlled himself and realized that the poison could take effect in 6 months because Chun-Hui was very strong. Chun-Hui began to talk about the reason why they had been gathered there, although he was sure that they all knew about it. When all the warriors began to talk, Chun-Hui stopped them. He began tapping his fingers on the armrest of the throne, waiting to see what would happen next. The martial artist began to speak in unison about the flower of the Dark Night. After that, the servants immediately bowed their heads to the floor. They began to open the huge doors leading to the room beneath Chun-Hui's pedestal. In the small crack that formed after the doors opened, the face of Woon-sun became visible. The servants knelt down and Woon-sun entered the room through the open door. He began to walk straight ahead, passing the columns in the Great Hall of the Divine Palace. He walked alone along the long path that ran through the entire hall. At this moment, everyone present watched his movements. And then Woon-sun stopped in one place. He was very nervous, but his emotions conveyed confidence. He kneels down and introduces himself as Hek Woon-sun's disciple, stating that he is standing before the leader, Chung-Hui. 2 days ago, Woon-sun had a bad feeling, but he knows that he must inherit the position of leader in order to gain the power of the cult. Besides, he is a disciple of the Spearmaster sect and does not know what will happen if he becomes a disciple of the Holy Demon. He was worried about what might happen, but he did not consider it a problem, as he had studied other arts. So Woon-sun must combine the divine art of the Holy Demon and the art of the Spearmaster sect. But the problem is not in the art, but in his master. He does not know if his master will understand him if he starts serving another master. Alone with his thoughts, Woon-sun sits on his bed in the moonlight. Images of his master and the moment of his death appear in his mind. After that, Woon-sun declared that he would still become a young master of the cult. With tears on his face, he promises to avenge his master no matter what, and without worrying about his thoughts. But Woon-sun knows for sure that his teacher would never have agreed to take the bloody path of revenge because he was a man of honor. Despite this, Woon-sun himself has no desire to follow the path of honor. He has no intention of forgiving these lekamirs from orthodox sects. Woon-sun is going to take revenge, whatever the cost. And he doesn't care if he gets his hands stained with blood forever because it is entirely his choice. Then, alone with himself, Woon-sun decides to become a disciple of the Holy Demon. Having made this decision, he now finds himself before the cult leader Chun-Hui and his warriors. Lifting his head to look at Chung-Hui, he stares into his eyes, waiting for him to speak. For a moment, the leader Chun-Hui also just looks at Woon-sun and remains silent. Then he announces that he has chosen the one who will become the young leader. He asks those who disagree to speak up. But no one in the hall uttered a word. Everyone waited obediently to see what would happen next. Ju Moonbak also stands silently among the others. He restrains himself so as not to say anything unnecessary. Since everyone is silent, Chun-Hui declares Woon-sun the young leader. He orders the 9 bows ceremony to be performed. This means that Woon-sun must bow 3 times to the first holy demon who protects them in heaven. Obediently turning to the image of the first holy demon, Woon-sun begins to bow. Next, he must bow 3 times to the holy demons of previous generations. Just as obediently, Woon-sun began to bow to the holy demons of previous generations. Now, Woon-sun must also bow 3 times to his new teacher, Chun-Hui. He turned to the podium where the cult leader Chung-Hui was standing. For a moment, he stands motionless and looks at Chung-Hui, who is on his pedestal. Then, showing his respect and devotion, he began to bow to him. He kneels down, bows his head, and presses his hands against the floor to keep his balance. Then he bowed his head so that his forehead touched the floor. Chun-Hui began to swear before the first holy demon. He swore that he would take Woon-sun as his young leader and disciple and raise him to be the new leader of the cult. Woon-sun swears that he will become the young leader of the cult and the leader's disciple in order to become the future ruler of the cult. Already in the garden, Chun-Hui asks Woon-sun if he knows anything about the Dark Lotus, since he is from the Cave of Hidden Demons. This is the basis of the Hidden Demons Cave, so Woon-sun knows about this method of cultivation, but he does not understand why they are talking about it. The Dark Lotus generates flames in the mind. The burning mind becomes a red heart, which is the place for the true demonic spirit. In this way, the red heart must bloom with an unquenchable flame. This is the path to the red heart. When Chung-Hui asked Woon-sun to remember this, he promised to do so. This is part of the divine art of the holy demon. The Dark Lotus combined with the red heart becomes the advanced art of the Dark Lotus, the first step toward the art of the holy demon. Woon-sun assumes that he will have to build up the red heart in his true hardened bud. He thanked Chun-Hui for the instruction. After that, Chun-Hui asks him to sit down because he is going to demonstrate the correct flow of qi to him. He takes Woon-sun by the shoulders and tells him that he is transferring some of his qi to him. But Woon-sun should not resist, but rather relax and let it flow through him. At that moment, Woon-sun felt an incredible surge of energy in his body. The next day, Chun-Hui teaches Woon-sun the middle connection. He seems to want to teach him in a short period of time. He is only 40 years old, so Woon-sun does not understand why Chun-Hui is in such a hurry. This time, Chun-Hui asked Woon-sun to concentrate and feel the flow of qi. Chun-Hui's qi flows through the 12 main meridians and the nodal meridians of Woon-sun, and comes back out. It is a strong feeling of power flowing in a short time. His qi seems familiar to Woon-sun. It is not identical, and Chun-Hui's qi passes through a path of a truly tempered bud. A truly tempered bud is based on the methods of the Spearmaster sect. Woon-sun strengthened them with his cultivation methods. They are especially similar to the cultivation techniques from the Unwritten, but Woon-sun does not understand why. The Red Heart is a cultivation technique taught in the lineages of holy demons or young leaders. But Ta Chun-Hui thinks that Woon-sun already knows a cultivation technique with a similar breathing technique. In some schools, they may be similar. But Tae Chun-Hui also doesn't understand why this feeling is so familiar to him. He even checked all of Woon-sun's meridians, considering that he was already familiar with the Red Heart. But Chun-Hui realizes that this is definitely not the Red Heart. It only resembles the red heart. Chun-Hui concludes that Woon-sun studied a different cultivation technique. He also noticed a completely different spear than the one Woon-sun had when he was a demon general. And Chun-Hui remembered that he had allowed Woon-sun to choose a new weapon for his arsenal of demonic cult weapon. He smiled easily because he knows that he is facing the real spear of the unwritten. Now Chun-Hui understood why Woon-sun had a familiar echo similar to the red heart. But according to Chun-Hui, it is not completely identical to the red heart. It seems that Woon-sun has added the unwritten's cultivation methods to what he learned before. He has not yet attained the sprinkled divine flame, but he has inherited the will of the unwritten. Chun-Hui considers this an interesting coincidence, or even a strange twist of fate. But Woon-sun will have to study hard to truly understand the unwritten. If he masters the sprinkled divine flame, he will be able to create the divine flame in conjunction with the will of the unwritten, and he will reveal the truth in the divine arts of the holy demon and the unwritten. As a result, Woon-su can create a new power in this way. Only Chun-Hui drew out his power and wanted to ask Woon-sun to try it himself, since he already understood everything. Things like strange fate and enlightenment are not so easy to achieve, but Woon-sun is already familiar with them. At this time, Woon-sun believes that he must memorize and repeat the Red Heart's call in detail, one by one. He was troubled by the similarity to the cultivation method he had learned from the unwritten. Focusing, Woon-sun felt the chi flowing faster and stronger through his body, and this was the Red Heart. Although this is only the first step, Woon-sun has come a little closer to fulfilling his revenge. Chun-Hui finds it strange that Woon-sun has been examining himself for 30 minutes. Chun-Hui also sees that Woon-sun has realized the path of development of the Red Heart. After all, ordinary knowledge and awareness are different things. Chun-Hui is once again convinced of Woon-sun's talent. No one has ever heard of such talent as Woon-sun possesses. When Woon-sun came to his senses, he was very tired because he had expended a lot of energy. He calms his breathing and cannot remember the last time he sweated so much. Chun-Hui noticed that Woon-sun had been training quite intensively. He talks about metal bracelets. Blocking strength and weighing down the body can help develop the basics. He is right, and besides, Woon-sun must be in constant motion in order to continue developing. He has been training to dodge arrows. One of them scratched his leg, but luckily it didn't have a tip. If the arrow had had a sharp tip, it would have easily pierced his thigh. When he got up, Woon-sun saw what looked like a starry sky above him. But they weren't stars, they were arrows flying straight at Woon-sun. Chun-Hui was watching him the whole time and noticed that Woon-sun had discovered this complication. After training, Woon-sun sat in the middle of the room with arrows sticking out of the floor around him. The fabric on the arrows, which replaced the arrowheads, was soaked in red paint. Woon-sun's clothes were white at the beginning of the training, but now they are almost completely red. After that, Woon-sun sat down to rest and relax his muscles. When he stood up, he raised his head to the ceiling and exhaled with exhaustion. Now, Woon-sun knows what kind of training the previous leaders went through. As Master Chun-Hui points out, Woon-sun's body should feel heavy, but he must endure it. He noted that this is the first gate, also known as the Gate of the Dark Room. When inner strength reaches its limit, it is the will to hold a weapon and the training that had to be endured. Woon-sun listens carefully to what Chun-Hui is telling him and memorizes it. After that, he began to take off his previously snow-white, now blood-stained clothes. Putting these things aside, Woon-sun began to take new snow-white clothes from a pile of other similar clothes. He confidently and intently puts on another snow-white robe. After putting it on, he went back to the training hall where Chun-Hui was. Woon-sun indicated that he was ready for another training session. With a slight smile and excitement in his eyes, Chun-Hui looked at Woon-sun, who appeared before him. And again, after training, Woon-sun found himself sitting on the ground covered with arrows. He thought that he could already be called a hedgehog if those arrows had tips. Until now, Woon-sun believed that he needed to train every day, but now his confidence was shaken. In fact, this experience will break through the wall that surrounds Woon-sun. He wants to rest, but he understands that he must review his actions now, or he will make the same mistakes again. Those who received the title of Holy Demon had to undergo difficult training, which is exactly what Woon-sun is doing now. He decides to go through this if it is really necessary to achieve his revenge. Once again, Woon-sun is sitting on the ground, but now he is wearing his snow-white clothes. Suddenly, he hears a voice telling him that his results are now becoming noticeable. These warm words were spoken to him by Chun-Hui. After that, Woon-sun was grateful to him for his support. 15 days have passed since he began training at the first gate, but now the arrows hardly ever hit him. Chun-Hui was also impressed by Woon-sun's strength of spirit and attitude toward training. Chun-Hui believed that teaching himself was worthwhile. Approaching Woon-sun, Chun-Hui sat down next to him to support him. Then he put his hand on his back and began to transfer his chi to him. He noticed that Woon-sun was moving without using his chi, so his body and muscles were tired. Chun-Hui decided to help him. After that, Woon-sun's body was enveloped in a bright blue and white glow, and from relaxation he fell asleep. Chun-Hui took out a small red ball and offered it to Woon-sun. Woon-sun reached out his hands and received the ball, which would stabilize his body and restore his energy. After eating it, Woon-sun believed that if it weren't for that, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. Approaching Woon-sun, who was still recovering, Chun-Hui noted that it was time to remove the needles. With a single wave of his hand, using telekinesis, he pulled all the needles out of Woon-sun's body. The blocked energy flows were restored, and Woon-sun began to feel even stronger than before. After 15 days of training, it was time for Woon-sun to move on to the next stage, the second gate. But Chun-Hui noted that this did not mean that his training in the first gate was over. This was because Woon-sun had not perfected his skills in the first gate, but now his training would become more difficult. Woon-sun felt the difficulty in the very next training session when the speed of the arrows increased. As a result, Woon-sun was unable to dodge them and had to cover himself with his arms. He fell to the ground from the number of arrows that hit him, although the arrows still had no tips. Chun-Hui tells him to stop before he becomes a target for even more arrows. Continuing his training, Woon-sun realizes that Chun-Hui is giving him the opportunity to get used to these exercises, and after a while, Woon-sun stands in front of the entrance to the second gate. He looks closely at the maze in front of him. Woon-sun believes that Chun-Hui must be somewhere in this maze and assumes that he is hiding his presence. And yet he understands that Chun-Hui is not actually hiding from him. He is simply there, but Woon-sun is unable to sense him. He is indeed in this maze, but slightly above where Woonsun begins his attack. For Woonsun, this was not an entirely expected attack, but he sensed it. Realizing that the leader Chunhui is attacking him, Woonsun begins to dodge the attacks. If Woonsung had reacted slowly to the attacks, he would probably have another hole in his stomach. Tightening his belt, Woonsun realizes that this was very dangerous for him. Turning around, he saw Chunhui standing in front of him, holding a small dagger in his hand. Woonsung noticed that the dagger was the size of a finger, but he barely had time to react. Without hesitation, Chunhui began to swing it again to throw it at Woonsung. Realizing what was about to happen, Woonsung quickly grabbed his spear to save himself. Woonsung succeeded because the dagger thrown by Chunhui flew into his spear. But Chunhui quickly closed the distance between himself and Woonsun and began striking him at close range. Woonsun dodged the blow by arching his back and leaning backward. The dagger in Chunhui's hand was right next to Woonsun's face. His eyes showed slight fear and surprise at how quickly everything was happening. In front of Woonsung, Chunhui took the dagger more comfortably so that its blade was pointed at Woonsung. Then he quickly attacked Woonsun again, training his speed and attention. Woonsun tried to dodge each of Chunhui's attacks so that the daggers would not hit him. Finally, Woonsun decided to swing his spear to attack Chunhui in response. He got carried away and did not notice that Chunhui had disappeared from the spot. Stopping, Woonsung is very tired and disappointed. Suddenly, Woonsung hears Chunhui's voice saying that he is above him. Until then, Woonsung had no idea that there was such a difference in strength between them. He couldn't even catch Chunhui's shadow. With a smile on his face, Chunhui tells Woonsung that he should try harder to catch him. If Woonsung had more chi, he would have destroyed the walls, but he limited its flow to what it was 10 years ago. Woonsung tries with all his might to keep up with Chunhui, who moves very quickly and disappears from Woonsung's field of vision. After that, Woonsung began to wonder why this training was going so well after the first session. He decides to focus in order to feel the sensations he experienced during his first training session. Hiding, Chunhui notices that Woonsung has begun to use his sixth sense to find ki. It is important to never weaken your defense even if you cannot see your opponent, because he will always be aiming at you. At that moment, Chunhui began to attack Woonsung again without warning. After repelling the attack, Woonsung looked at the place where the dagger had come from. Then he heard Chunhui say that he had done well. This compliment made Woonsung laugh a little because in reality he had barely managed to do so. At the same time, he began to notice Chunhui's movements. He understood that Chunhui was letting him off easy, but it was breathtaking. He managed to parry Chunhui's attacks one after another using his spear. Woonsung's senses kick in before his eyes even have time to notice him. It is known that before a movement, the human body itself gives a sign, and Woonsung hopes to learn to recognize them. Now Woonsung can see the slightest tremor in Chunhui's muscles. In one of these muscle movements, Woonsung noticed a sign of attack. He also parried this attack. Chunhui laughed and realized that Woonsung was reading his muscle movements. After that, he threw a dagger at Woonsung again, making quick movements before doing so. Woonsung noticed that Chunhui's daggers were getting faster, even though he was using the amount of chi he had gained from 10 years of training. Since Chunhui's movements were very fast, Woonsung began to think that he had no limitations. Chunhui's attacks come from all sides, so Woonsung began to think about what to do and whether to retreat. But Woonsung's rear is also within Chunhui's range, so he has no choice but to attack, because retreat is not an option. Thoughts of retreating can slow down progress in critical situations, but it could also lead to Woonsung's death. After thinking it all through, Woonsung decided to attack. Suddenly, Chunhui attacked him first. The attack knocked Woonsung back. He couldn't stay on his feet because the attack was so strong and fell to the ground. That's how Woonsung's first day of training at the second gate ended. 2 months later, Woonsung is standing on the street under a starry sky with a young moon. He is very tired from frequent training, and the injuries he sustained are taking their toll. For 2 months, Chunhui has been teaching Woonsung everything about the cult, but he doesn't understand why everything is so intense. Considering all this, the training becomes more and more difficult. When he reaches his limit, Woonsu is treated with all the medicines available in the cult. If he hadn't been treated like this, he could have died. Thanks to this, he became stronger than he had ever been before. But even after 2 months, Woonsung still did not understand why Samchung was in such a hurry. In his opinion, there must be something behind it because it couldn't be just like that. He suggested that it might be a desire to destroy someone. Woonsung continued his training, dodging attacks. He didn't manage to dodge one of the blows, which almost hit him. He didn't notice the dagger until it was right next to him. It could have killed him if it weren't for his training in the first cave. After that, Woonsung jumped high into the air. Suddenly, daggers chained to chains began to fly. In midair, he carefully studied the details of the chain's movements and thought for a moment, trying to grab one of them. While the chains were tangling together, Woonsung took out his small knives. And when the chains were intertwined and stretched taut, he landed on them. These chains with blades are called kusarigama. Woonsung knows that on one side there is a scythe and on the other, a mace or metal ball. The users of these 5 kusarigama must be at the other end of the chains to hold them. Woonsung decided to use his lightning-fast throwing daggers, but the daggers did not reach their target and fell, colliding with the chains. Of course, Woonsung noticed this and realized that they had successfully stopped the daggers with the chains. While Woonsung was descending to the ground, his opponents threw spiked balls onto the field. He noticed that these were hedgehogs thrown by 2 opponents hiding nearby. This was an attack by soul destroyers. There were 7 of them, but they were stronger than those who had attacked Woonsung in the Valley of 1,000 Souls. This prompts Woonsung to remember the Demon King of the Dark Pursuit and assume that this is his doing. He wants to understand who wants him dead and why. He hopes to get information from them when he wins. And now Woonsung is already attacking one of these 7 opponents. This opponent uses a chain for battle. This man is frightened because he expected to be the one attacking. Under the starry night sky in the middle of the forest, loud noises can be heard. And now Woonsung points his spear at his opponent. Suddenly the sounds change and Tomso's vertical bamboo flute can be heard. A bunch of snakes react to all these loud and sharp sounds. They wake up and are ready to attack the attacker. Looking more closely, Woonsung realizes that they are not ordinary snakes. The snakes appeared between Woonsung and his opponent. They all began to move toward Woonsung. Losing the snakes, Woonsung did not understand how his opponent could control them and assumed that it was some kind of dirty trick. Using his intimidating guy, Woonsung is confident that the attackers should have prepared and planned their attack better. The snakes are ready to attack Woonsun, getting closer and closer to him. Woonsun believes that training in the first gates was much more dangerous than this. Woonsung's 5 enemies practice with Kusarigama, trying to harm him. He not only dodges the Kusarigans, but also manages to chop them into small pieces. After that, Woonsun, unharmed, quickly jumps back a little. Woonsun managed to kill the first opponent who was controlling Kusarigam without getting close to him. He also noticed another person controlling snakes and aimed a throwing knife at him. Without hesitation, Woonsung threw a throwing dagger at his opponent. But the enemy noticed that Woonsun was trying to attack him by throwing daggers at him. He was able to deflect the dagger thrown at him by Woonsun with a single blow. But after deflecting the dagger, he was very surprised by what he saw above him. Woonsun was jumping at him with intense focus. He was able to kill another of his opponents. Woonsung's face was as cold as stone, showing no emotion. This guy had a pipe in his hands. Woonsung assumed that he was just a snake charmer. Now Woonsung decided to focus on the opponents to his left. At this moment, Woonsun is in the center, where the enemies are again launching Kusarigama. To avoid being hit by Kusarigami, he crouched down slightly and assessed the situation. He noticed that the Kusarigama were flying at different heights. Some were higher, others lower. Jumping up from one Kusarigama, another grabs him by the spear from above. Most likely, the enemy whose Kusarigami is caught on Woonsun's spear believes that this is a good sign. Suddenly, Woonsun began to use his power, directing it at this enemy. His power is very strong and creates a bright whirlwind. The guy holding the Kusarigama doesn't get how Woonsun can be so strong. With the whirlwind created by his spear, Woonsun manages to lift the enemy holding the other end of the chain into the air. At that moment, other enemies began to attack Woonsun with their Kusarigamas, but Woonsun did not lose his composure, jumped up, and began to throw his throwing knives at them. One enemy was injured after being struck in the face with a blunt object. However, several throwing knives proved completely ineffective against the others. But Woonsun needed the moment his opponent spent parrying the daggers. Taking advantage of the moment, he began to strike his enemies. After dealing with one, Woonsun headed for another opponent. Seeing Woonsun next to him, the man was very surprised. He did not understand how he could move so quickly. But while he was thinking about it, Woonsun struck him with his spear. Thus, Woonsun was able to deal with one more enemy, but 2 remained. Following the previous enemy, Woonsun attacked the other one. The latter, releasing Kusarigam, did not think that Woonsun would get close to him. Woonsun's spear flew right in front of the enemy's face. That was the last thing he saw before he died. Making a sharp turn and striking, Woonsung sent this guy to the other world. Having dealt with him, there is one more opponent left, and Woonsung is ready to attack him too. Gripping his spear more tightly, Woonsun is confident that he will not let them kill him. He spotted his opponent, pushed off the ground, and jumped toward him. The enemy began to run away when he noticed Woonsung, who was about to reach him. But no matter how hard he ran, Woonsung was able to stop him with just one hand. The first thing Woonsung decided to do was knock the poison pills out of his mouth. Enraged, Woonsung began to attack his opponent, trying to knock him off his feet. Since the enemy could try to kill himself, this did not suit Woonsung. Exhausted and battered, the young man falls to the ground, trying to cough. Holding him down on his back and threatening him with his spear, Woonsung tries to find out who hired him and why. But the enemy looks Woonsung in the eyes and cannot answer him. This makes Woonsung both surprised and angry. Suddenly, Woonsung notices that this man's tongue has been cut out and he cannot speak. Then he notices that his fingers are also severed. He is trained and prepared not to reveal a single piece of information, no matter what it costs him. Now Woonsung understands that they used chains wrapped around his wrists. He also assumes that he will not get any information from him. A little later, the man in the hood is surprised that none of his men have succeeded. He is angry that they were unable to deal with the new Demon King. This was his idea, which Ju Moonbaek does not know about. He tried to turn everything around without the help of the cult, using only his own people. This failure will negatively affect his position in the group, so in order to keep him, he has to deal with it. But now he cannot use any more power because the senior strategist, Sang Guan-chuk, may expose him. Taking out his weapon, he decides to do everything himself, but someone is on the top floor, eavesdropping on it. Sure enough, there is a man with a scar covering his face on the top floor. A shadow seems to envelop him. After a while, Ju Moonbaek learns that the man in the hood has started acting without him. This angers him. After all, he only works with him by mutual agreement. Jo Moonbaek began to call the shadow to him. He asked it to act on its own while they were moving south. This shadow turned out to be the man who had been watching the man in the hood. He immediately and without argument agreed to carry out Ju Moonbaek's order, but he was in no hurry to leave and, standing behind Ju Moonbaek, decided to ask something. Namely, the shadow wanted to know what Ju Moonbaek would order him to do with the young leader, Woonsun. Ju Moonbaek began to think about what the shadow should do with the young leader, Woonsun. He decided that if he was doomed, then so be it, and if not, then let him live. There was no point in doing anything to him now. In his opinion, it would be worth getting rid of Woonsung after they neutralized Chun Hui. The shadow accepted Ju Moonbaek's decision and bowed to him. A little later, something happened to Aeon, who seemed to be falling somewhere. She was flying down with her eyes open, not understanding what she was doing. Suddenly, a large white hand with long, sharp fingers appeared next to her. In a semi-conscious state, Aeon continues to fall calmly into the unknown. But suddenly she felt something. Someone's hand seemed to touch her. She cannot turn around to see who is pushing her. All Aeon can do is think about who is near her. Aeon also began to feel as if someone was pulling her, but she did not understand where they were taking her. She doesn't understand what's happening, and her eyes begin to slowly close. And then Aeon sleepy seems to fall into a black hole, compared to which Aeon seems very small. All this time, her eyes are closed. It seems as if Aeon is unconscious or asleep. Suddenly, something bright flashes near Aeon, causing her to open her eyes. A very bright light illuminated Aeon. The light made Aeon feel hot. She was able to open her eyes and look at the light that was blinding her and radiating such warmth. And at that moment, Aeon saw a large bright flame in front of her. The flame seemed to explode and turn into a real big fire. Seeing this, Aeon was frightened because she did not understand how she got there or what was happening. To stop the flow of fire, Aeon decides to use the power of her chi. But Aeon is unable to extract chi from her core. This surprises her unpleasantly. At this moment, the flames begin to surround Aeon, who tries to cover her face from the fire. Suddenly, she realizes that she is not hot, but just a moment ago, she felt the flames on her skin. Now, the tongues of flame seem warm and pleasant to Aeon. like her mother's hands. She stands almost motionless, not defending herself from the flames, and just looks at her palms. Suddenly, flames began to appear from her palms, which greatly surprised Aeon. Aeon stared at her palms, which held a small flame that did not burn her hands. Then the flame flew from her palms and headed for her chest. The bright flame passed through her chest and entered Aeon's body. She felt something strange, painful, and amazing at the same time. Aeon grabs her head and her body starts to burn. She's engulfed in flames. Then Aeon came to her senses and, frightened by what she saw, opened her eyes. Looking around, she exhaled, realizing that she was in her room and in her barrel. Covered in cold sweat, Aeon sat on her bed and realized that everything that had happened was just a dream. She did not understand if the feeling of flames and warmth inside her was also a dream. Woonsun lay in the brightly lit room and thought about those who had tried to kill him in the Valley of 1,000 Souls and about the past. Unsung believes that these groups must be connected somehow. He believes that among the followers of the Holy Demon cult, there are not many who would dare to attack him. Gazing at the starry sky, Woonsung does not understand who is trying to attack him and why. But he knows for sure that they were targeting him alone. They attacked Woonsung as if they knew who he was, but Woonsung has no idea who his enemy is. He doesn't like this feeling, and it drives him crazy. Out of anger, he grips the balcony railing tightly. Still, he understands that his anger will not help him get information about his enemies. He remembers how the guys from the valley swallowed the poison without even thinking twice. But today's attackers were so badly beaten that it's impossible to interrogate them. Although Woonsung doesn't know who is behind them, they were definitely well prepared. He assumes that he would not have been able to handle them if it weren't for Chunhui's training. Woonsung acknowledges Chunhui's skill, considering how much his senses have developed in such a short time. Pouring himself a hot drink, Woonsung realizes that it is not for nothing that Chunhui is called the Holy Demon. Suddenly, he hears a knock on the door and a request to come in. Woonsung allowed him to enter and saw Guantai Ryun, whom he had not seen for a long time. Seeing him, Woonsung is delighted. Then he notices the metal bracelets on his hands. Guantai Ryang noted that he was repeating his methods because he was not following him. Approaching Woonsung, Guantai Ryang added that this was the least he could do to keep up with him. Impressed, Woonsung suggests that he has also improved his martial arts skills. A little embarrassed, Guantai Ryang notes that he considers himself better at martial arts than before. Woonsu becomes curious to know how much better Guantai Ryun has become, but Guantai Ryang cannot answer Woonsu. His face shows uncertainty in his words. Woonsu felt that Guantai Ryang's words lacked confidence. It turns out that after Guantai Ryang recently noticed a change in himself, he has not seen any further progress. Woonsun suggested that they go outside together because he wanted to see Guantai Ryan's progress right now. He then adjusted the metal bracelets on his arms and legs and picked up a spear. But Guantai Ryang is surprised by this suggestion. He has no intention of fighting anyone right now. With a smile on his lips, Woonsung asks Guantai Ryang if something is bothering him. Then confidence appeared on Guantai Ryang's face and he agreed to go with Woonsung. At that moment, Woonsung went out onto the balcony and climbed onto the railing. He quickly jumped off the balcony and landed safely on the ground. Guantai Ryang follows Woonsung off the balcony and also lands safely on the ground. So Woonsung wants to see how much stronger Guantai Ryang has become since he left the cave of Hidden Demon. Although Guantai Ryang's face shows confidence, he still feels a chill down his spine. These feelings make him laugh and the confidence on his face disappears. Woonsung's previous words remind Guantai Ryan of the time he lost to him in battle. From the previous attack, Guantai Ryang flew into the wall and suffered many serious injuries. At that time, he was on the verge of life and death, but now Guantai Ryun notes that it won't be as easy for any of them as it was last time. Taking up a fighting stance, Woonsung suggests proving everything in action rather than just exchanging words. In the next moment, Guantai Ryang decided to do what Woonsung expected of him. He swung his sword and struck right where Woonsung was standing. But he was very surprised when he saw only Woonsung's legs in front of him, who remained in his place. But Guantai Ryang believed that he had hit his target. It turned out that Woonsung had moved back a little just before Guantai Ryang's sword came down. This seemed amazing to Guantai Ryang. This was what he should have expected from the captain he was following. Before understanding Guantai Ryun's problem, Woonsung intends to understand his movements. Thanks to his training with leader Chunhui, it was not difficult for Woonsung to follow Guantai Ryan's movements. And then he saw how confidently Guantai Ryang began to attack him. His face betrays his anger and desire to win, or at least demonstrate his skills. And then Woonsung was able to study Guantai Ryang's movements and their flaws by observing his body and the flow of his chi. He noticed that Guantai Ryang had moments of doubt between attacks. This is the reason why he cannot continue to develop his skills. Throughout the battle, Guantai Ryang tries to give it his all. He is already tired, sweat is dripping from his face, and he is trying to catch his breath. But seeing that Woonsung isn't even sweating, he doesn't understand if there really is such a difference between them. Exhaling, Guantai Ryang asks Woonsung what he thinks of his abilities. Woonsung replies that he has managed to understand what the problem with his development is. After these words, Guantai Ryang became very interested, waiting for Woonsung's explanation. Woonsung began to recall that Guantai Ryan had recently experienced significant improvements. He swung his spear and drew a line on the ground with its tip. He called it the wall he had overcome, but overcoming the wall did not mean that the journey was over. Just because different people can overcome the same wall does not make them masters of the same level. He noted that Guantai Ryun should now try harder to understand the new area he had encountered beyond the wall. According to Woonsung, it is difficult to adapt to a new area. It is important to understand it and not rush. He also adds that it is important to focus on your path, and then you will get where you need to be. Guantai Ryun memorized every word Woonsung said and began to ponder them. He also told Woonsung that his words gave him confidence. They trained all night because the sun was already rising and climbing into the sky. The sun began to blind Woonsung with its bright rays. Because of this, Guantai Ryang began to apologize to Woonsung, thinking that he had taken up too much of his time. But Woonsung asked him not to worry about it because training his team was the captain's duty. But Woonsung himself did not actually intend to train with Guantai Ryang for so long. He just wanted to see his abilities, but it turned out that he showed Woonsung everything he was capable of. Woonsung is grateful to Guantai Ryan for this because thanks to him, he was also able to return to the main team. He grabbed the metal bracelet on his wrist and thought that he should be more patient. The sun was already clearly visible, and Woonsung realized that he would not be able to sleep today. Guante Ryun had already decided to leave, and Woonsung wished him continued improvement. Watching the sunrise, Woonsung realized that it was too late to go to bed. So he decided to practice the technique of the exalted soul and the perishable body. He sat comfortably facing the sun, placing his spear beside him. By igniting the soul, one can change the heavens, and by strengthening the body, one can control the earth. He has already strengthened the foundations of the technique of the elevated soul and the earthly body. Now Woonsung believes that he must unite heaven and earth. By doing so, his body and soul will achieve harmony, and they will allow him to complete the transformation of his body, which he has already half accomplished. He believes that this technique is just a Buddhist art that changes the body over time and with effort. The more Woonsung practices it, the more complex and comprehensive it becomes. Now he is no longer sure that it is Buddhist art, but rather an art of unknown origin. It is all very complicated. Raising his spear, Woonsung thanks this technique, because now his body has regained its strength. He stood up but remained facing the sun. Then he asked someone to come out. He turned his gaze to the forest nearby, but no one came out. So Woonsung once again ordered the person hiding there to come out. The man hiding behind the trees remarked that the Demon King remained a Demon King. The man began to peek out from behind the tree where he was hiding. After all, he had already started a conversation with Woonsung. It was this man that Woonsung sensed while practicing the elevated soul and earthly body. Woonsung asked if he knew who he was. The man introduced himself as the captain of the Coal Dragons and listed Woonsung's regalia. He approached Woonsung with a sword, and Woonsung sensed strong aggression and a desire to kill him. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Woonsung asked if he had sent people to kill him. The captain of the Coal Dragons paused for a moment and listened to Woonsung. After that, he noted that Woonsung was very smart, and now he definitely had to send him to the other world. Removing the bandage from his forehead, Woonsung noted that the captain of the Coal Dragons had acknowledged his ability to kill him. Considering that he still had his fingers and tongue, Woonsung hoped that he would give him some answers. After exchanging glances, Woonsung and the captain of the Coal Dragons began to fight. But Woonsung realizes that this battle will not be easy, and that he will have to try hard to find out anything. He sees the chi emanating from the captain of the Coal Dragons and directs it into his sword. And then Woonsung realizes that this chi is not demonic, so the captain of the Coal Dragons is not from their cult. He is surprised that someone who is not part of the cult was able to get here, as he considers it impossible. The captain of the Coal Dragons notes that this is the second reason why he must get rid of him. After that, he decided to use a whirlwind explosion, which he directed at Woonsung. Several whirlwinds began to head straight for Woonsung, who hopes to defuse them. One of them came as close as possible, so Woonsung began to dodge it. As they approached their target, the whirlwinds became stronger. The ground was damaged as if by a tornado. This was no ordinary attack, but a high-speed tornado that engulfed his opponent and tore him apart upon contact. Woonsung realizes that even the slightest touch will be critical for him. But as long as he doesn't touch it, there's no need to be afraid. But he is not the only one with powerful skills. Woonsung began to choose between the 6 seals and the Holy Spear of the Last Night. He chose the latter. And he began to use the Holy Spear of the Last Night in combination with his intimidating chi. Woonsung's skills spread over the vast territory that now surrounds them. The intimidating chi enveloped the captain of the Coal Dragons, who did not immediately notice or realize it. When the captain of the Coal Dragons felt fear, he was surprised because standing before him was an ordinary boy, Woonsung. He tried to understand if he was really feeling fear. After that, the captain of the Coal Dragons pulled himself together because he was not someone who could feel fear. He came to his senses and began to use the aura of his sword against Woonsung. But this encouraged Woonsung not to stand still and also use his trump card. He decided to cover the blade's aura with his terrifying chi, hoping to combine the two forces and create a frightening spear aura. His enemy was similar in strength to the mid-level Demon Kings, so Woonsung removed 2 metal bracelets. And so Woonsung once again began to use the power of the Holy Spear from the previous night. He directs all the power of his spear at the captain of the Coal Dragons, who in turn attacks Woonsung again with whirlwind blasts. Their 2 forces collide, but neither can overcome the other. But Woonsung continues to confidently direct his power at the enemy. The captain of the Coal Dragons does not give up and directs his whirlwinds at Woonsung. Then what happened next threw Woonsung back a little. The captain of the Coal Dragons is also thrown back. But they both regain their strength and rush to attack again. Before doing so, Woonsung decided to remove all his bracelets and give it his all. The whirlwind explosions held back Woonsung's attack, and his attack held back the whirlwind explosions of the captain of the Coal Dragons. Focused, Woonsung continues to demonstrate his power, directing it at the captain of the Coal Dragons. All this time, Woonsung never lets go of his spear. Then he sees a small piece of the Coal Dragon captain's power. This causes him to suffer a small wound on his forehead from which blood begins to ooze. After that, with a new strength, Woonsung began to use the power of the Holy Spear from the previous night. The Coal Dragon captain's attacks should have weakened after passing through the Holy Spear. But Woonsung sees the wound on his shoulder and realizes that his power is still quite strong. Despite this, the Holy Spear of the Last Night gradually began to surround the captain of the Coal Dragons. It begins to gradually close around the captain of the Coal Dragons with each large swing of the spear. This could lead to his death with a large number of spear movements. Now Woonsung is curious to see what the captain of the Coal Dragons will do next. But this all began to worry the captain of the Coal Dragons, who realized that Woonsung's spear was beginning to restrain him. He understands that one wrong move could result in him being torn apart by a spear thrust. The captain of the Coal Dragons decides to continue because he has no choice. He never thought he would have to fight so hard against a brat like Woonsung. Now he wants to see what Woonsung will do against the cutting whirlwind explosion of Black Victory. After that, the Coal Dragon captain's whirlwind became several times larger. Noticing this, Woonsung realized that the captain of the Coal Dragons had decided to use his trump card. Woonsung decides to take his direct hit. But before that, Woonsung decides to use the Holy Dragon's Flow. The captain of the Cold Dragons realizes that it is too late and hopes that he will now be able to destroy Woonsun. Then there was a big bright flash of red, yellow, and orange. Then a large thick column of dust rises from the explosion above the forest. Tired and exhausted, Woonsun believes that his past experience of clashing with the Fifth of Blood and Jade helped him. He believes he defeated the captain of the Cold Dragons only because his attack was stronger. As the winner, Woonsun intends to exercise his right as the victor. After cutting his tendons and blocking his pressure points, Woonsun notes that the captain of the Cold Dragons will not die from blood loss. After that, he became interested in why he had become his target. But the captain of the Cold Dragons has no intention of telling Woonsun anything. Woonsun replies that if he is not going to talk, he will make him talk. He adds that he is actually very patient and has plenty of time. Woonsun used a technique that broke bones and squeezed muscles. The captain of the Cold Dragons screamed in pain, but he couldn't make a sound because Woonsung was covering his throat. While his fingers are being broken, Woonsung asks him to tell him when he changes his mind. After a while, the captain of the Cold Dragons decides to speak because of the pain. According to Woonsun, he had held out longer than expected, and there was no longer any need for this. The captain of the Cold Dragons lies on the ground in a pool of blood and begins to tell him where he is from. Suddenly, Woonsung sees the sword that wounded him flying towards him. At that moment, the captain of the Cold Dragons dies before Woonsun even has time to react. Woonsung is even more surprised that he did not sense anyone else's presence near them. Woonsung immediately turned toward the direction from which the sword had flown. He directed a strong stream of air there with just his hand. This stream of air quickly moved toward the place where Woonsun felt someone's presence. With its help, he was able to push aside the tree branches and saw the man. He looked like those who had attacked Woonsung with 5 swords. Shadow and Ju Moonbak discuss how lucky they are that the information did not reach the young leader Woonsun. Ju Moonbak asks Shin what she should do now. Ju Moonbake replies that they should ask them to send another comrade. While relaxing in the pool, Ju Moonbake believes that cooperation with Ha Jung Moon is still necessary. But when Tin says he will send them a message, Ju Moonbake objects. He considers it dangerous and says someone should be sent instead. Tin asks if he wants to send a person instead of a letter. Without answering, Ju Moonbak asks him if there is anyone in the Unwritten's demonic group whom they can trust. After thinking about it, Shadow said that there are those who do not believe that he is the second coming of the Unwritten, and if they are given orders, they may revolt. Since Yoon from the Unwritten's demon group says so, Ju Moonbake believes that these words should not be ignored. Gradually, Ju Moonbake begins to get up from the pool to leave. He said that in that case, he would send one of his men. Then he started to get dressed. He also asked Yoon to continue persuading the demonic group of the Unwritten to their side. Bowing, he agreed with Ju Moonbake, hoping that it would be for the glory of the Unwritten. Meanwhile, Woonsu's training becomes more difficult with a hail of shadow arrows flying at him. Woonsun dislikes the Pyeongjeon arrows the most, as they are half the size but much faster. Woonsun diligently and skillfully tries to dodge all kinds of weapons flying at him. But when Woonsun lets his guard down, knives are thrown at him, which he also dislikes. During training, he never leaves his spear, which is his faithful assistant. Although Woonsun tries to get through training without injury, one of the knives scratches him. Then Woonsung looks up and sees a rain of arrows and realizes that he will not be able to dodge them. Arrows begin to fall thick and fast from above. Each one already has a tip. Without hesitation, Woonsung gripped his spear more tightly to use its strength. With his spear, he began to create a wall against the arrows. The arrows began to break one after another and fall to the ground like debris. And then Woonsun reached a large opening in the ceiling, which immediately caught his attention. A large net was stretched across it, preventing anyone from climbing up or down. But Woonsun pushed off the ground with his feet and jumped toward the opening. With one confident swing of his spear, he cut the net to get to the top. After landing safely, Woonsung saw Chunhui a little higher up, who praised him for his work. He asks Woonsung to change his clothes because they are going to the second gate. As he descends, Chunhui explains that the first gate develops the senses, while the second gate surpasses the enemy's sense of movement. It also develops an understanding of one's own muscles and the ability to predict an opponent's movements. At that moment, Chunhui demonstrated this. After all, when fighting a stronger enemy, sharp senses and the ability to predict movements are an advantage. In addition, Chunhui notes that Woonsun should not rely solely on his spear and strength. It is necessary to recognize the opponent's movements and attack in a coordinated and precise manner in the right places to destroy him. The basis of any weapon-based martial art is finding weak spots and exploiting them. After a while, all the information in Woonsu's head became overwhelming. He lies on the ground while Chunhui points out that his own breathing is important, but he must also watch his opponent's breathing, and to make him lose focus. But even without Chunhui, Woonsun knows this. He is grateful for these lessons at the right moment because they allow his body to get used to this information more easily. And Chunhui teaches things that only a martial arts master of this level knows. Woonsun feels that he is getting stronger and can become even stronger. With Chunhui's techniques, Woonsung feels that there is no limit to how strong he can become. Meekly, without objection or unnecessary questions, Woonsung follows Chunhui to another room. Crossing the threshold, he stops and begins to look around. Tired and dripping with sweat, Woonsung was once again unable to touch his target during another training session. But Chunhui doesn't look like he's been training at all. He says that this time, training is over. After these words, Woonsung put his spear on the ground and sat down next to it. Seeing Woonsun's condition, the leader Chunhui silently threw him a small red pill. When Woonsung caught it, Chunhui asked him what was making him so restless. Woonsun silently looked at the pill Chunhui had given him and did not rush to take it. Then Chunhui remembered that Woonsun's breathing had not yet returned to normal and reached out his hand to him. He waved his hand and a small whirlwind appeared around them. It began to help Woonsun normalize his breathing and come to his senses. Chunhui continues to say that during training, Woonsun looks as if something is haunting him. He wondered why Woonsun was so hard on himself even when he was trying to calm down. Lowering his head, Woonsun suggests that Chunhui actually knows what he is thinking. But Woonsung is surprised by this because he tries very hard to hide his anxiety. Still, Woonsung can't help it when he closes his eyes and sees his teacher's face appear before him. Memories of the faces of their enemies that day make Woonsung even more impatient. While he is thinking about this, Chunhui says that he doesn't have to tell him about it until he wants to. But suddenly, Woonsung begins to address Chunhui as a leader, and Chunhui asks him to call him teacher. Addressing Chunhui as his teacher, Woonsun asks why he is also worried. Then Woonsung looks intently into the eyes of Chunhui standing opposite him. After a short pause, he reminded him that he had said that if he didn't want to, he didn't have to say anything. After that, he smiled slightly and noted that this also applied to him. At that moment, in her palace, the Holy Maiden came to the Divine Hearth. She said that she had less than a year to live and that they needed a new Holy Maiden, and she must teach the new Divine Maiden everything in 1 year, which she considers too little time. Bowing to the hearth, the Holy Virgin asked him to choose a new Divine Virgin as soon as possible. After that, the tongues of flame began to spread in different directions. Suddenly, strong and dangerous tongues of fire rose high into the air. The flames came out through the roof of the Holy Virgin's palace and shone brightly above it. Lifting her head, the Holy Virgin sits motionless and watches what is happening with the flames. And although she had served him all her life, she had never seen the divine flames burn so brightly. She believed that this was a sign that the time had come to choose a new divine saint. Part of the flame flew out of the palace, so people on the street could see it. Everyone looks up at the sky in awe and realizes that the divine flame is floating there. It is seen not only by people near the palace of the Holy Virgin, but also by those far away in the mountains. All the cult members began to bow down to the fire in the middle of the street. It began to transform into a bright, burning dragon with a long tail. The divine flame began to fly through the night sky, attracting the attention of all the people. The fire flew into the thick forest, and where it fell, the next divine saint would be born. The Holy Maiden watches the fire and realizes that she will serve the divine flame and the holy demon. At this time, Woonsung and Chunhui are on top of a cliff. Chunhui praises Woonsung for his training. He says he will wait for Woonsung tomorrow at the same time. Then they both get distracted because they see and hear something nearby. Looking closely, they notice a person climbing the stairs up the mountain, hurrying toward them. When he reaches the top, they realize that it is Sanguan-chuk. He stops and addresses the leader, Chunhui. Bowing, Sanguan-chuk said that a new divine maiden had recently been chosen. This news seemed good to Chunhui because he was worried that the current holy maiden was too old. But Sanguan-chuk, who had come with the news, did not consider it good news because he was surprised by the choice of the divine flame. He is embarrassed and looks a little fearfully at Chunhui, who is waiting for an explanation. But suddenly he understood everything. It seemed very unexpected to him. Shortly before that, Ayan was sitting quietly in her room, thinking about various things. Standing on the windowsill, she looked at the night sky and admired the stars. Then she noticed a flame in the sky and assumed it was in the palace of the divine saint. The flames really did look like a dragon. They rose high into the sky and began to fly among the clouds. The silhouette of the dragon in the divine flame was clearly visible to Ayan, who was watching it closely. She thought it was beautiful how the divine flames flew across the night sky. For a moment, she froze in place, unable to move from what was happening before her eyes. Then Ayan noticed that the divine flame seemed to be flying towards her. She almost immediately came to her senses and began to flee from it. Since Ayan was sitting on the windowsill, she managed to quickly grab the roof and climb up. From the roof, Ayan could see the incredible divine flame even better. She noticed that the flames were beginning to grow and become larger. So Ayan decided to run away to save herself and quickly jumped off the roof onto someone's balcony. But the divine flames began to approach Ayan, who was trying to hide. When the divine flame was very close, she felt heat on her body. And then Ayan realized that the flames had changed their trajectory to pursue her. She was frightened because the flames were very close, and Ayan tried to run away again. But suddenly, Ayan stumbled and fell to the floor as the fire got even closer. Then a small tongue of fire appeared right in front of Ayan's frightened face. Suddenly, the flame grew larger, frightening Ayan even more. And then a strong flame burst out of it and surrounded Ayan in the room. But the flames appeared not only around Ayan, but also around the building in which she was staying. Shocked by the news, Chunhui quickly headed for the village. He ran as fast as he could. Following him were Sanguan-chuk and Woonsung, who were not as fast as Chunhui. Following Chunhui, Woonsung is amazed by his speed, which makes him worthy of the title Holy Demon. Considering that he also has to achieve such speed and accept the title of Holy Demon, Woonsung needs to train a lot more, but now is not the time for that. Woonsung did not think that Ayan would be chosen as the divine saint. He and Ayan are not on friendly terms, but they have known each other since childhood. Her behavior has changed recently, but not so long ago they were rivals. After thinking about it, Woonsung admits to himself that there really was something like a competition between them that had been going on since childhood. Although much time has passed since the Hidden Demon's Cave, and now Ayan is a divine saint. The divine saint is the link between humans and the divine flame. She accepts the will of the first demon and serves the current one. Woonsung understands that one day he will become a holy demon, and Divine Holy will serve him. If the House of the Bloody Monkey is similar in layout to the House of the Coal Dragon, then the captain of the squad, Cheon Ayan, must be here. As they approach Woonsung's building, they are overcome by a strange feeling that something is wrong here. The White Monkey Troop's building is completely on fire, but it doesn't look damaged at all. This leads Woonsung to suspect that this is no ordinary fire. The flames engulf the entire White Monkey building and the squad's flag. The flames burn regardless of their surroundings. When he reaches the house, Chunhui stops in front of it as if thinking about something. After a while, he, along with the messenger and Woonsung, entered the house. They began to look around, searching for Ayan, who had definitely been there before the fire started. In one of the rooms, they saw huge flames and noticed Ayan in the center of them. Ayan herself did not know what to do. It was unclear whether the flames were protecting or holding Ayan. But everyone understood that in any case, the flames would not harm Ayan. But Ayan doesn't understand what is happening to her and why everything around her is engulfed in flames. She looks hopefully at Chunhui. His eyes are filled with sadness, and he cannot take his eyes off Ayan. Frightened, Ayan dares to address Chunhui as her father. But before she can finish, she corrects herself and calls Chunhui the leader. She couldn't say anything else except to simply address him. Everyone around them just watches. Woonsung, standing behind Chunhui, seemed to flinch. Finally, Chunhui addressed Ayan and told her to step out of the flames surrounding her. But Ayan doubted that it was safe until she heard a voice saying that the flames would not harm her. In this room, amid the flames, another person appeared and slowly made his way toward Ayan. It was the divine saint who had come to find out who would become the new divine saint. She sat down next to Ayan and said that the flames had not appeared to harm her, but to welcome her. When Ayan doubted, the divine saint said that she had been chosen as the next saint of the holy demon cult. These words shocked Ayan, and she even stepped back a little from the divine saint. She then turned to Chunhui, hoping to hear something from him. but Chun-Hui only nodded affirmatively at Aeon. After a while, Aeon decided to get up and try to get out of the flames. Chun-Hui, with a slight sadness in his eyes, said that now was the time for him to tell her something. Chun-Hui began talking to Aeon about how, since her mother left them, she was the only family he had left. Together with Chun-Hui, Aeon walks under the starry sky and listens to him attentively. She does not understand why he speaks to her as if she were a young leader, even though she is the only member of his family. Stroking her head, Chun-Hui said that he had always wanted her to be a normal girl. After all, the rank of Holy Demon actually means constant loneliness. He has almost the entire world in his hands, but he has nothing to truly hold on to. He says that he did not want Aeon to have such a life, so he would not have survived if she had been a boy. Chun-Hui also says that he wants Aeon to get married and start a family. He looks at Aeon and says that even though she didn't know it, he really hoped she would. With sadness in her eyes, Aeon listens to Chun-Hui. He recalls that he had prepared for her to inherit the lineage of the Holy Demon. Then Aeon was surprised that Chun-Hui had heard rumors that she would have to marry the Holy Demon. Until that moment, she had no idea that her father, Chun-Hui, cared so much about her. But since she is now to become a divine saint, it all makes no sense because she must serve the Holy Flame and the Holy Demon. Although they could refuse, no divine saint had ever done so. Being a divine saint means losing all opportunities for a normal life, and refusal ends horribly. Rumor has it that one of the chosen ones lost her mind and later died. Now Chun-Hui regrets not taking any action to prevent her from entering the Cave of the Hidden Demons. If he had done so, he would have had more time to spend with Aeon. He notes that he deeply regrets not stopping Aeon back then. After that, Aeon held out her hand to him and denied his words. When Aeon said this, Chun-Hui immediately turned to her because he did not understand her. Aeon bowed and said that she never regretted the choice she made that day. She notes that she entered the Hidden Demon's cave because she decided to do so herself. Bowing his head, Chun-Hui did not know how to respond because their views differed. Aeon is going to become a divine saint, and since she was acquainted with Woon-sun, he will not treat her badly. This surprised Chun-Hui. He decided to clarify whether she really wanted Woon-sun as her husband. Taking Aeon by the shoulders and looking her in the eyes, Chun-Hui asked if she wanted to love Woon-sun. He says that sometimes he doesn't know what Woon-sun is thinking, even though he is his disciple. Chun-Hui is most worried that Woon-sun will not reciprocate Aeon's feeling. When asked if she can love such a person, Aeon does not rush to answer. At this moment, Woon-sun noticed that the flames on the White Monkey building had disappeared without a trace when Chun-Hui took Aeon away. Woon-sun also thinks that the first Holy Demon has achieved the plan of mystical beings, but in reality, Woon-sun cannot believe that an ordinary human being has reached the level of mystical beings. He wondered if martial arts training also looked like this from the perspective of ordinary people. Splitting the moon with your mind is beyond reason, but crossing that line could mean that he was a god. And here, Woon-sun decided not to think about it anymore, and to continue cultivating. He used the Dark Lotus of the Red Heart to divide his mind into two parts and his will in half. At that moment, he remembered its other name, the first connection with the divine art of the Holy Demon. But suddenly, someone interrupted his training. Woon-sun heard someone addressing him. He opened his eyes and looked away to see who had come to visit him. Woon-sun coldly asked his visitor to enter the room. He saw Baek Woon-ji standing in the doorway, who noticed that he had a visitor. But Woon-sun did not expect any other visitors. He looked at the night sky and noticed that it was late for visitors, but asked who had come. Then he asked them not to say anything because he already had his suspicions. He remembered the unique aura of Aeon, who could already be called a young divine saint. Hearing this, Baek Woon-ji was surprised because she had no idea about this until now. And indeed, Aeon arrived and asked Woon-sun to come out and talk. Although it was late, Woon-sun agreed to Aeon's suggestion. Embarrassed, Aeon said she wanted to talk to him while they were walking in the garden. She started to walk across the room toward the window. Woon-sun just watched her. Then she turned around and with a smile on her face said the magic word, "Please." Surprised, Woon-sun stands silently and motionless in front of Aeon. Baek Woon-ji is just as surprised. She doesn't understand what's going on or why Aeon wants to talk alone. But after a moment, Baek Woon-ji's expression changed and she became a little embarrassed. Then, almost stuttering, she said that she would keep an eye on the situation while they talked. The three of them went out into the street. Baek Woon-ji stayed behind them so as not to interfere. For a while, Aeon and Woon-sun walked silently along the garden path. They were embarrassed and couldn't start a conversation, and Baek Woon-ji was following them. Woon-sun was the first to break the silence. He asked Aeon to get straight to the point. When he started talking, he turned to Aeon and their eyes met. Aeon blushes and remembers Chun-Hui's words about whether she wants to love Woon-sun. She began to tell him that she had been told she would become a divine saint. But according to Woon-sun, this is logical because she was chosen by the divine flame. Aeon thought that Woon-sun was talking about it too calmly. Unlike him, she was worried because Chun-Hui had told her a lot. Suddenly, Aeon raised her voice, surprising Baek Woon-ji and Woon-sun. They asked Woon-sun if he knew who the saint served. Surprised, Woon-sun looked back at Aeon. He turned away and folded his arms across his chest as if pondering her question. But Aeon answered her own question. She said that the divine saint serves the divine flame and the holy demon. While Woon-sun was wondering why she was saying this, Aeon said that it was Chun-Hui who had asked her about him. But now Aeon wants to know what Woon-sun thinks of her. That is what she began to ask him. Woon-sun looks at her and thinks that his life is already consumed by revenge. He considers the emotions of love to be a luxury he cannot afford, because then he might not be able to carry out his revenge. But he cannot explain anything about his enemies to Aeon, so he decides to just be cold to her, saying that he has things to do. His answer upsets Aeon. Her eyes become very sad and the corners of her lips droop. He said he wasn't sure he would achieve his goal, and even if he became a holy demon, nothing would change. Even more upset, Aeon silently lowered her head to the ground. After Woon-sun's words, they stood facing each other again and simply remained silent. He added that he could not reciprocate her feelings because of what he was currently engaged in. Woon-sun could consider everything else after achieving his goal if he ever achieved it. He considered Aeon to be intelligent and hoped that this hint would be enough for her to understand everything. All this time, Baek Woon-ji stands behind them and watches silently. She also felt sad and even wanted to intervene in their conversation by addressing Woon-sun. But suddenly, Aeon calmly said that she understood everything, and that she understood what Woon-sun wanted to say. Thinking about his cruelty, Woon-sun coldly remarked that he was glad to hear that she understood everything. Suddenly, she raised her head and calmly suggested putting it all aside until Woon-sun achieved his goal. Just as Woon-sun was about to agree to her proposal, he turned around and was surprised. He no longer saw Ayeon in front of him. She had disappeared from where she was standing. He looked ahead in surprise and tried not to take his eyes off the path. Ayeon was running along the path, away from Woon-sung. Woon-sung shouted after her that this was not what he had expected. Woon-sun had hoped that Ayeon would understand his hint that this would never happen, but she put it off until later. And Woon-sung is going to think about it only when the time comes, not day after day. After a while, he again practices dividing his mind into two consciousnesses. He tries to unite the true Hardened Blossom and the dark lotus of the Red Heart. Suddenly, he began to feel something strange. The power in the tempered blossom that he inherited from the Unwritten One was wavering. It was as if it was satisfied with the changes in the dark lotus of the Red Heart. He wonders whether he should control it so that it returns to normal, but he decides not to touch it, to let it flow as it wishes. Considering everything that was happening, he decided not to let the evil within him consume him. He believes that the art of cultivation must follow the path destined by fate. It began to spread as it wished because Woon-sung allowed it to. He does not get distracted by any trifles and continues his training. And then, straining himself, Woon-sung finally understood everything that was happening to him. He called it the essence of the flame that began to spread throughout the settlement. Standing on the street, Kwon Tae-ryang looked up at the sky and noticed pieces of the essence of the flame. At this time, Baek Woon-ju is sitting in front of the window, writing something at his desk. When she looked out the window, she was surprised. A black lotus with a red heart formed a flame of divine shape. Rumors began to spread throughout the village that Ayeon would become a divine saint. There were also rumors that in order to continue her lineage, she would marry Woon-sun. All these rumors are being collected by a young man who does not participate in their discussion. After some time, he came to Ju Moonbak and bowed before him. His name was Oh-ho. Now, Oh-ho and Ju Moonbak know that Ayeon has chosen the divine flame and will become a divine saint. But Oh-ho is surprised by Ju Moonbak's reaction as he thought he would react negatively. As a divine saint, she will fight against Ju Moonbak because she will side with Chun-hui as his daughter. Lost in thought, Ju Moonbak recalls how he watched her since she was a child. He had long wondered where she had disappeared to 10 years ago. And now that she was in the White Monkeys group, he guessed where the cave was. He remembers how Ayeon always tried to please her father, Chun-hui, from an early age. But now that she has been chosen as a divine saint, all her dreams have come to an end. Now he understands that it was her at the banquet of the White Monkey troop captain. But Ju Moonbak hoped that she was a beauty who would help him quench his thirst. So he waited for the day when he could drag the captain of the White Monkey to his bedroom, and now he knows who she really is. So now it is clear that 10 years is enough for a little girl to grow into a lady. He felt his mouth water at the strong desire to possess Ayeon. But it was not yet time, and rash actions could ruin everything. He hopes to have her as a reward when he gets rid of the holy demon. Ju Moonbak laughs and points out that failure can always turn into a blessing. Given the situation, he assumes that these words are true. And then Ju Moonbak decides to ask what he is currently doing. Still on his knees, Oh-ho knows that he is at a higher level than their extreme comrade. That is why it is difficult to follow him. Oh-ho said that some things are known for sure. When Ju Moonbak asked what exactly was known, Oh-ho replied that he was in his hideout. Ju Moonbak assumed that he was referring to the demonic Emperor of Oblivion. At this time, behind the screen where the man is, something is happening, as can be seen from his shadow. A young girl lies on the bed moaning softly as if in pain. She tries to push someone away from her, but she cannot. Above her, the shadow of a man with yellow eyes is visible. He does not radiate kindness at all. And now, in front of the man lies the body of an elderly woman with gray hair and sagging skin. The man realizes that all this happened because of his art, because it always looks so terrible. With one swift movement, he throws the woman's lifeless body onto the floor next to the bed. Then, fixing his hair, he points his index finger at her, and fire begins to appear at the tip of his finger. The body was engulfed in flames. The man watched and laughed, saying that he had even cleaned up after her, and that she should be grateful to him for that. He looked at the door and asked someone to call the speaker. Behind the door, one man ordered another to bring the speaker because the emperor was calling for him. The reporter arrived at the emperor, who was already sitting on his throne, waiting for the report. He reports that the emperor's hidden storehouse of ice and light has been destroyed and people have died. Then he read from his letter about how many victims there were, but the emperor showed no interest in the information from the speaker. The reporter added that the dead were high-ranking martial arts masters. The hidden treasure of the Emperor of Ice and Light? In the past, when it was a community of Orthodox sects, it caused quite a stir. When the Orthodox sects found the vault, they called it a great blessing. Then the division of the vault began. Martial artists fought battles over the division, which disgraced the place. In the end, the repository was destroyed. It buried all those who were inside. Moreover, everything that was recovered from the ruins of the vault turned out to be worthless. It was not a blessing, but a curse. In the opinion of the speaker, the results did not exceed expectations, but the master must be satisfied. That's how it is. The emperor believes that they have achieved a lot because the imperial palace took up the cause. The authorities in the martial arts community do not interfere in each other's affairs. This is a well-known rule, but just as the community watches the authorities, so the authorities watch the community. After all, martial arts masters are capable of destroying the system they have built over centuries. The authorities and the imperial court have already intervened in several events in the martial arts community. If the community finds out about this, there will be an uproar over the fact that the authorities are preparing a plan to destroy the community. But the emperor's goals were not limited to the martial arts community in Jongyoan. In the opinion of the speaker, they would need more time to deal with the demonic cult. The emperor was dissatisfied because several years had passed since they had put their plan for the demonic cult into action. According to the reporter, their plans are being thwarted by the fact that the demonic cult is both an open and closed community. But the reporter added that they had received news that Chung-hui, the leader of the cult, had been poisoned. The emperor was curious to know how much longer the imperial detachment thought they would have to wait. The reporter noted that they had received news of the poisoning 6 months ago, and that Chun Hui must now be feeling the effects of the poison. However, he assumed that Chun Hui had known about this for a long time, and was close to the moment when he would be unable to resist the poison. So this could mean that an important event in the cult will take place within a month. The Emperor and the Speaker are alone in a large hall where they are having their conversation. The Emperor became curious about who they had sent to the cult this time. The reporter suggests that it is the demonic Emperor of Oblivion. Forgetfulness in the sense that he deceives and tricks his opponents, sending them into oblivion. Because of this, the Emperor believes that it is impossible to come up with a better nickname for him. Wunsun approaches the stone bridge that appeared over the turbulent river. He sees a man standing at the very edge of the cliff. This is a man who is hostile towards Wunsun. He is holding a sword pointed at Wunsun. Suddenly, the tip of his sword began to glow bright yellow. Then, when he swings his sword, it seems to spit out tongues of flame. Wunsun is ready to fight this man. He grips his spear more tightly and points it at his opponent. Like his opponent, Wunsun is hostile and has no intention of talking to him. And so Wunsun's opponent began to attack first, using his martial arts skills. A whirlwind similar to a tornado began to form. It raised a strong wind around him. The whirlwind rose high into the air and seemed to bend the upper edge and direct it toward Wunsun. At this time, Wunsun, using his powers, tried to withstand the enemy's martial arts. Suddenly, there was a bright flash, from the center of which rays like rays of sunlight began to emerge. Then the rays began to form a kind of bright spiral. The bright light entered the opponent's tornado and began to approach him. This bright light turned out to be Wunsun's martial art, Dragon's Arrival. The dragon destroyed the tornado and began to attack Wunsun, who was preparing to defend himself with his sword. But the man was unable to defeat the dragon and simply began to disappear before Wunsun's eyes. A shadow remains on the rock, emitting a very bright light. It is Wunsun who is attentive and focused. He watches everything happening before his eyes. He sees the face of a man in front of him, which immediately disappears as if it simply dissipates into the air. Then he reappears before him as if the battle between them had never happened. Someone snaps their fingers and the rocks of the bridge and his opponent immediately disappear. After that, Wunsun returns to reality and sees the face of Chun Hui. In the middle of the room stands a tired Wunsun holding a spear tightly in his hands. This is what a polymorphic combat illusion created by illusionists looks like. Wunsun is asked what he thinks of it. It turns out that he was not near any bridge, but had been on a special platform the whole time. He looked at Chun Hui and said that he thought it was incredible. This illusion was created by Songguan Chuk, and approved by illusionists. Its uniqueness lies not only in the fact that it is extremely realistic, it also recreates the memories of the leader Chun Hui himself. Wunsun felt as if he had really met a martial arts master. He still remembers the feeling of the dragon's slashing heel and the whirling blades from a few seconds ago. Chun Hui notes that an experienced master must be prepared for many problems with many possible solutions. This is especially true if you are the leader of an entire cult of the Holy Demon. That is why Chun Hui recreated his past confrontations in the form of illusions and forces Wunsun to fight them. In this case, according to Chun Hui, a polymorphic combat illusion is the best foundation and art. This is because Chun Hui can allow Wunsun to experience all the problems he faced in the past. According to Wunsun, polymorphic illusions are indeed difficult, but they have given him a lot of combat experience. In his past life, Wunsun was a martial arts master, but even then he was not close to the level of a holy demon. Thanks to the polymorphic illusion, he can experience what Chun Hui went through and become stronger as a result. Although it is not easy, Wunsun has already faced the martial arts masters that Chun Hui fought against. Falling to the ground, Wunsun realizes that this was his third fight of the day. He has reached his limit and now needs to rest. Meanwhile, Chun Hui is satisfied with Wunsun because he is at a level where he can wear metal bracelets that are much heavier and charged with Chun Hui's chi. But Chun Hui believes that they need to speed up Wunsun's training. Therefore, he is interested in how Wunsun is progressing in his connection with the divine art of the holy demon. Wunsun says he's already reached the second level. The first part is considered mastered when the practitioner achieves the creation of the essence of flame. The second level means that Wunsun is close to learning the corridor of the Flame Soul. Chun Hui believes that his speed of understanding and learning is so fast because he understands the art itself well. But he notes that this is not enough and that he must reach at least the fifth level. Gathering his strength, Wunsun got up from the floor and humbly agreed with Chun Hui. The practitioner must dissolve the Dark Lotus by passing the red soul through it and uniting it with the flame. According to Chun Hui, Wunsun will need 6 months to reach the 5th level. Smiling, Chun Hui thinks that he is actually proud of Wunsun and his growth. Suddenly, blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Chun Hui himself understands that his body will hold out until Wunsun reaches the 5th level. While Wunsun trains under Chun Hui to become a holy demon, something else is happening in another corner of the cult. Namely, the successful completion of the initiation ceremonies of the newly chosen young divine saint Ayan. But this is not a ceremony that can be performed without careful preparation. Therefore, this ceremony is held a month after Jean Ayan was chosen as a divine saint. Usually, the residence of the divine saint is not accessible to ordinary believers, but not on the day of initiation. On this day, a large crowd of people arrived for the initiation ceremony. None of them dared to step on the path of the divine saint, which connects the main gate of the palace to the inner gate. Wunsun watched this, knowing that only the divine saint could walk on this road. No one else is allowed to enter this road. Even the holy demon, the head of the holy demon cult, Chun Hui, enters the palace of the divine saint through another entrance. And very soon, Jeon Aeon will walk this entire path in front of everyone. But Tae Wun-sung thinks that he shouldn't have spoken to her that day, because then the feelings he now has would not have arisen. He tries to concentrate and remind himself of his goal. He believes that it is unacceptable to think about a girl who will become a burden. Suddenly, someone shouted that the divine saint had appeared. And indeed, at that moment, the divine saint Jeon Aeon appeared before the people. Among the people there is Ju Moonback. Seeing Aeon, he makes strange noises. He immediately realized that he had accidentally revealed his inner vulgar thoughts. The crowd held their breath, all looking at the new divine saint Aeon. She climbed the stairs to the former divine saint, who was holding fire in her hands. Standing face to face, they looked at the fire between them. The divine saint said that as soon as Aeon took the vessel with the fire in her hands, she would begin her new path as a divine saint. And, of course, she will continue to learn from the former divine saint. But the fact is that this new position will radically change her life. Something began to happen to Ta Chun-hui. He had known for a long time that he was poisoned, but having achieved the plan of the divine beings, he was immune to many poisons. But the poison he was poisoned with was unusual, so he could not find an antidote for it. Sangguanchuck did everything he could to solve this problem, but it was all in vain. It turned out that it was indeed an unusual poison, but Chun-hui continued to hold on with all his might. Knowing that he would not live long, Chun-hui was impatient with Woon-sun's progress, and tried to teach him as quickly as possible. He knew he would not last long and considered it his mistake. But now, Ayun had to place the vessel with the flame on a small altar at the entrance to the palace. Therefore, with all his remaining strength, Chun-hui tries to hold on a little longer, but he fails, falls down, and begins to cough up blood. This was unexpected for Woon-sun, who had been standing next to Chun-hui the whole time. Ju Moonbag also noticed what happened to Chun-hui, even though he was sitting much further away. He couldn't help but smile, hoping that soon the cult would become his. The demonic doctor of life in the afterlife, Kwak Boseon, comes out of Chun-hui's room. He noted that it was a terrible poison, and judging by how it was progressing, concluded that Chun-hui knew about the poisoning. Standing before him are Woon Seon-san, Guanchuck, and Aeon. They listen attentively to Dr. Kwak Boseon. This news upsets and angers Aeon. She can barely contain her emotions of anger. Dr. Kwak Boseon also noted that Chun-hui may be able to talk to them for a while. Sang Guanchuck immediately agreed to talk to Chun-hui. He heads first to the door leading to Chun-hui's room. The three of them entered the room and saw that Chun-hui was lying almost motionless on his bed. Approaching the bed, Sang Guanchuck was the first to start a conversation with Chun-hui, but he was interrupted by Aeon, who ran out from behind and quickly headed for her father Chung-hui's bed. She knelt down next to Chun-hui's bed and took his hand. His body felt very hot to Aeon. She didn't understand why this was happening. Gathering his strength, Chun-hui turned his head toward Aeon, who was sitting next to him. He also began to apologize to the strategist San Guanchuck, saying that he could not withstand the poison. After these words, Woon-sung realized that San Guanchuck actually knew about the poison. Hearing this, Aeon cautiously placed Chun-hui's hand on his bed, and she began to turn to San Guanchuck, even before she had time to turn around. She began to ask San Guanchuck why he hadn't told her anything about it. But Aeon San Guanchuck was in no hurry to answer this question. She turned around and started yelling that if she had known about the poison, she would have immediately started looking for an antidote. But Aeon doesn't understand why this happened now. They had just become really close. And their conversation was the best thing that had happened to Aeon in all these years. Chun-hui interrupted the conversation and said that he was the one who asked not to tell her. A San Guanchuck had been looking for an antidote himself the whole time. But it turned out that this poison did not exist anywhere in the world. Woon-sung thought that this was a completely new type of poison. He couldn't believe that this poison was so strong that even a leader who had achieved the plan of a divine being couldn't cope with it. Chun-hui also began to reassure Aeon, saying that although it was difficult for him, he could still hold back the poison. He could try to hold on in this state for a few more years, and during that time, San Guanchuck would come up with something. But this did not completely reassure Aeon. She could barely hold back the tears that filled her eyes. Near his bed, Chun-hui saw Woon-sun, who immediately bowed to him. When Woon-sun addressed him as leader, Chun-hui reminded him that he should call him teacher. Lowering his eyes to the floor, Woon-sun corrected himself and called Chun-hui teacher. Chun-hui then asked Woon-sun for forgiveness for seeing him in such a state. Looking at Chun-hui, Woon-sun noticed signs of poison on various parts of his body. He saw blackening above his eyes and a red rash everywhere. Chun-hui's eyes looked like they had burst capillaries. The rash looked unnatural and resembled small imprints with purple dots in the middle. Suddenly, it dawned on Woon-sun. He remembered seeing this on the body of his previous teacher. This poison was slowly killing him, but in general, he was in the hands of hypocrites from orthodox sects. Straining his mind, Woon-sun couldn't understand what this poison was doing in a demonic cult. Suddenly, Chun-hui began to call his student Woon-sun to him, which he did not expect. But he immediately approached him. Woon-sun took him by the hand and said that he was nearby. Dr. Kwak Boseon entered the room and reported that he had barely brought Chun-hui to consciousness, and that he would not last long. The last thing Chun-hui managed to say was to ask Woon-sun to keep an eye on the cult while he was in this condition. After that, his hand fell from Woon-sun's hands onto the bed. He lost consciousness. The fact that Chun-hui had stopped talking and his hand had fallen scared Woon-sun. He grabbed his hand again and began to carefully feel Chun-hui's pulse. It turned out that his pulse was still stable and Chun-hui had simply lost consciousness. This calmed Woon-su down a little. Chun-hui also asked Woon-sun to check on Aeon. He apologized to Woon-sun for this burden. Woon-sun was also saddened and could barely contain his emotions, as his teacher Chun-hui was not himself. 3 months later, 4 men are walking down the road with heavy luggage on their shoulders. Among them is one of the 10 demon masters, Mo In-riang, the demon of the Hellblade. He says that a lot has happened over the past few months. After Chun-hui collapsed in the cult, chaos was expected, but nothing of the sort happened. The cult was taken over by the deputy leader Ju Moon-baek and the young leader Woon-sung. From the day Chun-hui was confined to bed, Ju Moon-baek showed his true intentions to seize the position of holy demon leader. But the young leader Woon-sung and strategist Sang Guanchuck did not give up the position so easily. Everyone who knows what is going on inside the cult knows that the rivalry between Won-sung and Ju Moon-baek has reached its peak. Although only 3 months have passed, the cult has split into 2 factions, Woon-sung and Ju Moon-baek. Mo In-riang also chose Ju Moon-baek's side because they have known each other for a long time, and Ju Moon-baek was friendly to him. He is currently on his way because Ju Moon-baek wants to establish ties with the king of the demonic hurricane fist, Ku Jin-bok. However, Mo In-riang knows nothing about Ku Jin-bok. He is worried that Ku Jin-bok will challenge him to a duel. If that happens, given the circumstances, Mo In-riang will have to go along with him. He believes that it would be best to remain on equal footing with him. Mo In-riang is also not sure that Ku Jin-bok is interested in all the good things they're bringing him. They can already see the tower of the hurricane demon Ku Jin-bok. A little more time and they will reach their destination. They looked around and saw 2 silhouettes near the tower and assumed that they were late. They thought it was the young leader Woon-sung with his assistant. And indeed, the young leader Woon-sung was heading towards them with his assistant, Sang In-hyo. Smiling slyly, Woon-sung began to speak to the demon blade, pointing out that he was late. But Mo In-ryang does not understand what Woon-sung means by late. Woon-sung is surprised that Mo In-ryang needs everything explained to him and thinks that he is just pretending. Mo In-ryang immediately notices that Woon-sung has changed. He even suggests that Woon-sung is not far behind him in terms of skill. He is almost on the same level as the Demon Masters, and Mo In-ryang is afraid to imagine what Chun-hui did to him. Since Mo and Ryan remain silent, Woon-sung decides to explain everything to him. With a slight smile and arrogance, Woon-sung says that the King of Fists has chosen their side. Woon-sung's statement surprises Mo In-ryan and everyone else present. Kai began to radiate from Woon-sung, causing Mo In-ryang's men to tremble slightly. Woon-sung added that the king of the demonic hurricane fist, Koo Jin-bok, is not someone who needs trinkets. But Mo In-ryan pointed out that no one knew that yet, and that even a ghost could be bribed with gold. As he went on his way, Woon-sung hoped to see if Mo In-ryan was right. He and San and Hyo passed by Mo In-ryan and his men and said they would see each other again. When Koo Jin-bok did not appear because Woon-sung was radiating his chi, Mo In-ryang realized that he was on their side. And although Mo In-ryang does not understand how Woon-sung persuaded Koo Jin-bok, he understands that he has already chosen his side and there is no point in going there. Behind him stood people carrying luggage, now waiting for Mo In-ryan's decision. One of them decided to ask what they would do now. Mo In-ryang decides that they will all go to the Fire King's tower. They brought the news about Koo Jin-bok to Ju Moonbyuk, and now he is thinking about how events will unfold. While he paces around the room, Mo In-ryang sits in a chair at the table and tries to remain calm. 4 demon masters chose to side with Ju Moonbyuk. The same number, together with the strategist Seung Gwan-chok, have gone over to the side of Woon-sung. Since Woon-sung is almost on par with the Demon Masters, the forces can be considered equal. According to Mo In-ryang, the forces under the 10 Demon Masters are also roughly equal. Most of the support units chose neutrality, but the White Monkey and Cold Dragon units are on Woon-sung's side, giving him the advantage. But Ju Moon-bok is not too concerned about this. He believes in his own strength. He has been preparing for this for years and has endured a lot to become a leader. Ju Moon-bok believes that he wasted a lot of energy fighting the tyrant holy demon Chun-hui, but he is disappointed that even after the holy demon Chun-hui was confined to bed by illness, nothing has changed. Chief strategist Song Gwan-chuk openly condemned Ju Moon-bok for his intentions. Now, Ju Moon-bok believes that he should have included Song Gwan-chul in his plan long ago. He is completely on the side of Woon-sung, so he is not someone who can be easily persuaded to switch sides. Suddenly, Mo In-ryang suggested trying to talk to the demonic teacher of the sun and moon. He is too strong, even though he is over 100 years old. Even Ju Moon-bok finds it difficult to win 6 out of 10 battles against him. He is the only one who remains neutral. He is also called the teacher of the demonic path. Now, Ju Moon-bok thought about it, hoping that they would then break the balance between the sides. He hears footsteps in the corridor approaching the room where he is. It is a man dressed in such a way that only his eyes are visible. He stops and begins to shake his head silently as if in disagreement. Just as silently but attentively and with contempt, Ju Moon-bok looks at him. Then he continued his conversation with Mo In-ryang, saying that the demon teacher of the sun and moon was not easy to teach. He also added that he had someone who was communicating with him, but they currently had no way of persuading him to take their side. Angered, Mo In-ryang slammed his fist on the table. He did not believe that there was no way to do it. At this time, the cult's chief strategist, Song Gwan-chuk, confidently disagrees. An Woon-sung and Sun and Hyo stood and listened attentively to what Sang Gwan-chuk was saying. Woon-sung understands that his faction, like Ju Moon-bok's faction, is in a fragile balance. Although they appear to be equal now, the balance can easily be shifted by turning the situation around. It occurs to him that it is necessary to force the demonic teacher of the sun and moon, who remains neutral, to take their side. But according to Sun and Hyo, it will not be easy to persuade him, so Woon-sung will have to talk to him himself. Woon-soo agrees. It was the same with the demonic king of the Hurricane Fist, Koo Jin-bok. He believes that they were lucky to persuade Koo Jin-bok to take their side. After bowing, Sang Gwan-chuk said that he had to go, but that he would visit them later to help with this matter. Woon-sung owes the entire balance of the situation to Sang Gwan-chuk. He immediately won over 2 demon practitioners to their side. In addition, he was able to obtain the Wind King's gloves in less than 3 months. This was possible because he immediately intended to bring him over to their side. So Woon-sung understands that the only problems will be with the demonic teachers of the sun and moon. But he is absolutely certain that they will have to do it no matter what. At that moment, San and Hyo, who was facing the door, noticed that it had opened. The fire demon of scars, Mo Do-yoon, joined their conversation. Seeing him, Woon-sung realizes that Sang Gwan-chuk has already told him everything and asked for his help as a wise and knowledgeable person. Woon-sung got straight to the point and asked Mo Do-yoon if there was any way to solve their problem. But Mo Do-yoon pointed out that even Sang Gwan-chuk found it difficult to understand what the demonic teacher of the sun and moon was thinking. After that, Woon-sung began to think that the only way out was to meet him in person. Moreover, even Sang Gwan-chuk did not have a definite answer, so Woon-sung decided to act on his own. In fact, Sun and Hyo supports Woon-sung with all his might, believing that only he can handle this. After that, Woon-sung gathered his belongings, put his spear on his back, and was ready to set off. Sometime later, Woon-sung approaches the Tower of the Sun and Moon. As he walks toward it, he wonders why Ju Moon-bok so openly announced his intention to become the leader. Of course, in his opinion, every member of the cult dreamed of this at least once in their life. He believes that if he had been born a demonic practitioner, he would have strived for this too, even if not for revenge. But not all demon practitioners are suitable for this fast that everyone dreams of. The first condition is strength. Ju Moon-bok fits this condition, as his skill level is higher than that of Woon-sung. The second condition is lineage, but this can be solved by establishing a connection with the Jeon family and obtaining the right to inheritance. Although Ayeon will be against it, Ju Moon-bok can pressure her using dark tactic. The divine art of the holy demon is the main way to inherit the position of cult leader. It can be learned by those who are destined to do so. But now Woonsung suspects that Ju Moonbaek may have learned the divine art of the holy demon. He wants to understand how Ju Moonbaek did it. After all, the divine art has no written records and is passed down by word of mouth. All these thoughts are too much for Woonsung's mind to handle. As he gets closer to the tower, he notices the wind picking up. He decided to think about Ju Moonbaek and the divine art of the holy demon a little later. He stood in front of the tower and thought it looked more like a storage room than the tower of one of the 10 demon masters. Near the tower, Woonsun saw a pitchfork and realized that the rumors about the demonic teacher of the sun and moon's love of farming were true. Just then, the door to the tower opened and a small man appeared in the doorway. He came out to Woonsun and said that he had actually been waiting for his visit. But he began to apologize because Woonsun would have to wait as another guest had arrived before him. This surprised Woonsun because he had sent a message that he would visit him, but he had accepted someone else earlier. Based on what the demonic teacher of the sun and moon had said, this was not someone who would behave disrespectfully. Therefore, Woonsun began to assume that this guest was an important person or had broken in by force or even both. The serious Woonsun stood by the tower and waited, thinking about all the possible reasons why he had accepted another guest. While Woonsun stands pensively, the servant worries that he has angered him, and now there will be trouble. But suddenly, Woonsun asked to be taken inside anyway, and the servant immediately agreed, showing him the way. This calmed him down and he thought that now Woonsun would not do anything to him. Inside, Woonsun saw an ordinary tower made entirely of wooden planks with nothing of value inside. He was wary because in the worst case, the blade used to carve this furniture would be turned against him. He was nervous because the demonic teacher of the sun and moon could become his enemy. Woonsung's skin crawled at the thought of the demonic teacher of the sun and moon's skills. Standing almost at the entrance to the room, Woonsun is overcome by a familiar and unpleasant feeling. His suspicions prove to be correct. Woonsun senses someone inside. Then Woonsun hears strange sounds coming from behind him. He senses that one person is leaving the room and another is walking down the hallway. Shortly before that, Sangwon-chuk decided to tell Woonsun something about Ju Moonbaek. He told him about the most important foundation of the power of the king of the spiritual unburning flame. It turned out that Ju Moonbaek, the Fire King, commanded 7 reapers. They all look alike, wear masks, and dress identically. The 7 people who now surrounded Woonsung were also known as the Soul-Tearing Reapers. Woonsung began a conversation with them by asking if they knew who he was. He became angry because, despite this, they still decided to stand in his way. This caused Woonsun to fall into a state of intense rage, which he began to radiate around himself. He is serious and intends to make them pay for their sins right there and then. The servant who found himself in the middle of all this is very frightened because he does not know what is going to happen. He is afraid because he is between the 7 Reapers and Woonsung, who are about to fight. The Reapers took out their weapons and noticed that they had been ordered not to let anyone inside. Pulling the servant behind him, Woonsun is surprised by this order. At that moment, he began to emit an intimidating aura toward the Reapers standing in front of him, and then he decides to ask them a question on behalf of the young leader. He wants to know if this order is higher than the laws of their cult. The Reapers try to fight off the chi that Woonsun directs at them. At that moment, the Reapers began to doubt because, according to the laws, the deputy leader and the young leader are equal. And in this case, the Reapers are lower in rank than the young leader, so they must let him pass. But they are Reapers, torn between their duty and their conscience. Tae-woong is surprised that they have chosen this course of action. After all, he came to this place to negotiate, not to shed anyone's blood. But now he understands that first he will have to apologize to the demonic teacher for dirtying the corridor. Having said that, Woonsung immediately rushed into battle against the 7 Reapers. He almost touched one of the Reapers with his sword, who did not resist much. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice asking him to stop. Turning around, Woonsung saw the king of the spiritual unburning flame, Ju Moonbaek, standing before him. The Reaper exhaled, and Woonsung aimed his spear at Ju Moonbaek. But he was alone, so Woonsung assumed that the demonic teacher of the sun and moon had not yet joined him. Woonsung immediately complained to Ju Moonbaek about the Reapers, calling them ill-mannered dogs that should be kept on a leash. Such words angered the Reapers, and they believed it was better to die than to listen to such things. But in order to prevent a fight, Ju Moonbaek decided to calm his Reapers down. He noted that they should not fall for such provocation because a fight would only complicate matters. With a slight smile on his face, Ju Moonbaek decided to ask Woonsun if he felt the same way. Frowning, Woonsun did not answer him, but he understood that he was not as simple as he seemed. Then Ju Moonbaek began to apologize for his dogs, who had not understood the request not to let any ordinary people in. The words about ordinary people hurt Woonsung. He wasn't in the mood for a fight, but now everything was different. However, Woonsun believed that the dog was not to blame, as it had been poorly trained by its owner. They stood facing each other, hostile, and neither would give way to the other. Suddenly, a voice is heard from the room asking Ju Moonbaek not to disturb his guest. After that, Ju Moonbaek pulled himself together and calmed down. He laughed and apologized for delaying Woonsun, who was a guest. But the voice spoke again, insisting that they stop talking, and Woonsun entered the room. Ju Moonbaek immediately stepped aside, offering to let Woonsun pass, addressing him as a young leader. And a little more quietly, he noted that he would like to meet with him again, but in a different setting. Glancing sideways at Ju Moonbaek, Woonsung agreed with his idea. And finally, Woonsung entered the room where the man was already waiting for him. This old man was the demonic teacher of the sun and moon, Lee Shin-jun. He asked Woonsung why he had sent him. After greeting him, Woonsung remarked that he seemed more like a divine spirit than a demonic master. But Lee Shin-jun felt uncomfortable and amused when Woonsung began to flatter him. He remembered that he had to offer Woonsung a chair. He immediately offered him a chair and tea. He seemed like an ordinary old man to Woonsung. Because of this, Woonsung needed to be careful. He remains one of the 10 demon masters despite his appearance. On his arm was a bracelet with black and white sacred rings. Through it, swords appeared in the form of rings. It is perfect for the chi yin and yang that Lee Sing-jun cultivated. After bringing tea, Lee Sing-jung offered it to Woonsun and told him that he had picked it himself. After tasting the tea, Woonsun found it extremely simple but genuinely delicious. Lee Shizhen was intrigued by Woonsun's opinion that it was not bad. In Lee Shizhen's opinion, if it was not bad, it meant that it was not really good. After that, Lee Shin-jun laughed loudly, showing his sincere emotions. He started laughing so hard that tears began to fall from his eyes. After a moment, he pulled himself together, calmed down, and wiped his eyes. He looked closely at Woon-sun and noted that he was very honest. Continuing to calmly drink his tea, Woon-sun remarked that he had only said what he really thought. In Lee Shin-jun's opinion, honesty is a good trait, and that is why he likes honest people. Woon-sun did not respond. He just sat there and listened attentively to Lee Shin-jun. But Lee Shin-jun moved on to business, asking Woon-sun what had brought him there. Smiling slightly, Woon-sung realized that the conversation about honesty was meant to elicit an answer to that question. But Woon-sung had no intention of hiding anything, because Lee Shin-jun already knew why he was there. Looking him in the eyes, Woon-sung said that he was here for the same reason as the deputy leader, Ju Moon-bak. Hearing this, Lee Shin-jun chuckled a little and called Ju Moon-bak Little John. But suddenly he noticed Woon-sung's spear, which seemed very interesting to him. But this seemed strange to Woon-sung, and he said that he had found it in a cult storage room. According to Lee Shin-jun, Woon-sun found it because he has a connection to it, but he doesn't understand how strong that connection is. Because of this, Woon-sung believes that Lee Shin-jun knows something about his spear. He didn't want to guess, so he decided to ask him about it directly. But Lee Shin-jun said that it was his spear and that he definitely knew more about it. Nevertheless, Woon-sung believes that Lee Shin-jun is hiding something and definitely knows something about the Dragon's Fang spear. Woon-sung began to wonder if Lee Shin-jun knew anything about the Unwritten One and the power he had left in the spear. But Woon-sung calmly said that Lee Shin-jun was right and that it was his spear. Although Woon-sung does not understand what he is thinking, he says that he wants him to help him and not Ju Moon-bak, and Lee Shin-jun decided to clarify whether he really wanted his help. Woon-sung knows that Lee Shin-jun has not left his tower for a long time, but he assumes that he must know what is going on in the cult. It turns out that Lee Shin-jun knows about the conflict between Woon-sung and Ju Moon-bak. In Lee Shin-jun's opinion, it is not difficult to help, but Ju Moon-bak also asked him to do so. But this was understandable as he was still slightly weaker than Woon-sung's faction. Although Ju Moon-bak asked for help, if Lee Shin-jun does not agree, he will remain neutral. He wants to know if Woon-sun also wants this, but it would be better for Woon-sun if Lee Shin-jun helped him. So now Lee Shin-jun decides to ask Woon-sun the same question he asked Ju Moon-bak. Woon-sun assumes that Ju Moon-bak did not give an answer. Or perhaps he gave an answer that did not suit Lee Shin-jun, which is why he did not choose a side. Nevertheless, Lee Shin-jun asks Woon-sung if he wants ordinary help or sincere help. Without hesitation, Woon-sung says that he only needs sincere help. This answer did not surprise Lee Shin-jun because it was actually logical. However, in order for him to provide sincere help, one condition must be met. If it is not met, even the leader will not be able to receive help. Tensing up, Woon-sung asked what condition Lee Shin-jun was going to impose. But Lee Shin-jun believed that Woon-sung already knew the answer to that question. After this conversation, Woon-sung left the tower of the demonic teacher of the sun and moon, Lee Shin-jun. He followed the same path he had taken to Lee Shin-jun's tower. On the way, Woon-sung pondered Lee Shin-jun's words that he already knows the answer. 3 people gathered in one of the rooms at the end of a long corridor. 2 men standing in the shadows greet and bow to the third man, who has just entered the room. One of them turned out to be San In-hyo, who asked how the meeting with Woon-sung and Ju Moon-bak had gone. The other is Ju Moon-bak's assistant, Tin, who is interested in his opinion about the 2 people who recently visited. In front of them stands Lee Shin-jun, who is gathering his thoughts to give the right answers. In his opinion, Ju Moon-bak possesses something similar, although it is not precise or complete. At this moment, Tin and Song In-hyo are standing and listening attentively to Lee Shin-jun. But he surprises his interlocutors when he says that he feels the same way about Woon-sun. In his opinion, compared to Ju Moon-bak, Woon-sun has a better chance of being closer to the truth. Now Sun In-hyo and Tin are interested in what Lee Shin-jun plans to do next. He calmly and sensibly notes that he will observe them for a while longer. After all, they were not the Unwritten's demonic group for nothing. And their leader is the heir to the Unwritten Holy Demon, who will one day descend upon them. If the Unwritten Demon group is to help one of these 2 or someone else entirely, Ju Moon-bak's well-being deteriorated, and he took out a container with small round pills. He immediately opened the bottle and took a certain number of these pills. After that, he felt better and was able to breathe. He also stretched out his hand and a strange flame began to appear from it. In this way, he demonstrated the divine flame of the Unwritten Holy Demon, but it was incomplete. However, according to Lee Sing-ju, the gray flame is not sufficient proof that this is the art of the Unwritten Holy Demon. It has 2 distinctive features, the first of which is its unusual gray color. The second feature is also a flaw because possessing the divine flame destroys the body's balance. Without medicine, Ju Moon-bak can barely walk with him inside. Such is the price for the forced use of the Holy Demon's power. If he abandons the cultivation of the divine flame, his body will return to normal, but he cannot do that. After all, the Holy Demon's divine art is a symbol that gives him the right to become the leader of the cult. While he is thinking that even with medicine he can only show the flame for no more than 15 minutes, someone knocks on his door. He is not happy that he is being disturbed, but he still wants to know what happened. His assistant, who turns out to be a member of the Unwritten group, informs him that a guest has arrived. The news that someone had come to see him surprised Ju Moon-bak, especially since it was already late at night. But he decided to find out who wanted to see him after all. It turns out that the demonic Emperor of Oblivion has come to see him. Since their first meeting, he had not visited Ju Moon-bak, so he was surprised by this visit. Although Ju Moon-bak did not like it, he asked him to let him into the room. And after this permission, the demonic Emperor of Oblivion entered the room, dragging a trail of shadows behind him. Ju Moon-bak greeted him warmly and noted that they had not even had the opportunity to talk. The demonic Emperor of Oblivion, Wang Dok, said that he needed time to get used to the cult. So now Ju Moon-bak assumes that Wang Dok has settled in, which he confirms. He noted that he would not have been able to do anything if he still felt uncomfortable in the cult. And when he took off the cloak from the thing he had brought with him, Ju Moon-bak was very surprised. He saw the body of a man under the cloak with a bag over his head, so his face was not visible. Without hesitation, Ju Moon-bak took him by the hand and began to feel his pulse. There was no life in him, but there were faint signs of it. It also radiated a frightening chi. This creature existed somewhere between life and the afterlife. Ju Moon-bak assumed that it was a bloody juncture. It turns out that Wangdok had been doing this all along. Since it was a test sample, he used a second-rate practitioner. Ju Moonbak carefully examines this creature, but he does not understand what it is for. But Wangdok explains that by becoming a bloody Jiangshi, he is now as strong as a martial arts master. Wangdok also says that he knows that Ju Moonbak's affairs are not going well. Therefore, he offers a deal. He promises to turn the masters who are at the peak of their abilities into bloody Jiangshi, which he will give to Ju Moonbak. But for this, Ju Moonbak must provide him with 10 such masters. But there are no more than 300 such people in the cult, so Ju Moonbak considers this impossible. But Wangdok is not joking and promises to turn them into 10 bloody Jiangshi, who will possess the power of masters of the Ascension level. The methods of creating Jiangshi are cruel and therefore forbidden by the cult. Ju Moonbak believes that this will ruin his reputation. But Wangdok reassures him and points out that this is only in case the scenario takes a turn for the worse. When Ju Moonbak hears that this plan is a contingency plan, he thinks about it. Smiling, Wangdok notes that you can never be sure what will happen. They could be eliminated at any moment and everything could be returned to the way it was, as if they had never existed. But Ju Moonbak does not give a definite answer to this proposal and promises to think about it. Wangdok calmly leaves the room, leaving the bloody Jiangshi there for Ju Moonbak to examine. On his way out, he bumps into Ju Moonbak's assistant, who let him in. At that moment, Wangdok turns back to him and begins to radiate fear. Seeing Wangdok's face, the assistant was very frightened and froze in place. It was as if something had entered him. Then, after contact with Wangdok, he came to his senses as if nothing had happened. He did not understand what had happened, and Vardok quietly and silently left the room. In Wangdok's opinion, Ju Moonbak was so restless and greedy that he was like an open book. After a while, the Reaper is surprised that Ju Moonbak wants to have a training fight. But Ju Moonbak believes that he has not trained them for a long time. He also wants to know their opinion of Woonsun after that incident. He is not sure of Woonsun's skills, but his spirit is unmatched among the Demon Masters. However, in the Reaper's opinion, Woonsun does not pose a threat to Ju Moonbak, even though he is developing faster than the Demon Masters. So Ju Moonbak wants to conduct training as realistically as possible to test the Reaper's skills, but the 7 Reapers do not understand what Ju Moonbak means by this. He suggests that they all attack him at the same time, and does not intend to back down from his decision. 10 days later, a messenger from Ju Moonbak arrives at Wangdok's residence. After greeting him, he said that he had brought a gift for him today. He began to open one of the bags containing the lifeless body of one of the Reapers. Wangdok had expected this. At this time, Woonsung is lost in his thoughts. A month had passed since he had met the demonic teacher Lee Seung-jun. Since then, neither side had been able to tip the balance in their favor. There had been no large-scale conflicts between them. They tried to act quietly and at night when everything was barely visible. Despite this, Woonsung continues to train with arrows flying at him one after another. All this time, Woonsung also thinks about what Ju Moonbak is up to. While thinking, he does not forget to try to dodge the arrows. He cannot believe that Ju Moonbak could have truly mastered the divine art of the Holy Demon, which is the true symbol of the right to inherit the position of Holy Demon. But he is sure that it is not for nothing that they say you should prepare for the worst. And in Woonsung's opinion, this is the worst case scenario for him. The information that Woonsun received from Sangguan Chuk seems unclear and rather vague. Because if he is so strong, he must have received something that will allow him to prove his right to the inheritance. It doesn't matter what it is, and if Sangguan Chuk's theory is correct, then this is a problem for Woonsun, and he must also demonstrate the divine flame. So Woonsung decided to enter the third gate into the polymorphic battle illusion. Without hesitating for a second, Woonsun confidently and quickly entered them. After that, he found himself in the middle of a green field with small mountains and many flowers. In this place, his next opponent from the illusion was already waiting for him. Silently and in surprise, Woonsun looked in his direction, trying to understand who was standing before him. Before him stood the holy flowering blade, Myung-am, who is reaching for his weapon. He considers him a dirty hypocrite, and then their battle begins. After some time, Woonsun manages to win, but after this victory, he looks and feels tired. He barely got up from his knees and stood over the lifeless body of his opponent. In one battle, Woonsu was hit 3 times in the thigh, and the wound in his chest was so severe that even his bones were visible. He believes that the elder Myung-am is definitely higher in rank than Jado-gyul. He had to sacrifice a lot to win. The battle was like fighting the weakest of 10 masters. Woonsu also believes that he has already reached the level of his former teacher. However, he still has 4 steps to go to reach the level of his previous teacher. In his mind, Woonsun began to recall all the possible situations related to Jado-gyul. In Woonsu's opinion, Jado-gyul had always been an incredible hypocrite. But compared to him, the elder Myung-am showed a sad face without remorse, which irritated Woonsun even more. After that, Woonsung began to dispel the polymorphic combat illusion. Hiding his spear, Woonsun intends to take advantage of the viewing time. Woonsun has a first and second connection to the divine art of the Holy Demon. His chi circulates to the spiritual division of consciousness. One consciousness cultivates while the other continues to review and analyze the latest battles. He continues to review and replay the battles over and over again. He hopes that after this, he will be able to handle them faster and more skillfully. He now understands the style of the Blooming Blade, which attacks with waves of anger that are both quiet and evil. Smooth and calculated movements are not enough. He hopes to master the power that will allow him to overcome his waves. But that is not enough to be called insight, and it all grows into something more. He feels that the heavenly art of the earthly body responds to his chi in the core of his soul. And finally, he felt that the essence of the flame also reacted to this. After that, something incredible happened to Woonsun's body, like an explosion inside. He barely restrains the negative feelings that begin to overwhelm him. So Woonsun managed to cultivate the divine flame, but he senses a problem. He finally got the divine flame he had been waiting for, but it was spreading too uncontrollably, which could be dangerous. The heavenly art of his earthly body blocks some of the spreading flame. But it does not control it, and the divine flame is becoming more and more aggressive. Woonsun needs to get the divine flame under control as soon as possible. The divine flame engulfs Woonsun's entire body as he struggles to withstand it. He tries to concentrate to help himself not to harm his body, but the flame engulfed Woonsun completely and began to spread rapidly. The divine flame even engulfed Woonsun's eyes, which can no longer see anything but the flame. After the flames spread, the spear standing nearby seemed to sense that its master was in trouble. It began to glow with a bright white light. It looked as if someone had entered it. Then it moved away from the wall and began to lean toward Woonsun in the flames. When it was in the flames, Woonsun noticed it and was very surprised. But in a moment, all the flames surrounding Woonsun simply disappeared and only the spear remained before him. He sees the spear of the White Knight in front of him and seems to be addressing it. For some time, they stood facing each other as if examining each other. Suddenly, the tip of the spear in front of Woonsun's eyes shone brightly with a white light. This light revealed the writing on the metal tip of Woonsun's spear. Looking closer, Woonsun reads that the flame purifies all evil and that one should use the ox and control it. And it was at that moment that true divine harmony could be achieved. Now, Woonsun noticed that the flame had weakened, as had the pain. He assumed that the spear wanted him to continue reading the writing. He began to replay what he had read on the spear in his head, trying to understand the words. When Woonsung repeated it over and over, the flames reappeared around him. But this time he was able to control them and even turn them into several small flames. And now Woonsung has finally mastered the divine flame, which makes him very happy. He confidently held the flames in his hands, controlling and commanding them. But then he fell and heard someone addressing him as the heir to the sect and asking him to find the unwritten group. If he wants the cult's help, this group will serve him as his hands, but first, he must show them the divine flame. After some time, Woonsun, who had been lying unconscious, began to come to his senses. He realized that he had lost consciousness while trying to read the scriptures to control the flame. Getting to his feet, he realizes that he has managed to subdue the divine flame after all. He stretched out his hand to test his ability to control the divine fire. Flames began to appear and Woonsung felt an incredible demonic power and believed that he had succeeded. He realizes that he hasn't been this happy in a long time. And then he remembered that he needed to find the demonic group of the unwritten. The fact that he had left part of his will in an inanimate object meant that he had achieved the plan of the mystical beings. He was proud that someone from the sect of Spearmasters had achieved such a plan. Moreover, he is now certain of the existence of the demonic group of the unwritten, which he had long suspected. This group does not reveal its existence and leaves no records, but according to Woonsun, finding them will not be too difficult. At this time, Yang Soi, the Sword of the Earth who had gone in search of her brother, returned to the Qingchen sect in Qinyuan. She couldn't cope with her feelings, so she returned to the mountain to tell her teacher everything. But on the mountain, bad news awaited her, which upset her even more. After a long period of orphanhood, she found a family here, but due to her slow growth, she did not attract much attention. She was sad because he was her teacher who had not left her to die in the cold. An elder came to her and asked So Eok to eat, as she had been in this state for several months. But So Eok forced a smile and said that she was actually fine. The elder is worried that they will lose the last heir to the Sword of the Blue Clouds and the Red Sunrise. These words made her come to her senses and ask about who had killed her teacher and older brother. The elder does not know for sure, but they suspect that it is connected with the divine cult of the Holy Demon. Armed with this information, Yaseo Ok pulled herself together and decided to fight. After that, Woonsung quickly left the room where he had been cultivating the Holy Demon's divine flame. He went out to a pond with a small gazebo where Chunhui had asked Woonsu to become his disciple. Seeing this gazebo, Woonsung froze in place, remembering what had happened here. He remembered meeting Chunhui in this place when he was still feeling well. But then he remembered the state his teacher was in now. Saddened and angry at Chunghui's poisoning, Woonsung quickly turned around and left. He entered a dark room lit only by torches and began to climb the long stairs inside. Finding himself in a brighter room, Woonsung continued to think about where he could find the demonic group of the unwritten. Suddenly, he heard some noises and was distracted from his thoughts about the unwritten group. Turning the corner, he saw two male shadows that seemed to be hiding there. These men turned out to be Woonsun's supporters who were waiting for him there. Putting on his outer clothing, Woonsun said that he would be leaving for a while. San and Hyo was concerned that Woonsun did not say where he was going. Woonsung only mysteriously remarked that they might be able to tip the balance in their favor. Wondok overheard this conversation. He believed that Woonsun was not the kind of person who would lie. He understood that there must be a reason for these words, so he rushed off somewhere. Woonsung also left and his followers went after him, trying to find out where he was going. Woonsung decided to mention that he was heading to the armory of the demonic cult. This surprised Sung and Hyo because no one was allowed to enter there without Chunhui's permission. Stopping on his way up the mountain, Woonsung said he knew that. And even so, he was going there, which shocked Sun and Hyo. To calm him down, Woonsung said that there was someone he needed to meet there. Woonsung's plan to meet someone else surprised Sun and Hyo even more. But Woonsung said that when he went into the armory during the day, someone was guarding it. Woonsung hopes that this is the same person. Regardless, he continued on toward his destination. After a while, he was already on the road leading straight to the armory. As he approached it, Woonsung began to feel an attacking chi in this place. Everything around him seemed to darken, and only a bright light remained around Woonsun. A slight smile appeared on Woonsun's face because this was what he had been thinking. He began to say that he knew someone was there. He also mentioned that he had heard that a member of the unwritten group was guarding the armory, but no one responded to Woonsu's words and assumptions. Of course, Woonsu knew that the people in the unwritten group were there for a reason. They were masters who secretly supported the cult, and even the cult leader couldn't control them. Therefore, it makes sense that they do not respond. But Woonsun decided to clarify whether they really were not going to answer. All this time, Woonsung's supporters, who had stopped a little further away, were watching him. But they don't understand what Woonsung is doing when he says he will force them to show themselves. And at that moment, Woonsung began to show everyone the divine flame. Seeing this, Woonsung's supporters immediately bowed to him. They did not expect Woonsun to be able to do this so quickly. It seems as if the god of fire, Zhejiang himself, has descended to them in this world. But the most impressive thing was not his presence, but the gray flames surrounding him. Once upon a time, he also needed the recognition of the unwritten and Chunhui. Woonsung turned out to be the same. Although Woonsung found the writings of the unwritten, the flames were not completely extinguished. They understand why Woonsung came here, but they don't understand how he knew that the divine flames were connected to the unwritten group. That is why Woonsung came here, to connect with the demonic unwritten group. But Jumunbak also did not fully master the flame, so this is not enough to meet with the unwritten group. To do this, he must present the complete divine flame. At this time, Woonsung continues to demonstrate how he can control the divine flame. Woonsung was able to release several small flames into the air that surrounded him. Woon-sun's ability to control the divine flame amazed the audience even more. Woon-sung smiles and tries to find out if this is not enough for them. Suddenly, Woon-sung's expression changed as he heard something extremely strange. He confidently ordered the demonic group of the Unwritten to reveal themselves before him. At that moment, shadows began to descend from the vault toward Woon-sun. Everything around them was engulfed in gray fire, and at that moment, Sun In-hyo approached Woon-sun. Through the impenetrable fire, the face of a man could be seen, as if pushing away the flaming boxes with his hand. A man emerged from the fire and, turning to Woon-sun, asked if it was he who had demonstrated the divine fire of the Unwritten. Woon-sung saw this man for the first time, but he felt that this man's power was equal to his own. But what was important was that this man held a high position in the group of the Unwritten, and now the man asks Woon-sun to show him the divine fire in person. Extending his hand forward, Woon-sun began to demonstrate the divine fire. A small gray flame began to appear in his palm like a whirlwind. Everyone froze in place watching Woon-sun. The flame he created was not red, but gray. At that moment, without hesitating for a second, Sun In-hyo bowed before Woon-sun. The man who appeared from the hiding place also bowed. He introduced himself as the 10th leader of the demonic group of the Unwritten. He greeted Woon-sun as the heir to the will of the Unwritten. He also noted that this was not a convenient place for a formal conversation. After that, Woon-sung and his followers followed the 10th leader of the Unwritten group. Now, Woon-sung understands that the leader of the hidden demons, Sun In-hyo, is also a member of the demonic group of the Unwritten. From the moment Woon-sung presented the divine flame, he felt a change in his breathing. He remembers that Mok Do-yoon, when he saw the reverence, froze and couldn't take his eyes off him. But San In-hyo didn't even move when Woon-sung demonstrated the divine flame. The 10th leader of the Unwritten group climbs the stairs and asks everyone to follow him. Woon-sung obediently follows the 10th leader of the Unwritten group. Upon entering the room, he tells them that the Unwritten community has various weapons that others have never seen before, as well as many powerful medicines. He takes off his mask and notes that it helps him change his appearance with minimal effort. Without taking his eyes off the man in front of him, Woon-sung watches him closely. The man turns around and remarks that he has not seen Woon-sung in a long time. He turns out to be Lee Shin-jun. With a slight smile on his face, Woon-sung remarks that Lee Shin-jun was the leader of the Unwritten group. Looking at Woon-sung, Lee Shin-jun says that his guess is correct. Woon-sung sarcastically remarks that he has changed because he does not remember him being so polite last time. Smiling and stroking his beard, Lee Shin-jun remarks that it is obvious. After that, he decided once again to introduce himself to the heir to the will of the unwritten holy demon as Lee Shin-jun. And here, Woon-sung pondered the words about the unwritten holy demon. He asked if the unwritten had really attained the position of holy demon. But Lee Shin-jun denied this if Woon-sung meant the position of leader of the holy demon cult. Now, everything in Woon-sung's mind was falling apart. But Lee Shin-jun pointed out that it was true that he had practiced the divine art of the holy demon and had been recognized as a holy demon. Until that moment, Woon-sung had not thought it possible to be recognized as a holy demon without becoming the leader of the cult. It is difficult to understand, but the unwritten holy demon was unique. Woon-sung became curious about what made him unique. But before answering Woon-sung's question, Lee Shin-jun asked him to answer a few questions of his own. He asked how much he knew about the unwritten holy demon. But Woon-soo cannot say that he knows absolutely everything about the unwritten. However, he believes that the things he does know are quite important. He thinks about what he can tell him. He wonders if he can tell him that the unwritten was from the Spearmaster sect, and that he is also connected to it. But then he would have to tell him about his past life, so he cannot tell the truth, but Woon-sung does not think it is necessary to tell everything he knows. He only told him that the unwritten one was a member of the Spearmaster sect. Lee Shin-jun is surprised that Woon-sung knows about this. He wonders if that is all Woon-sung knows. Without any emotion on his face, Woon-sung nods approvingly. Now, Lee Shin-jun notes that they have a very long and important conversation ahead of them. Because of this, they all began to settle down comfortably to finally begin the conversation. From this moment on, Woon-sung becomes even more attentive to every word Lee Shin-jun says. When everyone is settled, Lee Shin-jun begins his conversation or address to the young leader, Woon-sung. He asks if Woon-sung knows what kind of sect the unwritten was a member of. Woon-sung nodded approvingly at this question. Just think about it. Lee Shin-jun was looking at the only heir to the sect of Master Spear. In Lee Sing-jun's opinion, this knowledge would actually make things much easier. In that generation of Spearmasters, there were two followers. One of them was Unwritten, who later joined a divine cult. He was a demonic practitioner and then rose to become one of the 10 demonic masters. He revived many of the demonic arts of the divine cult, thanks to his knowledge of the Spearmaster's martial arts. Ta Won-sun still thought that Unwritten was more talented in demonic arts, but he did not forget his roots. He was not interested in the position of holy demon, but he was interested in the divine arts of the holy demon. However, he did not have access to the divine arts of the holy demon and only had partial information. Some of the features were very similar, as well as the manifestation of the divine fire. In addition, he had fragments of records that he found in ancient writings. As a result, he was able to present the divine flame without studying the divine art of the holy demon. Quoting the leader of that time, there were certainly differences, but it was the divine flame. He was able to not only manifest the divine flame, but also gain the recognition of the holy demon. And then he recognized the unwritten as the second form of the holy demon's divine art. Those who were on bad terms with the unwritten began to show their dissatisfaction. Two holy demons cannot live under the same sky. The fact that the art of the unwritten was recognized as equal to the divine art of the holy demon caused problems with inheritance. The art of the unwritten was recognized as divine art because the leader was his good friend. But Tae Woon-sun believes the words of Lee Shin-jun. In ordinary life, a person who revealed such an alternative would have been executed. The leader saw an advantage in the unwritten. They were very close, but even the leader could not ignore the discontent of others. And the leader banned records of the art of the unwritten and of himself, as well as the imitation of his art in worship. Moreover, his followers would not have any records in the official writings of the divine cult of the holy demon. Therefore, Lee Shin-jun notes that this is why there are no records of him. But Woon-sun does not understand why his divine art remained recorded on the White Knight's list. But Lee Shin-jung points out that, as is well known, will cannot be considered a record. This seemed to Wang Sun to be a very cunning way to circumvent the prohibitions. Of course, no master would want his art to be forgotten. Eventually, he reached the level of mystical beings and found a way to pass on the legacy of his art. And his method bore fruit because now his heir is right in front of Li Xinjun. But Wun Sun knows that if he had not been a follower of the Spearmaster sect, the art would not have been passed on to him. In that case, he would not have been able to create the divine flame. Now, Wun Sun is even more grateful to his former teacher. Then Li Xinjun asked Wun Sun if he remembered his previous words. Wun Sun assumes that Li Xinjun means that he will not submit to anyone without fulfilling the condition. Bowing, Li Xinjun said that he would do everything possible to serve the heir of the unwritten with honor. So now the demonic teacher of the sun and moon, Li Xinjun, had finally chosen his side. Rumors of this quickly reached the higher ranks. Li Xinjun followed Wun Sun everywhere, although at first people thought that it was Wun Sun who was following him, trying to persuade him. But later they realized that this was not the case because Li Xinjun behaved politely towards Wun Sun. He wasn't even like that with Chunhui. People believed that Wun Sun was a reincarnated martial arts master in a young form. It took only 2 weeks for everyone in the cult to realize that Wun Sun had tipped the balance of power in his favor. Later, Sang Guanchul visited Chunhui and noted that Wun Sun had done well. Ju Moonback began to lose ground. Because of this, someone's first move is expected soon. But Chunhui could not respond to San Guanchuk because he was feeling unwell. Now he can only stay conscious for no more than 20 minutes a day. San Guanchuk understands that Chunhui is getting worse every day. He does not understand how poison could poison a martial artist of such a high level, but he knows that other masters would have already died. However, San Guanchuk believes that he cannot put it off any longer. From the day Chunhui fell ill, San Guanchuk has been looking for every possible way to remove the poison from his blood. But no poison in the world causes such symptoms. Without a sample of the poison, San Guanchuk cannot identify it. In addition, he has to manage the cult members and something else as important as the poison problem. And that problem is Ju Moonback. He arouses feelings of anger in San Guanchuk. He can predict 10 of his moves, and he never goes beyond San Guanchuk's assumptions. In his opinion, Ju Moonback will make his move within a month. After all, when Li Sujun sided with Wun Sun, everything became clear, and Ju Moonbaek has nothing left to invent. And in San Guanchuk's opinion, Ju Moonbaek will choose the worst option possible. But it is unknown how many will reveal themselves and how many will hide again. Now, San Guanchuk is thinking about which of the worst choices Ju Moonbaek will make. Ju Moonbaek's situation could be better. The 2 demon masters who supported him have decided to remain neutral. Only Mo In-ryang remains on his side, curious to see what Ju Moonbaek will do next. But Mo In-ryang also wants to abandon Ju Moonbaek. He recalls his duel with Wun Sung during the factional conflict. He intervened in that fight, so if he accepts neutrality, it will not be enough to stay alive. So, no matter how much he wants to, he is stuck on the same ship with Ju Moonbaek. After thinking it over, he decides that there is only one option left. Mo In-ryang wonders if Ju Moonbaek has really decided to take this extreme step. Rising from his chair, Ju Moonbaek says that he intends to do so. But first, Ju Moonbaek wants to introduce the demon Mo In-ryan to someone. After a while, they leave the room where they were talking. Mo In-ryang obediently follows Ju Moonbaek. But Ju Moonbaek notes that he should follow him because there are only illusions around that could confuse Mo In-ryan. They walk a long way, climbing up hills and descending into valleys. They reach the hideout. Seeing it in such a place, Mo In-ryan was surprised. In Mo In-ryang's opinion, the building looks new, no more than 3 years old. But Mo In-ryang does not understand why the deputy leader brought him here. Still, he decides to see what Ju Moonbaek wants to show him, especially since they have come so far. And then Ju Moonbaek opened the door to a room from which a peculiar smell of medicinal herbs emanated. They began to descend a dark staircase somewhere deep underground. Mo In-ryang could no longer restrain himself and became curious about what kind of place this was. He saw a crowd of people and became curious about who they were. They were all dressed in identical clothes and their faces were covered. Mo In-ryang immediately thought of the level of elevation. Ju Moonbaek notes that if he had lost, he would have simply run away, but he certainly couldn't handle 3 masters. But Mo In-ryang couldn't stand it and again wondered who these people were. Behind him, he hears a voice saying that they are martial arts masters who were personally trained by Ju Moonbaek. This voice frightened Mo In-ryang because it came out of nowhere, and Mo In-ryang did not even sense the owner of the voice. Pointing his sword at the person behind Mo In-ryang, he wondered where someone of such a high level had appeared here. Ju Moonbaek intervened and pointed out that the Blade Demon was actually one of them, which was why he was here. These words made Mo In-ryan tense and surprised him. Ju Moonbaek noted that he was the one who had trained these people. Still, Mo In-ryan was surprised that someone of Vardok's caliber was an instructor. He considers him strong and is not sure that he can defeat Wang Dok, but he can try and end up seriously injured. In Mo In-ryan's opinion, this man is no weaker than any demonic master, but he finds it strange that he is an instructor. Mo In-ryan sees 11 martial arts masters of the Ascension level in front of him. Now he dares to ask Ju Moonbaek directly what he has in mind. But Ju Moonbaek asks him a question, wondering what it takes to become a leader. It is the right to inheritance and a symbol that proves that right. But Mo In-ryang does not understand how this answers his question. But Ju Moonbaek points out that all this time he has kept secret that he already possesses one of these conditions. When Ju Moonbaek demonstrated the divine flame, Mo In-ryang was shocked. He looks at the flame in Ju Moonbaek's hand and does not understand how he did it. Mo In-ryang knew that Ju Moonbaek had a trump card up his sleeve, but he did not expect it to be the divine art of the holy demon. At that moment, Mo In-ryang was surrounded by Ju Moonbaek's fighters with swords in their hands. Ju Moonbaek continues to speak and says that now he plans to get the second one. Now, Ju Moonbaek wants to ask Mo In-ryan, the demon of the sword, a question. He looked him in the eyes and asked him briefly if he was with them. Mo In-ryan froze, not knowing how to answer Ju Moonbaek's question. He closes his eyes to gather the courage to answer, but in reality, he believes he is trapped. All those who had recently been on Ju Moonbaek's side began to visit Wun Sun. According to Li Xinjun, they had switched sides to Wun Sun, and now Ju Moonbaek was like a dog without a tail. Wun Sun received a pill, crystal throwing knives, and explosive flying balls. Each of these items is priceless. For 6 months, he was promised that they would not give him away and would carry out his orders. Li Xinjun ordered his assistants to take all these items to the storage room. After Li Sunjun sided with Wun Sung, he gained a lot of influence. This was all thanks to the unwritten. Wang Sun was grateful to the Dragon Fang Spear. At that moment, T came unexpectedly to Li Shunzhong, appearing very quietly behind him. When Li Shunzhong sensed her, he turned to her, and Shadow began to tell him something. Since Li Shunjun swore allegiance to Wun Sun, he had told him many things. One of those things was the shadow that had now appeared here. Wun Sun had been assigned an observer from the demonic group, Unwritten Sun in Hyo, and the shadow was assigned to watch over Zhu Moonbaek. This happened because Zhu Moonbaek had recently demonstrated the divine flame, albeit incomplete. But Tae Sangguan predicted that Zhu Moonbaek was studying the divine art of the holy demon. According to Wun Sun, if he was late in creating the flame, he could run into trouble. And now a shadow came to Li Shunjun with news about Zhu Moonbaek. This news shocked Li Shunjun. He was even momentarily confused by what he heard. Coming to his senses, Li Shunjun turns around and addresses Wun Sun. He notes that it is more likely that Zhu Moonbaek has made his move. In other words, he has begun to carry out his plan. Together with Tinny Li Shunjun, Wun Sun quickly heads somewhere. When asked by Wun Sun, Tin replied that they were heading to the palace of the Blessed Saint. Now Wun Sung realizes that Zhu Moonbaek has chosen the worst possible option. After that, Wun Sung moves even faster. He believes that Zhu Moonbaek's train of thought could not be more straightforward. Wun Sung also assumes that Zhu Moonbaek's current target is Jeon Ayon. Having received the divine flame, he decided to fulfill the second condition, to obtain the heiress of the holy demon's lineage. Society will not be on Zhu Moonbaek's side because he will try to take the divine holy one and Chung Hui's daughter by force. But the fact that he dares to take such a step suggests that he will be able to handle it. He will have to either get rid of or persuade all the dissatisfied members of the Wun Sun faction. But Wun Sun does not know if this means that Zhu Moonbaek now has the power to fight against him. But it is difficult for him to imagine that Zhu Moonbaek now has such power on his side. Wun Sung does not understand what Zhu Moonbaek is planning, because there are only two of them, and if there were anyone else, he would have used them. And now Won Sung and his assistants are approaching the palace of the Divine Saint, just as Zhu Moonbaek did recently. Since he made his move in advance, he should already be in front of the palace. Suddenly, a large rock appears in front of Zhu Moonbaek. Determined, Wun Sung has no intention of letting Zhu Moonbaek carry out his plan so easily. Seeing the rock, Zhu Moonbaek asks to be allowed to pass. But the man standing on the rock says he doesn't understand such disappointing words. Wondok stands next to the frowning Zhu Moonbaek, smiling. In front of them stands Ku Jong-byuk, known for being able to deliver 100 blows in 3 breaths. Seeing Ku Jong-byuk in front of the entrance to the palace of the Divine Saint, Wondok immediately recognized him. Before that, Ku Jong-byuk had his doubts, but Sangguan Chuk was right that Zhu Moonbaek would do such a thing. He turns to Zhu Moonbaek, saying that he cannot let them pass. But Zhu Moonbaek defiantly says that he has no intention of killing any of the 10 demon masters. But Ku Jong-byuk suggests not jumping to conclusions as they have not yet faced each other in battle. Zhu Moonbaek points out that he did not say that he would personally send him to the other world. These words shocked Ku Jong-byuk. He did not understand what Zhu Moonbaek meant. Suddenly, several pairs of hands began to reach for him from above. Suddenly, the stone slab on which Ku Jong-byuk had been standing split in two. At that moment, Zhu Moonbaek's fighters began jumping at him one after another. Seeing these fighters, Ku Jong-byuk realized that they were reapers of developing soul. He noticed that these reapers were skilled, but he laughed because they believed they could defeat him. And then 3 reapers with their faces covered took out their swords to attack Ku Jong-byuk. He noticed a hidden sword technique that the soul-tearing reaper was unable to perform. Just as defiantly, Zhu Moonbaek remarked that it was normal for the King of Fists, Ku Jong-byuk, to draw false conclusions. But Ku Jong-byuk wondered what that meant when he heard that these fighters were not soul-tearing reapers. After that, Zhu Moonbaek sarcastically remarked that they were bloody Jiangshi. Upon hearing about the bloody Jiangshi, Ku Jong-byuk was shocked. At that moment, 3 bloody Jiangshi with weapons in their hands began to attack Ku Jong-byuk. But Ku Jong-byuk had nowhere to go, so he hoped to stand his ground against them. He began to use his art of 100 fists, which moved very quickly. For a while, Ku Jong-byuk managed to hold back the bloody Jiangshi. The sword of one of them almost touched Ku Jong-byuk's hand, but he managed to pull it away. After that, several bloody Jiangshi who attacked him flew back. But they all got back on their feet and were ready to continue the fight. And Ku Jong-byuk is also determined to continue the fight. Focusing, he began to use his chi, which enveloped his body like fire. And then he decided to use the Storm Fist against the 3 bloody Jiangshi. With one strike of the Storm Fist, he managed to hit his enemies. But the bloody Jiangshi quickly recover and approach Ku Jong-byuk again. They just dust off their clothes as if nothing had happened to them. Even the Storm Fist is useless against them. Attacks with scattered chi do almost no damage to them. And Ku Jong-byuk decides to strike them from close range. According to Mo Inrian, Ku Jong-byuk is holding his own, even though he is fighting 3 bloody Jiangshi alone. He defends the entrance to the Palace of the Divine Saint and does not move from his spot. When someone tries to reach the entrance, he attacks them despite the bloody Jiangshi, almost killing himself. But he won't last long. His muscles are all cut, and his stance is no longer as impressive. According to Mo Yingrian, Ku Jong-byuk's defeat was decided from the very beginning. He won't last even a couple of hours and will soon leave his place. And then Mo and Ryan believes that without Ku Jong-byuk, there will be no one to stop them from entering the palace. However, for now, Ku Jong-byuk is still standing and continues to defend the entrance to the palace. Zhu Moonbaek watches his fight. He believes that earlier Ku Jong-byuk could have quickly dealt with the 2 bloody Jinshi, but now he believes that Ku Jong-byuk is no match even for 2 bloody Jinshi. And then Ku Jong-byuk couldn't take it anymore and decided to turn to Zhu Moonbaek. He is angry and does not understand how he dared to create such terrible monsters. But Zhu Moonbaek decided not to answer this question and simply remained silent. To create them, he used martial arts masters at the peak of their abilities, as well as expensive herbs and drugs. But he would not be upset if he could destroy one of the demonic masters, or even become the leader of the cult. Suddenly, the door to the parade ground opened, and Ayan, the new divine saint, emerged. She distracted Ku Jong-byuk from his fight with the bloody Jiangshi, and also attracted the attention of everyone else. Seeing her, Zhu Moonbaek rejoiced, for she had saved him from his problems with entering the palace. He greeted Aeon as the captain of the White Monkey and as a young divine saint. But Aeon, with a cold expression on her face, tries to understand what it all means. The fact that even in such a situation, Aeon maintains self-control surprises Ju Moonbag. He thinks that getting such a girl is not bad. He notes that he is in this city because he needs something from the palace of the divine saint. At this moment, Aeon tries to restrain her emotions. She asks him what exactly he needs. Without hiding his intentions, Ju Moonbag says that he came here specifically for her, but Aeon asks what Ju Moonbag really means by that. He says that he needs her body, or more precisely, her lineage as a holy demon. He says that Aeon must know and understand everything, even though she lives in the palace. Aeon replied that she certainly knows what is going on in the cult. She also knows that he is the prime suspect in the poisoning of her father, Chung-Hui. She hopes he understands what she is trying to say. Squinting his eyes and holding back his emotions, Ju Moonbag understands what Aeon is trying to say. But Taekyung asks Aeon to go inside because the bloody Jiangshi are dangerous. Aeon understands that these are unusual martial artists, but she did not expect them to be bloody Jiangshi. She was surprised to learn that Ju Moonbag had created them. He sarcastically apologizes for this, explaining that he had no other choice. But Koo Jung-byuk couldn't understand how Ju Moonbag could still consider himself a man after that. But Ju Moonbag has no answer because he doesn't think it makes sense. Now Aeon understands why Ju Moonbag actually created such bloody monsters. But this is not the reaction Ju Moonbag expected. He hopes that Aeon understands the situation she is in. In his opinion, Aeon is up to something, but it definitely won't stop the bloody Jianshi. She took out a small stick and held it out in front of her. It is a bell of the holy demon, a symbol of the divine holy one that allows one to communicate with the divine flame. But Ju Moonbag does not understand what Aeon is going to do with the spell. Aeon pointed out that in the past, it was the divine holy ones who had oppressed the bloody Jiangshi cult. At that moment, everything around them began to glow with a bright yellow light. Everyone's attention was drawn to Aeon. The divine saint possesses a special divine power that is different from Qi. It is passed down from the previous divine saint to the newly elected one. And if the power is different from Qi, then its use will also be different. And right now, Aeon, the young divine saint, is manifesting her divine power. She impresses everyone around her with her greatness, because it spreads over a fairly long distance. When Ju Moonbag saw her power, he was even confused for a moment. Koo Jung-byuk found it a little easier to fight the bloody Jiangshi because they had become weaker. All the attacking Jiangshi began to be neutralized by Aeon's divine power. The fact that she was able to suppress the bloody Jiangshi surprised Ju Moonbag and Mo and Ryan. Aeon began to explain that the bloody Jiangshi had been created from the very beginning of the other cult, but Ju Moonbag had forgotten about this. At first, they obeyed their master, but then they began to get out of control. This was their flaw, which is why they were banned. In the past, about 100 such Jiangshi were created, and the one who suppressed them was the divine saint of that time. Now, confident in herself, Aeon loudly proclaims that she is the divine saint. At this time, Koo Jung-byuk is still fighting the bloody Jiangshi. To do this, he uses the power of his Storm Fist to defeat all attackers. With his arms folded across his chest, Ju Moonbag stands and watches everything. Aeon declares that he will not succeed, and that he should leave. But Ju Moonbag begins to think that he will have to do everything himself, because now the bloody Jiangshi are of no use. He hopes for the help of a demonic master who can defeat Koo Jung-byuk, because he is already on the verge of defeat. Exchanging glances, Ju Moonbag and Mo In-ryang begin to move forward. Suddenly, they hear a voice behind them asking them to wait and let him deal with it. Ju Moonbag turns around and sees Wang Dok approaching them. Aeon sees him for the first time and decides to find out who he is. He begins to talk about how impressed he is by how the divine saint suppressed the bloody Jiangshi. In his opinion, this event from the past is actually very old. Then Wang Dok held out his hand and showed the bell in it. Then the fallen bloody Jiangshi began to rise again. When Koo Jung-byuk saw the bloody Jiangshi heading towards him, he was shocked. Even Aeon herself was surprised. He had managed to neutralize her divine power. But she sees that there is only one bloody Jiangshi left and hopes to defeat him with the help of Koo Jung-byuk. But Ju Moonbag points out that she should not hope to escape easily from here today. Then he snapped his fingers and new bloody Jiangshi began to appear. At that moment, Ju Moonbag commands the bloody Jiangshi to attack, and they rush forward. Mo In-ryang watches all this and does not understand how long the Great Demon and the Demon Master will be able to hold out. Moreover, the demonic master was already tired. Therefore, he assumed that the battle would last no more than 15 minutes. At this time, the bloody Jiangshi have already surrounded Aeon, who will have to fight them off with only his sword. The bloody Jiangshi continue to attack regardless because now nothing threatens them. With all his strength, Koo Jung-byuk tries to stand his ground despite his fatigue. But he is unable to defend himself against one of the blows. He fell to the ground and began coughing up blood. His opponents just stood nearby and watched. Despite the fact that this blow was very strong, Koo Jung-byuk still managed to get back on his feet. Suddenly, with a smile on his face, he said that he had finally arrived. These words seemed like delirium to Ju Moonbag, but he asked Koo Jung-byuk who he was talking about. Suddenly, he heard sounds behind him and turned around to see who was making them. Behind him, he saw silhouettes approaching them. Ju Moonbag recognized them all. They were an unpleasant surprise for him. One of these silhouettes began to approach Aeon, who was surrounded by bloody Jiangshi. He attacked them all at once. This surprised and even frightened Aeon, because she did not immediately understand who it was. Then she saw Woonsung approaching her as fast as he could. She was surprised to see him there. He, in turn, began to save her. He grabbed her by the shoulder and began to run away from the bloody Jiangshi with her. These actions greatly upset Ju Moonbag and ruined what seemed to be his perfect plan. Now Ju Moonbag saw those who could truly protect Aeon. After saving Aeon, Woonsung became even more angry at Ju Moonbag's actions. Ju Moonbag came out to meet Woonsung, leaving his bloody Jiangshi assistants behind. Woonsung keeps his eyes on Ju Moonbag and watches his every move. Next to Woonsung stands a shadow that Ju Moonbag immediately notices. He is surprised that the shadow who was with him has also sided with Woonsung. Suddenly, Lee Shin-jun interrupts the conversation, calling Ju Moonbag a brat and demanding an explanation. This surprised Ju Moonbag a little, and he froze silently in his place. Then he began to speak to Lee Shin-jun about something he had always wanted to understand, namely, why only the chosen ones were allowed to become leaders. The cult supports the survival of the strongest as its main goal, but only the chosen ones can lead the cult. Woonsu found Ju Moonbaek's justification insufficient. Ju Moonbaek did not understand why he was not the chosen one, and it was his plan that had led to all this. He got rid of everyone who stood in his way, but he only became the deputy leader, and that is not enough to be a leader. He is ready to continue destroying everyone in his path with his soul-destroying spirit of fire. He demonstrates the divine flame of the unwritten, but it is still incomplete. Suddenly, Ju Moonbaek mentions that a few years ago, a rat appeared out of nowhere and ruined all his plans. Then he looked at Woonsun. His heart began to feel pressure. Woonsun assessed the situation and saw 3 masters of demonic arts before him. In front of him were 8 martial arts masters of the ascension level. After that, Woonsun began to think that this battle would only lead to defeat. In his opinion, it was better to retreat and gather all the demonic masters, but retreating would also be a problem for them. Meanwhile, the enraged Ju Moonbaek began to shout at the top of his voice, asking why Woonsung had stood in his way. But Woonsung pointed out that he had never stood in the way of the deputy leader Ju Moonbaek. But Ju Moonbaek does not understand what Woonsung is talking about. In his opinion, that is exactly what happened. Woonsung continues to say that each of them is here only for their own selfish goals. He considers Ju Moonbaek's words to be nonsense. He also notes that in the martial arts world, the survivor becomes stronger and gets what he wanted so much. These words shocked everyone present, as only a few had thought this way until then. These words were spoken to Woonsung by his former teacher. He said that the martial arts society is not a place for the survival of the strongest. But Ju Moonbaek found Wonsun's words about the survivor becoming stronger laughable. He had never thought about it that way. He couldn't even imagine that Woonsun really believed that. So, based on Woonsung's words, Ju Moonbaek suggests testing it right now. He suggests finding out which of them will remain alive and become stronger. After these words, he and his assistants begin to attack Woonsun and everyone on his side. Woonsung's supporters are also ready for the battle that is about to take place. Suddenly, a Yeon points out that these are not ordinary people, but bloody Zhangshi. This becomes another problem for Woonsun. Moreover, the thieves could not even imagine that Ju Moonbaek would go this far. But despite everything, Woonsun began to attack 2 of the bloody Zhangshi. Woonsung puts a lot of power into his blows. He strikes the bloody Zhangshi one after another, trying not to stop. After several powerful blows from Woonsung, the bloody Zhangshi fall to the ground. But after a moment, they get back up. Woonsun realizes that he cannot hurt them because they are very strong. Woonsun tries to move between them at high speed. He fends off the attacks of the bloody Zhangshi aimed directly at him. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke appears in the air, accompanied by gray flames. The flames appear unexpectedly for Woonsung, and he is unable to dodge them immediately. At that moment, he only manages to cover his face with his palm. He noticed that the flames were directed at him by Ju Moonbaek. Ju Moonbaek defiantly asks Woonsun if he is hot now. But just as defiantly, Woonsung replied that it did indeed sting a little. But immediately after that, he points out that he has never allowed anyone to roast him before. At that moment, he began to use his martial arts skills, rising into the air. Ju Moonbaek and his assistants can only stand there and wait to see what happens next. And then Woonsung heads down, taking advantage of the falling destructive star. After that, an explosion occurred at the place where he directed his power, sending dust into the air. But Ju Moonbaek did not just stand there and began to use his power. And so they found themselves on opposite sides of the crater that had formed in the ground. As soon as Woonsung landed on the ground, he was immediately attacked by 2 bloody Zhangshi. He knew he couldn't hurt Ju Moonbaek, but he didn't think the bloody Zhangshi would remain unscathed. Now he realized that he had to use targeted power attacks. At this time, other members of Woonsun and Ju Moonbaek's factions joined the battle. Having lost his vigilance, Lee Shinjun did not notice that one of the bloody Zhangshi was trying to attack him. He managed to dodge, and San In-hyo, who arrived in time, was able to repel the attack of the bloody Zhangshi. He thanked Sang In-hyo for his help. Sang In-hyo, in turn, offered to continue helping Lee Shinjun. Lee Shinjun suggested that San In-hyo take on one of the attacking bloody Zhangshi. Meanwhile, a shadow that Aeon couldn't get rid of was getting closer to her. But help arrived, and she remained unharmed. Wang Dok was about to attack Aeon, but Koo Jong-byuk came to her aid. After that, Aeon also did not stand aside and began to attack her attacker. Together with Koo Jong-byuk, she took on Wang Dok, who turned out to be quite strong. But Wang Dok is not afraid at all and intends to fight them both. Woonsung sees that they are at a disadvantage, and that there are not enough of them to hold out. Woonsun also started bleeding. Hoping for a draw is not an option because they will die. He began to think about how they would proceed. But Wang Dok thinks that Woonsun and his assistants are more troublesome than he thought. In his opinion, the Divine Saint Aeon is a real thorn in his side because she is quite clever. Moreover, she uses divine powers to cause harm that prevents Wang Dok from concentrating. She does all these things only because Wang Dok has to catch her. If he could destroy her, it would be easier. In fact, Aeon needs to be alive because only then can Ju Moonbaek become the leader. He assumes that Aeon has realized that she cannot be killed, so she is doing everything she can to protect Koo Jong-byuk. A shadow also came to help Aeon and Koo Jong-byuk, helping them attack Wang Dok. They managed to wound Wang Dok, but this enraged him incredibly. While Aeon protects Koo Jong-byuk and he protects her, the shadow appears and attacks Wang Dok. So far, they are doing well against Wang Dok and have no plans to retreat. But things are not as easy for Wang Dok as they seemed before. After thinking about it, he realizes that things are not as complicated as they seem. According to Woonsun, things could get even worse because they are outnumbered and outmatched. And then he remembers how Chun-hui, while in a bad state, asked him to take care of Aeon. For a moment, Woonsun thinks that Chun-hui had foreseen this situation, but he doesn't understand why he didn't do anything then. This could have been avoided if Chun-hui had made a decision immediately after learning that he had been poisoned, rather than simply training his student. And now Woonsung has no answers to many of his questions, which only Chun-hui can answer. But these questions are not what should be worrying Woonsung right now. Instead, he must focus on the bloody Zhangshi standing in his way. He also must not forget about Ju Moonbaek, who is attacking from afar. They are all strong opponents, so it is important for Woonsun not to make any mistakes now. He cannot afford to die now, especially after everything he has accomplished. He is grateful for his second life, but he got to this position on his own through his own efforts. So now he cannot retreat, and if he dies, he will never forgive himself. Falling face down on the ground, Woonsun began to think about the old man and his teachers. Then he himself did not understand what he had just thought. By old man, he meant the master of the Master Spear sect, but by his teacher, he meant Chunhui. He began to understand that he could see the illusion of the old man in the teachings of the leader Chunhui. The moment his opponent approached him, Woonsu came to his senses and stood up. Taking off his bracelets, Woonsung feels that he had always wanted someone to show him the way, rather than simply following the path of revenge. In the end, Woonsung had always wanted nothing more than true acceptance. And as he is attacked again, he realizes that he has one more reason not to die, and is determined to go all the way. After these thoughts, Woonsung seems like a different person. With one blow, he knocks the bloody Jianshu to the ground. He is filled with confidence and anger. Woonsung has no intention of giving up and continues to fight. In any case, even for the sake of his teachers, Woonsun cannot die here. Woonsung does not consider it a coincidence that Zhu Moonbak revealed his true motives as soon as Chunhui ended up in bed. It is more likely that he has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Woonsung suspects that he may be the one who poisoned Chunhui. Although he has no proof, it is obvious. But Woonsung hopes to find information about this poison. In his past life, he suspected that the Tang clan created this poison. He didn't think anyone else could create such a poison. But now everything has changed. It happened within the Holy Demon cult itself. Although this clan is powerful, they are not capable of creating a poison that can kill someone of such high rank. And if they had created such a poison and used it for such a purpose, there could have been a confrontation within the cult. Even the cult's enemies would not want such a turn of events. But according to Woonsun, Zhu Moonbak is definitely involved. Suddenly, Woonsun's body, which was approaching Zhu Moonbak, began to be engulfed in flames. Woonsun will only be able to get all the answers when he defeats Zhu Moonbak. The flames emanating from Woonsun began to spread across almost the entire area, reaching Zhu Moonbak. But this did not scare Zhu Moonbak, whom Woonsun's tongues of flame began to touch. But Mo In Ryang was frightened. He had previously considered them enemies, but now he felt an irresistible sense of reverence. Only one thing could awaken such emotions in a demonic practitioner, and that was the divine flame. But now Zhu Moonbak understands what made Li Shinjun take Woonsun's side. After that, Zhu Moonbak also began to demonstrate his divine flame. He believes that nothing can be done with the demon blade and that he will not be able to win him over to his side. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to the events unfolding nearby. He noticed that they had managed to defeat another one of the bloody Jiangshi. He turned his attention to Li Shinjun and noticed that the divine flame had no effect on his comrades. Now Zhu Moonbak understands how complete the divine flame really is and how much denser it is than the incomplete one. In Zhu Moonbak's opinion, everything that happened to Woonsun was unfair because he had become the favorite and disciple of the leader Chunhui. The words about the incredible body and privileges surprised Woonsun. They even angered him because Zhu Moonbak did not understand how much this position had cost him. And when he addressed Zhu Moonbak by name, he said that it was rude. But Woonsun does not believe that they should be polite. He promises that he will lose today and tell everything. In Zhu Moonbak's opinion, this is nonsense because he doesn't understand what he should tell Woonsung. The spear glowed brightly and was also engulfed in divine flames. He says that Zhu Moonbak will tell him everything about the poison, and also where he found it and who created this poison. And he began to approach Zhu Moonbak to attack him. Everyone present sees explosions rising up in the air, raising dust near Woonsun and Zhu Moonbak. After that, the demonic teacher Li Shinjun began to use his bracelets to create rings. Then he turned to the demon blade San and Hyo, which was nearby. At Li Shinjun's request, San and Hyo immediately responded, showing his respect. Li Shinjun decided to ask San and Hyo if Wansung was really in the Cave of Hidden Demons. He also clarified that it was San and Hyo who was the chief inspector of these caves. After clarifying this, Li Shinjun froze in place and thought about something. A second later, he looked away in a completely different direction, namely to where one of the 10 demon masters, Mo In Ryang, was standing. Radiating his ki, Li Shinjun noticed that San and Hyo had done a good job. He said this because he believed that Woonsun was doing everything he could, and therefore thought that he should also try a little harder. And San and Hyo asked if this applied to him too, and if he should try harder. According to Li Shinjun, he should also make an effort, and in general, all of them should give it their all. After saying this, he threw his rings at Mo In Ryang, who was standing in front of him. Hearing the sound behind him, Mo In Ryang immediately turned around and saw the rings flying towards him. He tried to deflect them with his sword, but when the ring hit the blade, it broke, and then they continued to fight with the bloody Jiangshu, who were still alive. Nearby, Wang Dok tries to capture A Yon, the divine saint, by force. But A Yon continued to fight with Tinny and Kujangbuk. Shadow continued to attack Wang Dok while he was busy trying to grab A Yon. Suddenly, Woonsung started heading in the opposite direction from Zhu Moonbak. But Zhu Moonbak decides not to give Woonsun any chance to escape. He blocked the way and immediately delivered a powerful blow to Woonsung's chest. The blow throws Woonsu backwards and twists him in the air. However, after falling, Woonsu managed to get back on his feet. In fact, Woonsung hoped to use the divine flame to try to retreat. But Zhu Moonbak immediately saw through Woonsun's plan and pointed out that he was not as stupid as he seemed. So now Woonsun was surrounded by Zhu Moonbak and 2 bloody Jiangshi. But now Zhu Moonbak left Woonsun no other way out. After that, Woonsung rushed to attack Zhu Moonbak without waiting for them to attack him again. However, Zhu Moonbak dodged Woonsun's attack, not allowing him to harm him. At the same time, Zhu Moonbak uses the Holy Demon's Divine Fire. They quickly strike each other and move around the battlefield. Then Zhu Moonbak created a large flame aimed at Woonsun. But Woonsu managed to reach Zhu Moonbak with his hand through the tongues of flame. He did this in order to take advantage of the explosive flying balls. After that, Zhu Moonbak remained standing opposite Woonsu, unharmed. But these balls helped Woonsu deal with the bloody Jiangshi standing behind Zhu Moonbak. They fell to the ground and, after a while, began to come to their senses. But Woonsung still hoped that the explosion would harm Zhu Moonbak, and the bloody Jiangshi took the brunt of it. Sarcastically and defiantly, Ju Moonbyok remarks that Won-sung looks very tired. After that, the demonic teacher Lee Shin-jun appeared right in front of Woon-sung. Woon-sung noticed damage to his hand, but according to Lee Shin-jun, there was no need to worry about it. He notes that he traded his finger for San and Hyo's hand and considers it a good exchange. Although Sung and Hyo was left without a hand, he assures everyone that he is fine. According to Woon-sung, they have already lost too much to get rid of the bloody Jung-shur. He is running out of ideas on how to get out of the situation. He blames himself for not foreseeing the appearance of the bloody Jung-shur. Without them, the situation would have been better. He regrets that he could not have foreseen this and prepared more thoroughly. He also assumes that this is a one-way street. But then he hears a voice from the sky saying that he is Wung-sun, his disciple, and that he has done well. And at that moment, a bright white beam struck the ground from the sky, surprising everyone. It shook the ground beneath the feet of everyone present and made them freeze. This ray struck Ju Moonbake, who cannot take his eyes off it. Woon-sung looked at what had appeared before them with fascination. It was a creature that was born human and had moved to another level. Chun-hui descended to them, standing firmly on his feet without even showing signs of poisoning. Everyone around him was surprised by his appearance in this place and in such a state. Ju Moonbak was most shocked by his appearance and couldn't control his disappointment. Chun-hui looked at Ju Moonbak with contempt, because now he knew for sure what Ju Moonbak's true intentions were. After that, Chun-hui turned to Woon-sun, who was standing behind him in shock. He reached out his hand to Woon-sun and placed it on his head. He looked into his eyes and said that Woon-sung had done well. His appearance and words brought tears to Woon-sun's eyes. He could barely hold them back. When Chun-hui moved forward, Woon-sun called out to him, calling him teacher. These words made Chun-hui stop, because Woon-sun had finally called him his teacher with genuine sincerity. But now he was asking for the opportunity to deal with everything that was happening here on his own. Shocked, Ju Moonbak couldn't take his eyes off Chun-hui because he didn't expect to see him here. Smiling at Woon-sung, Chun-hui says that now he will take everything into his own hands. But Woon-sung looks at Chun-hui and doesn't understand how Chun-hui ended up here. Walking a little further, Chun-hui notices Ayan, who is happy to see him here. He looked at her and then reached out his hand toward her, as if hinting for her to come to him. At that moment, Chun-hui's power lifted Ayan into the air, and she seemed to fly toward him. Ayan couldn't resist, nor did she want to, because this was her father Chun-hui's wish. Chun-hui was able to move Ayan using telekinesis and his ability to control objects, which he had honed to perfection. Now that Wang Dok had witnessed Chun-hui's telekinesis, he understood who he really was. He had no intention of sitting idly by. He began to attack, saying that even if Chun-hui was the leader, things would not go as he wished. He began to strike with his sword while Chun-hui defended Ayan. At that moment, someone began to repel the attack of the overconfident Wang Dok. A powerful gust of wind was directed at Wang Dok. The blow pushed Wang Dok back several meters. He was already unconscious in midair and had lost his sword. This was how the aura of the Kisti was used, which manifests itself in the form of compressed air. Hugging Ayan, Chun-hui turned to Sangwan-chuk, who also happened to be there and was able to help. Sangwan-chuk immediately apologized to Chun-hui for being late. But with a smile on his face and holding Ayan in his arms, Chun-hui said that everything was fine. And then, looking down at Ayan, Chun-hui began to praise her for doing so well. At this moment, Ayan, who cannot leave Chun-hui's embrace, cannot hold back her tears, which flow freely. Not far from them stands Ju Moonbake, who is still in shock and cannot understand why Chun-hui did not chain him to the bed. Suddenly, Chun-hui pushes Ayan away, who is looking tenderly into his eyes. Chun-hui asks Ayan to stand behind him for a while. Leaving all of Woon-soo's supporters behind, Chun-hui turns his attention to Ju Moonbak and his assistants. Then, turning around, Chun-hui addresses the demonic teacher, Lee Shin-jun. Chun-hui thanked Lee Shin-jun for all his work, but in Lee Shin-jun's opinion, there was no need for thanks, as he was simply fulfilling his duties to his new master. Hearing about the new master, Chun-hui even pondered these words. Then he turned around and looked at Woon-sun with a smile and approval. Then he turned back to Lee Shin-jun, apologizing for his finger and saying that he would never forget this debt. He looked away again and saw Koo Jung-buk in front of him. Turning to him, Chun-hui said that now he would be able to rest after such a battle. But Koo Jung-byuk laughed and said that he could still continue because there were still some upstarts left to get rid of. Such dedication impressed Chun-hui. This conversation made him think. He asked Sangwan-chuk to call healers for Koo Jung-byuk, the Fist King, when everything was over. He also gives permission to use all means necessary to get the Fist King Koo Jung-buk back on his feet. And now he turned his gaze to the demon blade Mo-in Ryan and addressed him. Hearing his name, Mo-in Ryan, who had lost his arm, froze and tensed up. Chun-hui immediately realized that Mo-in Ryan had chosen Chun-hui's side. Therefore, he asked him not to even think about apologizing, even if it meant his death. Raising his finger in front of him, Chun-hui indicated that he was not going to give Mo-in Ryan a chance. After that, Mo-in Ryung began to feel as if he were standing on sharp blades. He understands that these are hallucinations caused by the pressure coming from Chun-hui. Because of this, Mo-in Ryan, who no longer needed to expend any energy, began to bleed profusely. But being conscious, he could not understand how this happened, because Chun-hui was at a distance from him. Before dying, he assumed that it was the same blade of mind. That's how it distorts his perception. Ju Moonbak witnessed this and saw how the blade of the mind killed Mo-in Ryang with a single blow. But he was sure that such a technique would not work so easily against him. According to Ju Moonbak, Mo-in Ryan was not in the best shape, and Chung-hui's appearance only complicated matters. The blade of the mind can be blocked by a person who is in a good mood and has no problems with willpower. Unlike in Ryan, Ju Moonbak is not so badly injured, and his mind is normal. He began to wonder if he could withstand the attack of the blade of the mind. But in reality, Ju Moonbak is not entirely confident about this, and he sees no point in risking his life right now. Ju Moonbak made this choice because of his intentions, and Chun-hui understands this. Ju Moonbak confirmed this, but noted that things did not go according to his plan. But Chunhui believes that Zhu Moonbak should know that he became the deputy leader because Chunhui knew about his intention. In fact, Zhu Moonbak does not understand what Chunhui means by his words. Therefore, Chunhui began to explain that there must be someone nearby who will keep him in check and guide him on the right path. Otherwise, the hands of a completely different enemy could close around his neck. This was his task, to keep Chunhui in check, which helped him stay on the right path. Now, Zhu Moonbak understood that he had been appointed deputy leader knowing about his intentions. Lowering his head, Zhu Moonbak realized that all this time he had been obeying Chunhui. But Chunhui did not think so, because this time the poisoning had played a nasty trick on him, and he had thought he was going to die. Now, after hearing this, Zhu Moonbak does not understand if it makes any sense if it did not work. These words sound strange because he tried to kill Chunhui, and he only survived by a miracle. At this time, all of Wunsu's supporters are convinced that Chunhui has defeated the poison. Although Wunsu finds this suspicious, he believes that something is really wrong here. He turned his attention to Chunhui's hands, which were clasped together, and noticed his trembling fingers. He was about to help, but Chunhui told Wunsun not to worry. He says he can hold on as long as necessary. Still, Woonsung doesn't understand whether the leader has overcome the poison, or is just pretending to have done so. In fact, he understands that if Chunhui had been even a minute late, they might not all be standing there. So Woonsung believes that there must be a completely different reason. Suddenly, Woonsung remembers something about how people can have two faces. He began to project this onto Chunhui as he could not find any other explanation. Having two personalities means that one thing is happening on the outside, and something completely different is happening on the inside. This is probably what is happening with Chunhui. On the outside, he looks healthy, but in reality, poison is eating him from the inside. According to Woonsung, he had planned to take advantage of this from the very beginning, and the situation with the blood could have been planned. But after a while, he may have realized that the poison was stronger than he thought. It is a poison that cannot be defeated by a human with a plan of mystical creatures, and even Sangwon-chuk himself cannot find an antidote. His enemies continued to act, and this confrontation is the result of what happened. He could have predicted this situation and pretended to be healthy when his enemies gathered together. Chunhui expends a lot of energy suppressing the poison, but in reality this is all just Woonsung's guesswork. And as he watches Chunhui, he sincerely hopes that he is wrong. Suddenly Chunhui started talking about the bloody Jiangshi. He was sure that all records of them had been erased. He assumes that Zhu Moonbak restored them or that someone else taught him how to do it. He wonders if it is the same person that Sangwon-chuk just pushed away. He then noted that if that was the case, he had already decided to leave this place. But Zhu Moonbak did not immediately understand what Chunhui was talking about. He looked around and did not see Wang Dok, who had just been there. In Zhu Moonbak's opinion, he could take advantage of the situation when Mo and Ryan was sent to the other world and simply escape. Turning to Sangwon-chuk, Chunhui noted that the rat had disappeared and ordered the mountain to be blocked so that no one could escape. Chunhui listened carefully to Sangwon-chuk's order and decided to accept it. But Chunhui asked not to send him to the other world because he had questions for him. He was most interested in how he had learned about the bloody Jiangshi. Bowing, Sangwon-chuk said that everything would be done. At that moment, Sangwon-chuk set off to carry out his orders. Chunhui again turned his attention to Zhu Moonbak because he believed they still had things to discuss. Calmly and deliberately, Zhu Moonbak assumes that Chunhui is waiting for the moment when he can cut off his head. With fire in his hands, he began to attack, hoping that everything would not go according to Chunhui's plan. He begins to think about what would happen if he could kill Chunhui right there. But he decides that this is a bad idea because Chunhui is a mystical being and can use the blade of his mind with a single thought. Even if he kills Chunhui, there are still Woonsung and Li Shinjun, and without outside help, he will not be able to escape. So, after thinking it through, he realizes that he has only one option left. He orders Jiangshi to attack. Chunhui watches his actions very closely, waiting for any trick. At this moment, the masks on the bloody Jiangshi's faces begin to burn. The masks hid their hideous faces, sharp teeth, and eyes without pupils. On the orders of their master, Zhu Moonbak, they begin to move towards Chunhui. This did not surprise or frighten Chunhui, who used his telekinesis against them. And now Zhu Moonbak tries to repel Chunhui's attack with divine fire. His bloody Jiangshi were scattered in different directions. Chunhui immediately realized that Zhu Moonbak was trying to escape by distracting attention to the Jiangshi. Without hesitating, he confirmed Chunhui's assumption about his escape. After all, he believes that even someone like Chunhui cannot cope with 4 bloody Jiangshi, and he would be able to escape in the meantime. But Chunhui points out that it would not be easy. Zhu Moonbak understands this, and besides, escaping from Mount Tian will not be easy, but it is better than dying here and now. But Chunhui once again tells Zhu Moonbak that it will not be easy. Zhu Moonbak was surprised that he repeated himself, but in a moment he understood why Chunhui had repeated the same thing. He felt as if many sharp blades were aimed at his neck. Chunhui said that it would not be easy to escape from the blade of reason. Chunhui was surprised that Zhu Moonbak hoped to stop his sword of reason with bloody Jiangshi. Zhu Moonbak still hoped to block the blade of the mind without succumbing to Chunhui's will. He hopes that the bloody Jiangshi will serve as a living shield, and that Chunhui's blade of mind will not reach him. But Chunhui knows that Zhu Moonbak thinks he has seen the attack that was the blade of the mind before. He notes that the blade of the mind is a sword that embodies his mind, and time and space are nothing to him. Considering all this, he can cut through anything he wants. Woonsung asks Zhu Moonbak once again if he really hopes to block his blade of mind. At the same time, he attacks him. Zhu Moonbak sees the blade approaching him and still hopes that it will only touch the bloody Jiangshi. But it didn't happen as he wanted, and the blade of the mind without touching the bloody Jiangshi attacked Zhu Moonbak. Therefore, Chunhui once again pointed out that he always cuts only what he wants. Looking at the lifeless bodies around him, Woonsung believes that it is all over. But he thinks that he could also be in this place if he had failed in his attempt at revenge. Only 4 bloody Jiangshi remained alive near them. They began to argue among themselves and growl at each other. They act incoherently because they have lost their master. The bloody Jiangshi are controlled by their instincts and are considered dangerous beasts. And until they are completely out of control, Chunhui intends to get rid of them. He begins to kill anyone who tries to attack him. One of the bloody Zhangshi who is still alive began to growl at Chunhui like a wild beast. This convinces Chunhui that their instincts are gradually taking over. The faster their instincts take control, the faster they try to escape from stronger creatures. And now there was only one Zhangshi left, and Chunhui's body was able to withstand it. But after he defeats the last bloody Zhangshi, he needs to rest. Moreover, the bloody Zhangshi did not keep him waiting and rushed into the attack. Chunhui successfully dodged his attack to avoid injury. But suddenly, clear signs of pain appeared on his face. It so happened that Chunhui received an unexpected sword wound to the side. And this blow did not come from the bloody Zhangshi, but from a person from whom it was not expected. Seeing the wounded Chunhui, Li Shinjun did not understand why Tian had done this. Meanwhile, Yin said that he knew that Chunhui's body had not fully recovered. At the same time, he did not look like the usual Tian. His eyes were filled with rage and began to glow red. Everyone around him was frightened for Chunhui. None of them expected Tian to act so treacherously. But Shadow believed that this was how it should be because this was no ordinary poison. Then he began to pull his sword out of Chunhui's body, and boiling blood began to drip onto the ground. But Shadow was only convinced that Chunhui's blood was spoiled, but he couldn't escape after that. Frightened, Ayan is worried about the wounded Chunhui because Shadow had just protected her, and now he had acted so treacherously. Not wanting to be distracted by Aeyong, Chunhui grabbed Shadow, not intending to let him go. Holding him by the throat, Chunhui lifted Shadow's body up, making sure that his body was captured. Laughing, the person inside Tin's body says that he has sent him into oblivion, which is his job. But Chunhui did not understand how to extract him from this body. This proved impossible, so he would have to destroy the body since it had already become his subordinate. Although Chunhui felt sorry for him, he had no other choice. After that, Chunhui asked the members of the unwritten sect if this man had a family. It turned out that Shadow was an orphan, but had several close friends among the demonic group of the unwritten. So Chunhui ordered his body to be taken away and buried as one of the most respected members of the cult, allowing his friends to come. Bowing, Li Shinjun pledged to carry out Chunhui's order. Chunhui was not feeling well, even though he had stopped the bleeding, but the wound was too deep. Everything only got worse, but Chunhui couldn't understand if it was because of his wounds. He did not want to die now and hoped to hold on for at least 5 days, but definitely no more than 2 weeks. Before his death, Chunhui wants to get everything done, so he calls Li Shinjun for help. He asked him to find Song Guanchuk and ask him to act according to the plan they had agreed upon. With that, Chunhui has no more requests for Li Shinjun, who agrees to carry out his orders. At this time, Wang Dok is sitting in a deep gray cave in the swamps somewhere within the Tian Mountains. He laughs because Chunhui really did destroy the Shadow, which is exactly what he had hoped for. He never even thought that his insurance policy, the ghostly spirit inhabiting the demonic practitioner, would pay off. He managed to confirm the status of the holy demon and make sure that he was incurable. Although he failed to bring Ju Moon back to the position of leader, he was able to destroy the leader himself. To do this, he summoned a falcon, which immediately flew to the cave and landed on Wang Dok's hand. He sent a message via the falcon that the holy demon had died. Although he is still alive, he has no more than 2 weeks left. By the time the falcon reaches the imperial palace, Chunhui will be dead. After everything that had happened, Chunhui was finally able to approach Ayan, who was very upset. Wiping the sweat from his face, Chunhui said that he was fine. But Taiwung realizes that Chunhui cannot possibly be okay. After all, he is wounded, in addition to being poisoned. And now, talking to his daughter, Aeon, Woonsung cannot imagine the pain he must be feeling. With tenderness in her eyes and tears in them, Aeon looks into the eyes of Chunhui standing next to her. Chunhui, in turn, looks just as tenderly into Aeon's eyes and smiles, noting that she did well. Then he turns to his student, Woonsun, who hopes that his former teacher will not be jealous. After all, he now considers Chunhui his teacher and addresses him as such. Chunhui is happy that Woonsun finally calls him teacher. Woonsun believes that he must now call Chunhui his teacher as often as possible, but Chunhui cannot be sure that he will live much longer. Gathering his strength, Chunhui notes that he has noticed Woonsung's divine fire, which he considers to be good luck. But Chunhui notes that this is definitely not something that can be achieved with luck alone. He is sure that Woonsun will be able to lead the cult because no one has achieved what he has at such a young age. Although he feels some uncertainty about Woonsun, he intends to leave something behind for his disciple. After thinking it over, Chunhui addresses Woonsung as his disciple. He suggests that he follow him because he has something to pass on to him, and this place is not suitable for that. Woonsung did not expect to hear these words and therefore froze in place. After a moment, he bowed and said that Master Chunhui could give him his orders. Before leaving, Chunhui noted that this would not take much time, Woonsun. After that, he turned around and walked away, leaving Woonsun behind. Sadness and despair appeared in Woonsun's eyes. He felt sorry for his teacher, Chunhui. As they started walking forward, they heard the cries of Ayan, who could no longer hold herself back. She started running and shouting, calling out to Chunhui. Ayan's eyes were filled with tears. She was too upset. Chunhui and Woonsun, who was walking behind him, turned around at Ayan's cries. She stopped in one place and, barely holding back her tears, looked into Chunhui's eyes. And then she dared to ask if Chunhui would come back. She stands there humbly waiting for the answer she so desperately wants to hear. But Chunhui only looked at Ayan without turning to her completely and did not answer her. Then he and Woonsung turned around and walked away, leaving Ayan behind. They did not reach the peak of the holy demon. After a long climb, Chunhui began to feel ill again. Only Woonsung wanted to help him, but Chunhui said he didn't need help because he was fine. Woonsung was surprised that Chunhui, bleeding profusely, could barely stand up and refused help. Perhaps it was unacceptable for the leader of the holy demon cult to allow a student to help his teacher. They head to the other side of Mount Tian, which amazes them with its beauty. Chunhui remarks that he has never noticed this beauty before because he has always used his speed arts. Looking at Chunhui admiring the beauty of the mountains, Woonsung wants to be angry at the whole world. After all, this is his teacher, a man who can just stand there like that, even though he has been poisoned. The last moment of his former teacher's life was similar to what was happening to Chunhui now. Even when he was accused of evil and his body was on the verge of death from poison, he spoke of harmony. People who have achieved certain goals no longer worry about the influence of will and ideals. Woonsung believes he has a lot to learn. He thinks his mind is far from mature, He thinks he is not worthy of looking at Chunhui with his head held high. Woonseong considers Chunhui proud and honorable, which is why he suffers alone. In this way, Chunhui shows himself from his best side, as befits a person with the title of Holy Demon. Entering a room, Chunhui says that the thieves are almost at their destination. They enter a room with a polymorphic combat illusion. All this time, Woonseong stays behind Chunhui and waits to see what will happen next. Then Chunhui notices that he sees talent in Woonseong and believes he has everything he needs. But he notes that he is still young and does not have enough experience for his goals. So, in order to make Woonseong a holy demon, he decides to pass on to him the experience he has accumulated over the years. After that, Chunhui invites Woonseong to enter the arena and sit opposite him. This is why Chunhui brought Woonseong here. He believes that this will greatly help Woonseong. King Genshin Ju-Pi-yun is the emperor's brother and the strongest man in the world whose brothers were killed. He never wanted to be emperor, but only wanted to be king, which is what he became. He was never interested in power and wanted peace in the world, so people who wanted the same followed him. His brother, the current emperor, demonstrated cruelty, but at the same time the ability to bring order to the world. Ju-Pi-yun began to be called by different names, but he regretted that he had done nothing when his brother got rid of the others. But his brother had his reasons. After all, the others were lustful toward women. Some of his brothers, whether they wanted to or not, demonstrated madness. Others staged fights during which they sent everyone to the other world. His only surviving brother initially believed that the emperor was not really like that. But eventually the time came when he realized that he had to do something about it. Rumors had been circulating for a long time that the emperor had changed. For some time, Ju-Pi-yun thought that his brother was pretending in order to outwit his enemies. Eventually, he realized that the emperor had gone mad. Nothing remained of the benevolent emperor. He became like the brothers he had destroyed. It seems that he is possessed by the restless spirits of the brothers he had previously destroyed. Ju-Pi-yun knows that he must take up the sword and kill his brother, but he is not sure that this is the right decision. He does not know whether to remain a loyal brother or protect the imperial court from darkness. After that, he believes that he may become just like his brother. In Ju-Pi-yun's opinion, this is what vanity looks like, or the feeling of guilt for taking his own brother's life. This decision proves to be very difficult for him. He does not really know what to do. All this time, Ju-Pi-yun sat on his throne, thinking about possible ways out of the situation. He did not even immediately notice when the wise man arrived in the hall. The sage of heaven and earth, Du-jun-moyen, came to visit Ju-Pi-yun. He used to be a member of the martial arts society. Although he is now a member of the government, his authority still carries weight in the martial arts community. Bowing before Ju-Pi-yun, the wise man Du-jun-moyen noted that he had returned. Now King Ju-Pi-yun was waiting for Du-jun-moyen to begin his report. Du-jun-moyen asked Du-Pi-yun if he knew that an unknown star had appeared above the imperial palace. It turns out that the star emits a red color and suppresses holiness with its light. This could mean that someone is suppressing the emperor and using his powers. According to Du-jun-moyen, His Highness is the strongest person in the entire palace, and there is no one stronger than him. But if this is really the case, Du-Pi-yun does not understand why this star has appeared here. Du-jun-moyen should definitely report this to him, but it is not something he can tell him right now. But Du-Pi-yun asks him not to worry about it and to continue his story. Although astronomy is Du-jun-moyen's specialty, he could not find the meaning of this star, so he began to search for it in the texts. He learned that this star is a harbinger of doom and has been burning ever since the cult of the inverted heavens ruled the world. Du-Hi-yun had heard of the heavenly chronicles, but not of the cult of the inverted heavens, which sounded ominous to him. This was the name of those who had brought the martial arts community into chaos and tried to seize the imperial court. Now Du-Pi-yun suspects that the people of this cult will try to suppress His Highness and obtain his power. And again, Du-jun-moyen pointed out that His Highness was the strongest man in the entire palace. These words made Du-Pi-yun think, especially after Du-jun-moyen paused. And then he continued talking about the mystery of the cult of the turned heaven. The words about the mystery excited Du-Pi-yun, and he wanted to hear everything to the end. He did not understand whether the mystery of possession by other bodies really existed. At this time, martial artists are searching for the fugitive on Mount Tian. They do not understand where the fugitive has gone and hope to find his trail as soon as possible. Guan Tae-ryang is part of the search party, moving quickly between the trees to help with the search. He finds a lifeless body and realizes that the fugitive was walking this way. Ta-san-in-hyo, who addressed him as captain, said that this was a difficult opponent and that they should be careful. Aeyong is also searching for the fugitive with them, ready to use her divine power as soon as they catch him. After that, he asks San-in-hyo to take care of the demonic blade. San-in-hyo understood his task in delaying the fugitive. Together with Aeon, they move at the same speed. Aeyong also asked the captains of the Charred Dragon, Guan Tae-ryan, and the White Monkey to work together to catch him. It turns out that the fugitive is a monster that feeds on blood. He must be caught before more bodies appear. Jumping onto a tree branch, San-in-hyo sees the monster they are looking for. This monster turns out to be the bloody Zhang-shi, who was knocked down by the captain of the White Monkey squad. She was immediately joined by Aeon, who took out her bell to subdue the bloody Zhang-shi. This quickly knocked him off his feet, but he recovered almost immediately. But Aeon continued to use her divine power to restrain the bloody Zhang-shi. At that moment, it was as if divine forces began to restrain the bloody Zhang-shi. After that, San-in-hyo immediately came to Aeon's aid and rushed towards Zhang-shi. He rushed at him with his sword, directing his chi at him. To make sure he wouldn't escape again, Aeon kept using her divine power. It was indeed difficult for the bloody Zhang-shi to fight off the divine power, but he didn't have to struggle long in the divine bonds because San-in-hyo attacked him very quickly. With a single blow, he knocked the bloody Zhang-shi off his feet, and he fell motionless to the ground. The last day of the search for the bloody Zhang-shi ended on the 10th day of his escape. It was also the 10th day since Woonseong entered the divine palace with Chunhui. Passing on his experience to Woonseong, Chunhui tries not to rush, even though he has more time than Woonseong did. This amount of time reproduces the amount of chi Chunhui has. If it is absorbed all at once, there will be side effects. Therefore, Woonseong needs to carefully distribute it throughout his body. In this process, some of the chi flowing through his body is lost, but there is nothing that can be done about it. Woonseong's losses are approximately 20%. Since the amount of chi Chunhui is greater than that of Woonseong, with a small loss, their chi should even out. But now Woonseong began to think about what was happening at that moment to Chunhui, who was his teacher. Chun-Hui, who continues to pass on his knowledge at this time, is just as focused as Woon-sung. He thinks that Woon-sung has actually grown a lot since he became his student. As he passes on his Kai, Chun-Hui can feel how hard Woon-sung is trying. He considers his physique to be excellent for a martial artist. Now he feels that Woon-sung has decided to open up to him, and he regrets that they have so little time. He considers Woon-sung to be the son he always wanted. Perhaps Chun-Hui thinks this way because Woon-sung has become his best student. Once Chun-Hui completes the process of transferring chi, he will no longer belong to this world. After all, the more chi he transfers, the stronger he feels the poison in his body. He deeply regrets that he was unable to do enough for Woon-sung as his disciple. If he does not hold on until their chi are united, it will not only be his problem. After all, there is a possibility that the poison could be transferred to Woon-sung through Chun-Hui's chi. He knows that Woon-sung has talent and a goal. Therefore, he wants Woon-sung to achieve his dreams with the help of the cult. He also really hopes that Woon-sung will be able to take care of his daughter, Yoon. At this time, Woon-sung realizes that Chun-Hui saved him at the end of his life, so his goal remains unchanged. Woon-sung is certain that his two teachers died because of the same organization that Jadegyul is connected to. Now he has even more reasons for revenge because the same person killed his teachers. He feels that they were used by someone who is simply pulling the strings. Throughout the transmission, Ji Woon-sung is in a state of calm. Suddenly, something pulls him out of this state and brings him back to reality. His physical body actually flew back and hit the wall. But immediately he began to get up, shaking off the stone fragments. At that moment, Woon-sung felt a surge of crazy energy and strength in his body. In order to get up completely, he began to push himself up with his hands. When he got up, Woon-sung realized that his body had been restructured, his bones had been changed, and his shell had been reshaped. He had ignited his soul to strengthen the heavens and tempered his body to control the earth. The ground beneath his feet began to glow in cracks, and his hands began to emit a strong flame. Feeling all the changes within himself, Woon-sung understood that this was the plan of the mystical beings. The body and the heavens are united in the human body. Along with this, the divine soul is also in the human body. But Woon-sung had just set out on this path and still had much to learn. At this time, Chun-Hui had completely entered the plan of the mystical beings. But in reality, Woon-sung had managed to do this on his own. Now he believes that having entered the plan of mystical beings, he has enough strength. He managed to pull his spear toward himself with the power of his mind alone. Now he believes that with strength and effort, he can become stronger than Chun-Hui was in life. He proudly raised his head, hoping that his teacher was watching him. Consumed by fire, Woon-sung wants his teacher to see how he will start a bloody massacre in the martial arts community. 6 months have passed since Woon-sung entered the plan of the mystical beings. Woon-sung himself is trying to understand how much time has passed and assumes that it is 4 or 6 months. During this time, he has finally achieved the ideal in rebuilding his body. And now he cannot shake the feeling that he can do anything he wants. But it is too early to relax, as this could lead to vanity, which in turn could lead to painful mistakes. In addition, his body has only reached 90% of its peak, so he has a slight feeling of incompleteness. The outgoing chi destroys the surrounding space. This is further proof that he has reached the level of mystical beings. If he absorbs the chi, those around him will consider him a person who has never practiced martial arts. Woon-sung believes that he has managed to imprison all this power in his body. He considers himself a container that holds power unknown to other people. After much thought, he turned his attention to Chun-Hui's body, which showed no signs of life. His face was filled with sincere feelings of sadness and pity. He could barely control himself. Approaching Chun-Hui's lifeless body, Woon-sung bowed as low as he could. He sincerely asked Chun-Hui, who had been his teacher, to accept one more bow from him. After that, he stood up, took a piece of cloth lying near Chun-Hui, and covered him with it. The poison lost its structure after its carrier died. So Woon-sung concluded that the poison dies when it has nothing left to feed on. He carefully picked up Chun-Hui's body and carried him out of the room. After a while, Woon-sung found himself at the entrance to the Divine Palace with Chun-Hui's body. Inside the palace, San-Guan-chuk had been waiting for him for a long time, knowing that he would appear there at any moment. He remembered his conversation with Chun-Hui when he tried to dissuade him from carrying out his plan. But no matter how he tried to dissuade Chun-Hui, he insisted on his decision. At that time, San-Guan-chuk was very frightened by this plan, but he understood that nothing would change. All he could do was apologize to Chun-Hui for not being able to help him. Just then, the door to the room opened and Woon-sung appeared in the doorway, with Chun-Hui's body in his arms. He immediately saw San-Guan-chuk, who had been waiting for them for a long time. At first, San-Guan-chuk bowed out of habit to greet the returning leader. But when he raised his head, he saw a sad Woon-sung holding something in his arms. Meeting his gaze, Woon-sung realized that, unfortunately, Chun-Hui had already left them. But in fact, San-Guan-chuk had expected this and was prepared for this event. Passing by San-Guan-chuk, Woon-sung said that they should let the dead go and give the living a chance to live. Lowering Chun-Hui's lifeless body, Woon-sung said that they first needed to prepare for the burial. Bowing, San-Guan-chuk promises to prepare the most honorable burial. Woon-sung suggests that the transfer of power take place a month after the funeral. San-Guan-chuk listens to Woon-sung, but putting his hand in his pocket, notes that Chun-Hui left something for him. He hands Woon-sung a book and says that Chun-Hui asked him to give it to him on the day he returned. Woon-sung saw that it was the chapter of the Dark Lotus, which creates a red heart and reaches an exceptional world through flames. This is the real name of the last chapter of the Holy Demon's divine art. He feels that this is the 10% he is missing, and he also feels that he is becoming a new god of the cult. Chun-Hui's funeral was held as a divine funeral, the most honorable event in the cult. During the ceremony, Aeon couldn't hold back and cried bitterly. But Aeon was not the only one who shed tears during the funeral. The members of the cult were also saddened. 2 weeks after the funeral, Woon-sung became the leader of the cult and decided to read Chun-Hui's letter. In his letter, Chun-Hui stated that the divine art of the holy demon is passed down from mouth to mouth. However, it could only be recorded under special circumstances, such as those that had befallen them, which was why Woon-sung was reading it. Reading this letter, Woon-sung felt the spiritual energy of Chun-Hui. Woon-sung knows he has a lot to learn, but he doesn't think he can show what Chun-Hui did. The most important last chapter of the divine art. This chapter is about controlling the divine flame. He was able to figure out how to control the flame with the help of the unwritten records. He must also study this chapter. After all, the chapter on the exceptional world teaches how to use the divine flame in battle. The holy demon's ruling step is the art of the holy demon's footwork, and the holy demon's palm techniques are not the only skills recorded in this section. Woonsung began by memorizing each one. He continued to study the optimal use of his body muscles and chi. It is difficult to understand even after reading it, so Woonsung is afraid that it will be even more difficult in practice. But when he became a mystical being, all his knowledge and skills merged into a deep sea of knowledge. After reading the section, Woonsung burned it, even though he would have liked to keep the manuscript as a legacy. But the divine art of the holy demon cannot be passed on through writing. Soon he will become a holy demon as he wished, but his heart is filled with loneliness. This was not what Woonsung had expected when he first set out to become a holy demon, and it was not for such feelings that he had become one. Standing by the window of his room, Woonsung heard someone at the door and allowed them to enter. It was Sangwon-chuk, who considered himself an expert at hiding his presence. So now he believes that Woonsung has fully entered into the plan of the mystical beings. Heading to the table to sit down, Woonsung asked what had happened. Bowing, Sangwon-chul said he had come with a report. Woonsung became curious about the report. It turned out that it concerned Chunhui's orders. Sangwon-chuk notes that it concerns the pursuit of a man who escaped on the day of the attack on the Divine Palace. He tensed up because he saw Woonsung's face change and become angry. After all, they were talking about the person who controlled the shadow, who wounded Chunhui and hastened his death. This person seems to be full of secrets. He has managed to cause a lot of damage. Holding back his emotions, Woonsung hopes that they have found him. But Sangwon-chuk says the opposite. Woonsung is sad to hear this because he was the one who could have revealed who was behind it all. Suddenly, Woonsung perks up, believing that all is not lost. He remembered that the teacher of the Master's sect had a clue. Therefore, he wants to get to the hideout of the Master's sect in Gansu. But before that, he orders everyone to search the place thoroughly once more. Rising from the table, Sangwon-chuk was about to go carry out Woonsung's order. 5 days later, the transfer of power took place, which was held quietly with a small circle of people. It was the day when the holy demon god of the holy demon cult took office. So now the fact that Woonsung had become the new holy demon could no longer be denied. With the dawn of a new era, the 10 demon masters became 8 demon masters. Among them was Ku Jobyuk, who was proud to have fought alongside the new leader. The 3 demon masters who were on Ju Moonback's side began to apologize and bring gifts. Woonsung asked them not to show themselves and set one more condition. They promised to do whatever Woonsung asked of them, regardless of what might happen to them as a result. The 3 of them promised, saying that they could not refuse him. After that, Woonsung said that he would no longer mention the past. At that moment, he jumped down to Aeyong and showed everyone present the divine flame of the holy demon. But Woonsung's words that he would not mention the past at this moment struck one of the masters. Another stood frozen, impressed by the power of their new leader, Woonsung. They were shocked that he had managed to rise to such a level at such a young age. The overwhelming power that destroys space is not the power he deliberately demonstrates. It is the level where, in an instant, the mind's chosen decision responds to his will. Now, Woonsung is not the same young leader. Even Aeyong is surprised at how far Woonsung has gone, realizing that he has entered into the plan of mystical being. After that, he sat down on his throne and said that they would begin their regular meeting. Sangwon-chuk came up to him ready to talk about what needed to be sorted out. So each branch of the cult will be informed about the new leader via carrier pigeons. But Sangwon-chuk was not done with the announcements that needed to be dealt with. This surprised Woonsung as he thought that the meeting was over. Sangwon-chuk noted that many people knew that the cult's intention was to capture Zhongyuan, from where they had been expelled due to slander. But every time they tried to capture Zhongyuan, they failed, and many were unjustly accused. Although there were terrible people among them, most were ordinary people who grew crops on farms. So after the speech, Sangwon-chuk asks leader Woonsung to fulfill the long-standing wish of all cult members. Woonsung understands that Sangwon-suk wants to know what he will do with Zhongyuan. This reminds him of what his spear master said. He recalls the words of Master Spear's teacher about how the demonic cult has its own point of view. Suddenly, at that moment, Woonsung woke up in the body of a child in the cave of hidden demons. Remembering this dream, Woonsung wonders what Chunhui wanted. And Sangwon-chuk noted that the previous leader, Chunhui, was preparing to capture Zhongyuan. But before such large-scale actions, he wanted to put an end to all the discord within the cult. Standing up, Woonsung noted that they had dealt with Ju Moonbak, who had been plotting a conspiracy, so now everything was calm within the cult. Everyone in the hall rejoiced at Woonsung's words, showing their emotions. Woonsung also noted that he agreed with the goals of the previous leader, Chunhui. He stood on his pedestal and watched the cult members' reactions to his statements. At this moment, they began to rejoice and support Woonsung's decision as the new leader of the cult. But Woonsung asks everyone to gather their strength and practice their skills because they must bring hell to the land of Zhongyuan. With eager eyes, Sangwon-chuk looks up at Woonsung. He wonders if Woonsung is suggesting that they prepare for a great battle. According to Woonsung, it is necessary to prepare all the fighters, not just the 12 support units, but the others as well. Everyone in the hall unanimously agreed with Woonsung's words and supported him with loud cheers. After that, Woonsung, satisfied with the meeting, was about to leave the hall. But then, in the dark of night, Buddha noticed that someone was causing trouble at the foot of the mountain and demanding to meet with the leader. After that, a large crowd of armed fighters gathered. They were sent down to the foot of the mountain, where a seemingly defenseless old man was waiting for the leader. He turned out to be the old sage Du Jinmian, who was shocked by such a meeting. He just wanted to meet with the cult leader. He angered the crowd, who did not believe that the leader was a person who could be approached so easily. One of the crowd, out of anger and desperation, even attacked Du Jinmian. But Du Jinmian was not frightened in the slightest. On the contrary, he was amused. The man attacking him landed right next to him, but his sword broke on Du Jinmian's staff. The man found this unbelievable, as he had broken a steel sword with a simple wooden staff. And while his attention was focused on his broken sword and he was trying to understand how it happened, he was attacked. The man lost consciousness from Du Jinmian's attack and fell right where he stood. Everyone present was also very shocked by what had just happened. Sarcastically, Du Jinmian remarked that he thought he was a leader, but turned out to be nothing more than a guard dog. A strange feeling prevailed around them as they tensed up, not knowing what to do next. Suddenly, San and Hyo emerged from the crowd, asking what was going on. He stopped right in front of Dojin Mayon, who was still waiting to meet the leader. He began to assess Dojin Mayon. San and Hyo saw his polished skills, his old face, and his red pine staff. After that, San and Hyo dared to assume that he was standing before a mysterious old man. But Dojin Mayon asked to be called a sage, calling San and Hyo unintelligent. Taking his sword, San and Hyo asks Dojin Mayon what brought him here. But he is in no hurry to answer and has no desire to talk at length. So he simply throws San and Hyo a scroll, which San and Hyo initially mistakes for a deadly weapon. Leaving his sword behind, San and Hyo raises his head, watching the scroll flying towards him. Grabbing the scroll, San and Hyo reads that the Sage of Heaven and Earth, the messenger of King Zhongyuan, wishes to meet with the leader. Such a strange event had never happened before in the cult, so none of those present in the hall left. The cult followers began to show their hostility toward Du Jinmyeon because he had dared to simply ask for a meeting with the leader. When he saw his guest, Won-sung realized that this was the Sage of Heaven and Earth. He was also known as the mysterious old man from the Age of Oblivion. He bowed and presented himself before the holy demon Woon-sun. Won-sung had heard a lot about him. In terms of level, he was like his master from the Spear Master sect. He may be one of the 20 best martial artists in Zhongyuan. He is known for his temper. Won-sun notes that the rumors were true and that he is a strange old man who lives freely. Only someone like him could have staged a scene near the cult. Only when Du Jinmyeon bowed to introduce himself as Won-sun did he interrupt him, asking what he wanted. But Du Jinmyeon is in no hurry to answer and begins to set his condition. Before getting down to business, he suggests that Woon-sung talk to him alone. After that, Woon-sung ordered everyone except Sang Gwan-chuk and Do Jinmyeon to leave the hall. Looking up at the ceiling, Du Jinmyeon saw the dark figures of the leader's personal guards. Woon-sung immediately said that there was no need to worry about them because they were trained not to hear or speak. Now Du Jinmyeon understood that Woon-sung was the holy demon, but he felt a wall that he could not break through. He couldn't remember the last time he had felt something like this, especially from such a young person. It seems to him that the feelings he has for Woon-sung are similar to those two stars. It's similar to what he felt when he first met him, but he has no way of knowing who is stronger. He can see that Woon-sun is not even 20 years old. Even two stars at their zenith could not reach such heights. After thinking about it, he said that he had heard about the new leader of the cult, but he didn't think the leader would be so young. But Woon-sun remarks that he is unlikely to have come this far for a few comforting words. Finally, Du Jinmyeon got down to business and said that he had come to ask for cooperation with the cult. San Gwan-chuk interrupted the conversation and asked if this was really a request from King Jinshin. Waiting for an answer to his questions, San Gwan-chuk does not move from his spot and stands there as if glued to the ground. Without hesitation, Du Jinmyeon realized that this man was San Gwan-chuk, the cult's strategist, and now he understood why he had stayed. He handed the scroll to San Gwan-chuk and pointed out that the letter was written by the king himself. Taking the scroll and looking closely at Du Jinmyeon, San Gwan-chuk stepped back a little to read the letter. Almost motionless, Woon-sung continued to sit in his place, waiting for information from San Gwan-chuk. Unfolding the scroll, San Gwan-chuk began to carefully read every word written on it. Suddenly, a look of wild surprise appeared on San Gwan-chuk's face. He asked again if they were really proposing a coup d'etat and inquired what was meant by overthrowing the emperor. Du Jinmyeon noted that there was a technique for replacing the subconscious of the outer shell, but he did not immediately tell the king about it. Nevertheless, he dared to tell the king that his brother was a self-proclaimed emperor. Then the king wanted to verify everything that had been said about the emperor. From the records, the king learned that among the cult of the overthrown heavens, there was a spell that allowed one to take possession of another person's body. The king was convinced that the current emperor was not his brother. At this time, Du Jinmyeon learned about other crimes committed by the cult. It turned out that the cult of the upside-down heavens had infiltrated the martial arts community of Zhongyuan. He noted that most of the important figures in the community were part of the cult of the upside-down heavens. But Ta Wang-sun did not know what to do. Together with the king, Du Jinmyeon put it off for a long time, but eventually came to a decision. The problem is that King Zhenchenya must deal with the imperial palace. The martial arts community must be dealt with by another group of martial arts masters. The independent cult of the holy demon is suitable for this. This is why Du Jinmyeon has come this far. But Wang-sun does not understand whether it makes sense for them to do this, even if these words are true. He assumes that they want to use the power of the holy cult to bring peace and balance to the world, but it could also be a deception, and they may want to use them for more than just a coup. By attacking the imperial army, the cult could find itself in danger, so Woon-sung does not understand why they would do this. The king promised to recognize the cult of the holy demon as the state religion, and to approve its leader as a national historical figure. San Gwan-chuk understands that then ordinary people will be able to study the teachings of the holy demon, and the emperor himself will also learn these teachings. It would also mean support for the cult, which he has strived for so hard and for so long. For this, they may start a battle. Just as San Gwan-chuk is surprised, Woon-sun, who understands that they are being offered the chance to fulfill the cult's dream, is also surprised. San Gwan-chuk and Du Jinmyeon eagerly await Woon-sun's response. After thinking it over, Woon-sung is sure that in the past he would have gone to war against Zhongyuan, but now everything is different. He remembers his revenge, but the cult he inherited from Chung Hui is also important to him. So Woon-sung tries to understand how the cult can trust the king. After that, Du Jinmyeon takes another letter from his sleeve. He hands it over and notes that the letter is signed and sealed with the seal of King Jinshin. Taking the scroll, Woon-sung opened it and began to read the words written there. He is unsure whether it is worth pursuing demonic practices in this way, and whether they should direct their spears at Zhongyuan. Suddenly, Du Jinmyeon showed them a glass of liquid and asked if they knew what it was. Looking at Wang-sun and San Gwan-chuk, he said briefly and calmly that he was holding poison. This made Wang-sun and San Gwan-chuk tense up and even start to get angry. Du Jinmyeon said that this poison had been used to kill the former cult leader, Chung Hui. At that moment, he felt the frenzied power of Woon-sun, who knocked him off his chair and slammed him against the wall. Hearing that this poison had killed Chung Hui, Woon-sun couldn't hold back and just went crazy. From the blow, Du Jinmyeon began coughing up blood, realizing that he had just barely escaped death. If he hadn't concentrated on protecting his back at the last moment, he would have been without a spine. He had punched a hole in one wall, flew through it, and crashed into another wall. Woon-sun immediately approached him and, using telekinesis, aimed a spear at Du Jinmyeon. Then Woon-sun grabbed him and slammed his head against the floor, leaving cracks. Do Jinmyeon tried with all his might to stay conscious because Woon-sun's attacks were not weak. At that moment, Woon-sun grabbed Do Jinmyeon again and lifted him up. He held him with only one hand and at the same time demonstrated the divine flame that spread around him. Barely holding on and unable to break free, Do Jinmyeon looks straight into Woon-sun's eyes. Woon-sun wants to use his actions to find out where Do Jinmyeon got this poison. He squeezes Do Jinmyeon's neck so tightly that it is difficult for him to breathe and speak. Demonstrating his rage, Woon-sun manages to hear that Do Jinmyeon stole the poison from the cult of the upside-down sky. These words made Woon-sun calm down and loosen his grip on Do Jinmyeon's neck. Then, to Woon-sun's surprise, Do Jinmyeon confirmed his words once again. After that, Woon-sun took the poison from his hands and took it for himself. He showed the bottle of poison and, pointing to it, confirmed the truth of Do Jinmyeon's words. In his mind, Woon-sun began to wonder why the teachers had been poisoned with poison from the cult of the upside-down heaven. He closed his eyes and tried to control his emotions that arose at the mention of his teacher, Chung-hui. Nevertheless, Woon-sun continued to ask Do Jinmyeon if he was sure that the poison belonged to the cult of the upside-down sky. He reacted skeptically to the affirmative answer, but he asked if other clans could create such a poison. Do Jinmyeon replied that he did not know for sure how many. He reminds him that the cult of the upside-down heavens has its roots in the martial arts community. But when Wong Yasun let him go, Do Jinmyeon added that this poison could be in their everyday life. Woon-sun is most interested in whether Va Du-gul, the head of the martial arts alliance, is also a member of the cult of the upside-down heavens. According to Do Jinmyeon, the probability of this being true is very high. Woon-sun did not expect to learn this information, but it was not enough for him. Therefore, Do Jinmyeon added that the probability of this was about 80%. Turning to Sun Guanchuk, Woon-sun, without even turning around, threw him a bottle of poison. Catching it, Sun Guanchuk understood everything without any explanation or order. Woon-sun was sure that San Guanchuk himself knew what to do with it. Understanding everything, San Guanchuk bowed and was ready to leave the room and get down to business. 2 weeks later, San Guanchuk reported that after conducting experiments on prisoners, he was sure that it was the same poison. Now, Woon-sun understands that his master, the Master of Spears, had secrets that were the reason he went somewhere without explanation. Moreover, when he went on his journey, no one saw him. So he was not just traveling in the martial arts community. He didn't tell Woon-sun anything, but from the look on his face, Woon-sun was sure that he knew what had happened. But he doesn't understand why the master didn't tell him anything. And if there is a problem, it should be solved. Woon-sun assumes that his teacher didn't want to worry him, but he always told him about other problems. In Woon-sun's opinion, if a person like Master Spica had secrets, there were reasons for it. He also believes that the teacher only wanted to save him and increase his chances of survival. He believes that his teacher was the one who cared about him, even when he was one step away from death, just like Chun-Hui. He recalls the day when he and a Master Spear's teacher were attacked by orthodox sects. He remembers how they were followed, and then a crowd treacherously attacked them both. As they fought back to back, his teacher hoped that Woon-su would manage to escape, and so he asked him to go to their sect hideout in Gansu. So now Woon-sung believes that the time has come for him to visit Zhongyuan. Putting hot tea on the table, Sang Guanchuk notes that Woon-sun could have simply called him. He sits down at the table opposite Woon-sung and asks what brought him here so late at night. Woon-sung decided to find out what would happen to the cult if he was absent. He was told that there could be problems. Although Sang Guanchuk can handle some internal problems, the leader has to make the decisions here. Sang Guanchuk also has records of when previous holy demons secretly left the cult, so they are prepared for this. But the problem is time. Von asks Woon-sun how long he plans to be away. Woon-sun replies that it will be at least 6 months and at most a year. Hearing this, Sang Guanchuk assumes that Woon-sun plans to visit Zhongyuan. He cannot trust only the letters he has received. Therefore, Sang Guanchun assumes that he wants to meet with King Jinshin. In fact, Woon-sung wants to see the state of martial arts society for himself, but Sang Guanchung does not know that Woon-sung wants to get into the hideout of the Spearmaster sect, so he suggests sending his men to Jinshin. When Sang Guanchung asked if he really wanted to do everything himself, Woon-sung thought about it. He notes that King Jinshin can stand up for himself even against someone who can control the emperor. He considers him an unusual person, so the best way to check is to visit him in person. Hearing this, Sang Guanchuk became convinced that Woon-sun was just like the previous leader, Chun-Hui. When Woon-sung heard the understanding in Sang Guanchuk's words, he thanked him. But when he was about to leave, Sang Guanchuk decided to delay him a little longer. He asked Woon-sung for 2 weeks to make all the necessary preparations. Despite his knowledge, Woon-sung often encounters obstacles. One of them is trying to achieve the plan of the gods, but he knows that if he follows this path, he will one day ascend from human form and become a god. His attempts to ascend his soul to heaven and his body to earth are already bearing fruit, and so he decides that he has had enough of these attempts for today and informs his assistant. At that moment, his assistant hands Woon-sung, who is still sitting on the floor, a towel. Turning to his assistant, Woon-sun sincerely thanks him for this. While taking a bath, Woon-sun realizes that he has made progress in understanding the section of the exceptional world. But in reality, his goal is not simply to understand the section of the exceptional world, but what lies beyond its boundaries. He wants to know what lies behind the divine art of the holy demon and the art of the Spearmaster sect. After taking a bath, Woon-sung walks down the hallway late at night. Suddenly, he stops in the middle of the corridor because he sees something unexpected. Under the starry evening sky, Ayeon stands in the hallway and watches. She turns around and sees Woon-sung in front of her and immediately greets him. In fact, Woon-sung was surprised that Ayeon had come to see him so late. He remembered how much she had grieved during the funeral of her father, Chun-Hui. But now, Woon-sun thinks she looks better, even though she doesn't seem to have overcome her difficulties. Approaching her, Woon-sun noticed that she seemed to be feeling better. Ayeon lowered her head and began the conversation by mentioning what she had heard about King Zhenkin's messenger. Woon-su responded approvingly and noted that he had caused a bit of a commotion here. She asks if there is any news about Zhonggruan. Woon-sung nods again. Then she asked if it had anything to do with her father, Chun-Hui. For a moment, Woon-sun just stood silently and looked at Ayeon. When Ayeon realized that this was indeed the case, Woonsung also nodded in agreement. After that, she clenched her fists, holding back her true emotions, and proudly raised her head. Suddenly, filled with enthusiasm, Aeon turned to Woonsung. She remembered that some records mentioned stories about divine saints fighting on the front lines during battles. The divine saints were unmatched in martial arts and could also use their divine power. She believed that Woonsung did not know this and pointed out that there were indeed divine saints who had made significant contributions. So she says that she wants to become a divine saint who can fight. But Woonsung already understands this. Thus, Woonsung believes that she wants to avenge her father, Chunhui, and Aeon says she has reasons for this. Woonsung says that if they find the person who killed Chunhui and a battle takes place, he will let her know. Suddenly, Aeon interrupts him, asking him to teach her martial arts, which surprises Woonsung. But Aeon is serious and asks Woonsung again to teach her martial arts. Sometime after this conversation, Aeon is standing at a table with metal bracelets. She dared to take one of them and put it on her hand. At that moment, her hand was pulled toward the floor, and Aeon felt as if her hand had been torn off. It took her a long time to lift her arm up, and she had to use a lot of effort and her chi. The bracelet is so heavy that she can barely lift it without using her ki. Aeon is surprised that Woonsung wears such bracelets every day, but Woonsung pointed out that he actually wore bracelets that were twice as heavy as the ones in front of Aeon. This surprises Aeon even more because she doesn't understand how he can handle such weight for so long. Putting the bracelets on her feet, she thinks that if what Woonsung said is true, then he is really strong. Using these bracelets reminds Aeon of the days of the hidden demons, and now Aeon has put the last bracelet on her leg, even though she didn't really want to. Now, without using ki, she cannot take a single step. The weight of her bracelets is equal to the weight of 2 adult men. Such training where Aeon has to wear bracelets without using ki should make her stronger. Woonsung notes that martial arts training begins with increasing the limits of one's own body. Since Woonsung used to be in 900th place, Aeon now believes that she should take his words seriously. Looking at Aeon, Woonsung assumes that she wants to learn advanced martial arts. Woonsung also notes that when she can move easily with the bracelets, their weight will need to be increased. Only when Aeon can move freely with a weight of 225 kilograms in a year will Woonsung begin to teach her. After these words, she clenched her fists, pulled herself together, and said that she was the daughter of the holy demon and a divine saint. She believes that if she cannot cope with such training, she will never reach the threshold of the hidden demon's cave. 2 weeks later, Woonsung finished preparing to go to Zhongyuan. He prepared some food, a few things, and some clothes for the journey. Although he was not affected by the temperature, Woonsung took warm clothes with him so as not to stand out. He was visited by Sangguan-chuk, who noted that it was time to go. Woonsung informed him that he had done everything possible to prepare during those weeks, and hoped that he had not forgotten anything. Sangguan-chuk noticed Woonsung's bracelets and asked if he was going to keep wearing them. Adjusting one of them, Woonsung said that there was no need to relax during the trip. But Sangguan-chuk was surprised at how easily Woonsung moved while carrying the weight of an adult on each limb. Before leaving, Woonsung asked if Sangguan-chuk had finished his preparations. Sangguan-chul asks if one person can enter the palace alone. He adds that he took care of the bracelets at the request of the former leader. Bowing, Sangguan-chuk said that he had left them at the palace entrance. Turning around, Sangguan-chuk asked the person hiding around the corner to come inside. At that moment, a young man with dark hair and a hairstyle like Woonsung's came out from around the corner. When Woonsung saw this guy, he was very surprised by his appearance. He stared at him intently, examining every detail of his appearance. The guy dressed in the same clothes as Woonsung bowed and greeted the leader. He looked like a copy of him. He was no match for Woonsung in martial arts, but Sangguan-chuk made sure that his appearance and character were similar to Woonsung's. Now, Woonsung understood that Sangguan-chuk had prepared a replacement. According to him, the other letters had done the same. Looking at him, Woonsung thought he was his twin brother. He also noticed a copy of his white knight spear on the boy's back. Because he was staring so intently, Woonsung felt that even his spear reacted to it. And after a long contemplation, Woonsung admits that the boy really looks like him. A slight smile appeared on the boy's face from Woonsung's praise. Passing by him on his way out, Woonsung said that he was leaving everything to him. After that, Sangguan-chuk turned to Woonsung and said that he had gathered information from Zhongyuan. Sangguan-chuk noted that he could not confirm the truth of all of Dojin Mayan's words. In his opinion, the emperor is indeed eccentric, so Dojin Myan did not mince words. But that doesn't change anything, and Woonsung will still do what he has to do. Sitting under the starry sky, Woonsung looks at the tablet he was given to take with him on his journey. According to the certificate, he is Hyok Woonsung, a disciple of an orthodox sect in Guangdong province, which is a front for a cult. He believes that this is a common name, and that no one will associate the name of the cult leader with the name of a deceased disciple of the Spearmaster sect. Not far from Woonsung, a group of people appears who have already realized that someone is there. Sensing the presence of this group, Woonsung assumes that they are a guild of merchants and transporters. He has not encountered them before in his past life, and they do not appear to be a large group. As they approach Woonsung, he thinks that this is a new group that appeared while he was in the cult. One of the group members approached Woonsung, bowed, and asked permission to stop and rest beside him. When Woonsung agreed, the man called out to the others that they were stopping to rest. He thanked Woonsung but did not hear a word from him, which surprised him greatly. At first, the man did not understand why Woonsung was silent and practically did not react to them. He thought that Woonsung did not like to talk, but he introduced himself as Ungwanguk, the chief representative of the group of the Four Seas. In response, Woonsung introduced himself as Hyuk Woonsung from the Orthodox Cleach sect. Ungwanguk asked him where he was going and assumed that he was heading to Zhongyuan. Although Woonsung thought the man was too talkative, he said that he was on his way to Gansu. To get to Gansu, one must pass through the Jade Gate, where, according to Ungwanguk, there is a gang of mountain bandits. Since Woonsung was going there alone, Ungwanguk assumed that he did not know about this gang. And since it is dangerous to travel through the mountains alone, he offers Woonsung to go with them. But Woonsung becomes curious as to why the authorities do not get rid of this gang. According to Ungwanguk, the authorities have no desire to deal with the problems beyond the Jade Gate. When Woonsung hears that the Imperial Palace has many problems, he becomes curious about what this means. Surprised, Ungwanguk looks at Woonsung and cannot understand how he could not know about this. But Woonsung explained that he had arrived in Xinjiang when he was younger and was now returning home. Now, Un Guanguk understood what was going on and began to tell him that the emperor had been behaving strangely for a long time. The changes have become more and more noticeable, and the official Hongbin has also started to behave strangely. Because of this, Wunseong suspects that Hongbiga has also been replaced, but he wants to confirm these rumors. However, rumors do not appear without reason, and merchants are sensitive to various rumors. These words seem like an insult to the emperor, and the fact that they are being said to a stranger indicates that they are spreading quickly. According to Wunsun, the other members of the group think the same as Un Guanguk. At this time, sitting by the fire, they discuss why their boss, Un Guanguk, is talking to such a young man. Some of them believe that Un Guanguk thinks it is better to talk to a stranger than to them, who do not want to talk. Drinking his drink, one of the group members does not understand why Un Guanguk needs to behave so friendly. He suggests that it is because of the gangsters that Un Guanguk has decided to enlist the support of a martial arts master. Some of them believe that even a second-rate martial artist is better than those who have learned a few tricks. Moreover, martial artists in Xinjiang are usually demonic practitioners or criminal. They consider Wunsung to be a second-rate martial artist. They judge Wunsung by his flat temples and ordinary eyes. And he believes that Wung Sun is a third-rate master at the peak of his powers and the best of the other third-rate masters. They believe that Wung Sun looks strong on the outside, but his true martial arts skills will be seen in battle. After some time, a crowd of men prevents them from continuing their journey through the mountains for free. The man does not like how others treat him because he is the master of this mountain. Opposite them stands Wun Sun, who does not understand since when the Green Forest Fortress has had influence in Xinjiang. In front of him are several members of a gang who do not seem inclined to engage in friendly conversation. But Un Guanchuk does not want any trouble and is even willing to pay for unhindered passage. The mention of payment piqued the bandits' interest. They wanted to know how much he was willing to pay for passage. And Un Guanchuk named his price for each person in their group, including himself and the head of security. Moreover, it would be an official payment from the Four Seas Transport Group. But the leader of the gang thought it over and said he would let them pass if they paid 5 times as much. Near them stood Woonsung, who also witnessed this conversation. The members of the Four Seas group were very surprised by the amount, as it was not a small sum. At that moment, they began to draw their weapons, as they believed this was their only option. But Un Guanchuk stopped them, preventing a fight from breaking out with the gang. Despite his group's indignation, he said that they would pay the amount if it would allow them to avoid a fight. But suddenly, the leader of the gang said that he had made a mistake, and that the payment should be 5 times higher. 10 times more, or even better, 20 times more. The look on his face made it clear that he was ready to fight. Now even Un Guanchul himself thinks the amount is too much for them. He is sure that the gangsters wanted to rob them from the very beginning, and therefore believes that he may die here. But before dying, Un Guanchul plans to take 5 bandits with him to the other world. Suddenly, Woon Sung comes out and says that they never intended to take the money in the first place. He starts walking closer to the gangsters, and Un Guansuk tries to stop him. But Woon Sung ignores him and asks why the gangsters didn't say right away that they were going to rob them. Woon Sun's self-confidence began to annoy the gang leader. He immediately attacked Woon Sun, thinking that he had decided to die there, which was why he was behaving that way. The members of the Four Seas Transport Group assumed that this would be the end of Woon Sung's life. But Woon Sun managed to dodge, and the bandit only damaged Woon Sun's shoulder. This surprised everyone present, and they watched intently to see what would happen next. At that moment, the bandit flew back with such force that he crashed into a tree with his back. Those around him did not understand what had happened and why Woon Sun was unharmed while Un Guanchuk had flown back. Someone was hiding behind the tree that the bandit had flown into. This person noted that Woon Sun was skilled for his age. The man who came out from behind the tree notes that this gangster is very strong, but Woon Sung managed to throw him back easily. He does not know who Woon Sung is, but considers him a very talented young man. Smiling calmly and easily to one side, Woon Sung looks at his interlocutor. They stand facing each other, both confident and looking intently into each other's eyes. But Woonsun dared to break the silence and asked his interlocutor if he was the leader of the gangsters. But the man who had just appeared before him said that he was just a regular guest. Then he confidently adds that he is a guest who has come to earn some money. But Woonsu found this lie rather foolish for someone who was talking to a man who had crashed into a tree. The man also noted that Woonsu's punch seemed successful to him, and therefore offered to take him as his student. This offer did not seem like a good idea to Woonsu. He took a breath before answering. Then he asked if the man had seen how he had managed to knock one of the gangsters down. He had indeed seen everything, and it seemed very impressive to him, but not enough to convince him. But Woonsun then asked the man for permission to ask him something. Woonsung asked the man if he had seen it, or if Woonsung had allowed him to see it. Woonsun's question made the man think and suspect something. But before he could even think it through, Woonsun attacked him. From Woonsun's blow, the man flew backward with only one hand. He lay on the ground, not understanding what had happened. Until that moment, he had seen a shadow, and then his body had simply shifted. Getting up, the man realized that Woonsun had been hiding his true strength. Shouting about it, the man quickly got to his feet, angry that Woonsun had attacked him. He took out his 6-section spear with pink liquid on its blade. He introduced himself as Nam Chu Wung, a martial arts master of the poisonous snake sect. Pointing his spear at Woonsung, Nam Chu Un noticed that Woonsung was quite accurate with his strikes. He then threatened Woonsung with death for insulting him. But Woonsung thought that Nam Chu Un only understood part of the truth. After all, he did not even understand that Woonsung deliberately did not kill him with his explosive blow. Moreover, Woonsung had never heard of this sect. He understood that he could not kill Nam Ju Wung with a single blow because it would attract too much attention. And he has no desire to gain fame through Zhong Yuan, although a little fame would make his journey easier. Wu Guanchul wonders if Nam Chu Un is really that strong. This question surprised Un Guanchuka because it seems that everyone should have heard of Nam Chu Un, the martial arts master. Woonsung reminds him that he knows nothing about the important figures of today. These conversations surprise and annoy Nam Chu Un, which he tells Woonsung. Then he rushed into the attack, hoping that Woonsung would not be able to save his life. But Woonsung skillfully dodged Nam Chun's attack while simultaneously drawing his spear. He is as strong as a great demon, so Woonsung can handle him without a spear, but that would attract too much attention. Woon Sung didn't need that much information. Rumors that he had fought on equal terms with a martial arts master were enough for him. He began to attack Namun Chun in response, while simultaneously fending off his blows. He was able to scratch Namun Chun's face with his spear without any effort. This satisfied Woon Sung, but Namun Chun was unpleasantly shocked. The members of the transport group did not understand how Woon Sung could fight on par with a martial arts master. Angered by the scratch, Nam Un Chun clenched his weapon in his hands and rushed into the attack. But very quickly, the anger on his face turned to pain. Woon Sung, without waiting for Nam Woo to strike, attacked first and hit his target. Even before this fight, Woon Sung knew that he could easily defeat Nam Woong. Wounded, Nam Un Chun did not even understand how it happened. But Woon Sung quickly but painfully pulled his spear out of Nam Woong's body. After all, he was going to finish this battle as if it were a fierce confrontation. Nam Un Chun's lifeless body fell to the ground, and Woon Sung pretended to be tired. At that moment, Woon Sung glanced at the people around him, showing his anger. At this moment, everyone around is shocked that Woon Sung managed to defeat the martial arts master of the poisonous snake sect. A moment later, they all decide to flee the scene, taking advantage of the opportunity to pass through the gate. But Taeun Gwanchuk did not expect this from an orthodox sect he had never heard of before. He decided to praise Woon Sung, calling his skills memorable, to which Woon Sung replied that the fight was not easy and that Un Gwanchuk was mistaken. He asked Woon Sung if he had been injured during the fight. Woon Sung replied that he was unharmed, but his clothes were torn to shreds. Smiling slightly, Un Gwanchuk promises to buy Woon Sung a nice set of clothes before passing through the gate. Although Woon Sung had extra clothes, he gladly accepted the offer. It was the least the group of merchants could do for Woon Sung, as he had just saved their lives. After a while, they arrive at the nearest clothing store. In this store, Woon Man tries on a new burgundy outfit. Pleased, Un Gwanchuk thinks that Woon Sung looks like a hero from a martial arts movie. These clothes reminded Woon Sung of the time when his teacher gave him similar clothes, only of better quality. He returned to Un Gwanchuk, bowed, and thanked him for the gift. Won Gwanchul bowed in response and reiterated that it was nothing compared to what he had done. In Woon Sung's opinion, although Un Gwanchuk liked to talk, he was still a good man. Two guards stood at the passage through the Jade Gate, keeping order. In order to pass through the Jade Gate and enter the Silk Road, one must undergo an inspection. The guards' fatigue is clearly visible on their faces. According to Un Gwanchuk, the Jade Gate does not look too crowded today. The guards realize that these are members of the Four Seas group and that they are not carrying any contraband. But the guard noticed that there is one more person than indicated on his list. Woon Sung pointed out that he is not part of this group, so the guard asked why he is traveling with them. Won Gwanchuk intervened in their conversation and explained where they had met, where Won Sun was from, and where he was going. At that moment, Un Gwanchuk handed the guard a small bag. The guard took it and quickly hid it in the sleeve of his outer garment. Woon Sung realized that they were trying to extort money from them. He noticed that almost all the people passing through the gate were giving the guards bags of money. This seemed completely unfair and rather suspicious to Woon Sung. He was shocked that even at the border, the authorities had become like this, and he couldn't even imagine what was happening in the palace. After passing through the gate, Woon Sun turns to Un Gwanchuk, saying that it is time to say goodbye. Embarrassed, Un Gwanchuk apologized for not being able to help him, but Woon Sun did not agree. After all, it was thanks to him that Woon Sung learned about the affairs in Zhongyuan. Moreover, Woon Sung is confident that Un Gwanchuk will spread rumors about his victory over Nam Chuan. He thinks about how he must hide his two identities as the leader of a cult and a disciple of the Spearmaster. But if they find out that he is the cult leader, it will cause a lot of misunderstanding and questions. Now, Woon Sung is heading to Haozuo to a secret hideout. Woon Sung will get there in 10 days. Near the Kilian Mountains, something unpleasant happens to Woon Sung. It all started when Woon Sung stopped in a town at the foot of Mount Kilian. He was passing by a bar from which drunk people were coming out in high spirits. Elsewhere, he noticed two men, also drunk, who started fighting each other. They were hitting each other because of an argument that had happened earlier. The place seemed very noisy to Woon Sung, so he wanted to go somewhere quieter. Near one of the houses, he saw a gate with the words, "Golden Sunrise," written above it. The place seemed peaceful to him, but when he opened the door, he saw children inside. One of the children stood up, came closer, bowed to Won-soo, and greeted him. A girl peeked out of the window and also greeted Woon-soo at the Golden Sunrise Tavern. The child who met Woon Sung asked him to follow her inside. Sitting down at the table, Woon Sung asked for a small portion of food, and he was immediately offered rice with beef. When his order was taken, Woon Sung remained seated, thinking about this place. The girl who was serving Woon Sung approached the girl behind the window with the order. While she was standing next to the girl she called her sister, she glanced shyly at Woon Sung. Woon Sung wondered why they were so young and already running this place, and he found her glance puzzling. When the food was brought, Woon Sung immediately tasted it and found it delicious, especially considering it was prepared by a child. But he doesn't understand why there are so few visitors in this place because the food is delicious. Suddenly, a group of men entered and began discussing their shady business and how much they enjoyed it. Seeing them, Woon Sung assumed that they were ordinary gangsters who did not even know martial arts. In his opinion, it was because of visitors like them that there were no other customers. Woon Sung was intrigued by the behavior of the women who ran the place. He looked at the girls and immediately saw sadness in the eyes of the girl who was preparing the food. But in the waitress, Woon Sung noticed not sadness, but anger and unwillingness to see them there. Seeing their reaction, Woon Soo was certain of his guess about her. A group of men sat down on the other side of the hall. The waitress reluctantly approached them. The men were sitting at a table laughing loudly and talking among themselves. They annoyed Woon Sung, but in order not to attract attention, he decided to endure it until they crossed the line. Suddenly, one of the men with an eye patch stood up from his seat. He headed somewhere. His friends told him to be careful with her. Then he goes into the kitchen to the girl who is cooking in the restaurant. He starts asking her about her life. Then he reached out his hands to her and tears began to well up in the girl's eyes. Realizing what was happening in the kitchen, Woon Soo felt sorry for the girl. He was able to shift his attention from the sounds coming from the kitchen to the waiter. The waiter was sitting on a bench with a knife in his hands, looking very nervous. He looked toward the kitchen door where one of the bards had come out and couldn't contain his anger. Suddenly, he heard laughter next to him. They were laughing at the guy holding the knife. The thugs surround the guy and start asking him what he was going to do with the knife. They assume that he wanted to attack them. They laugh at how insolent he is. A man with a bandage over his eye joined them. He wants to know what the boy is up to. He crouched down in front of the boy and assumed that he wanted to hit him because he had been harassing his sister. At that moment, he grabbed the guy's arm, preventing him from stabbing him. Then he kicked him so hard that the boy flew backwards. The young man fell to the ground and writhed in pain, unable to even get up. Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, the girl ran out and tried to protect her brother. But one of the gang members grabbed her by the arm, preventing her from even getting close to the boy. The girl could only scream and try to break free and help her brother, whose name was Su-song. The man with the bandage laughs. He says that he is trying his best to get his sister pregnant, but she is so ungrateful. At that moment, the man kicked the boy in the back again. All this time, the guy holds on tightly and bravely endures all the pain from the blows. Woon-sung watches all this, but he is in no hurry to intervene, let alone help them. He remembered that he was exactly like this before his teacher took him as a student. He also remembered how he came to take revenge on the man who beat him after he became stronger. Then he stood over the lifeless body of the cruel man who had previously tormented him. Behind him stood his sect master, Master Spear, who witnessed their dispute. Now Woon-sung is thinking that maybe he should have followed the path of a demonic practitioner. He wants to destroy these bandits for forcing him to remember those times, but he doesn't want to play the hero. Therefore, Woon-sung hopes that the boy will give him another reason to help him. He hopes that the boy will hold on to the knife as if his life depended on it. He doesn't want Susan to go through the same thing he did because of old Ginshi Beck, and he wants to teach the gang a lesson. While Woon-sung is thinking about this, the man with the blindfold continues to beat Susan. He kicks Susan, but Woon-sung knows that it is not yet time to respond. He hopes that Susan will continue to hold on to the knife because an opportunity may soon arise. Susan's eyes are filled with rage. He doesn't relax for a moment and waits for that very opportunity. According to Woon-sung, people need to learn how to catch fish, not give it away. If you want to survive in this cruel world, you have to become more cruel yourself. Woon-sung could easily help him, but he wants Susan to prove that his life has value. Before helping him, Susan must prove that he can survive in this world without help. Now he has to stay close to the ground and dodge the attack. Soon the same opportunity will arise. Although the gangster is angry that Susan dodged and continues to beat him, he will stop after 3 more blows. When he stops, he will start to catch his breath, and that will be Susan's chance. At that moment, he will be able to strike the man in the headband directly in the stomach. And then Woon-sung noticed that the opportunity had presented itself, and that Susan needed to act. Susan decides to take advantage of this opportunity and approaches his enemy. He was about to stab the man with a knife when he stopped and thought that he couldn't do it. The man in the headband took advantage of this moment and grabbed Susan, who hesitated. Since Susan did not strike his enemy, Woon-sung thought that this was how it would end. Since he couldn't become more violent, there was no point in helping him. But suddenly he noticed that Susan was not giving up, and was holding the knife tightly in his hands again. This made Woon-sung think that Susan wanted to try to attack again, but that it would be his last chance. As soon as the chance arose, Susan immediately rushed to attack his opponent. This shocked all the gangsters present. They did not expect Susan to attack any of them. Tears welled up in Susan's eyes. Woon-sung understood that this was due to the shock of killing someone for the first time. But the most important thing was that he had taken his first small step toward power. At that moment, Susan was immediately surrounded by other gangsters from the group. But Susan did not show them his fear. On the contrary, he showed his anger. Suddenly, Woon-sung appeared behind the gangsters and said that their fight was over. The men became angry that Woon-sung was interfering in their business, and demanded that he stay out of it. But they didn't even have time to turn around before Woon-sung landed his first blows. He turned to Susan and praised him for completing his task. In this world, it is not only the strongest who survive, but also those who fight for their lives to become stronger. The gangsters were alarmed and surprised by Woon-sung's words. They decide to attack Woon-sung because his actions seem like he wants to die. Woon-sung notes that until now, Susan had been weak, but he had taken a step towards strength, and now Woon-sung will show him what he can do when he becomes stronger. While Woon-sung is lecturing Susan, the gangsters attack. At that moment, Susan closes his eyes tightly out of fear of what might happen. But Woon-sung tells him to watch carefully, and Susan opens his eyes wide, trying to overcome his fear. At that moment, a stick flew past the neck of one of the bandits and stuck into the wall. Spreading his arms wide, Woon-sung began to demonstrate the divine fire. Using telekinesis, Woon-sung lifted the chopsticks from the tables into the air. Seeing the chopsticks in the air, Susan was surprised because he did not understand how this was possible. Besides him, the gang members were also surprised and didn't know what to do next. One of the gang members began to threaten Woon-sung, saying that they were from the Black Law sect. But even that didn't stop Woon-sung, which impressed everyone even more. Usually when people hear that name, they are afraid. They realized that Woon-sung wasn't afraid because he was a stranger, and explained that if he crossed their path, the sect would take revenge. Sitting down on a chair, Woon-sung calmly pointed out that when you're going to throw out trash, you have to throw out what's on the street too. The sticks began to move closer to the gangsters, who no longer looked so confident. In the martial arts community, insults are not uncommon, so it is not worth fighting over trifles. But if it happened, Woon-sung noted that it was not worth leaving traces behind, especially if it was trash, and he directed his power at the gangsters. Today, the sect called the Black Law disappeared in flames. The next day, in the Golden East, Woon-sung is greeted as a respected master. Standing before him is Susan, whom Woon-sung helped defeat the bandits yesterday. Looking at Susan, Woon-sung thinks that he must have stood there all night. When Woon-sung approached, Susan said that he had been waiting for him here. But Woon-sung thought that yesterday they had settled all matters with the bandits in the Black Law sect. So he is surprised that Susan needs something else. And if that was really the case, he would consider Susan to be quite greedy. After that, Susan bowed to Woon-sung and asked him to teach him how to fight. But Woon-sung believed that he had not done so yesterday. After all, the determination to hold a sword is the basis of fighting. He believes that he taught Susan how not to be a victim, but to become someone who can stand up for himself. Without raising his head, Susan said that he had thought about it all night. He does not think that everything will end with the Black Law sect, because after them, others will appear and mock them. Susan said that they do not live with their parents, and that their parents died a year after buying this establishment. After that, people started to look at this establishment only because it was run by such young people. Woonsung listens to Susan's entire story about how they wanted to close the establishment and buy it for a pittance, as well as how they harassed his sister. Susan also notes that he is sure that another sect will appear that will harass them because of their age and weakness. Standing up, Susan wipes the tears that have appeared during this passionate story from his eyes. Therefore, he once again confidently asks Woonsung to teach him how to fight so that he can protect his sister. However, Woonsung is confident that he can learn martial arts at the dojo. But Susan pointed out that the dojo would not teach him until he had money to pay for his training. Woonsung remembered that he had also been in a similar situation and had looked up to martial arts masters. That is why he once went to the dojo to learn martial arts. But there, because he sparred with other children, Woonsung was bedridden for 10 days from being beaten with a bag. He looks at Susan and doesn't understand why he has this headache. He reminds Woonsung a lot of himself and thinks their fates are similar, like a chance to live another life. But he is not going to give up so easily. Woonsung explains that he does not have time because he has to get to a certain place. So Susan decides to follow Woonsung. But before letting this happen, Woonsung reminds him of his sister. At that moment, Susan remembers his sister and wonders what to do next. Woonsung explains that he will then have to leave the sister he wants to protect so much. These words made Susan think even more about what would happen to his sister. He looked no older than 14, so it made sense that he had forgotten that his sister would be left alone. Then a girl peeked out of the kitchen window and said that they would go together. She then came out of the kitchen to Susan and Woonsung, who noticed her. She asks permission to go with them and, so as not to get in the way, offers to help with cooking and other household chores. But Susan did not expect this and tried to stop her. But the girl's expression showed that she was ready for this. Everything becomes even more complicated for Woonsung. He no longer knows how to refuse them. So he remembers that this establishment was purchased with the money their parents worked hard to earn. He points out that it is their inheritance, and he is not sure that the children can sell it so easily. The girl approached one of the walls of the establishment and placed her hand on it as if it were something dear to her. She understands that this is all that remains of her parents, but it should not stand in the way of her brother's future. Turning back, she says that because of their age, they don't know much, and would be happy if Woonsung became Susan's teacher. This seems selfish to Woonsung, as she is putting her future and well-being above everything else. But it shows how much she cares for her brother as a sister. Woonsung thinks about what he would be like if he had a family. Then he realizes that he does have one. And that family is his teachers. Just as Susan has his sister, Woonsung had his two teachers. These are the people who taught him everything, regardless of his true origins. After thinking about it, Woonsung asked what Susan's sister's name was. Holding her brother by the shoulder, the girl introduced herself to Woonsung as Guan-ah. After that, he turned to Susan and said that he would give him a chance because of his sister's words. Happy, Susan and Guan-aha exchanged glances as they had achieved their goal. But suddenly, Woonsung said that he would only take them with him after they passed a test. Using his power, Woonsung carved some words on a board. Then he turned around and asked Guan-aha if she could read. She replied that she could read a little. Immediately, the board that Woonsung had just been working on appeared in her hands. From that day on, the two of them had to learn what Woonsung had written on the board. But Woonsung wasn't done yet and waved his hand to bring a knife closer to him. He firmly grasped the knife in his hand, which he had pulled from the kitchen with telekinesis. With one swift movement, he made a cut in the wall of the establishment with the knife. He added that he would take them with him if they could make a similar cut when he returned. This meeting for the three of them could be a coincidence or an unavoidable fate. Leaving the establishment, Woonsung adds that only they themselves can decide how to live their lives. After a while, Woonsung arrived at Gyoseo, where he had not been for a long time. He remembers how his teacher loved to stand on the mountain and watch the sunset. At one point, Woonsung feels someone's unexpected presence behind him. He turns around quickly to see who is standing there, but behind him he sees no one, only footprints in the grass. This made Woonsung think that his teacher's remains had been thrown into these mountains, and he even thought he should try to find them. But the bones could have already crumbled, and all Woonsung could do was set up a plaque and commemorate the anniversary of his death on his own. It was a cruel reality for Woonsung. He looked at the setting sun and thought that there was no more time to waste. There were 3 temples in Gyo's, and Woonsung went to the oldest one. He approached the statue in the center of the temple and pulled its finger. After that, the statue moved and an underground passage opened beneath it. Before going down, Woonsung used his powers to assess the situation around him. He found no one nearby, neither in the temple nor on its grounds. A moment later, the statue returned to its place, and Woonsung disappeared from the room. Descending, Woonsung found himself in an illusion of a beautiful bamboo forest. There he found a steel door with a 3-layer mechanism and began to remember how it opened. The Master Sect's vault kept records of martial arts and teachings, which is why such protective mechanisms were necessary. In the past, many people hunted for these records. Even a single document would have been enough to spark a scandal. To protect the records, the Spearmaster Sect built this vault. This vault is almost as good as the Shaolin House of Records and the Holy Cult's Holy Vault of the Demon Sea. Wang Sun knows only one place where the teacher could have hidden something here. He approached one of the shelves, turned to the teacher, and bowed. Near this shelf, Wang Sun froze and began to remember that this was the shelf with his teacher's personal records. The past masters of the spear did the same. At that time, he advised Wang Sun to do the same. This bookshelf was filled only with notes related to the study of martial arts. There was a red box on it, and when Woonsung opened it, he saw a dagger inside. He also found a letter stating that if he was reading it, he had survived. The author of the letter had died, but he wrote that he was happy that his student had survived. After reading a few lines, Woonsung realized that it was his teacher's handwriting. He was overcome with emotion. The teacher wrote that he hoped Woonsung would not get involved. Now Woonsung understands that his teacher knew something he had not told him. He notes that it is dangerous and that Woonsung should forget about it and continue living. Woonsung understood why his teacher had written this letter. It was because he was worried about him. The teacher did not want Woonsung to seek revenge because then he could face death. But Woonsung has no intention of giving up because he has spent his new life for this very purpose. Moreover, the teacher's desire for Woonsung to survive and inherit the Master's sect is futile because he also died. But he still had a chance, his only chance to avenge his teacher's death and his own. To bring justice, he had to read on. But Woonsung has no intention of seeking justice because heroes die young, and he has no desire to become a hero. He asks for forgiveness for continuing to read for revenge rather than justice. But first he wants to know the truth behind the demonic writings that led to their downfall. To bring justice, he must take the dagger and go to the leader of the Bloody Justice sect. He will tell him the whole truth that needs to be known, and after that, Woonsung must burn the letter. Woonsung read every line of the letter carefully and tried to restrain his emotions. After reading the letter, Woonsung closed his eyes to calm his emotions. This letter contained the last will of Woonsung's teacher, but he asked him to burn it, which Woonsung did not want to do. However, his teacher would not have asked him to do this without a reason. Therefore, Woonsung believed that there was something else. Pulling himself together, Woonsung finally set fire to the letter from his teacher, but he didn't want to see the letter burn. All this time, he held the paper in his hand, and at some point, Woonsung looked at the corner he was holding. He noticed that one corner was not burning for some reason and assumed that it was another message from the teacher. Woonsung saw that it was a message from his teacher about his distrust of the Imperial Palace. This could mean that Jin Myung was telling the truth, and the teacher knew about it 10 years ago. Ichang and Hubei was far away, but on the way there was the residence of King Jinshin. It is not an easy journey, as Hubei is one of the most difficult and dangerous places in the martial arts community. If anyone finds out that the leader of the Holy Demon cult has come here, he will not leave this place alive. The two guardians of the martial arts community are two stars. The first star is the Buddhists, and the second is the Blade. They say that the Star of the Buddhists is hidden in the minds of Buddhists, while the Star of the Sword makes its way through a forest of swords. But the biggest problem for Woonsung right now is Jado Gyul. Although the chance of meeting him is slim, Woonsung cannot rule out the possibility entirely. Woonsung is worried about whether he will be able to control his anger when he sees him. Until now, he has been able to control himself because he has not seen his face. He does not know if he will be able to remain calm when he sees Jado Gyul's face. At this time, people are working tirelessly on Mount Wushan in Fujian province. They are very tired and dream of finishing their work so they can go and have a drink. One of the men became curious about what they were looking for. Some suggest that it is an iron vein that must be somewhere below. Others have heard that it is silver or even gold. A dispute arises among the workers about what they are looking for. The one who started the conversation pointed out that none of them knew what they were digging for in this mountain, but many didn't care because they were getting good pay, and the rest was the boss's problem. The man openly agreed with this because they were working for good money, but since he started working there, he has had a bad feeling, even worse than if there were going to be an avalanche. Still, he believes it's just a feeling. When he pays off his gambling debt and stops gambling, the man turns to the guy who continues to work and offers him to take a break so as not to tire himself out. But the young man says that everything is fine and he will rest when he finishes at that place. The other workers think the young man is hardworking. One of them would even marry his daughter to him if he had one. Another starts laughing, saying that if he had a daughter with a face like that, she would never get married. The men began to laugh at each other without thinking about how others might react to their jokes. Suddenly, a man approached them and asked what they were doing there. It was the supervisor, Jeanbaek Gi, who explained that if the bosses found out that they were loafing around, there would be trouble. The men are in no hurry to listen to Jeanbaek Gi. They also laugh at him and promise to return to work. Now they are laughing and discussing various topics together with Jeanbaek Gi. Suddenly, a man who had been digging stumbles upon something. His colleagues became curious about what had happened and hoped that it was gold. The man crouched down and began to wipe the surface with his hand. He assumes that he has found a coffin. Seeing the coffin, another worker suggested that there must be a cemetery at this site. But in his opinion, this was not the grave of an ordinary person, as there were many different inscriptions on the walls of the coffin. They believe that this coffin is very old, at least 500 years old, but they did not even expect to see such a find. This coffin could be priceless if the inscriptions on the walls are secret martial arts techniques. All the workers who work in these mountains gathered around the unearthed coffin. Everyone was curious to see the find. It turned out to be exactly what they were supposed to find here. Jeanbaek Gi was pleased that they were able to find it. When the workers heard this, one of them asked if they were really looking for a coffin and not a vein of gold or silver. At that moment, Jeanbaek Gi unexpectedly killed one of the men present. He said that since he had found everything he needed, he no longer needed the workers. It was for the sake of the turned heaven. On that day, all the workers died in the fire, but this happened not only in this place, but also in other corners of the earth. At this time, Vong Son arrived in Ichang. He decided to ask people on the street about the Bloody Justice sect, hoping that it was well known. But when he started asking passersby, they said they had never heard of it, and were surprised that it even existed. Even merchants who had lived there for many years had never heard of such a sect. Even the Xiao Wu sect had no idea about the Bloody Justice sect. Of the 15 sects in Ichanya, there is not a single one called Bloody Justice. In Wonsun, people even began to think that they had disappeared over the last decade. But then the Xiao Wu sect would have reported it, because they are not the type to hide information after receiving a large sum of money. So he assumes that the sect may be operating under a different name or simply hiding. The only way out he sees now is to force the members of the Bloody Justice sect to look for him themselves. So he began to draw the dagger he found in his master's box in the storage room of the Masters of the Sword on sheets of paper. He hung the drawings everywhere throughout the city. These drawings attracted a large crowd of people, most of whom did not understand what they meant. One son believed that the sect had to understand what the drawing meant. To make sure no one got in, he rented a room from which he could see everything. Then a man approached the drawings. He tore down the drawing and took it with him. Outside the city, a girl without a car offers to go and meet him. The man believes that whoever hung the drawings of the 5 jade daggers everywhere is definitely looking for them. Another man points out that he cannot find them, and therefore wants to tell them to get in touch. This could mean that a new owner of the dagger they thought was lost has appeared, but without a plan to meet him, they cannot proceed. The 4 of them gather around the table, but the girl suggests checking if he really is the new owner of the 5 jade dagger. One of the men is sure of this because he followed him when he was hanging up the drawings, and saw the dagger on his belt where the 5th jade was black. The curved dagger with the 5th black jade is, in the man's opinion, the best proof that he is the owner of the dagger. Besides, he must know how to use the dagger. The girl was delighted because he really was the owner of the dagger. But still, they believe that there is one problem with all this. The other members of the sect do not understand what the problem is. The previous owner of the dagger was the leader of the Spearmaster sect, Nu Yu On, who fell victim to a conspiracy by the martial arts community. The dagger of the 5 jade stones was lost at that time, but now it is unclear how it reappeared. One of them suggests that the person who possesses the dagger is using it for their own benefit and therefore wants to contact the Blood Justice sect. The leader of the group notes that this is a possibility and they must not forget it. The girl thinks they should still test him, and if he's worthy of the dagger, he should pass their test. Perhaps he will even be worthy of being accepted into the Bloody Justice sect. Woon-sung noticed that the drawing had been torn down and is now waiting for the Bloody Justice sect to make a move. He sits in one of the establishments and thinks about the Blood Justice sect. At that moment, Woon-sung witnesses a fight between men. They are shouting and insulting each other and have even taken out their weapons to use against each other. One of them calls the other sect third rate. He wonders if they are really the sect of the honest world. He has never heard of it, but his interlocutor does not think that the Blade Foundation sect is any better. He is going to take revenge for the insults. The quarrel between them grows more intense and turns into serious insults and threats of violence. Suddenly, someone dressed in black flies through the window of the establishment, as if he had been thrown there. The sound of broken glass and someone falling attracted the attention of the men who were arguing. Turning around, they see a girl lying unconscious on the floor, who must have flown through the window. The girl quickly began to get up from the floor without showing any pain. She saw the men behind her and, without getting up completely, immediately began to ask for their help. But the men were in no hurry to help and began to question her about what had happened. She introduced herself as Lim Soo-yeon, a student of the Precious Sword sect. She had encountered a group of Black Path members and had to fight them. The men began to discuss the Precious Sword sect, which is located outside Echeng and is very well known. Even Woon-sung had heard of this sect 10 years ago, so he believes that it must be very large. And at that moment, men began to appear near the broken glass, trying to catch up with Lim Soo-yeon. 3 men entered the room and said that they would kill anyone who stood in their way. Woon-sung watches them, and the man with the sword seems to him to be a first-class fighter who is skilled with a sword. They began to wave their weapons and ask who among those present was brave enough to stand in their way. The men in the establishment began to back away, saying that they had been there before she arrived. Another man who had been acting tough shortly before also began to fear and deny his involvement with Lim Soo-yeon. With despair in her eyes, Lim Soo-yeon turned around and asked if there was really no one here who would help her. Woon-sung's thoughts were confused. Once again, he wanted to help an innocent person, but he didn't want to be a hero. Drinking another glass of liquor, he got up from the table, approached the balcony, and asked them to end this. The gang that broke into the bar noticed Woon-sung and began to threaten him with violence. These words provoked Woon-sung even more because now he definitely had to get into a fight and teach the gang a lesson. Then, with the glass in his hands, he simply jumped from the 2nd floor of the establishment to the 1st. As he landed, Woon-sung held tightly to the glass from which he had just finished his drink. But he didn't take it with him to continue drinking, but to throw it directly at one of the gang members. The glass hit him right in the forehead and the man fell unconscious to the floor. This enraged the other gang members and they decided to attack Woon-sung to avenge their friend. Promises to send him to the other world began to tire them because it was the same thing every time. He took the bottle of drink he had also taken from the 2nd floor and began to pour it into his mouth. Then he directed the drops of liquid directly at the gang members standing in front of him. The drops turned out to be extraordinary and began to damage the gang members. After that, they fell to the ground wounded and began to moan. Lim Soo-yeon watched all this the whole time. When Woon-sung finished with the gangsters, he turned his gaze to Lim Soo-yeon, and their eyes met. She was surprised and even a little scared by what Woon-sung had done to the 3 gangsters who had been chasing her. Woon-sung didn't like the situation at all, and it even started to annoy him, because he always helped people. After that, he paid for his order at the establishment with several gold coins, which he left on the table. Then he started to leave the establishment. Lim Soo-yeon ran after him to the door. She caught up with Woon-sung and told him that she was grateful to him and owed him a debt. She approached Woon-sung and offered to buy him a drink. After a while, they were sitting in the establishment together with glasses of alcohol on the table in front of them. Lim Soo-yeon asked Woon-sung to fill her glass as gentlemen usually do. But while she was holding her glass close to Woon-sung, he reached for his glass filled with alcohol. He ignored Lim Soo-yeon's request, took his glass, raised it to his lips, and drank the liquid it contained. After that, he put the glass on the table and began to wonder how much longer she was going to continue this misunderstanding. With a slight smile on her lips, Lim Soo-yeon asked him how quickly he had figured it all out. Woon-sung replied that it was all obvious to him from the start. He understood everything from the very beginning. He also noted that he knew that members of the so-called Black Path were working with her. This made Lim Soo-yeon admit that Woon-sung was very observant and had noticed everything. In addition, he noted that the 3 men sitting at the neighboring tables were the very people from the so-called Black Path who wanted to catch her. Hearing this, the men began to look around, and Lim Soo-yeon became angry and thought that they had failed in their task. She began to address the men from her sect, pointing out that Woon-sung knew everything and that they could approach him. The men approached the table where Woon-sung was sitting and asked him in surprise how he had recognized them, considering themselves to be good actors. The men began to introduce themselves, the first of whom called himself Kwon Soo-dong. The others, whom they had definitely met face-to-face recently, turned out to be Woo Jo-ryang. The third man from their Bloody Justice sect introduced himself as Yup Pyeong. The girl sitting opposite Woon-sung also introduced herself as Lim Soo-yeon. In response to all these introductions, Woon-sung could not remain silent, and also introduced himself as Hyuk Woon-sung. They all sat down at the same table to get to know each other better and discuss what was on their minds. Lim Soo-yeon became curious about how Woon-sung managed to guess that they were members of the Bloody Justice cult. At first, Woon-sung thought they were annoying gangsters, but then he noticed that the 3 of them were exchanging glances and decided that this was how they communicated. However, according to Lim Soo-yeon, they exchanged glances for less than a second, so she wonders how Woon-sung noticed. In fact, Woon-sung doesn't understand why they put on such a show when they could have just met. Without hesitation, Lim Soo-yeon began to explain that it was actually a test for him. If Woon-sung had ignored what happened and not helped Lim Soo-yeon, they wouldn't have contacted him. After explaining this, Lim Soo-yeon reached for the vessel standing in the middle of the table. Taking it, Lim Soo-yeon began to drink directly from it without pouring it into her smaller vessel. But Woonsung watched her closely and waited for her to explain why this had to happen. Wiping her mouth, Lim Soo-yeon said that it was not for nothing that they were members of the Bloody Justice sect and were engaged in justice and charity. But Woonsung does not consider himself virtuous, and besides, he helped her for another reason. For now, he will allow her to believe in his virtue. But Woonseon decides to ask why he joined the Blood Justice cult, which confuses all 4 of its members. They all looked at each other thinking that they had understood everything correctly up to that point. To set the record straight, Lim Soo-yeon asked Woonsung if he was really the owner of the 5th Jade Dagger. After that, Woonsung took out the dagger, showed it to Lim Soo-yeon, and asked if that was what she was talking about. She immediately pointed out that it was indeed the 5th Jade Dagger, and that it was the one they had been talking about a moment ago. Looking at the dagger, Woonsung wondered if he was somehow connected to the Bloody Justice cult. This annoyed Lim Soo-yeon because he had come to find the sect of Bloody Justice and knew nothing about it or about this dagger. Therefore, Woonsung said that he was only told to take this dagger and find the leader of the Blood Justice sect. Lim Soo-yeon lay down on the table to calm down. The man explained that the owner of this dagger was one of the 7 leaders of the sect. Woo Jo Riang explained that there were 7 such daggers. Officially, the owner of the first dagger was the leader of the Blood Justice sect. Now, Woonsung wondered if this meant that his teacher was one of the leaders of the Bloody Justice sect, but how he could have been in 2 sects at the same time was unclear. Woonsung wondered if this sect was just called a sect, but was more of an alliance than a sect. Suddenly, Lim Soo-yeon jumps in and says with satisfaction that he knows everything and was just pretending. So now Woonsung assumes that if they are more allies than a cult, then it makes sense that his teacher was among their ranks. But he doesn't understand why his teacher didn't tell him about this secret organization. He pretends not to care and asks for a meeting with the leader of the Bloody Justice sect. But lowering her eyes to the table, Lim Soo-yeon sadly remarks that he cannot meet with the leader. At that moment, she saw that Woonsung was getting nervous. He tapped his fingers and stamped his foot. He began to show his anger, demonstrating his strength because he could no longer contain it. Seeing what was happening to Woonsung, the members of the Bloody Justice sect were surprised and even frightened. They were even more frightened by Woonsung's question about why he couldn't meet the leader if he had already passed their test. They explained that it was a test for admission to the sect, but now he must be recognized as the master of the 5th Jade Dagger. This annoyed Woonsung, and he began to think about what he could do to them if they weren't bound by his teacher's last will. He tries to be patient because it's not just about getting revenge on Jadagyu and the orthodox martial arts community, but also on those hiding in their shadows. Calm down, he asked to be told how he can meet the leader of the Bloody Justice sect. Looking at Woonsung, Lim Soo-yeon becomes frightened and breaks out in a cold sweat. Almost stuttering, Lim Soo-yeon says that she will contact their leader, and if he allows it, they will be able to meet. At this moment, Woonsung is still displaying the divine flame around him, which spreads to everything around him. After Lim Soo-yeon's response, Woonsung calms down a little and extinguishes the divine flame. Heading for the exit, Woonsung asks Lim Soo-yeon to contact the leader as soon as possible. When Woonsung leaves the establishment, the members of the Bloody Justice cult are able to breathe a little easier and relax. Resting in bed, Woonsung thinks about the purpose of the Bloody Justice organization and whether the cult of the Upside Down Heavens is really behind Jadagyu. He believes that if the poison that killed Chun-Hui appeared in the Imperial Palace, chaos will soon engulf the world, and those who created this poison are not ordinary people. Everything returns to the search for the true nature of the cult of the Upside Down Sky. He can contact the Holy Cult through the nearest wing and ask San Guan-chuk to find out everything. But if it is connected to the Imperial Palace, Woonsung will be forced to work with King Jinshin, whom he plans to visit soon. He believes that his schedule will soon become even busier than it has been. A messenger bird carrying a letter was sent to the Lungsung Mountains. Among these mountains, the bird found the man to whom he was supposed to deliver the message. The man who caught the bird praised him for delivering the mail and took the letter. He carefully read the letter and learned that the owner of the 5th Jade Dagger, who had disappeared many years ago, had reappeared. 5 days later, Lim Soo-yeon came to Woonsung not empty-handed, but with a letter from the owner of the 1st Jade Dagger. She said that the owner of the 1st Jade Dagger had already sent them a reply. Making himself comfortable in his chair, Woonsung wanted to know what was written in the reply. Lim Soo-yeon said that before meeting with the leader, they would have to arrange a meeting with someone else. In Woonsung's opinion, it was very difficult to get to the leader of the Bloody Justice sect, and it would be easier to meet with the heads of the 5 clans. When Woonsung asks who he needs to meet, Lim Soo-yeon says it's the owner of the 7th Jade Dagger. Since Woonsung does not know this person, he asks Lim Soo-yeon who he is. Lim Soo-yeon replied that although they were from the Bloody Justice clan, they did not know who the 7th Master was, as no one had ever met him. When Woonsung heard this, he assumed that Lim Soo-yeon also did not know who this person was. She confirmed this assumption. According to Woonsung, this person must be no weaker than his teacher, Nok Yuon. There are not many people in the world who are his equal in strength. After considering everything, he clarified that he would be able to meet with the leader of the Bloody Justice sect after meeting with the master of the 7th Jade Dagger. But Lim Soo-yeon noted that this would depend on the decision of the owner of the 7th Jade Dagger. Confused, Woonsung leaned back in his chair, thinking that every step in this puzzle was too exhausting. 2 weeks later, the owner of the 7th Jade Dagger replied that he would meet him near Echina and Lao Juntan. Since Lim Soo-yeon knew how to get there, Woonsung asked her to help him get there. After that, they set off on their journey. While accompanying Wongsung, Lim Soo-yeon cannot accept the fact that she has become Wongsung's guide. She is curious about who he really is. He is younger than her, but since he is in command, Lim Soo-yeon thinks that he is one of those legendary masters who became younger through his skills. But since he shows no signs of being older, she assumes that Woonsung is one of the exalted martial arts masters. She even began to think that Woonsung had studied martial arts while still in his mother's womb. After a while, they arrived at the Laozi Temple, built for the supreme deity of Taoism. But Woonsung does not understand why he chose such a place for the meeting, as martial arts masters usually meet in tombs. While Wung Sun was wondering why they had to meet here, Lim Soo-young couldn't catch his breath after the difficult journey. A man who is already waiting to meet Wung Sun can be seen in the temple. It is a man with a small beard who immediately catches Woon Sung's attention. He recognized him and couldn't contain his anger. It was Brightstone, Woon Sung's enemy, who had no place in this world. Very quickly, Woon Sung headed for the wise man Brightstone, the leader of the Huashan Mountain sect, who was one of his enemies. But Woon Sun did not understand why. If he was a member of the Bloody Justice sect, he had destroyed his teacher, who was also a member of this sect. Without hesitating for a moment, Woon Sun rushed to attack his enemy Brightstone. Brightstone did not expect such a beginning to the meeting, but he immediately dodged Wung Sun's attack. He doesn't get why Woon Sung is attacking him, but he also grabs his weapon to defend himself. But at some point he realized that he was one step behind Woon Sun, and that it would be better to retreat. That's what he tried to do when Woon Sun approached him with his spear. But it didn't help much, as Brightstone was still hit in the stomach. He began to cough up blood and was thrown several meters back. Landing a little further away, he got up and grabbed his weapon, hoping to defend himself or even attack Woon Sun. Woon Sun noted that it seemed he had not become the leader of the Huashan sect by winning this position in gambling. Lim Soo-young ran into the temple grounds. She was terrified by what was happening and did not understand why Woon Sun was attacking the owner of the 7th Jade Dagger. But Brightstone, seeing Lim Soo-young, gave her his knives and told her to hide somewhere far away. After that, he confidently took up a fighting stance, pointing his sword at Woon Sung. But Woon Sung has no intention of stopping and continues to fiercely attack Brightstone. He delivers extremely fast and powerful blows, or Brightstone barely dodges them. But Brightstone does not understand where all the power in each blow of this spear comes from. He tries with all his might to fight Woon Sun, trying to fend off every attack. Meanwhile, Woon Sun turns to the wise man of the Brightstone and accuses him of hypocrisy. But Brightstone does not understand what Woon Sun means. He explains that he came here to meet the master of the 5th Jade Dagger. This angers Woon Sun even more, and he shouts that he is one of those who killed the owner of the 5th Jade Dagger. Having said this, Woon Sun began to use flying explosive balls against his opponent. Brightstone was able to deflect the first ball with the blade of his sword. After flying away, the ball aimed at the sage Brightstone exploded right where they were fighting. After the explosion, Brightstone survived but suffered several injuries. Without hesitation, Woon Sun began to demonstrate his power and used glass metal needles. Following them, Woon Sun aimed supersonic piercing throwing knives at the Brightstone Sage. All that remains for the Brightstone Sage to do is dodge and repel Woon Sun's attacks. A fierce battle ensues between them, with neither of the two participants willing to lay down their weapons. Lim Soo-young witnesses the battle but does not think she can intervene. She sees how Woon Sun, despite his age, is overwhelming the leader of the Yua Mountain sect. This battle exhausts the Sage Brightstone, and he begins to collapse from exhaustion. While he is trying to catch his breath, Woon Sun manages to approach him, saying that he will start with his broken bones and muscles. But the Sage Brightstone did not fight back or try to escape the attacks. But Woon Sun asked if he still planned to resist his words and strength. He added that he had actually been holding back until now, but now he would show everything he was capable of. Suddenly, Woon Sun saw that the Sage of Brightstone silently raised his sword to his neck. In fact, Woon Sung didn't even think that the Brightstone Sage would dare to do such a thing. But before departing for the next world, the Brightstone Sage wants to ask Woon Sung a question. But Woon Sung did not think he could ask anything, because he was the one who was supposed to ask the question. Nevertheless, he dared to ask how Woon Sun was connected to the Spearmaster's sect. He does not understand why Woon Sun attacked him, but his fierce aura is familiar to him. Moreover, he realized that his spear skills were similar to those of the Spearmaster sect. But Woon Sun was in no hurry to answer these questions. He only saw the same face in front of him. It was the same expression he had on his face that day when they killed Master Woon Sun and him too. Not hearing an answer, the Sage of the Brightstone asked Woon Sun again how he was connected to the Spearmaster sect. But Woon Sung does not think that this will have any effect. He assumes that the Wise Man wants to bring everyone who was there that day to attack him together. The Wise Man of Brightstone does not understand how Woon Sun found out about everything, but he knows what happened that day. Lim Soo-young is still watching them, but she doesn't understand what they are talking about. He asks Woon Sung to tell him about his relationship with the Spearmaster sect. He also asks him how he got the 5th Jade Dagger that belonged to his friend Nok Yu-on. This seems strange because Woon Sung does not understand why he calls his teacher a friend, but did not try to help him that day. Woon Sun also said that he doesn't get why he thinks the Spearmaster sect only had one student, which confused the Brightstone Sage. Woon Sung also added that he did not understand why he believed that the Spearmaster sect had only one branch. After calming his conscience a little, the wise man Brightstone said that he was actually glad to hear this. But Woon Sun did not understand why this information pleased and reassured the wise man Brightstone. He explained that he had promised to save Nok Yu-on's disciple so that he could continue the work of the Spearmaster sect, but he had been unable to keep his promise. This information was not enough for Woon Sun, and he continued to ask what the wise man of Brightstone meant. Putting his weapon on the ground, the wise man of Brightstone simply bowed silently before Woon Sun. This surprised Lim Soo-young, who does not understand why the head of the Mountain Yu sect is bowing before Woon Sun. But even Woon Sun himself does not understand why he is bowing before him, and what is the promise to spare the life of his disciple Nok Yu-on and continue his work. The wise man of Brightstone continued his story. He noted that Nok Yu-on had come to him 6 months before his death. It was raining heavily that evening. Late at night, he was pruning his plants. When he felt someone's presence next to him, he looked around to find the observer. This was no ordinary martial artist, for he had managed to sneak unnoticed into the residence of the Gyu sect. He then heard a familiar voice outside the house near the door and saw a shadow there. Opening the door, he was very happy to see who was outside the house. Standing on his doorstep was a man with a spear, Nok Yu-on, better known as the Spearmaster. He kindly let Nok Yu-on into his house and closed the door behind him. Seeing the well-tended plants and the friendly host, Nok Yu-on remarked that this place was as hospitable as ever. He brought his guest a hot drink to warm him up after wandering in the rain, and noted that the Yuya Mountain sect would always be hospitable. Nok Yu-on looked quite satisfied and peaceful. He liked the words of the wise man Brightstone. The sage asked why Nok Yu-on had come so late without warning, because if he had warned them, they would have given him a warmer welcome. After that, Nok Yuon's expression changed and his eyes filled with sadness. He did not rush to answer. This worried the wise man Brightstone. He assumed that something had happened. Then Nok Yuon took out a dagger and showed it, saying that he had come because of it. The sage recognized the dagger as the 5th jade dagger of the Blood Justice sect and assumed that they had made their move. And Nok Yuon noted that his identity had most likely already been revealed. After thinking for a moment, the sage of the Bright Stone became interested in what Nok Yuon planned to do next. He suggested talking to the other dagger masters and finding a hiding place for Nok Yuon and his disciple. He thanked him for the offer, but did not agree to it because he knew a lot about their strength and power. He believed that no matter where he hid, those people would still be able to find him. The wise man of the Bright Stone asked what he planned to do and how to get out of this situation. But Nok Yuon calmly replied that he was going to be a simple decoy. He asked Brightstone to take advantage of this and expose them. He understood that Nok Yuon wanted him to find out who was connected to them, but he was worried about Nok Yuon himself. Nok Yuon said that he had already made up his mind and would sacrifice his life for justice in the martial arts world. Then the wise man of Brightstone began to worry about his student, who would surely be persecuted and denied a peaceful life. To which Nok Yuon replied that he had come there today precisely to talk about his student. But the sage deliberately brought up the subject of his student in order to stop Nok Yuon, and he became even more determined. Seeing that the wise man of Brightstone was worried about his student, Nok Yuon wanted to leave him to him. In his opinion, if those hiding in the ranks of the martial arts community make their move, his student will still have to hide. Therefore, Nok Yuon asks the wise man of Brightstone to join the team of pursuers. But the wise man of Brightstone did not want to become someone who could take the lives of Nok Yuon and his disciple. But in fact, that is not what Nok Yuon meant, which he calmly explains to the Brightstone sage. The wise man can no longer stand it, and begins to get angry because he does not understand what Nok Yuon wants from him. To calm the sage, Nok Yuon took his hand in his and tried to calm him down. But the sage felt Nok Yuon's hands shaking and realized that he too was afraid of death but was ready to sacrifice his life. He is bound by the legacy of the sect and his responsibility for his student. So Nok Yuon asked him to join the squad to save his student. Lim Soo-yeon listened to this story at first, but eventually she stopped understanding it and could hardly hear anything. She had heard that high-ranking martial artists could use chi to conceal sound, but she had never seen it before. With that, the sage of the Brightstone finished his story, for that was all he wanted to say. In fact, Woon-sung knew that his teacher was worried about him, but he did not think that he would go so far. His death had been planned by him, but Woon-sung did not understand whether it was really necessary to go that far. Suddenly, Woon-sung asked if the wise man of Brightstone really wanted him to believe this story. After the story, nothing changed for Woon-sung, and he still wanted to avenge Ja-duk-yu for the deaths of his 2 teachers. The wise man of Brightstone does not really care whether Woon-sung believes his story. He even wanted to block his core and end his life because he considered himself guilty of not keeping his second promise. But that means that despite all his desire, he was unable to do so. Woon-sung became curious as to why the wise man of Brightstone couldn't do what he planned. To which the wise man of Brightstone replied that it was because he had not yet been able to avenge the death of Nok Yuon. But Woon-soo did not think that the wise man of Brightstone would be able to take revenge, because he had not even been able to dissuade Nok Yuon from sacrificing himself. According to the wise man of Brightstone, this was the least he could do after all his failures. Woon-sung points out that he is still an enemy of the Spearmaster sect, and that his words will not change anything. He remarks that the Brightstone sage is still involved in the death of Spearmaster Nok Yuon. The Brightstone sage accepts all this, but he is glad that the Spearmaster sect continues to exist. These words anger Woon-sung because he does not believe that the Brightstone sage is in any way responsible for the continued existence of the Spearmaster sect. Woon-sung also confidently states that the sage of Brightstone remains on his list of enemies. He understands this, but wants to ask Woon-sung for an unscrupulous favor. And Woon-sung admits that the wise man of Brightstone will beg him to spare his life, but he assures him that he is not going to ask for that because he still has a conscience. He raises his sword and asks Woon-sung to wait a little longer before killing him. Then he puts the sword to his hand and tries to cut it off. Lim Soo-yeon witnesses this, completely unexpected from the sage. She wanted to help him and had already started to run, but Woon-sung stopped her. He creates a barrier with ki, which proves to be very strong and prevents Lim Soo-yeon from getting inside. The sage of the Brightstone asks for forgiveness, at least for his hand, and says that he will end his life when he avenges Nok Yuon. But he also says that if Woon-sung cannot allow this, he asks him to kill him right now. For a moment, Woon-sung just stares at him and thinks that with such blood loss, anyone would die in a short time. He cannot allow him to die here because it would be too early and painless compared to what he has done. All this time, Lim Soo-yeon has been trying to break through the barrier with chi. She is irritated and angry at what Woon-sung is doing to the Brightstone sage. Woon-sung just watches as the Brightstone sage bleeds to death and gives no answer to his pleas. Therefore, the sage thinks that this is the end for him, and regrets that he was unable to take revenge. But if this is how he can pay for his sins, he is willing to accept it. He remembered that he had not passed on the sacred sword of the blossoming cherry tree to his disciple, but he hopes that he will figure it out himself. At that moment, Woon-sung swung his sword at the wise man, and Lim Soo-yeon squinted her eyes because of this. When she opened her eyes, she saw a scene that surprised her. The sage of the Brightstone was still alive, but was clutching his throat. He saw part of his mustache on the ground and realized that he was still alive, but he was surprised that Woon-sung had not killed him. At that moment, Woon-sung began to remember the true purpose of the Bloody Justice sect. Woon-sung wondered if Nok Yuona had been killed as a member of the Blood Justice sect. Silently, the sage of the Brightstone nodded approvingly at Woon-sung's question. Woon-sung also asked if they were connected to the Imperial Palace and the cult of the Upside-Down Heavens. The sage was surprised that Woon-sung knew about this. It had long been known that someone was up to something in this martial arts society. In fact, their connection to the Imperial Palace had only recently been discovered. The sage also did not understand how Woon-sung was able to learn so much, and moreover, master martial arts at such a young age. The sage of the Brightstone assumes that Woon-sung could not have lived longer than he looks. But for some reason, he sees a master of about 40 years old in his eyes, and those eyes seem familiar to him. And then he realized that Woon-sung's eyes were exactly the same as those of the Spearmaster's disciple who had died that day. His eyes are filled with rage but not clouded. Now the Brightstone Master feels as if he is seeing the disciple who died, as if he has returned. He thinks it is just his imagination, but still, his eyes are very similar to those of the deceased disciple of the Spearmaster's sect. Woon-sun thinks that his path will become more difficult if the Imperial Palace is really connected to the death of his master, Nok Yu-on. According to Woon-sun, even if all the martial arts forces in society unite, they will not dare to oppose the Imperial Palace. He needs a similar force to oppose the Imperial Palace, so everything returns to King Jinshin. The still-bloodied sage of the Brightstone sits on the ground, clutching the place where his arm was severed. Hiding his spear, Woon-sun intends to help the Brightstone sage stop his bleeding. At that moment, Woon-sun removed the protective barrier that was holding Lim Soo-young back. As soon as she saw that the barrier was gone, she immediately rushed to help. She ran up to the wise man Brightstone and began to bandage his shoulder to stop the bleeding. After that, she turned to Woon-sun and angrily asked him how she was supposed to understand all this. But Woon-sun said that this did not mean that he had forgiven him, and that the life of the sage Brightstone was now in his hands. And the sage agreed with Woon-sun's words without any argument or objection. Folding his hands on his chest, Woon-sun asked the Brightstone sage to tell him everything that had happened up to that point. He wants to know everything about the Imperial Palace and the cult of the Upside-Down Heavens, and the sage agrees to tell him everything, because he considers it his duty. But the wise man of Brightstone became curious about him, asking if he really wanted to spare his life. He reminds him that he is one of those who drove Master Spear Nok Yu-on to his death. Reaching for his spear, Woon-sun notices that the sage of Brightstone has misunderstood something. At that moment, he pulled out his spear and pointed it at the cheek of the wise man of Brightstone. Suddenly, Lim Soo-yeon intervened in their conversation and demanded that Woon-sun stop. She said that she did not know what had happened between them, but she only wanted to protect the wise man Brightstone, and she froze in place. She saw anger and irritation in Woon-sun's eyes. His gaze frightened Lim Soo-yeon. For a moment, she not only fell silent, but also took a step back. After that, when no one was around to disturb them, he returned to his conversation with the Brightstone sage. He noted that he had spared his life for a while until he had finished his revenge. To which the wise man of the Brightstone calmly replied that he understood everything Woon-sun meant. Leaving him, Woon-sun turned and walked away from that place. At that moment, the wise man of the Brightstone felt a thick aura and a desire for blood and revenge. Hiding his spear, Woon-sun believed that if something went wrong, the martial arts community would face a real bloodbath. Following Woon-sun, the wise man of Brightstone asked him to tell him everything that had happened up to that point. Before telling him anything, the sage asks Woon-sun to show him his 5th jade dagger. With contempt and incomprehension, Woon-sun looks at the wise man of Brightstone. But without saying a word, he pulls out the dagger and throws it to the Brightstone sage. He made sure that it was indeed a genuine 5th jade dagger. He became curious about how Woon-sun had obtained it. Woon-sun told him that he had found it in the storage room of the Spearmaster's sect, where he had learned about the Bloody Justice sect. For a long time, the sage Brightstone wondered where the 5th jade dagger had gone. Now he understood that it was no Yuon's plan. If his disciple had survived, he would have found this dagger. Looking up at the clouds, the wise man of Brightstone realized that the dagger had not been found by No Yuon's disciple, but was still in the hands of the Spearmaster's sect. Convinced that Woon-sun was indeed the owner of the 5th jade dagger, the wise man of Brightstone saw no point in hiding anything from him. But he also does not become the person who will tell Woon-sun everything. This surprises Woon-sun. The sage of the Brightstone notes that he was only supposed to bring Woon-sun to the right place, and that the owner of the 1st jade dagger would tell him everything else. But Woon-sun has already had to go through a lot to meet the sect of Bloody Justice. This is another step towards revenge, which is a drop in the ocean compared to 10 years in the Cave of Hidden Demons. But Woon-sun is eager to find out where the owner of the 1st jade dagger is now. Upon reaching Mount Volan, Woon-sun asks about the whereabouts of the owner of the 1st jade dagger on this mountain. His guide walks ahead of him, who is supposed to lead him to the owner of the 1st jade dagger. Woon-sun becomes increasingly curious about the true nature of the Blood Justice sect. Since Woon-sun already knows this, he assumes that the leader of the mountain may be the head of the Zhuge clan or even the elder of this clan. The Zhuge sect is known for its master craftsmen. Woon-sun does not know whether to think that the owner of the 1st jade dagger is from this sect. He recalls that the head of the Zhuge clan left his position as strategist of the Martial Arts Society and retired. It was then that Jadogul became the head of the Martial Arts Society. Perhaps the clan leader found out about everything and left his position. In one of the settlements visited by Woon-sun and the Sage of the Brightstone, life goes on as usual. Happy children run around playing tag and do not want to listen to adults. They don't look around at all and don't pay attention to where they are running. The sage entered their crowd looking around. Suddenly, he bumped into a boy who fell to the ground, and the wise man did not have time to catch him. But he crouched down next to him, held out his hand, and with a smile on his face, asked if he was all right. The boy, with scratches and dirt on his face, smiled back and held out his hand. Getting up, the boy said that he was fine and thanked the wise man, calling him grandfather. Then he bowed to the wise man of the Brightstone, who laughed and called the child energetic. He saw a whole crowd of children of different ages and genders circling around him. Suddenly, he thought and stopped the child he had bumped into a moment ago. He handed the child a bag, assuming that the boy had wanted to take it. The boy was embarrassed because the bag had fallen out of his sleeve where he had been trying to hide it. In fact, the wise man Brightstone gave the boy the bag because he was sure that he really needed it. Holding the bag close to his chest, the boy did not know how to respond to the generosity of the wise man of the Brightstone. But the sage noticed that everything was fine and that he should not be afraid of him, and asked him to come closer. He saw other children peeking out from around the corner who had already become frightened and hidden themselves. But the wise man Brightstone said that he would not lecture them, and that they could also come out of hiding. These words reassured them, and they all came out to the wise man Brightstone, who began to count them. After counting aloud, the wise man of the Brightstone noted that he had counted only 5 children. Woon-sonu also froze in place, thinking that the wise man of Brightstone was going to lecture the children. At that moment, the wise man of Brightstone turned to Woon-sun and asked if he could wait a moment. He also noted that this matter would not take much of their time. After that, the wise man of Brightstone returned to the children and jokingly called them scoundrels who looked hungry and dirty. One of the boys said that they had no choice and nowhere to sleep, so they couldn't keep themselves clean. He believed that the sage would not understand them. Then the wise man of Brightstone reached out his hand to the boy, which surprised him greatly. He placed his hand on the boy's forehead and said that it was indeed true. Looking around, he added that in fact their environment simply left them no other choice. After that, the wise man of Brightstone waved his only hand. At that moment, a whirlwind appeared around the children and began to blow them from all sides. All the dirt from the children's clothes and faces disappeared. Now, in the wise man's opinion, they looked better. But the children pointed out that they had no parents, and that looking good would not help them. After all, it would be more difficult to beg for money. The wise man of the Brightstone became a school for these children who had fallen into such a cruel world full of injustice. If he had the opportunity, he would take all such children to Manhwa, but he cannot do so because there are many such children in the world. Suddenly, he hears a voice behind him. It is Woonsun, who is interested in what the sage plans to do. Turning around, the sage asks Woonsun to just watch and emphasizes that it won't take more than 30 minutes. He returned to his conversation with the children and asked if there was a place nearby where they sold baozi. He assumed that the boy must at least know this. One of the children said that the meat baozi at Wang's shop are the best. The wise man of Brightstone loves meat baozi. While he was talking about how delicious they were when still warm, the children did not understand why he was doing this, because they were already very hungry. Then the wise man of Brightstone suggested wiping all the dirt off the children's faces. He suggested that they do it themselves, and when they returned clean, he would buy each of them a baozi from Wang's shop. The children are shocked by the offer. While some of them don't understand how they can trust him, others ask him to buy them large baozi. Turning around, the wise man of Brightstone began to walk away, saying that he would buy the large baozi because the small ones would not fill their stomachs. Woonsung, who did not think that he was an ascetic, approached the wise man Brightstone and asked him if he had ever tasted baozi. The sage replied that they were not monks and could eat and drink whenever they wanted, as it was not forbidden. Woonsun asked him if they would really stop when the wise man Brightstone bought baozi for the children. But the sage did not give Woonsun a specific answer, only asking him to watch him closely. After a while, the children received their baozi for completing the Brightstone sage's task. While the children were eating, he found out how much he had to pay for the food. The shopkeeper immediately realized that he was an ascetic from the Mount Uya sect. He offered the wise man of Brightstone a 50% discount, but in return asked him to make him a talisman. Before agreeing, the wise man Brightstone asked if they had any problems with spirits in the shop. The confused shopkeeper denied this and said that nothing of the sort was troubling them. Instead, he mentions that he has some problems with his business and needs this talisman to help him believe in a better future. The wise man of Brightstone suggested finding someone talented to help improve the business, emphasizing the importance of the child. After that, Brightstone gave Van a few silver coins so that he could hire the children as workers. It seems that everything was planned from the beginning. After that, the wise man of the Brightstone continued on his way, seeing Woonsun off. His empty sleeve fluttered with every breath of wind, and this look suited him surprisingly well. Watching him, Woonsun does not understand why he has become so sympathetic to the man he plans to kill soon. It seems that the Sage of the Brightstone is similar to Woonsun's teacher, Nok Yu-on. But Woonsun thinks that being a hero and sacrificing oneself for the sake of others is not the best way for someone who wants revenge. Besides, this is not the life Woonsun can afford. He wonders what will happen after his revenge, after it's all over for him. These complex thoughts never leave Woonsun's mind. But despite this, Woonsun wonders if it would not have been better for those children if they had been taken to Mount Yua. The wise man Brightstone wondered if Woonsung had really been thinking about those children all this time, but Woonsung only asked him to give him an answer. For a moment, the wise man of Brightstone thought that Woonsun might go down the wrong path and destroy people's souls, but now he understands that he need not worry about that. In his opinion, a person with a righteous mind would not do such a thing. The thinker also believes that Woonsung has honor. He believes that Woonsun's teacher taught him well. He notes that he would indeed like to take the children to Mount Uya, but Woonsun is curious if the wise man of Brightstone thought about it but did not do it. To which the wise man of Brightstone replied that it was because he was the head of the sect of Mount Uya. This explains everything. After all, if he had brought the children with good intentions, there could have been problems with discipline in the sect. According to the Brightstone thinker, the heavens do not behave like humans, and humans must seek virtue in everything. This seems ridiculous to Woonsun, because people should strive for virtue when the world is not friendly to them. 7 days later, they arrived at Mount Volin. To meet the leader, they had to climb the mountain, even though the road would be difficult. During the climb, the wise man of Brightstone asks Woonsun to follow him. After that, they began their ascent. They have been climbing for 2 hours, and Woonsun does not understand how much longer they will have to climb. He did not think that the leader lived so far away. After taking a few more steps forward, Woonsun saw thick fog around him. The moment he felt the fog, it already surrounded him on all sides. But even with the fog in this place, Woonsun can clearly see the back of the Sage Brightstone. Because of this, he assumed that the fog was related to the art of creating illusions. If Woonsun had sensed danger and been able to break the balance with his chi, he would have been able to see through the fog. But now he feels no hostility and assumes that this fog is an illusion created to prevent ordinary people from entering. Although Woonsun does not know who the leader of the Bloody Justice sect really is, he assumes that this person is connected to the Zhuge clan. Following the wise man of the Brightstone, Woonsun makes his way through the thick fog. After a long journey, they finally emerged from the fog and saw a small hut on the road. The plants in the garden they passed through are planted in the shape of trigrams. This could also be an art of illusion. But Woonsun believes that if there is a house here, then its owner must be nearby. The Sage of the Brightstone confirmed this assumption, noting that the leader of the sect of Bloody Justice lives here. But when Woonsun heard this, he found it strange that the owner of the first Jade Dagger and the leader of the Bloody Justice sect lived here. A tall, thin man came out of the house and thanked his guests for coming all this way to meet him. When he saw him, Woonsung felt a sense of nobility that could only come from someone who had achieved true enlightenment. From the man standing in front of Woonsung, he felt an incredible power that he could not explain. After thinking it over, Woonsung decided to first make sure that this man was indeed the leader of the Bloody Justice sect. He received an affirmative answer from the man, who noted that he was also the owner of the first Jade Dagger and the Honorable Dragon. After that, Woonsung thought about it because the name Honorable Dragon sounded familiar to him. He began to remember where he might have heard it before. He remembered that this man had passed on his position as clan leader to his son, and had gone to travel the world. Woonsung decided to ask if he was indeed the senior elder of the Zhuge clan, the Venerable Dragon, Jaegul's son, but he did not look 100 years old. The man confirmed that he was indeed Jaegul's son. He immediately explained that he looked younger because of a rejuvenation technique. Woonsung did not believe him, and to make sure, turned to the wise man Brightstone. Brightstone nodded approvingly and confirmed that this man was indeed Jaegul's son, and that he did not look that way because of ordinary rejuvenation. It was due to a rebirth technique with reverse rejuvenation, but Jaegul's son actually believed that it was ordinary rejuvenation. And Woonsung remembered that this was a higher plan when a person turned back time and regained his youth. This can happen when a person's inner strength and martial arts skills reach their true peak. Most martial arts masters who have achieved the ability to perform the rebirth technique with reverse rejuvenation are masters of an incredible level. Therefore, in Woonsung's opinion, he is at least at the level of ascension and may have come close to the plan of the divine beings. If this person is really Jaegul's son, then it is not his skills that should be feared, but his intelligence, as he was in the ruling elite of the Zhuge clan. Nevertheless, Woon wondered if this person could prove that he was indeed a venerable dragon. This request surprised the sage of the Brightstone. Sitting down and touching the ground, Jaegul's son noted that all things, even the smallest, have their meaning in nature. In his opinion, black and white are no exception because together they create yin and yang, which are the three fundamental principles. He threw small burning stones into the air, which in a moment fell to the ground near Woonsung and the wise man Brightstone. A moment later, Woonsung found himself standing on a rock in the middle of an endless body of water, with Jaegul's son standing opposite him. Seeing the water, Woonsung realized that with just a few stones, he had created such a realistic illusion that it was close to a changing battle illusion. In Woonsung's opinion, there were not many people in the world who could create such an illusion, even if it was not as perfect as a combat illusion. Suddenly, Jaga-sun noticed that, unfortunately, the time for this illusion had run out and everything disappeared. After all, it is not an easy task to embody the laws of nature in such small stones. Jaga-sun wonders if Woonsung is satisfied with the result. He dares to say that this should be enough for him to call himself a respected dragon. Woonsung, folding his arms across his chest, also acknowledges this. He then asks Jaegul's son to answer a few questions. But Jaegul's son asks the first question. He wonders if Woonsung really inherited the martial arts of the Spearmaster. After this question, Woonsung turned his attention to the sage Brightstone, thinking that he was the one who told everything, but he shook his head in denial. Then Woonsung suggested that it was Lim Su-yeon who told everything to Jaegul's son. But since Woonsung had no intention of hiding this, he confirmed that it was indeed true. Jaegul's son asked Woonsung to confirm this, since he had just confirmed that he was a respected dragon at Woonsung's request. But Woonsung was not sure that Jaegul's son would be able to recognize the fighting techniques of the Spearmaster sect, so he was indifferent to this request. But Jaga-sun does not understand why he should not be able to recognize them, since the spears of the Spearmaster sect are like flowing water. With a skillful spear strike against the current, they capture their opponent in the open sea, where he dies. Woonsung is surprised that he knows this. Jaegul's son explained that he had heard about the spear skills of the Spearmaster sect from his former dagger masters. After listening to Jaegul's son, Woonsung thought about his request in words for a while. Then, with pleasure, he took his spear from behind his back, intending to demonstrate that he was indeed the heir to the Spearmaster sect. At that moment, Woonsung began to use the art of the divine spear of the Vanishing Knight. At this time, Jaeger's son stood and watched Woonsung closely, whose art seemed like an incredible sight to him. He understood that Woonsung was hiding the essence, but that it was indeed the divine spear of the disappearing knight of the Spearmaster sect. He continues to watch Woonsung's movements. But Jaeger's son also understands that there are many spear skills that imitate the appearance of waves. But spear movements that create such powerful waves can only be found in the Spearmaster sect. Moreover, Woonsung's spear creates the same sea. This is enough to believe that he is a disciple of the Spearmaster sect. But he remembers that past masters demonstrated calm waves, while Woonsung's waves conceal not only calmness, but also true power. Jaegul's son is impressed that Woonsung, at such a young age, has already mastered the art of the Spearmaster, even though he is from a different branch. This is not something that a beginner can repeat, so the fact that Woonsung is only in his early 20s is truly remarkable. Woonsung eagerly demonstrates the art of the Spearmaster sect, proving that he is indeed their disciple. After the demonstration, Jaga-sun confirmed that these were indeed the skills of the Spearmaster sect, so now he offers to talk to them. When Woonsung wanted to start the conversation, Jaga-sun interrupted him, saying that this was not a suitable place and suggested they go inside his house. Upon entering the house, Woonsung saw that it looked different from the outside. While Woonsung was looking around, Jaegul's son invited him to sit down. Sitting down on a bench, Woonsung looked up at the ceiling and asked if this house was also under the influence of an illusion. Instead of answering, Jaegul's son brought hot drinks, which he had prepared with high-quality leaves, and believed that Woonsung would be satisfied. But without even touching the drink, Woonsung wants to get straight to the business that brought him here. Jaegul's son agreed and suggested that Woonsung ask questions and he would answer them. Woonsung's first question was whether the master of the spear had really chosen this path of his own free will. In Jaegul's son's opinion, the Spearmaster was a decent man. The people of the Spearmaster sect had always been known for their virtues. And although he knew other Spearmasters, none of them, in his opinion, would sacrifice themselves. After these words, Woonsung took a drink and clutched the container tightly in his hands. He asked to be told what the Spearmaster had achieved. In Jaeg's son's opinion, Woonsung had the right to know this as the owner of the 5th Jade Dagger. But first, he wanted to make sure that Woon-sun wanted to become the owner of the 5th Jade Dagger in their sect. He clarified his question and asked if Woon-sung could become a member of the Blood Justice sect. After thinking for a moment, Woon-sung reaches into the pocket of his outer garment and pulls out the 5th Jade Dagger. He thrust the dagger into the table and said that he had no desire to be a hero and did not intend to stray from the path of life, but he could not become the owner of the dagger. He had passed the test, but did not know if he could be a hero worthy of the name of the master of the 5th Jade Dagger. After that, Jage-sun asked if he really refused to be the owner of the 5th Jade Dagger and one of the 7 leaders of the Bloody Justice sect. He then offers Woon-sung the position temporarily, but not officially. But in reality, Jage-sun likes the fact that Woon-sun chose his own path and did not follow anyone else's lead. Woon-sun openly stated that he wanted to take revenge on those who had brought the Master Spear sect to such a state, and therefore agreed to the proposal. But since he is not quite the right person for the Blood Justice sect, Woon-sung proposes an agreement. He proposes to temporarily take this position, and after they have done everything, he will decide who to give the position to. After these words, Jage-sun felt intense pressure, as if he were standing on the edge of an abyss. This is a space that only those who have risen to the highest peaks in the study of martial arts are allowed to pass through. Woon-sun's proposal made Jiggle-sun think that he really had a reason to show such confidence. He believed that Woon-sun was truly trustworthy. He agreed to Woon-sun's terms and from that moment on considered him the temporary owner of the dagger. He hopes that in the future this position will not fall into the hands of a thief, but to a hero who follows the righteous path. But Woon-sun cannot promise anything. Now, Jage-sun agrees to tell everything, but first he wants to know what Woon-sun knows. And Woon-sun began to tell him everything he had learned during all this time, not forgetting to mention the cult of the Upside-Down Heaven. In Jage-sun's opinion, Woon-sung already knows everything, and he does not know what else to tell him to interest him. He assumes that Woon-sung wants to confirm his information. Surprised, Woon-sun asked if it was true that the cult of the Upside-Down Heavens had seized power over the Imperial Palace. But it turns out that they have not just seized power, but have themselves become the Imperial Palace and the force that drives it. Woon-sung recalls the words that the current emperor is someone else who is simply wearing his mask. Zager, nervous, crushes the container with the drink because he does not understand how Woon-sung found out about this. Woon-sung seems different to him because at his age he is skilled in martial arts and knows things that ordinary people should not know. He looks at Woon-sung and cannot understand who he really is. Having learned a lot about the Blood Justice sect, Woon-sung wonders if he will be strong enough to fight against the Imperial Palace. But Jage-sun notices that Woon-sun has not answered his question. Woon-sun tries to figure out how he would answer that question himself. The situation becomes tense. And then Gel saw pure demonic ki, which he believed had been cultivated using orthodox methods. He remembered that the new leader of the divine demon cult looked young. He began to put all the pieces together. Before he could finish, Woon-sun revealed himself and said that he was a divine demon. These words evoked incomprehensible emotions in Zager-sun, but he immediately wanted to attack Woon-sun. So he overturned the table they were sitting at and tried to leave the room. Woon-sun was not surprised by this reaction. He calmly got up from the bench and started to leave. But suddenly something strange began to happen in the house. Something like fog appeared. While Woon-sun was in the house trying to get out, Hagel-sun left the house and got outside. At that moment, various types of weapons from arrows to bullets began flying at Woon-sung. This was not what he had expected.